Chapter 80. The deal is sealed. Racing along the path of numerical beasts. Upon dispatching his message, Suyu promptly received a response. Certainly, however, Your Excellency, Suyu must present an item refined 4 times, or even 5 times, as collateral. Without hesitation, Suyu acquiesced, and, from the depths of his dimensional backpack, casually extracted a dilapidated item, which he refined 5 times consecutively. After a fruitful negotiation with Hoi, he brought along a level 35 Chi master to facilitate the transaction. Naturally, before approaching the small building, both parties unleashed their martial energies to verify their identities. Suyu and his companions likewise released their martial energies to ensure that no shape-shifting beasts had infiltrated their ranks. The middle-aged man accompanying Hoi was named Lin Peng, and the shape-shifting beast masquerading as Lin Sheng was, in fact, his brother. Shape-shifting beasts possess the ability to alter their forms at will. However, to achieve a convincingly authentic disguise, they must devour their target. The shape-shifting beast that Suyu had dispatched managed to impersonate Lin Sheng for so long precisely because it had consumed him and absorbed his memories. Upon arrival, Lin Peng solemnly handed Suyu a sturdy iron staff, unmistakably intended for refinement by the sanctuary. Without wasting a moment, Suyu casually presented a sword refined 5 times to Lin Peng, then examined the attributes of the iron staff. Name, Iron Staff 4. Quality, Epic. Attributes, Evil Breaking, Epic. 10,000 June, Epic. Demon Suppressing, Epic. Evil Breaking. When confronting aberrant beasts and various monsters, attack attributes increase by 20. 10,000 June. Upon activation, 1 point of speed attribute can be converted into 1 point of attack attribute. Demon Suppressing. Creates a small-scale barrier that prevents aberrant beasts and monsters from entering. Ineffective against targets above level 30. After reviewing the items panel, Suyu was somewhat astonished. This object was indeed an equipment piece boasting 3 epic attributes. Nevertheless, there was little cause for concern, as his success rate for item refinement was a steadfast 100%, alleviating any worries of failure. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Peng and Hoi, the iron staff suddenly vanished for a brief moment. Yet, merely 4 or 5 minutes later, Suyu returned the iron staff to Lin Peng. Upon receiving it, Lin Peng eagerly began to inspect it. With just a glance, Lin Peng was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. He couldn't help but cast an immensely grateful look toward Suyu. Observing Lin Peng's reaction, Hoi couldn't restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Is it satisfactory, Lord Lin Peng?" Lin Peng nodded and promptly handed the iron staff to Hoi for his appraisal. Upon taking a look, Hoi nearly dropped the iron staff in shock, struggling to maintain his grip. Although it fell, nothing was amiss. However, the iron staff in its current state was likely one of the most valuable items within Sanctuary Number 9. Name, Mysterious Cold Iron Staff, maxed out. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Mysterious Cold, Legendary. Evil Breaking, Epic. 10,000 June, Epic. Demon Suppressing, Epic. Mysterious Cold. When attacking targets below level 30, there is a 30 chance to freeze the target. Evil Breaking. When confronting aberrant beasts and various monsters, attack attributes increase by 20. 10,000 June. Upon activation, 1 point of speed attribute can be converted into 1 point of attack attribute. Demon Suppressing. Creates a small-scale barrier that prevents aberrant beasts and monsters from entering. Ineffective against targets above level 30. Both Hoi and Lin Peng were seasoned martial artists of notable discernment. The transformation of the Iron Staff 4 into the Mysterious Cold Iron Staff signifies that this item has reached an extraordinary level of refinement in Suyu's hands. In light of such an occurrence, both Hoi and Lin Peng are immensely grateful to Suyu. Of course, had it not been for Suyu's ability to effortlessly eliminate level 40 shape-shifting monsters, he might have been forcibly detained. Although he claims to use consumables for refining items, who truly knows the methods he employs? Nevertheless, Hoi and Lin Peng refrained from any irrational actions. In their hearts, they harbored not even a single illogical thought. The two swiftly arranged for individuals to transport the corpses of the exotic beasts and monsters from the auxiliary refuge to Suyu. Suyu, of course, did not decline. Regardless of the type of monster delivered, he utilized the soul-extracting dagger to refine them all. Maximize Utility Triggered. Attack 1. Defense 3. Maximize Utility Triggered. Life 100. Speed 5. Maximize Utility Triggered. Spirit 30. While Suyu busied himself with these tasks, the members of the illusory god-hunting team certainly took notice, yet they did not inquire further. Each individual possesses their own secrets, and Suyu is no exception. However, the group was indeed curious about what Suyu was engaged in. His current actions appeared to involve enhancing his equipment through some arcane method. Yet, the soul-extracting dagger in his possession seemed to remain unchanged. After approximately 3 hours, Suyu had transformed over 1,000 exotic beasts into various attribute points. He eagerly examined his upgraded status panel. Suyu, Class 1 Blacksmith. Level, LV.1950. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, your equipment refining will always succeed, with a chance to acquire mythic attributes. Class 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level, LV.1950. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consuming high-grade refined items can summon dimensional beings to descend for cooperative combat. Life, 12,300. Attack, 1,600, 300. Defense, 1,200, 300. Speed, 1,400, 300. Spirit, 1,200, 300. Energy, 1,200, 300. Warrior Path, level 30. 6-dimensional attribute points, 300. His current data panel is undeniably far superior to that of his former level 15 self. Having extracted a substantial amount of attack attributes using the soul extracting dagger, his attack value is now exceedingly formidable. It is noteworthy that the level 40 shape-shifting monster he recently confronted possessed only 1,500 attack points under normal circumstances. Even in a state of full eruption, its attack points barely reached around 2,000. Yet now, despite being merely level 19, he boasts an astonishing 1,900 attack points in his normal state. Should he employ the warrior path, sure 100 battles fist against an enemy, with a 20 attribute increase, he would possess an overwhelming 2,280 attack points. The average attack attribute for a level 19 warrior hovers around 285 points. Indeed, ordinary warriors at level 19 typically have attack attributes of merely about 285 points. Suyu has accumulated power steadily, and under the weight of his efforts, his combat prowess has grown exceedingly terrifying. If he were to further enhance this with the warrior path, sure 100 battle state, alongside the warrior path, blood-bathed soul state, his attack power would surge to an unfathomable 9,120 points. This attack attribute exceeds that of ordinary warriors of the same level by over 30-fold. The sole drawback is that this state can only be sustained for 60 seconds before succumbing to a state of weakness. Yet this duration is sufficient to accomplish a great many feats. Just as he had previously confronted the level 40 shape-shifting demon, with ample preparation and the application of the extreme celestial phantom to engage in close combat, he could eliminate his adversary in a mere second. Chapter 81. You all rest here while I take on the monster alone. Suyu was immensely pleased with his recent gains. After reviewing his attribute panel, he felt an even greater sense of assurance. He planned to travel from the auxiliary shelter to Shelter No. 9 to complete the task of hunting the level 40 shape-shifting monster. The Phantom God hunting squad was unlikely to encounter any significant issues from this point forward. Under normal circumstances, with the use of the warrior's path, sure 100 battles fist, his attack attribute reached an astounding 2,280 points. Based on prior experience, even at full strength, a level 40 shapeshifter could only muster around 2,000 points of power. Not only did Suyu possess an overwhelming attack attribute, but he was also a true hexagonal warrior in every sense. Moreover, with the extraordinary ability of Warrior's Path, Extreme Celestial Phantom, he was now capable of taking on the level 40 shapeshifter solo. As Suyu and the other members of the Phantom God hunting squad continued to recuperate, he began to contemplate more long-term matters. Given his current strength and growth trajectory, his chances of securing first place in the 6 rounds of selection at Shinsha University were remarkably high. Achieving first place would grant him access to a level 60 resource dungeon, thereby accelerating his progress. The path he had chosen for enhancing his strength was undoubtedly correct. He intended to continue elevating his levels within the warrior's path to gain additional 6-dimensional attribute bonuses. Furthermore, for every 10 ultimate warrior fruits consumed, there was a significant probability of acquiring an exceptional skill from the warrior's path. Suyu considered the cultivation of the warrior's path to be a long-term endeavor. An ordinary warrior fruit, after being refined 10 times, would transcend to become an ultimate warrior fruit. By consuming the ultimate warrior fruit, he could consistently enhance his 6-dimensional points while obtaining powerful skills. Thus, his next objective was to devise ways to acquire more warrior fruits, refine them, and utilize them for his cultivation of the warrior's path. This constituted his first long-term plan. His second long-term plan would revolve around the soul-binding dagger and the celestial toad. Once he had solidified his commitment to the continuous cultivation of the warrior's path, Suyu further contemplated the details of his second long-term plan. The soul-binding dagger's versatile attributes, though merely epic in tier, were exceedingly exceptional. In terms of strength enhancement, the soul-binding dagger was invaluable. While hostile warriors might not always be present, aberrant beasts and various monsters were inherently adversarial to human warriors, making them fair game for slaughter. Therefore, he needed to find an alternative piece of equipment that could serve as a substitute for the soul-binding dagger. He planned to refine either the soul-binding dagger or this new equipment to perfection, even if their attributes only shown in the late stages of the game as percentage-based bonuses. It would not matter, given that he would possess 2 pieces of equipment. In addition to these 2 plans focused on enhancing strength, he needed to establish a growth plan for becoming a top-tier powerhouse. Suyu envisioned this growth plan as one that involved gathering intelligence on top-tier powerhouses and comparing it to his own capabilities. He aimed to discern what was lacking for him to ascend to their ranks. His hidden profession, blacksmith, granted him a 100 success rate in refining. With this ability, he could continue to narrow the gap between himself and the top powerhouses. For the time being, he decided to focus on these 3 long-term plans: the Warrior's Path Cultivation Plan, the Attribute Extraction Plan, and the Powerhouse Growth Plan. In the coming days, most of his decisions and actions would revolve around these 3 plans. While other matters were certainly important, the issues encompassed by these 3 plans were undoubtedly of paramount importance. 3 hours swiftly passed. Suyu had recovered from the weakness induced by Warrior's Path, Bloodbath Soul. However, Yang Yu and Hua Langhai had yet to heal completely. Both were severely injured, especially Hua Langhai, who would need a day or 2 to recuperate, even with superior healing water. Suyu pondered for a moment, then turned to his comrades and spoke. After hunting that level 40 shapeshifter, I gained an immense amount of experience and leveled up to level 19. With my prior hunting experience, I now possess a thorough understanding of shapeshifters. I can undertake this hunt alone to complete the mission. My suggestion is for you all to continue resting here while I head to shelter number 9 to hunt the shapeshifter. The focus of our actions in the coming days should be on your growth. We are a team, and everyone must progress. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Qin Bingwe and the others were utterly astonished. Although they had previously witnessed Suyu's overwhelming display of power when he effortlessly dispatched the level 40 shapeshifter, they knew that his trump card required extensive preparation time. It seemed to necessitate a specific state maintained for 30 minutes to activate. They all contributed significantly to Suyu's success in that encounter. Without their support during those first 30 minutes, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to prevail. Yet now, having leveled up to 19, Suyu claimed he had the strength to solo a level 40 shapeshifter. What kind of prodigy was this? How terrifying was this revelation? The others could hardly fathom how he had grown so rapidly or how he possessed such formidable combat prowess at level 19. Even the renowned sword monarch had not been capable of facing a level 40 shapeshifter alone at that level. Qin Bingwe thought for a moment and suggested, "Those of us who are uninjured can provide support for the captain from the sidelines. If the captain does not require our assistance, we will refrain from intervening. However, should the captain encounter any unforeseen circumstances, we will be ready to provide timely support." After her remark, the others chimed in, expressing their agreement. "I agree. I concur. I have no objections." Not only the uninjured members voiced their support, even Hua Langhai spoke up. "Though I am injured, my Holy Heart Eye grants me excellent battlefield data collection abilities. I can analyze the battlefield situation and provide effective command. I believe everyone has experienced this recently. While I cannot continue to fight, I can offer intelligence support and strategic guidance from the rear." Yang Yu, meanwhile, had little to say. He simply grasped his long blade and casually declared, "As long as I still draw breath, I can join the fight." Suyu was taken aback by the decision made by his fellow members of the Phantom God Hunting Squad. It warmed his heart and moved him deeply. Chapter 82, A Deceptively Treacherous Trump Card, the Universal Trading Ticket. Although the members of the Phantom God Hunting Squad had only recently formed, they evidently cherished and recognized their camaraderie. After some consideration, Suyu changed his mind. His subsequent decisions would be beyond what anyone could have anticipated. Hua Langhai and Yang Yu would strive to recover enough to deal damage to the shapeshifter. Then the entire Phantom God Hunting Squad would mobilize to hunt the level 40 shapeshifter. I can exert my full strength to suppress this shapeshifter. You all can freely employ various means to inflict damage upon it. Our goal is that by the time the martial arts tower opens, all 10 members of the Phantom God Hunting Squad will have elevated their class levels to level 20. While hunting this shapeshifter, I will do my utmost to avoid inflicting damage myself. The more damage you deal to the shapeshifter, the greater the experience you will gain. Although this approach of hastening growth was fraught with potential pitfalls, however, everyone should first focus on elevating their professional ranks. Once the martial arts tower is opened, I will lead the team to steadily strengthen our abilities step by step within it. Suyu's words deeply moved every member of the illusory God Hunting team. Based on their understanding of Suyu, it was clear that he would gain the most benefit from acquiring a substantial amount of experience for himself. His current prowess was already formidable, and with an increase in his professional rank, his power would surge even further. Yet, he was willing to make such a significant concession by nurturing the entire team alongside him. If they had not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely have believed such an event could transpire. Among the illusory God Hunting team, Xiao Annie was known for her tears. Suyu's earlier remarks brought her, the mixed blood beauty, to tears, overwhelmed with emotion. She felt somewhat like a burden within the team, never expecting that the captain would not only accept her, but also dedicate himself to her continued growth and progress. Upon hearing Suyu's words, Hua Langhai hesitated for a moment before making a difficult decision. He produced a black ticket and shared its attributes with the others. Name, Universal Trading Ticket. Category, Consumable. Description, this is a universal trading ticket that allows one to engage in any transaction with an unfathomable, great existence. Upon seeing this black ticket, Qin Bingyue's gaze shifted to something peculiar. She looked at Hua Langhai and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to use this?" Before Hua Langhai could respond, Suyu curiously asked, "What is this?" Nearly all items possess hidden information beyond the surface details, and this item, known as the Universal Trading Ticket, undoubtedly held significant concealed knowledge. However, since Suyu had never encountered such an item before, he was unaware of its hidden implications. Upon hearing Suyu's question, Qin Bingyue divulged what she knew. This was a particularly unique trump card. The Universal Trading Ticket could facilitate nearly any transaction, except for acts of violence. The reason it could not be used for killing is that, for the nameless supreme entity, every living being is regarded as a client. Nevertheless, the cost of utilizing this item is exceedingly high. For instance, purchasing a bottle of mineral water normally costs just 1 credit point. However, if one were to use the Universal Trading Ticket to transact with the mysterious supreme being, it would require 100 credit points, elevating the price by 100-fold. Naturally, in critical situations, spending such an exorbitant amount could be justified. Hua Langhai likely intended to use this item to facilitate the healing of his and Yang Yu's injuries. After Qin Bingyue finished speaking, Hua Langhai nodded. However, he soon wore a bittersweet smile and said, "I just tested it, and completing this transaction requires 100 million credit points." While Hua Langhai came from a respectable background, it paled in comparison to Qin Bingyue's formidable influence. At that moment, Yang Yu's voice rang out, "I don't need a complete recovery. Half is sufficient." Hua Langhai shook his head. "That won't do. I intend for you to help share half the cost. In the future, you can give me 1/10 of your spoils. I am in no hurry to collect debts from you." In truth, Hua Langhai was not taking advantage of Yang Yu. Rather, it was Yang Yu who benefited from Hua Langhai. The Universal Trading Ticket itself was valued at 100 million. As a consumable item, it would be expended upon use. Thus, for this transaction, Hua Langhai's cost would amount to 150 million, while Yang Yu's would be 50 million. Subsequently, they were to participate in the 6th round of challenges within the martial arts tower. Before facing the tower, it was imperative for them to bolster their strengths as much as possible. Without waiting for Yang Yu to refuse, Hua Langhai directly utilized the Universal Trading Ticket. With a crackle, upon using the ticket, Hua Langhai's consciousness was transported to a pitch-black realm. In this abyss, a figure emanating a ghostly blue luminescence appeared. Hua Langhai could not discern the being's name, but could see its level. Name? Level. LV-100, beyond 10. Beyond these 2 pieces of information, Hua Langhai could glean nothing more. Yet, even this bare knowledge was staggering. Once a martial artist reaches LV-100, they attain the maximum level. However, even after reaching this pinnacle, one can continue to cultivate and enhance their abilities, achieving breakthroughs. Every 100 breakthroughs allow for an increase in the transcendental level by 1. In the darkness, this unfathomable entity had not only reached maximum level, but had also completed 901 breakthroughs. The power of this being far surpassed Hua Langhai's current understanding. After all, within the human alliance, the strongest transcendent after reaching level 100 is reputed to be only LV-100, beyond 6, having accomplished 600 breakthroughs beyond their limits. Of course, such beings were still a distant reality for both Hua Langhai and Suyu. "What do you wish to trade?" A voice with magnetic resonance echoed through the dark expanse. Hua Langhai quickly replied, "I want both myself and my teammate Yang Yu to fully recover to our prime states." Upon hearing this, the enigmatic entity in the darkness responded, "Agreed, 100 million. With those 5 words, a virtual panel materialized before Hua Langhai's eyes. As soon as he consented, the transaction could proceed. Despite feeling a pinch at the cost, Hua Langhai acquiesced to the deal. Agreed. After he consented to the transaction, his account immediately reflected a deduction of 100 million credit points. Chapter 83, The Mission Begins. Entering the Fallen Sanctuary. At the same time, the injuries on both him and Yang Yu completely vanished. Suyu had been observing Hua Langhai and Yang Yu with his mental prowess. He was genuinely astonished. Just a moment ago, both had been grievously wounded. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their injuries had miraculously disappeared. Not only was Suyu taken aback, but the other team members were equally astonished by the spectacle. After all, items like the Universal Trading Ticket were beyond the reach of most individuals. Once Suyu confirmed that both Hua Langhai and Yang Yu had recovered, he stated, "Since you are both restored, let us set off." The remaining time for the team was scant, just over 6 days. If the illusory god hunting team wished to elevate all members to LV-20, they would need to exert considerable effort. After all, even after slaying a LV-40 shape-shifting beast, Suyu's profession level had only risen to 19. As Suyu and his team descended from the 2nd floor of the building, they spotted Hoi and Linpong. Hoi approached proactively to converse with Suyu. "Captain Suyu, are you ready to commence your mission?" Suyu nodded slightly, indeed. Hoi continued, "Is there anything we can assist you with? If you require additional warriors to accompany you, we can arrange that." Suyu promptly declined. Having other warriors join would dilute the experience points. He was determined to lead the illusory god hunting team to swiftly ascend to level 20. With unwavering confidence, Suyu smiled and said, "We do not require any assistance. However, You may observe from a distance. We shall proceed first. Should you wish to join us in observing the battle, please ensure your safety, Suyu declared. Opting not to engage in conversation with Hoi, and instead made his way directly to Shelter Number 9, adjacent to the auxiliary refuge. The inhabitants of Shelter No. 9 had largely evacuated to the auxiliary shelter, leaving the original Shelter Number 9 to become a territory dominated by the shape-shifting aberrations and various other monstrous entities. Suyu, of course, paid little heed to these creatures. They served merely as experience packages for the illusion god-hunting team. Furthermore, the corpses of these monsters could be harvested for attributes. Suyu and his companions swiftly passed through the protective barrier, stepping into the external world. This barrier was impervious to entry from the outside, but permitted easy egress. Upon entering the former Shelter Number 9, they discovered it had been transformed into a veritable wasteland. The landscape was littered with an assortment of aberrations and numerous unfamiliar monsters. Yet, the level 40 shapeshifter was not difficult to locate amidst the throng of creatures. Its presence was strikingly conspicuous, radiating the strongest energy fluctuations among them. As Suyu approached the shapeshifter, he addressed his teammates. Let us engage together. Cast aside all reservations and strike boldly. When confronting this foe, I assure you that I will be ready to assist anyone in need, regardless of the circumstances. Suyu spoke with conviction. His attributes in attack and speed, along with his other abilities, surpassed those of this level 40 shapeshifter. As long as he remained vigilant, the shapeshifter posed no threat to the illusion god-hunting team. However, prior to their arrival, the shapeshifter had indulged itself in a gruesome feast, devouring various aberrations, other monsters, and even the remains of fallen warriors. Just as Suyu arrived, he witnessed the shapeshifter voraciously consuming the corpse of a deceased child. Although seasoned warriors are accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death, such a scene evoked profound revulsion. With a sudden, powerful punch, Suyu unleashed a blood-red shockwave imbued with tremendous force towards the shapeshifter. As it approached, the shockwave expanded to the size of a large water tank. The power behind Suyu's strike was formidable. The moment his punch was unleashed, the shapeshifter, taken aback by the sheer speed, found itself unable to evade. The shockwave collided with its massive form, sending it hurtling backward. This shapeshifter was considerably larger than the previous one they had dispatched, standing taller than a two-story building. While the current one, adorned with black and white stripes, towered at 2.5 stories high. Enraged by the impact, the shapeshifter let out a terrifying roar. Qin Bingyue and her companions, along with Hoi and Lin Peng positioned further back, were utterly astonished. They had recently witnessed Suyu's battle with the previous shapeshifter, and in such a brief time, he had managed to ascend 3 levels. How could he have experienced such remarkable growth to the extent that he could now send a shapeshifter flying with a single punch? In the midst of their astonishment, Suyu executed the Extreme Sky Illusion Body, swiftly appearing before the shapeshifter. If he desired to eliminate this creature, he could unleash a tempestuous barrage of attacks to bring it down. However, the growth he experienced from leveling up was not of paramount importance to him. Armed with the soul-reaping dagger and the heavenly demon toad, his power could continue to ascend even without the need for divine levels. His current use of the Extreme Sky Illusion Body to appear around the shapeshifter was merely to leave behind numerous illusionary marks, allowing him to materialize at various locations during the battle to assist his teammates. Suyu deftly maneuvered around the shapeshifter, and as his companions observed this display, they became fully convinced of his capability to confront the level 40 shapeshifter in single combat. Moreover, with his extraordinary agility, Suyu could even elevate the entire team's performance. Without Suyu's formidable strength and unparalleled speed as a safeguard, it would have been impossible for the team to inflict significant damage on the shapeshifter and thereby accrue abundant experience. After engaging in a lively dance of battle with the shapeshifter, Qin Bingyue and the others gradually approached. Suyu's effortless performance instilled a sense of reassurance among them. The recent elevation in his professional level seemed to have granted Suyu immense growth. Chapter 84. Unable to fight, unable to flee. Suyu's voice soon reached everyone's ears. Fear not as you engage. There is no need to worry about other matters. After we vanquish this shapeshifter, we shall scour this area for all aberrations and monsters. However, I require the corpses of these creatures to enhance our weapons. His final statement was, of course, a benevolent fabrication. The members of the illusion god hunting team had no objections to Suyu's directives and readily assented. Subsequently, they followed Suyu's strategy and initiated their assault on the shapeshifter. The creature, gluttonous as ever, began to consume the corpse of a fallen warrior amidst the onslaught. Suyu and his companions had already intended to slay the shapeshifter, and its repugnant actions only served to hasten its demise. With a resounding crash, Qin Bingyue wielded her platinum staff and was the first to strike. An ice spear, brimming with chilling energy, materialized in an instant and shot forth towards the shapeshifter. The spear sliced through the air and struck the shapeshifter, leaving a penetrating wound despite its tough hide. However, the subsequent moment revealed that the shapeshifter's regenerative abilities were significantly more formidable than those of its predecessor. The wound began to close at an alarming rate after the ice spear was removed. Upon witnessing this, Hualanghai immediately alerted everyone, "Be cautious. This shapeshifter possesses astonishing healing capabilities. We must inflict continuous damage and deny it any opportunity to recover." Even without Hualanghai's warning, the others understood this implicitly. Thus, they launched a relentless assault on the shapeshifter without hesitation. This, after all, was a level 40 shapeshifter, and it was not one to passively endure attacks. As the illusion god hunting team commenced their offensive, the shapeshifter instinctively targeted Yangyu, the weakest among them. These monsters exhibited a surprising degree of intelligence, quickly identifying and exploiting the vulnerabilities within the illusion god hunting team. Yet, Suyu would not allow the shapeshifter to prevail. He instantaneously employed the extreme sky illusion body, swiftly relocating Yangyu to a considerably safer position. As the team witnessed Suyu's effortless rescue, they were filled with a renewed sense of confidence. It was evident that Suyu's power had escalated to a truly formidable level. From this point onward, all they needed to do was follow the instructions of their captain, Suyu. As the great battle erupted in the distance, Hoi and Lin Peng observed from afar. Although Hoi possessed formidable strength, he found himself perplexed by Suyu's actions. He inquired, "Your Excellency Lin Peng, what is Suyu attempting to accomplish?" After keenly observing for some time, Hoi acknowledged the undeniable prowess of Suyu. However, for reasons unknown, Suyu refrained from directly engaging the shape-shifting demon, instead opting to safeguard his teammates. From Hoi's perspective, had Suyu chosen to unleash his full power alongside his allies, the illusory god-hunting team would undoubtedly have overwhelmed the demon without resistance. Initially, Lin Peng too was at a loss, but soon he grasped the underlying strategy. With clarity, he confirmed his suspicions about Suyu's true intentions. Hoi was soon taken aback by Lin Peng's revelation. Captain Suyu possessed sufficient strength to vanquish the shape-shifting demon single-handedly. His current focus was to create an optimal environment for his teammates to strike, fostering their growth collectively. After all, once the demon was defeated, all would reap substantial experience rewards. The words of Lin Peng resonated with Hoi and his fellow martial artists, yet they were still somewhat incredulous. The notion that Suyu was willing to temporarily forego his own interests for the sake of his team's development was indeed astounding. However, this remarkable event unfolded before their very eyes. With Suyu's formidable strength serving as a shield, the shape-shifting demon stood no chance against the illusory god-hunting team. Under Suyu's protection, everyone was free to attack without concern for defense. Buzzing around Wang Ying, countless gusts of wind energy swiftly coalesced, gradually forming a colossal wind blade measuring 10 meters in length. This immense wind blade appeared to be Wang Ying's newfound ability. As the blade took shape, an aura of danger permeated the surroundings. Wang Ying perceived the potency of his ability, albeit with a certain degree of anticipation, as this skill required considerable preparation time before activation. In the ever-shifting battlefield, he would typically lack the opportunity to employ such a technique. However, with Suyu safeguarding the group, he found himself in the perfect position to test just how formidable his ability truly was. The other members of the illusory god-hunting team soon followed suit, cautiously employing their own powerful abilities once assured of their safety. Whenever the demon attempted to retaliate, Suyu would counter with striking force, delivering powerful blows that sent the creature reeling. The demon, displaying considerable intelligence, quickly realized after enduring a few of Suyu's strikes that the other martial artists of the illusory god-hunting team were relatively mediocre. But Suyu's strength was undeniably formidable. After a brief moment of contemplation, the shape-shifting demon chose to flee. With Suyu's might, coupled with the presence of several teammates, remaining in combat was evidently unwise. Nowhere to run, Suyu's figure flickered as he activated the extreme sky phantom technique, appearing directly before the demon. With a thunderous crash, the shape-shifting demon, without hesitation, raised its claw to strike. Faced with this terrifying blow, Suyu did not flinch. He chose to meet it head-on. Bang, bang, bang. Suyu's punch bore an astonishing attack attribute of 180 points. While the demon possessed exceptional self-healing capabilities, its offensive power was somewhat lacking, even at its peak explosion, only reaching around 600 points. Consequently, Suyu's strike sent the demon staggering backward. After retreating a few steps, the demon seized the corpse of a nearby beast and began to devour it, rapidly regaining its strength. Suyu now understood that the demon's advantages lay in its self-healing and recovery abilities, allowing it to recuperate swiftly by consuming flesh and blood. In this chaotic environment, where an abundance of beasts, monsters, and fallen martial artists lay, it would be exceedingly challenging to slay the shape-shifting demon without his overwhelming strength. This realization prompted Suyu to decide to take action, swiftly collaborating with the illusory god-hunting team to eliminate the demon. Enough testing your abilities on this shape-shifting demon, Suyu declared. Its self-healing and recovery skills are remarkable. After consuming flesh, it can quickly regain its strength. I will engage appropriately to assist in its downfall. Upon hearing this, the members of the illusory god-hunting team readily concurred. Suyu's formidable prowess had instilled confidence in them. allowing them to boldly test their abilities. However, they had also recognized the difficulty in vanquishing this demon. Prolonging the battle would only serve to disadvantage them. Just as they prepared to join forces, an unexpected event unfolded. Suddenly, a burst of blood mist erupted from the demon's heart, and a golden cicada flew out from within. The once vibrant demon instantly succumbed to weakness, its massive form collapsing to the ground. Tsuyu was astounded to discover that the shape-shifting demon harbored a holy golden cicada within its heart. The cicada must have devoured a significant amount of the demon's life force. If the demon survived this encounter, the cicada would undoubtedly continue to consume its vitality. The tremendous energy absorbed by the cicada might ultimately serve to enhance its own power. This unforeseen turn of events left Qin Bingwei and her companions momentarily stunned. However, the illusory god hunting team's response was swift. Qin Bingwei urged, "Tsuyu, see if you can pursue that cicada. It is a six-winged holy golden cicada, a treasure of remarkable versatility." Acknowledging her command with a nod, Tsuyu sprinted in the direction the cicada had fled. Meanwhile, the shape-shifting demon continued to weaken. The six-winged holy golden cicada was acting quite unscrupulously, having consumed the demon's life force for so long, only to drain it nearly entirely upon sensing its impending demise. Even in his normal state, Tsuyu could barely keep pace with the cicada, and as he chased after it, he noticed that it possessed only 2 wings. Despite its name, it seemed the cicada had not hatched for long. Shura 100 battles, state activated, enhancing all 6 dimensions by 200. Current battle intent, 100. Having battled the demon for quite some time, Tsuyu found himself in pursuit of the cicada for nearly 30 minutes. With the activation of the Shura 100 battles state, he opted not to continue using the warrior's blood battle soul state. With a surge of speed, Tsuyu doubled his velocity and quickly employed the extreme sky phantom technique. Appearing directly before the 6-winged, holy golden cicada. Startled by his sudden presence, the cicada attempted to evade. Yet, its current speed was no match for Tsuyu's. With a swift motion, Tsuyu intercepted the cicada once more, though he was still uncertain how to handle it. Moreover, this creature possesses a certain degree of peril. The level 40 transmogrification demon was effortlessly dispatched by the 6-winged sacred golden cicada. After some contemplation, Tsuyu resolved to bring back the deceased 6-winged sacred golden cicada. Just as Tsuyu's thoughts shifted, the 6-winged sacred golden cicada immediately pleaded for mercy. "Spare me. I am a benevolent cicada." A voice, reminiscent of a tender young boy around 4 or 5 years of age, emanated from the cicada. Tsuyu was taken aback. This creature could actually speak. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his intention. The 6-winged sacred golden cicada was far too dangerous, and it was best to eliminate it first. Otherwise, if it were to inflict a wound upon his heart, it would be too late for regrets. The 6-winged sacred golden cicada could sense malice. Upon realizing that Tsuyu still intended to kill it, it quickly continued to beg for mercy. "Spare me. I can form a pact with you. I am not so ferocious. I can share my previous memories with you." As it spoke, a wave of mental energy was transmitted to Tsuyu. After confirming that these mental fluctuations were merely fragments of memories, he decided to take a look. Tsuyu then beheld a scene within a forest, where a girl of about 18 or 19 years was slowly collapsing to the ground. This girl was a martial artist. Upon entering the forest, she was drenched in blood. After she fell, she coughed up a stream of blood, which contained even fragments of her internal organs. It was evident that this martial artist was doomed. Yet, at that moment, a 6-winged sacred golden cicada, which had not yet developed a pair of wings, transformed into a beam of golden light and entered the heart of the girl. Then, Tsuyu witnessed the cicada's terrifying healing abilities. The martial artist, whose internal organs were utterly shattered, was miraculously saved by the 6-winged sacred golden cicada. However, her misfortune did not end there. In the subsequent memory fragment, she was devoured by the transmogrification demon, the very level 40 creature that had earlier killed her. Thus, the 6-winged sacred golden cicada was also swallowed by the demon. The cicada then concealed itself within the heart of the transmogrification demon, consuming its life energy. The demon was utterly oblivious to the presence of such a creature within its heart, allowing the 6-winged sacred golden cicada to live quite comfortably. Initially, the cicada had not even developed wings. After spending a considerable amount of time within the demon's heart, it eventually sprouted a pair of translucent golden wings. Sensing that the transmogrification demon was nearing its end, it boldly acted first, directly devouring nearly 60% of the demon's life energy before bursting forth from its heart and making its escape. It seemed that this 6-winged sacred golden cicada was indeed a noble creature. Thus far, it had revived a martial artist who should have perished and had slain a transmogrification demon. As for the other fragments of memory, they depicted the cicada's bewildered moments upon hatching. In summary, this creature had not committed any malevolent acts. Given this, it was certainly permissible for him to form a spirit pet contract with the 6-winged sacred golden cicada. Tsuyu was temporarily unaware of the cicada's other capabilities. However, he had already witnessed its healing prowess. As long as there was still a breath of life, the cicada could resurrect the fallen. Without further delay, He utilized the system to establish a spirit pet contract with the six-winged sacred golden cicada. Upon the completion of the contract, he would be able to view the cicada's attributes. Chapter 86. The contract is formed. Acquired first premium spirit pet. Contract generated. Does Suyu wish to establish a spirit pet contract with the six-winged sacred golden cicada? Naturally. The six-winged sacred golden cicada was reluctant to enter into a spirit pet contract with Suyu. It had previously enjoyed a comfortable existence hidden within the heart of the level 40 transmogrification demon. Becoming Suyu's contracted spirit pet would strip it of that freedom. However, it had no choice. It was now at Suyu's mercy. It could either obediently form a spirit pet contract or face annihilation at his hands. The cicada had witnessed Suyu's formidable strength while concealed in the heart of the level 40 transmogrification demon. Despite Suyu's current profession level being merely level 19, he had toyed with the level 40 demon as if it were a mere plaything. The demon had exerted all its might, yet could not inflict even a scratch on Suyu. Should it have been able to escape with speed, all would have been well. Yet, since it could not rely on speed to flee, it had no choice but to submit. Establishing spirit pet contract. Establishing spirit pet contract. Suyu and the six-winged sacred golden cicada swiftly and smoothly formed the spirit pet contract through the system. The spirit pet belonged to Suyu. Just as he could view the attributes of his equipment, he could also inspect the attributes of his spirit pet. Name: Six-winged sacred golden cicada. Level: LV20. Category: Spirit pet. Description: 1. The six-winged sacred golden cicada is a top-tier healing spirit pet, possessing near-revival healing capabilities. Description: 2. The six-winged sacred golden cicada is born wingless. For each additional pair of wings, it gains 2 growth-type attributes. Attributes: Qi Huang, legendary, growth; Changshang, mythical. Sun Guang, legendary, growth. Qi Huang, a growth-type attribute that can reach mythical level at its highest. Qi Huang possesses an exceptionally potent healing ability, surpassing that of elite healing water. Changshang consumes all stored holy power within to resurrect a dying individual. Sun Guang, upon acquiring 2 wings, it will achieve a flight speed that rivals or surpasses that of similarly leveled creatures. For each additional pair of wings, speed increases exponentially, ultimately reaching 800 of its original speed. After reviewing the attributes panel of the six-winged sacred golden cicada, Suyu could not help but feel immense joy. This little creature was truly remarkable. Currently, the six-winged sacred golden cicada was only at level 20, yet it had outmaneuvered the level 40 transmogrification demon. Moreover, it had almost obliterated the demon after bursting forth from its heart. Additionally, the cicada's growth attributes were exceptionally impressive as its wings increased. It could potentially possess up to 7 mythical attributes. An item possessing even a single mythical attribute is already deemed a mythical item. Once the six-winged sacred golden cicada fully matures, it could possess no less than 7 mythical attributes, underscoring its immense value. The cicada's abilities were also exceedingly useful. Its first ability, Qi Huang, was a formidable healing spell, with effects surpassing that of elite healing water. Its second ability, Changshang, was astonishing. As long as a person had a breath of life left, they could be revived. However, utilizing this ability required the cicada to expend all its stored holy power. Its third ability was also remarkably advantageous. Once it developed 3 pairs of wings and truly became a six-winged sacred golden cicada, its speed attribute could soar to an astounding 800 of its original value. In Suyu's current state, Battle Soldier Path, Shura of 100 battles. Combined with Battle Soldier Path, Blood-Bathing War Soul, his speed attribute could only be enhanced to 400 of its original value. And this state could be maintained for only 60 seconds. The six-winged sacred golden cicada, however, had wings sprouting from its back and could utilize them as it pleased. Upon forming the spirit pet contract with the six-winged sacred golden cicada, Suyu was in exceptionally high spirits. He had truly struck gold this time. He was also grateful for Qin Bing Yue's timely reminder. Otherwise, he would have missed out on such a treasure. Soon, Suyu arrived at Shelter No. 9 and was greeted by a scene that left him utterly astonished. The level 40 transmogrification demon was already on the brink of death. However, just as it was on the brink of utter demise, Wang Ying would always produce a vial of superior healing water to grant the shapeshifter a fleeting breath of life. Suyu flickered into existence before the gathered crowd, with the resplendent six-winged holy golden cicada, resembling amber, perched upon his shoulder. Upon his arrival, Suyu immediately inquired, "What are you all up to?" He found himself somewhat perplexed by the actions of his adorable teammates. Suyu's almost instantaneous appearance startled Wang Ying and the others. Once they recognized that it was Suyu who had come forth, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Wang Ying then explained, "Boss, it would be best if you delivered the final blow. The other damage was inflicted by us, so this way, you can also gain some experience." Suyu waved his hand dismissively. "No need, let Yanyu handle the kill. Our illusion god hunting team must grow together. When we first faced that level 40 shapeshifter, if our strength had not kept pace, we would have been forced to flee. If we cannot vanquish the shapeshifter, I will be unable to rapidly snowball my growth and acquire the ability to confront it. The requirement remains the same. When we depart from the D-Class Disaster Dungeon, all members of the Illusion God Hunting Team must reach level 20. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Yang Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately unsheathed his long blade. With a resounding clash, he struck down the shapeshifter's head with decisive force. Yang Yu refrained from uttering any sentimental words, yet in his heart, he had already made a silent vow. From this day forth, he would follow Su Yu. With the demise of the level 40 shapeshifter, waves of power fluctuations from the resulting level-ups spread throughout the area. Even the six-winged holy golden cicada garnered a significant amount of experience, ascending from level 20 to level 21. The other members of the Illusion God Hunting Team leveled up to levels 16 and 17, with Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai reaching the pinnacle at level 17, while the rest remained at level 16. It was inevitable. Previously, when they had slain the level 40 shapeshifter, Su Yu had nearly monopolized the experience, leading to his exponential growth. This time, however, all 10 of them, along with the six-winged holy golden cicada, shared the experience. After dividing the experience, the most significant growth was observed in Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai, who merely reached level 17. After dispatching the level 40 shapeshifter, Su Yu proceeded to arrange the next steps for the Illusion God Hunting Team. They commenced a thorough sweep of the surrounding Area 9, targeting the aberrant beasts and various monsters within and without. Should any trouble arise, they were to seek his assistance without hesitation. Everyone diligently endeavored to level up, and once they had eradicated all the aberrant beasts and monsters in the vicinity, they would transition to another location. Chapter 87. The Decision of the Temporary Administrator. All hands on deck. As Su Yu concluded his instructions, Qin Bingyue nodded slightly, and Hua Langhai and the others followed suit with affirming gestures. In the distance, Hoi and Lin Peng were soon to be seen. The members of the Illusion God Hunting Team, having defeated the level 40 shapeshifter, began hunting other invading aberrant beasts and monsters. Observing this scene, Hoi immediately remarked, "Lord Lin Peng, might we request the administrator to dispatch the warriors of the refuge to join the fray?" There were still numerous survivors within the refuge. If they commenced the hunt for the remaining aberrant beasts and monsters now, more survivors could be rescued. Lin Peng shook his head in response. The infiltration of the shapeshifter into Area 9 has been extensive. For a considerable time, we have been too complacent. This recent crisis has inflicted severe losses upon Area 9. The remaining warriors cannot withstand even the slightest additional loss. Whether these survivors will ultimately be saved is contingent upon their fortune. Lin Peng's words carried a certain coldness. Yet, it was unavoidable. The warriors were the foundation upon which the refuge stood. As it stood, Area 9 was gravely weakened. Not a single warrior could afford to perish. The current administrator of Area 9 was a newly elected figure, Eliza. The prior administrator had been consumed by shapeshifters at some point. A chilling thought that sent shivers down one's spine whenever recalled. However, just as Lin Peng finished speaking, an unexpected voice interjected. All remaining warriors of Area 9 should participate in the rescue. The voice emanated from behind Hoi and Lin Peng. Belonging to a translucent energy figure, a beautiful woman with silver hair, the administrator of Area 7, Eliza. While her true form resided in Area 7, her energy avatars were present in all 10 refuges. With Area 9 currently leaderless, Eliza had stepped in to temporarily assume the role of its administrator. Eliza was immensely powerful, boasting a level 40 prowess as a psycho-sorceress. However, her energy avatars possessed only around level 30 strength, and her expertise lay more in research and creation than in direct combat. Many of the devices across the 10 refuges were the fruits of her scientific endeavors. Upon hearing Eliza's proposal, Lin Peng's brow furrowed. "Madam Eliza, I must respectfully decline. Currently, there are only 300 warriors left in Area 9. Maintaining the operation of the refuge with such a number is already exceedingly difficult. If we sustain any further casualties in the upcoming battles, Area may 9th not be able to continue functioning." Eliza shook her head in response. "That is a matter for later. The immediate priority is to rescue the people. I will coordinate with the other 9 refuges to ensure that each one provides at least 20 warriors to support Area 9. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng let out a sigh of relief. If that were the case, they could indeed join the battle. Moreover, he was not entirely heartless. After all, even his son had not managed to evacuate safely. He remained unaware of whether his son was alive or hiding somewhere. However, with only 300 warriors left in Area 9, they could not afford any further losses. Thus, even though the whereabouts of his son were uncertain, he had initially opposed allowing the remaining warriors of Area 9 to engage in further combat. Now, with Madame Eliza's assurance, they could fight valiantly for their friends and family. For those who had perished, within the auxiliary refuge, approximately 300 warriors, upon receiving the summons, promptly returned to Area 9 to partake in the battle. As more and more warriors joined the fray, numerous survivors, who had been hiding in various locations, emerged in trepidation. A considerable number of non-combatants also exited the protective barriers of the auxiliary refuge. They lacked formidable combat prowess and found it quite challenging to confront aberrant beasts around level 10. Yet, they chose this moment to step forward and aid the survivors. Suyu had initially intended to reserve all experience for the members of the illusion god hunting team, allowing his cherished teammates to level up expeditiously. However, upon witnessing the multitude of warriors from the auxiliary refuge engaging in combat against aberrant beasts and monsters, and even some non-combatants participating in the rescue, he resolved to lend a hand. He had left numerous Extreme Sky illusion body marks throughout Area 9. As long as he wished, he could continuously employ Extreme Sky illusion body to swap positions and rescue those in peril. The members of Area 9 were now bravely stepping forward to assist in the rescue. Although the warriors of the illusion god hunting team were immensely powerful, having triumphed over the level 40 shapeshifter, a vast number of aberrant beasts and various monsters continued to roam within and around Area 9. After they departed from the protective barrier of the affiliated shelter, they found themselves perpetually at the mercy of death. Iron Hand was merely an ordinary warrior of Shelter No. 9, not truly a warrior by any conventional definition. His status as a warrior was ascribed to him due to a catastrophic incident during a beastly upheaval, resulting in the loss of his right arm. Subsequently, his right arm was replaced with a mechanical limb that exuded a foul odor reminiscent of machine oil. It was this very prosthetic that endowed him with the capacity to confront the monstrous beasts. The mechanical arm was integrated with a walking exoskeleton that appeared rather rudimentary, resembling a collection of steel pipes and metal strips affixed to his body. However, both the exoskeleton and the mechanical arm were equipped with an array of sensors and independent microprocessors, enabling him to contend with the beasts on the battlefield. Yet, the exoskeleton, lacking the prowess of a nanotech suit, did not offer substantial defensive capabilities. Thus, he remained in considerable peril, especially amidst the chaos of battle. Boom, 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 crack, crack. Iron Hand used his mechanical arm to shatter a collapsed wall and rescue two injured, bleeding children trapped beneath. "Brother Iron Hand," the two boys cried out, bursting into tears upon seeing him. As a wanderer, Iron Hand's mechanical arm was a gift from Shelter No. 9, and during his time there, he was willing to undertake any task to assist others. Consequently, many within Shelter No. 9 recognized him. After extricating the two children, Iron Hand promptly utilized his portable medical kit to tend to their wounds. Both children bore significant injuries, with numerous lacerations adorning their bodies. However, they seemed to have received rudimentary treatment. Otherwise, they would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. Chapter 88, Level 30 Bloodthirsty Bear, You Say to Kill. While he treated their injuries, Iron Hand inquired, "Has anyone attended to you before?" One of the boys immediately nodded in response. A sister was trapped beneath the rubble. Our cries were heard by her, and she used her abilities to perform first aid from a distance. But she hasn't spoken for a long time. Upon hearing this, Iron Hand hastened his treatment of the two. After administering basic care, he approached the entrance of the debris and called out, "Is anyone there? Can you hear me? I am Iron Hand, here to rescue you." After several calls, a sweet yet feeble voice responded from below. "Iron Hand, did you save those two children? It seems there is still fighting outside. You should move to a safe location. My leg is broken, and I am pinned down by heavy debris. You cannot save me." Recognizing the voice, Iron Hand instantly identified the trapped individual as Dr. Bai, a physician from the shelter. Like him, she had once been a homeless wanderer. After being taken in by Shelter No. 9, she had learned medical skills and obtained a medic profession card, becoming a healer with exceptional medical abilities. Realizing who was trapped, Iron Hand intensified his efforts to rescue her. Initially, he relied on his exoskeleton and mechanical arm to relatively easily move the heavy objects. However, after a while, the energy of his exoskeleton dwindled to a mere 15, barely sustaining its most basic functions. This depletion rendered his efforts to aid Dr. Bai increasingly arduous. Eventually, he found himself struggling with only his left arm to clear the debris. After considerable effort, he finally laid eyes on Dr. Bai. Though a heavy steel beam lay across her leg, Iron Hand immediately reactivated his mechanical arm and exoskeleton to lift the beam away. Bai looked at Iron Hand, deeply moved. In the next moment, she performed an astonishing act that left him in shock. With a sharp, energy scalpel, she amputated her own right leg, which was nearly reduced to a pulp. She sought to follow Iron Hand. It was her only option. Subsequently, she employed healing art to staunch the bleeding and mend her wounds. Once she completed this, Bai grabbed a spear for support and struggled to rise. Upon seeing Iron Hand's left hand, now a bloody mess from clearing obstacles, she gratefully took his hand and used healing art to treat him. However, at that moment, the two children suddenly shouted, "A bear! A bear is coming!" Iron Hand and Bai turned to look, and despair washed over them. A level 30, bloodthirsty bear was approaching them. Many warriors from Shelter No. 9 were being pursued by this fearsome creature. Even the warriors found themselves in dire straits before the bloodthirsty bear. Iron Hand's exoskeleton was now in standby mode, maintaining only its most basic functions. While Bai had lost a leg, faced with a level 30 bloodthirsty bear, even in optimal condition, they would struggle to escape, let alone in their current severely compromised states. Iron Hand felt a profound sense of hopelessness. He understood that death was imminent. The bloodthirsty bear had already locked onto them. Within the affiliated shelter, many had been monitoring Iron Hand, and by through drones. Their plight had been a heartwarming scene amidst the disaster, yet now it appeared they were doomed. Not only were their lives at stake, but also the lives of the 2 children Iron Hand had rescued. Numerous warriors, witnessing the situation, longed to rush to their aid. But they were still far away and lacked the strength to confront a level 30 bloodthirsty bear. This beast was notoriously savage and relished in slaughter. Any living creature that crossed its path was likely to be brutally slain. The drone footage showed the bloodthirsty bear charging at Iron Hand, and the 2 children behind them. Many could not bear to watch any longer, knowing that in the next moment, Iron Hand and would be utterly torn apart. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In the nick of time, a figure suddenly appeared before Iron Hand, and as if summoned by fate. The shadow clad in black was none other than Suyu. When Suyu had previously toyed with the shape-shifting demon, the inhabitants of the affiliated shelter had not yet deployed drones for observation, leaving them oblivious to the extent of his power. As his figure materialized, many felt a surge of hope that Iron Hand and the others might be saved. However, despair soon settled in when they realized that Suyu was only at level 19. How could he possibly contend with a level 30 bloodthirsty bear? Upon seeing Suyu, Iron Hand, though terrified, urged, "Sir, if you can escape, you should do so." His words were not born from cowardice, but from a desire to spare Suyu from sharing their grim fate. Suyu, hearing Iron Hand's plea, displayed an expression of bemusement. Escape from this creature? Is that truly necessary? Without further ado, Suyu took the initiative to act. What unfolded next was an unforgettable spectacle for all those in the affiliated shelter. With a swift motion, Suyu enveloped himself in a crimson aura of martial energy. His form transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, instantly appearing beside the level 30 bloodthirsty bear, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! A resonating explosion echoed as the level 30 bloodthirsty bear was brutally sent flying. Its head struck by Suyu's formidable kick. This astonishing scene left all witnesses utterly astounded. Within the affiliated shelter, many were fixated on the large screen displaying the footage relayed by the drones ahead. No one had anticipated that Suyu, a mere level 19, could annihilate a level 30 bloodthirsty bear in a single encounter. Suddenly, the crowd in the affiliated shelter collectively gasped in disbelief. Every gaze directed at Suyu was one of sheer astonishment, jaws agape, utterly shocked. They could scarcely fathom such an event unfolding. Suyu had, with just one strike, obliterated the level 30 bloodthirsty bear. Chapter 89. The God of War descends. A single person stands against the tide of monsters. After the initial shock, the crowd soon received even more astonishing news. There was no need for such astonishment. This warrior was the captain of the illusion god hunting team, Suyu. Previously, the level 40 shape-shifting monsters in the affiliated shelter, as well as those in shelter number 9, had mostly fallen to his prowess. The announcement plunged the venue into a profound silence. Suyu, at level 19, possessed the ability to slay level 40 monsters. What an extraordinary feat. On the large screen, after Suyu dispatched the level 30 bloodthirsty bear, he ventured outside shelter number 9. Much of his recent efforts have been focused on preventing more aberrations and monsters from breaching shelter number 9. Members of the illusion god hunting team had also largely shifted their focus outside shelter number 9. Otherwise, those monitoring the battlefield via drones would have already witnessed Suyu's invincible prowess. In a flash, Suyu returned to the battlefield outside shelter number 9. The onlookers, previously unaware of the existence of another battlefield outside shelter number 9, now understood. Numerous drones swiftly approached the site, although Suyu's earlier display had already left them astonished. Upon witnessing the battlefield outside shelter number 9, they comprehended that his prior actions were merely the tip of the iceberg. Despite the fall of shelter number 9, the onslaught of aberrations and various monsters did not wane. The reason they hadn't seen the overwhelming tide of aberrations and monsters surging in like a relentless wave was due to Suyu leading the illusion god hunting team members in repelling nearly 90% of them from entering shelter no. 9. The drone operators couldn't help but focus their observations on Suyu. The Suyu on the battlefield outside the shelter was nothing short of a god of war descended from the heavens. They clearly saw Suyu, bathed in a sanguine aura of martial energy, charging through the throngs of aberrations with unparalleled ferocity. Any aberration or monster that dared approach him was met with certain death. He was single-handedly pushing back the tide of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Unbeknownst to Suyu, his battle footage was being broadcasted on the large screen in the affiliated shelter. Initially, he had hoped to allow Qin Bingwei and the others to level up swiftly. However, the sheer number of monsters that had appeared left him with no choice but to intervene. His battle soldier path of Azura state had already activated. Despite currently being only level 19, his attributes rivaled those of a level 40 elite combat profession. Though surrounded by a multitude of monsters, most were around level 20. As he fought through them, it felt as though he had activated an invincibility mode, effortlessly mowing them down. Wherever he went, a swath of monsters would meet their demise in mere moments, transforming the area he traversed into a graveyard for various aberrations and monsters. Boom. At that moment, Suyu felt somewhat fatigued. He had recognized his shortcomings. His skills were primarily single-target abilities. Even against level 10 monsters, he needed to land a punch to defeat them. Lacking powerful area of effect skills meant he could only eliminate these aberrations one by one. However, the higher the level of the aberrations, the more experience they provided. Although there were many monsters here, their experience yield was relatively low. After a considerable time, he had only just reached level 20. Upon entering level 20, the path to leveling up became significantly more arduous. He had no idea how many aberrations he had slain for his experience bar to increase by a mere 5. As he continued to dart through the battlefield, Suyu contemplated inwardly. After this encounter, he needed to find a way to learn some area of effect skills. With such abilities, he could have easily crushed the tide of monsters. Unfortunately, lacking that type of skill meant he was left to rely on his fists, palms, and knees to dispatch these creatures. Before the massive screen in the affiliated shelter, as well as in front of various other screens, the spectators were oblivious to Suyu's thoughts. The inhabitants of shelter number 9 were now utterly mesmerized. In their eyes, Suyu was a god of war, an invincible deity. Within the tide of monsters, whether level 20 or level 30, any creature that encountered Suyu was ruthlessly annihilated by his overwhelming might. With him acting as the first line of defense, approximately 80% of the monsters could not approach the shelter. The other members of the illusion god hunting team formed the second line of defense, making it exceedingly difficult for any aberrations to breach the shelter. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Suyu and the members of the illusion god hunting team, the besieged shelter number 9 saw numerous monsters systematically eradicated. Survivors trapped in various locations received timely rescue. Concerned that Suyu might exhaust his martial energy from continuous combat, Eliza's energy avatar soon appeared behind him. Your Excellency Suyu, I am Eliza, the temporary administrator of shelter number 9. The aberrations within shelter number 9 have been cleared. The protective barrier has been repaired and is ready to be activated. Would you like to retreat temporarily and rest? In truth, Suyu had no need to retreat. In the battle soldier path of Azura state, all his attributes had been enhanced. Despite the ongoing battle, he had only expended 20% of his martial energy thus far. However, upon glancing at Qin Bingyue and the others, he ultimately nodded in agreement. While Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai were holding up relatively well, Yang Yu and Joanna were beginning to struggle, especially Yang Yu, who had been relying solely on sheer effort. His strength was already the weakest within the illusion god hunting team, and after pushing himself to this point, he had nearly reached his limit. Without wasting any time, Suyu promptly issued commands. Illusion god hunting team, all members, retreat into shelter number 9. Upon hearing Suyu's command, Qin Bingyue fought while retreating to cover the others. Wang Ying swiftly hoisted Yang Yu onto his shoulder, sprinting forward. Little brother, you're being too hard on yourself. Every battle leaves you battered and exhausted. Those who know you recognize your resilience. Those who don't might think there's something wrong with you. In response to Wang Ying's banter, Yang Yu found himself unable to utter a word. His hands and body trembled, not from excitement or fear, but from the sheer physical exhaustion reaching his limits, causing his muscles to spasm. In this fierce battle, he cleaved through 2 war blades with remarkable ease, illustrating just how brutal the confrontation truly was. Chapter 90. The energy barrier activates. Combat temporarily ceases. Behind Wang Ying stood Nanmen Feng, who was also carrying an individual on his shoulder, Shilu Guang. Unfortunately, Shilu Guang had encountered a stroke of bad luck, nearly being dispatched by a level 30 green venom lizard. Although Suyu arrived just in time to deliver a crushing blow to the creature, Shilu Guang was left utterly weakened. The poison he had endured was not fatal, yet it severely diminished his combat capabilities. Subsequently, Shen Qing, Wu Ying, and Xiao Annie made their way towards shelter number 9. Ultimately, only Suyu, Qin Bingyue, and Hua Langhai remained to cover their retreat. These 3, one a wealthy benefactor and the other 2 extraordinary players, were still in commendable condition and capable of continuing the fight. However, as the other members of the illusionary god hunting team entered the number 9 barrier, Suyu placed his hands on Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai's shoulders. Withdraw, he commanded. As his words fell, he employed the extreme sky mirage teleportation skill, instantly transporting the 2 to shelter number 9. In a heartbeat, a transparent energy shield enveloped shelter number 9 entirely. For the next 72 hours, the shelter would remain exceptionally secure. After Suyu and his companions successfully entered, the energy avatar of Elise appeared nearby. Her voice was gentle as she expressed, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your contributions to shelter number 9. In return, we shall offer you our utmost sincerity. Please allow me to attend to the aftermath of the shelter. Suyu nodded slightly, replying, no problem. Upon hearing this, Elise's energy avatar vanished from their sight. Suyu, along with Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai, approached Shilu Guang, who had by now received treatment from the 6-winged holy golden cicada and had recovered from his previous poisoning. Suyu then addressed the members of the illusionary god hunting team. The temporary administrator of Shelter Number 9, Lady Elsie, will be overseeing the post-disaster matters. While she is occupied, let us take this opportunity to reflect on the issues we encountered during our recent battle. Each of us must be prepared to critique and self-critique. For this is the only way our team can continue to grow and improve. To everyone's surprise, Suyu adopted a serious tone during this crucial moment. They had expected his usual affability. His voice rang out once more. In our recent engagement, the illusionary god hunting team lacked coordination. This is only to be expected, given that our formation is relatively new, and our understanding of one another's abilities remains limited. We must fortify our teamwork. He continued, moreover, I must address my own shortcomings. At this stage, I possess a significant advantage in strength, so my issues may not be readily apparent. My greatest concern lies in my lack of area of effect attack skills. Beyond that, I have yet to identify other issues. If anyone has observations, please feel free to provide me with constructive criticism. I must now address 3 team members. As Suyu spoke, tension filled the air among the illusionary god hunting team. They were unaccustomed to his sudden seriousness, having grown used to his more relaxed demeanor. Firstly, I must call out Wang Ying. You exhibited a lack of urgency on the battlefield. Although I will always be there to assist you, I cannot guarantee my presence during every crisis in a disaster scenario. On several occasions, you found yourself in peril from level 15 monsters due to your complacency and negligence. Wang Ying could only manage a bitter smile in response. Boss, I admit my fault. I thought your support would always be there, and thus lack the necessary urgency during combat. I was mostly testing my abilities. However, rest assured, I will take battlefield engagements more seriously in the future. Suyu nodded slightly, understanding that he encouraged everyone to unleash their full potential, not for Wang Ying to wander through the battlefield carelessly. After reprimanding Wang Ying, Suyu continued. The second individual I must address is Xiao Annie. While it is essential to monitor your teammates' situations and offer assistance, you must first ensure your own safety. In this battle, you completely entrusted your safety to me. Xiao Annie felt a twinge of embarrassment at Suyu's words. Because Suyu was present, she often acted boldly against ordinary foes, believing her captain would handle the more formidable threats. As Suyu pointed out, much of her focus was indeed on her teammates, always ready to provide support and healing. As evidenced when Shi Luguang was injured, and she was the first to offer aid. I will be more mindful moving forward, she said softly. Suyu acknowledged her response with a nod before turning his gaze to Qin Binghua. The third person I must critique is Qin Binghua. Before he could elaborate, Qin Binghua interjected, wait. Please don't be so hasty in criticizing me. I wish to win you over with virtue. Suyu promptly refused her entreaty, stating, Qin Binghua's abilities are compatible with any teammate, allowing for greater synergy in battle. However, throughout the entire conflict, she fought independently in a single area, showing no awareness of collaboration with her fellow team members. Although I too fought separately, I was effectively segmenting the battlefield, which amounted to collaboration with all 9 of you. I hope Qin Binghua will take this issue to heart. The ultimate goal of forming a 10-person hunting team is to complement each other's strengths, ultimately enabling us to achieve the combined effectiveness of 40 to 50 warriors, each fighting in concert. Sighing softly, Qin Binghua conceded, fine. I will be more attentive in the future. But please, do not criticize me too harshly. I can only accept praise and am quite intolerant of criticism. With a mischievous smile, she pivoted the conversation. Now that we've discussed our shortcomings, please feel free to offer your insights on any mistakes I may have made. After Qin Binghua's words, Suyu nodded in agreement. He then surveyed the group and announced, now, let us each share our thoughts in turn. Once we conclude this summary meeting, we will be ready to seek out Lady Elsie and claim our rewards. The team members nodded in acknowledgement, and starting with Wang Ying, they began to voice their concerns and observations regarding their own performance and that of their teammates. Chapter 91, Goodness. An advanced civilization as a support? In the administrative hall of Shelter Number 9, after the illusionary god hunting team had summarized and analyzed the issues they faced during battle, they were invited by the temporary administrator, Elsie, into the management hall. The troubles plaguing Shelter Number 9 were resolved, and Suyu alongside the illusionary god hunting team could be credited with significant contributions. The shelter was generous to any warrior who aided in its defense. Given the outstanding efforts of Suyu and his team, they were undoubtedly poised to receive commendable rewards. Elsie's energy avatar materialized not far from them. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the team. On behalf of Shelters Number 1 through 10, I wish to propose a long-term collaboration agreement with you. Should this agreement be established, we will be able to issue war invitations, calling upon you to assist us in combating aberrant beasts and various monsters. Elise's words left Suyu and the members of the Phantom Hunting team utterly astonished. They had initially believed that Elise summoned them to express her gratitude and allow them to select their rewards. According to their original agreement, they were entitled to choose resources worth approximately 100 million from the storage of Shelter Number 9 as a reward. However, to their surprise, Elise proposed a long-term collaboration with them. In response to her request, Suyu neither agreed nor declined outright. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Elise, saying, "Your Excellency Elise, could you elaborate on the situations of shelters 1 through 10? Furthermore, how would our collaboration unfold if we were to agree?" Elise nodded slightly and replied, "Certainly. I will now provide everyone with a detailed account of the situation regarding the shelters. Our planet bears resemblance to Blue Star. It has been known by many names throughout history, but we currently refer to it as Hope Star. Once, Hope Star was home to over 200 nations and a population exceeding 10 billion. However, on a fateful day, a multitude of dimensional rifts emerged on Hope Star. These rifts, of course, are the so-called dungeons. The monsters that emerged from these dungeons led to the destruction of the 200 nations on Hope Star. Fortunately, Hope Star underwent a transformation into a digitized state, allowing its inhabitants to obtain class cards and awaken various professions. Yet, the number of formidable individuals on Hope Star remains exceedingly limited. Despite acquiring class cards, we were unable to experience rapid growth. At one point, Hope Star nearly devolved into a paradise for aberrant beasts and monsters. Intrigued, Suyu pondered how Hope Star eventually managed to recover. Elise continued, in the early stages. The situation on Hope Star was quite similar to that of Blue Star. However, Blue Star was fortunate. Its warriors rapidly snowballed in strength after awakening various classes. Currently, within the Blue Star Human Alliance, there are even individuals at level 100 exceeding 5. Sadly, such entities are undeniably absent on Hope Star. As Suyu and the other members of the Phantom Hunting team listened with keen anticipation, Elise continued her narrative. In our moment of despair, a higher civilization extended its assistance to Hope Star. This civilization, known as the Dark Order, constructed 100 shelters for us and left behind a wealth of nano-battle armor and various technological marvels. They also imparted numerous advanced scientific technologies. Even now, these black technologies seem almost magical to us. Today, the inhabitants of Hope Star rely on these 100 shelters to combat the myriad aberrant beasts and monsters. The Dark Order is a cluster-level advanced civilization, and the resources they left behind are not only valuable to us, but would also be immensely beneficial to you. We have utilized their technology and devices to manufacture many remarkable items, which I believe will pique your interest. Should we establish a long-term partnership, we would share a portion of the gifts we received from this cluster-level civilization with you. Moreover, we currently maintain contact with the Dark Order and can procure certain necessities from them. Elise, exuding sincerity, laid bare the true circumstances before Suyu and his companions. Suyu was taken aback to learn that Hope Star could indeed establish communication with a cluster-level civilization. Civilizational levels are categorized into 7 types: planetary civilization, stellar civilization, galactic civilization, cluster civilization, supercluster civilization, cosmic civilization, and ultra-cosmic civilization. Blue Star, having initially relied solely on resources available on its own planet, is classified as a planetary civilization. In contrast, a cluster civilization can utilize resources across its entire cluster, establishing bases and harvesting from any planet within its domain. In simple terms, Blue Star is a level 1 civilization, while Hope Star, with its wild support, is a level 4 civilization. Fortuitously, given the backing of a level 4 civilization, Hope Star's aberrant beasts and monsters would have been eradicated long ago. Understanding that Hope Star is supported by a level 4 civilization heightened Suyu's and the Phantom Hunting team's interest in their plight. Although the Blue Star Supreme Alliance has individuals at level 100 exceeding 5, this strength is an individual feat rather than a testament to Blue Star's overall prowess. Currently, due to the prevalence of class cards, Blue Star has merely attained the status of a level 2 civilization, and even that is debatable. However, Suyu was not yet among the upper echelons of the Blue Star Supreme Alliance, and thus the developmental trajectory of Blue Star was beyond his immediate concern. Nevertheless, the prospect of connecting with the wild support of Hope Star was undeniably auspicious. It was akin to a middle school student who struggles with complex equations, suddenly finding themselves before a mathematics PhD, rendering the task trivial. Establishing contact with a cluster-level civilization could potentially yield assistance in times of trouble. After a moment of reflection, Suyu turned to Elise and inquired, if the Phantom Hunting team enters into a collaboration with the shelters, what would be our responsibilities? And what benefits could we expect in return? Beyond long-term development, Suyu sought tangible advantages. Upon hearing Suyu's question, Elise responded candidly. We would invite you to enter the shelters through a war invitation. Should a long-term cooperative relationship be established, your achievements within the shelters would be doubled. For example, this time, the actual war merits you earned amount to approximately 60 million. However, we have specially employed you, promising a reward equivalent to 100 million merit points worth of resources. If we form a long-term partnership, your 100 million merit points will transform into 200 million. Chapter 92, Signing the Agreement. Long-term strategic partnership. Suyu grasped the implications. If they were to engage in a long-term collaboration with the shelters, their gains would indeed be doubled. He also understood another crucial point. Earning credit points as warriors was no easy feat. The purchasing power of merit points within the shelters mirrored that of credit points on Blue Star. Thus, merit points could effectively be viewed as credit points. Without the special employment task, they had only earned a mere 60 million merit points despite vanquishing numerous aberrant beasts and monsters. While 60 million merit points may sound substantial, it was relatively modest. With a total of 10 members in the Phantom hunting team, this meant each individual received an average of merely 6 million credit points. A single bottle of elite healing water costs 1 million. After accounting for combat expenses, each member likely netted only 4 million credit points. However, if they were to establish long-term cooperation with the shelters, they would reap double the rewards, resulting in an average of 12 million credit points for each member. After deducting 2 million credit points for combat costs, each individual would still walk away with 10 million credit points. Furthermore, such favorable conditions were unique to Hope Star. In other catastrophic dungeons, warriors only received the beasts and monsters themselves as spoils, without any additional rewards. On Hope Star, however, they could earn merit points as supplementary rewards. The prospect of double rewards was simply astonishing. After a brief contemplation, Suyu discerned the rationale behind this phenomenon. The current population of Hope Star had dwindled drastically, with perhaps less than 1 billion remaining from the original 10 billion. Yet, the resources of Hope Star had not diminished. In fact, due to the emergence of dimensional rifts and the assistance from the cluster-level civilization, their resources had increased. On average, each individual now possessed the wealth equivalent to that of 100 people. By this measure, every living soul on Hope Star could be deemed a millionaire. Suyu was indeed willing to enter into a long-term collaboration with Hope Star. However, he felt compelled to inquire about the opinions of the other members of the Phantom God hunting team. I have decided to forge a long-term alliance with Hope Star. What are your thoughts? Qin Bingwe was the first to express her agreement. I concur. My family, along with several other prominent clans in the Great Xia, has engaged in similar collaborations with the forces within the cataclysmic instances. This intelligence was previously unbeknownst to Suyu. He had assumed they were the pioneers in this venture, but it now appeared they might not even rank among the first 100 to do so. After Qin Bingwe spoke, Hualang Hai nodded slightly. I am in agreement. Wang Ying soon followed suit. I concur as well, and the circumstances mentioned by classmate Qin Bingwe also reflect the situation within my family. I had not anticipated that Hope Star would be willing to establish a long-term partnership with our Phantom God hunting team. Wang Ying had remained silent until he was somewhat taken aback by Elise's proposal. Of course, they possessed the capability to slay level 40 transformed beasts, thereby meeting the threshold for collaboration with Hope Star. The remaining members of the Phantom God hunting team quickly voiced their support, all agreeing to establish a long-term partnership with Hope Star. Once all the team members had cast their votes, Suyu addressed Elise with utmost seriousness. Lady Elise, our Phantom God hunting team is eager to engage in a long-term collaboration with Hope Star. Upon hearing this, a joyful smile graced Elise's energy avatar. Thus, the reward for your special employment mission will be elevated to 200 million merit points. The storage facility of Shelter Number 9 is located underground, divided into 3 levels, the first, second, and third underground levels. The first underground level contains the most items, which are relatively decent and of considerable value. The second underground level holds high-priced, rare items. The third underground level boasts exceedingly expensive items, each valued at a minimum of 10 million. The 200 million merit points you have acquired can be utilized to select various items from all 3 levels of the storage facility. After we sign the long-term cooperation agreement, I will escort you there. Following Elise's words, Suyu and all members of the Phantom God hunting team received a system notification. Long-term employment agreement, signature request. Elise, the administrator of Hope Star Shelters Number 1 to 9, seeks to establish a long-term collaboration with the Phantom God hunting team. Please read the terms of cooperation carefully and confirm accuracy before signing the agreement. This agreement is notarized by the system and is protected by the system. After these system notifications were issued, Suyu and the others began to scrutinize the terms attentively. The terms were relatively flexible, although numerous. They could be succinctly summarized as follows. Members of the Phantom God hunting team must purchase tickets to enter the Hope Star instances. Indeed, while they assist Hope Star in combating alien beasts and various monsters, they still require tickets for entry. The price of the war invitation is 1 million merit points. Upon utilizing this item, they can teleport from Blue Star to any of shelters number 1 to 10. Aside from the necessity of purchasing entry tickets, there are no other restrictions. Essentially, they are tasked with hunting alien beasts and various monsters, earning double rewards. They are not required to wait for a monster wave to attack the shelter to hunt these alien beasts. They can proactively engage them at other times to alleviate the defensive pressure on the shelter. The final stipulation is that should the shelter encounter a significant crisis, they must come to its aid. If they fail to do so, they will incur a penalty of 1 billion credit points. This clause may initially seem burdensome, yet it is not as unfavorable as it appears. The contract accounts for various scenarios, requiring their assistance only when they possess a reasonable chance of safeguarding the shelter. Furthermore, any challenges they face while providing support will be within their capabilities. For instance, if they are capable of dealing with 2 level 40 transformed beasts while the shelter is on the brink of destruction, They must respond to the shelter's call for mobilization unless they are unable to receive the mobilization order due to being engaged in other instances. In such a case, no penalty would be incurred. After thoroughly reviewing the terms, Suyu opted to sign the agreement. The other members of the Phantom God Hunting Team also chose to endorse it. The long-term war cooperation agreement between the Phantom God Hunting Team and Hope Star has been successfully signed. The agreement is now officially in effect. The special employment mission of the Phantom God Hunting Team has been completed. Compensation received: 200 million merit points. Just recently, Suyu and Hoi had finalized the agreement for this special employment mission, which had initially stipulated a reward of 100 million merit points. However, now that both parties have become long-term strategic partners, the compensation received by Suyu and his team has doubled. Chapter 93, Distribution of 200 million merit points. Entering the underground storage, Suyu evenly distributed the 200 million merit points among each member of the Phantom God Hunting Team. As the others looked on in confusion, he took the initiative to explain. The reward we have obtained is our first pot of gold, hence the decision to distribute it evenly. From the next mission onward, we shall adopt a merit-based distribution system. Of course, members of the Phantom God Hunting Team who are currently at a disadvantage in terms of strength may receive team subsidies to accelerate their growth. I hope everyone strives to improve rapidly. The next time we encounter formidable monsters, we should be able to unite and tackle our formidable foes, rather than retreating in disarray or facing total annihilation. After Suyu concluded, everyone agreed with his perspective. The members of the Phantom God Hunting Team developed a greater sense of recognition and belonging. Within the Phantom God Hunting Team, everyone has the opportunity to enhance their abilities. Each individual is significant within the Phantom God Hunting Team. Those who may lag behind temporarily will not face ridicule or disdain. Instead, they will receive support from their companions. No one needs to worry about giving their all yet still falling behind, as the other 9 members of the Phantom God Hunting Team will extend a helping hand to their struggling peers. Elise also overheard Suyu's words, which touched her energy avatar deeply. The system of elimination and assistance is difficult to compare in terms of superiority. However, for a group to grow stronger, perhaps the best approach is to empower those who are currently at the bottom to continually improve, though there will always be a last place. Whoever occupies that position will swiftly grow with the aid of the team. Subsequently, under Elise's guidance, the members of the Phantom God Hunting Team proceeded to the resource storage facility. Accessing the storage facility necessitates a 2-hour waiting period. Otherwise, the storage facility remains the safest location within the shelter. During the previous fall of the shelter, had individuals been able to swiftly relocate to the storage facility, many lives could have been saved. However, the storage facility requires a 2-hour waiting period for safety reasons. Moreover, given that transformed beasts had infiltrated the shelter's residents, even if they entered the storage facility, they could still face threats from those beasts. As Suyu and his companions followed Elise to the first underground level of the resource storage facility, they entered a vast hall. Various display racks adorn the hall, showcasing an array of items that members could choose from by spending merit points. Here, one could even purchase premium healing water at a discounted rate, albeit with a limit of 10 bottles per person each month. Suyu was not particularly interested in the items available on the first underground level of the storage facility. His aspirations were set on acquiring truly exceptional goods. Even if the merit points acquired this time could not be utilized for immediate purchases, he could always return in the future. Elise soon guided them to the second underground level. In the first underground level of the resource storage facility, the prices of various items are all at or below 1 million. On the second subterranean level, the prices of various items range from 1 million to 100 million. As for the items on the third subterranean level, it was previously mentioned that they start at a minimum of 10 million merit points. Suyu observed that the selection of items on the second subterranean level was slightly less abundant than that on the first. This collection included a variety of resources, potions, equipment, and even sealed spirit pet eggs. After a brief exploration of the second level, Suyu found several items that piqued his interest. However, he was still eager to explore the third level. The other members of the illusory God Hunting Team were not in a rush to select items, as Eliza had stated that they could examine all 3 levels at their leisure. After a simple tour of the second subterranean level, the group proceeded to the third level. Upon arrival, Suyu found that nearly 80% of the items here captivated his attention. Everywhere he looked on the third level, he was greeted by remarkable treasures. This was to be expected, considering that the least expensive items here began at 10 million merit points, equivalent to several properties on Blue Star. After guiding everyone through a brief overview of the third level, Eliza remarked that the resources in the number 9 shelter storage were essentially these. Among the shelters numbered from 1 to 10, the number 7 shelter housed the most abundant and precious items. You are permitted to use your merit points to purchase these items without any issues. However, should you attempt to acquire items here through force, you will face retaliation from the security system, which is equipped with technology from a star cluster level civilization. Even a level 100 warrior might not survive an encounter with the security system once activated. Suyu, intrigued, inquired if such a formidable security system exists. Why is it not deployed to fend off aberrant beasts and monsters? Eliza, seemingly accustomed to this question, replied with a practiced tone. The coverage of the security system is limited, its operational costs are exorbitant, and recharging it is quite cumbersome. Upon hearing this, Suyu understood why such a system was only established in this location. Indeed, it seemed most economically viable to install it here. After some contemplation, he posed another question. Lady Eliza, why were you oblivious to the fact that the previous administrator of the number 9 shelter was replaced by a level 40 shape-shifting demon? Suyu assumed that Eliza might not respond to this query, yet upon his inquiry, she answered succinctly, my energy body avatar lacks self-awareness. Currently, I am controlling the energy body avatar from the number 7 shelter to communicate with you. Most of the time, I am preoccupied with affairs pertaining to the No. 7 shelter. The energy body avatars I leave in various shelters are primarily for communication purposes. Therefore, during other times, this energy body avatar remains in a dormant state. Moreover, after the shape-shifting demon consumed the original administrator, it acquired nearly all of their memories. It is quite challenging to detect the shape-shifting demon unless it actively employs martial energy. With Eliza's explanation, Suyu's doubts were resolved, and he found himself devoid of further questions for the moment. The members of the illusory god hunting team were still busy selecting items on the first and second subterranean levels, leaving only Suyu, Qin Bingwe, and Hua Langhai in the third level to peruse the offerings. The three of them, comprising one affluent patron and 2 extraordinary talents, naturally dismissed ordinary items. Suyu, come over here, Qin Bingwe called out, having discovered something intriguing in the exhibition hall of the third subterranean level. Suyu, intrigued, approached her. Upon reaching her side, he beheld an item with an exorbitant price tag. Chapter 94, An Extreme Elevation. A godly lightning star-swallowing spear. Name, War Soldier S star-swallowing spear, damaged. Quality, legendary. Attack, 50 of the user's attack attribute. Description, a weapon exclusive to war soldiers, usable by warriors of the 10th level and above. Perfectly compatible with practitioners of the war soldier path. Attributes, Devour All, legendary. Destroy cities and vanquish armies, legendary. Devour All, upon slaying aberrant beasts, various monsters, or hostile warriors, the user can consume their corpses to extract a certain number of attribute points, replenishing themselves. Ineffective against level 60 or higher beings. Destroy cities and vanquish armies. When wielding the star-swallowing spear against foes, the user's attack attribute is enhanced by 0.5 for each level of their war soldier path. Upon seeing this piece of equipment, Suyu felt a sudden clarity. This weapon was indeed highly suitable for him, which explained why Qin Bingwe had beckoned him over. However, the weapon presented 2 significant issues. The first was its damaged state. The second was its astronomically high price. Given his unique ability, limit-breaking refinement, Suyu was unconcerned with whether the weapon was inherently good or bad. After refining it, the weapon would be restored. The only obstacle was its staggering price. Price, 1 billion merit points. Note, the Devour All attribute is an exceedingly rare attribute extraction type. Items possessing such attributes tend to carry a high price, regardless of their condition. Currently, Suyu possessed only 20 million merit points. Even if he combined the merit points of all members of the illusory god hunting team, they would only amount to 200 million, still falling short by 800 million. As Suyu grappled with this predicament, Qin Bingwe cheerfully proposed, how about I hire you as my lifelong training partner for 10 billion credit points? Whenever I have training needs, you will accompany me in practice, enabling me to grow swiftly stronger. Initially, Qin Bingwe could comprehend Suyu's starting strength. However, his rate of growth had been astonishingly swift. During their first encounter, Suyu had relied on mythic-grade equipment to counter her tactics. Now, should they engage again, he could effortlessly defeat her. Nonetheless, in the world of martial artists, early advantages often bore limited significance. There exists a saying that a warrior's career truly begins only upon reaching level 100. Qin Bingwe knew this adage to be true, as her father was a level 100, beyond 3, warrior. After reaching level 100, her father had achieved 300 limit breakthroughs. Ordinary level 100 warriors faced only the fate of being obliterated when encountering her father. Suyu, at level 20, understood that his current advantages might not shine as brightly in the later stages. Qin Bingwe's proposition took Suyu by surprise. He had not anticipated that she would offer to hire him as a lifelong training partner at such an exorbitant price. For a moment, he hesitated. One of the benefits of their long-term cooperation agreement with Hope Star was the ability to exchange credit points for merit points. Merit points served as currency for Hope Star, while credit points were the currency of Blue Star. The purchasing power of both currencies was equivalent. 10 billion credit points could be exchanged for 10 billion merit points. However, Suyu could not help but feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. Shouldn't the star-swallowing spear be an item whose value was unknown to the world, allowing him to discern its worth amidst a pile of junk? In all the stories he had heard, was it not always the case? Why had the situation changed so drastically for him? Not only could he not procure the star-swallowing spear at a bargain, but he was also unable to afford it outright. After considerable contemplation, Suyu ultimately acquiesced. I agree. There was no alternative. The star-swallowing spear was undoubtedly a divine artifact for him. Moreover, serving as a lifelong training partner for Qin Bingwei seemed rather agreeable. Akin to a diversion and a means of relaxation. Qin Bingwei remains a member of the Phantom God Hunting team, and as the captain of this illustrious group, he has certainly facilitated her advancement. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingwei readily transferred 1 billion credit points to Suyu without the slightest hesitation. She is not merely a wealthy woman. She is a formidable female tycoon. The transfer of such a substantial sum, devoid of any delay, seemed to convey that even a moment's indecision would be a slight against the Qin family's immense financial prowess. After completing the transfer, Qin Bingwei inquired with curiosity, "How do you intend to repair this weapon? If you lack the means, I could enlist the aid of a master craftsman from the Qin family." Suyu, however, shook his head in refusal. "No need. I possess the necessary channels to restore this weapon." With his extraordinary skill in limit-breaking refinement, he had no need for the assistance of the Qin family's artisans. Subsequently, he sought out a lease, exchanging the 1 billion credit points for 1 billion merit points. This transaction exhausted his annual exchange quota, as each individual is limited to converting only 1 billion credit points into merit points per year, and only long-term strategic partners of the sanctuary, like themselves, are permitted such exchanges. With 1 billion merit points in hand, Suyu decisively redeemed the Warrior's Path Star-Eating Halberd, damaged. Though the item was in a dilapidated state, it mattered not. After successfully redeeming it, he immediately refined the weapon. Without hesitation, he utilized refinement stones in abundance, pushing the weapon to its utmost limits. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Refinement successful. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Refinement successful. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Refinement successful. After 10 rounds of refinement, consuming a total of 1,023 refinement stones, he finally perfected the Warrior's Path Star-Eating Halberd, damaged. Name: Warrior's Path Divine Thunder Star-Eating Halberd, max level. Quality: mythical. Attack: 100 of the user's attack attributes. Description: an exclusive weapon for practitioners of the Warrior's Path. Usable by those of level 10 and above, perfectly attuned to its wielders. Attributes: devour heaven and earth, mythical. Destroy cities and armies, mythical. Unassailable, mythical. Devour heaven and earth. Upon slaying exotic beasts, various monsters, or hostile warriors, the user can consume their corpses to extract maximum attribute points, replenishing their own. Destroy cities and armies. When engaging foes with the Star-Eating Halberd, the user's attack attributes increase by 1 for each level of their Warrior's Path realm. Unassailable. For every enemy that appears within proximity, 6-dimensional attributes increase by 0.1. When 10,000 enemies surround the user, 6-dimensional attributes surge to 1,000. Having refined the weapon to perfection, it transformed into a remarkable artifact, boasting 3 mythical attributes. The Devour Heaven and Earth attribute effectively rendered the soul-devouring dagger obsolete, and even the Celestial Toad equipment seemed to pale in comparison. This mythical weapon, the Divine Thunder Star-Eating Halberd, proved to be a formidable asset. Chapter 95, Dancing with the Divine, the Deity in the Universal Exchange. The Devour Heaven and Earth attribute of the Divine Thunder Star-Eating Halberd maximally harnessed the functions of both the soul-devouring dagger and the Celestial Toad. The second attribute of the Divine Thunder Star-Eating Halberd was equally advantageous, with his Warrior's Path realm standing at level 30. This indicated that his attack attributes would surge by 30 when wielding the halberd in battle. Furthermore, the attack attributes of the Divine Thunder Star-Eating Halberd are not fixed values, but rather percentage-based, scaling with the user's own prowess. Once his Warrior's Path ascends to level 100, he would possess an attack power of 300 with the halberd, devoid of any external enhancements. The final attribute indicates that the more enemies present, the greater the attack power. With 10,000 adversaries in proximity, the 6-dimensional attributes would elevate to 1,000. Under such circumstances, as long as the enemies were of comparable levels, he could undoubtedly vanquish them all. Although the weapon was now operational, Suyu hesitated, pondering whether to reveal the Divine Thunder Star-Eating Halberd. After a brief contemplation, he concluded that it was best not to expose such a treasure. Despite the perceived unfairness, he approached Qin Bingwei once more. "Do you possess a universal trading ticket?" The universal trading ticket, priced at 100 million, is exorbitantly costly and notoriously tricky to utilize. Qin Bingwei nodded, then inquired, "What do you need it for?" "You aren't planning to use the ticket to repair the Star-Eating Halberd, are you?" Suyu quickly shook his head. "Of course not. I have other intentions." "Would you lend me one?" "Certainly." Qin Bingwei casually produced a black universal trading ticket and handed it to Suyu. "Thank you." Suyu expressed his gratitude as he accepted the ticket, then retreated to a secluded corner to activate it. Universal trading ticket activated. Entering Universal Exchange. Shortly after the system notification sounded, Suyu's consciousness was transported to the fabled Universal Exchange. This realm was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything nearly invisible. However, he perceived some faint blue lights in the distance, where a throne appeared to be occupied by a figure. What do you seek? The voice was gentle and tranquil, exuding a comforting aura. Curious, Suyu examined the figure's status panel, much like he had done with Hualing Hai. Name? Level, LV-100, beyond level 11. Classification, deity. In comparison to his previous encounter with Hualing Hai, Suyu gleaned more information this time. Although the name of this enigmatic being remained unknown to him, he discerned their classification as a deity. This was significant, as the last time he had checked. The being had been at LV-100, beyond level 10, now upgraded to LV-100, beyond level 11. This indicated that this divine entity had achieved over 100 limit breakthroughs since their last interaction. Suyu did not respond immediately, and the deity was in no rush. However, Suyu quickly articulated his desire. I wish to disguise my weapon. As he spoke, he attempted to summon the divine thunder star-eating halberd from the dark void. And to his surprise, he succeeded. Agreed. The cost is that when you are not using this weapon, it must be made available for my use. The deity's request rendered Suyu momentarily speechless. The price for disguising the weapon was that, whenever he was not utilizing the divine thunder star-eating halberd, it would be at the deity's disposal. Unable to contain his curiosity, Suyu inquired, can this weapon's strength withstand battles of your caliber? The mysterious deity smiled gently, maintaining their soothing tone. This is a weapon designed for attribute extraction, not for combat. Of course, in your current state of weakness, you may use it for battles. Are you willing to proceed with the transaction? Suyu pondered for a moment before posing another question. How would I provide you with the weapon during ordinary times? What if I find myself in peril and need to wield it? The unknown deity's voice responded promptly. After I modify the weapon, I can retrieve it from you at will. If you encounter danger, I will return the weapon to you. While Suyu was tempted to agree, he quickly remembered that even the smallest remnants of such a formidable entity could prove overwhelming. The weapon known as the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear is indeed capable of assisting others. Given this, it would be more fitting for him to rent the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear to the other party, merely disguising the weapon. He found it hard to believe that only this unknown deity could accomplish such a feat after contemplating for a while. Suyu declared, I am prepared to rent the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear for your use. Whenever I do not require it, it can be at your service. In exchange for your assistance in disguising the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear, the first month will be rent-free. Subsequently, you shall provide me with an item of no less value than 10 million credit points each month as rent. Suyu was uncertain whether this unknown deity would acquiesce to his terms, as he spoke with a hint of hoping to ask for a high price and settle for less. Agreed, came the reply. However, there is an additional condition. From now on, you may only conduct transactions with me. The mysterious deity awaited Suyu's response. Yet, this stipulation was one Suyu could not accept. He had been taken advantage of by this unknown deity before, as was the case with Hualing Hai. Furthermore, after their brief interaction, he realized that this unknown deity was indeed quite cunning. After a moment's hesitation, Suyu voiced his thoughts. I must respectfully decline. Our dealings with you are seldom fair transactions. The mysterious deity smiled faintly in response. I can engage in a fair transaction with you, at least as far as your understanding goes. After all, many things of great value to you hold no significance for me. For instance, this item. As the unknown deity finished speaking, a crystal vial appeared before Suyu. With curiosity, he examined the attributes of the vial. Name, Divine Elixir. Category, Potion. Description, a healing potion casually crafted by a deity, with a healing effect 100 times that of a supreme healing water. After reviewing the item's attributes, Suyu was utterly astonished. A level 100 deity, Transcendence 11, was indeed terrifying. The potion's healing effect was astonishingly 100 times greater than that of supreme healing water. If the unknown deity was willing to trade in such a manner, it would be entirely acceptable. However, Suyu added a safeguard for himself. I shall conduct 90% of the transactions with you. The remaining 10% may be conducted at my discretion. If you agree to these terms, then we have no issue. Chapter 96, The Seal of Night's Protection, capable of communicating with deities. In the enigmatic and shadowy expanse, the faceless night monarch gazed quietly at Suyu from a distance. He was the unknown deity of level 100, Transcendence 11, facing Suyu. The pinnacle of martial arts leads to divinity, and the apex of divinity is boundless. Thus, even deities like the Night Monarch must continuously enhance their power to avoid unforeseen crises. The Night Monarch before Suyu was merely a projection of the deity. Anyone utilizing the universal trade ticket could perceive such a divine projection. In the Night Monarch's hand was a fate crystal. At that moment, he was using the fate crystal to observe Suyu's destiny. Name, Fate Crystal 100, maximum limit reached. Quality, mythical. Attributes, Fate Insight, mythical. Fate Insight, the fate is unpredictable. However, fragments of destiny can be glimpsed. The better the fate trend of a being, the more hues the fate crystal will exhibit when peering into it. With a maximum display of 9 colors. This item was one of the many top-tier treasures in the Night Monarch's possession. The failure rate for refining treasures is exceedingly high, and the fact that the Night Monarch could refine this item 100 times speaks volumes about his immense wealth. The Night Monarch was willing to converse with Suyu because he had met the threshold for investment. Under the gaze of the Fate Crystal, Suyu's destiny caused the crystal to shimmer with a spectrum of colors. This indicated that Suyu was a person of great fortune. As long as he did not meet an untimely demise, he was destined for significant accomplishments in the future. After pondering Suyu's earlier conditions, the Night Monarch chose to agree. I accept. The Night Monarch's voice resonated with a rich timbre, and with his consent, he could certainly assist Suyu in disguising the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear. The Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear soon appeared in the Night Monarch's grasp. Within this darkened space, Suyu could not discern what the Night Monarch was doing. However, the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear returned to him in a short while. To be precise, what was returned to him was a jet black orb. Name, Knight's Protection. Category, Seal. Quality, Mythical. Description, a seal applied to a weapon by a deity using their own formidable power. The appearance of the sealed item will transform into a deep, ebony hue. Yet it may change shape at will. Note, the weapon's attack mode cannot be altered, otherwise, the weapon may become unusable. Note, this item permits communication with the unknown deity. As Suyu carefully examined the item panel and conducted a brief test, he couldn't help but feel astonished. His Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear had transformed into this orb now in his hand. With a shift in his thoughts, the orb could morph into a weapon such as a sword, spear, or halberd, all as dark as ink. Should he desire, the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear could revert to its original form. Of course, even after changing into other forms, the weapon's attributes would remain unaffected. However, if the weapon transformed into a bow or similar, its efficacy might diminish significantly, as the attack modes of swords, spears, and halberds share commonalities, whereas bows represent a drastic deviation in attack mode. Before Suyu could delve deeper into the Knight's protection, the surroundings transformed once more. After an indeterminate period, everything around him regained clarity and brightness. In his hand, he now possessed an orb of jet black jade, which appeared like a swirling mass of darkness. From a distance, it seemed as though Suyu truly held a cloud of black mist. This mass of black mist could continuously change according to his will. With a mere thought, the swirling black mist morphed into a long spear as dark as ink. This spear was still his Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear, merely with an altered appearance. Its attributes remained unchanged. Holding the inky long spear, Suyu felt a surge of joy, realizing the remarkable skill of the unknown deity. His Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear could now be wielded without concern. The damage-devouring Star Spear could be securely stored by Shelter Number 9, which had offered a staggering price of 1 billion credit points for it. This indicated that the value of the weapon was well recognized by the shelter. Originally, the damage-devouring Star Spear was worth 10 billion credit points. After Suyu repaired the Devouring Star Spear and successfully refined it to its utmost sublimation, it transformed into the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear. The worth of this equipment could potentially increase by dozens or even hundreds of times, and yet remain priceless. Such a valuable item piqued even the interest of the unknown deity, let alone that of others. The unknown deity within the Universal Trade House would not resort to snatching this weapon. However, others who learned of his possession of the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear might not be so amiable. The value of this weapon was simply too high, and holding such a precious item bore the implication of an innocent man suffers for having a gem. Yet now he could rest easy, for the unknown deity had cast a seal known as Knight's Protection on the Divine Thunder-Devouring Star Spear, allowing it to change its appearance at will. He could subsequently transform the Divine Thunder-Swallowing Star Spear, altering its appearance for normal usage. Moreover, it is worth noting that repairing the damaged Swallowing Star Spear is an exceedingly arduous task. If the spear were easily reparable, he would not have encountered it in a state of disrepair. The inhabitants of Shelter Number 9, as well as those from Shelters 1 to 10, likely refrained from attempting to repair the spear due to their lack of the necessary skills. Otherwise, a restored Swallowing Star Spear would undoubtedly fetch a higher price. Naturally, had the individuals from Shelters 1 to 10 managed to repair the spear, he would most likely never have had the opportunity to behold this treasure, as it would have been appropriated by the higher echelons of the shelter for their own use. Suyu was unaware that the failure rate for weapon repairs is quite high, and the difficulty of mending this particular weapon is indeed considerable. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, the shelter decided against the risky venture of attempting to restore the Swallowing Star Spear. A failed repair would result in a staggering loss of 1 billion credit points. Following his trade with the unknown deity, Suyu found himself significantly constrained in his future transactions. Moving forward, the vast majority of his possessions could only be exchanged with this enigmatic divine entity. Although he still possessed 10 items that allowed him the freedom to choose trading partners at his discretion, the remaining 90 items were exclusively bound for sale to this omnipotent trading deity. In this matter, he could neither deceive nor act recklessly, being a level 100 deity, exceeding level 11, could be described as possessing an astonishing level of 1,200. Attempting to deceive such a formidable existence would only invite trouble. Chapter 97. The Swallowing of Heaven and Earth. All six-dimensional attributes enhanced. For reasons unknown, the deity would not sabotage his weapon. However, should he dare to act indiscreetly, the deity certainly possessed the capacity to sanction him effortlessly. Nevertheless, there was little cause for concern. The items he intended to trade were all things he had no use for. Regardless of whom he traded with, it was of no consequence. Suyu soon departed from the storage facility of shelter number 9. Upon entering the outside world, Hoi promptly approached him. My lord Suyu, the beasts and monsters you hunted have been collected on your behalf. Previously, Suyu had slain a multitude of beasts and monsters, and their remains were indeed his spoils of war. While he followed Eliza to the underground storage to select supplies, Hoi and his companions had been busy clearing the battlefield. Now, upon seeing him emerge, Hoi handed over the spoils that belonged to him. The corpses of the beasts and monsters were not carried by Hoi, but rather piled in an open area. Under Hoi's guidance, Suyu quickly arrived at this location. Hoi gestured toward a nearby mound of monster remains and politely remarked, My lord Suyu, shelter number 9 has professional butchers. If you require assistance, I can have our butchers help you process these monster corpses. Suyu shook his head. Thank you, but I can handle these monster corpses myself. With Suyu's response, Hoi naturally did not insist further. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hoi departed. Once Hoi had moved away, Suyu produced the Knight's Protection orb and commanded it to begin devouring the monster corpses. After meeting the unknown deity from the omnipotent trading post, Suyu understood one crucial fact. His current early advantages might not hold much weight in the later stages. This is because level 100 represents the pinnacle for warriors, not for deities. His attribute advantages might be exceptionally pronounced in the early stages, but as he progressed, if he did not strive diligently, they might not remain so evident. After reaching level 100, each breakthrough during the transcendent phase could yield six-dimensional attribute increases far surpassing his current total. Thus, possessing attribute advantages now, he could not afford to become complacent. He must continue to strive, ensuring the momentum of growth persists, akin to an unstoppable avalanche accumulating its power. As he placed the Knight's Protection orb upon the corpse of a level 20 jungle wolf, the remains transformed into a swirling black smoke, consumed by the orb. Swallowing Heaven and Earth activated. He acquired a substantial number of attribute points. Health 100, Attack 34, Defense 25, Speed 41, Spirit 19, Energy 7. Unlike the soul-consuming dagger, which possesses the utilitarian attribute, an epic tier, the Swallowing Heaven and Earth attribute is of mythic quality, far superior in effect. Based on Suyu's empirical evaluations, the Swallowing Heaven and Earth attribute presents two significant enhancements compared to utilitarian. First, the Swallowing Heaven and Earth attribute maximizes the extraction of attribute points. In terms of fixed value type attribute extraction equipment, the Swallowing Heaven and Earth attribute stands as a pinnacle. Its extraction effect is not expressed as a percentage on the panel, thus categorizing it as a fixed value type of attribute extraction equipment. The soul-consuming dagger in Suyu's possession falls into this category as well. However, such extraction equipment may not prove as effective in the later stages as percentage-based extraction equipment. Nonetheless, that is a discussion for another time. At present, both the soul-consuming dagger and the divine thunder swallowing star spear are immensely valuable. Secondly, the Swallowing Heaven and Earth attribute facilitates six-dimensional attribute extraction. The utilitarian attribute, while extracting, may sometimes only yield a single type of attribute, and the points acquired are not particularly abundant. In contrast, this Swallowing Heaven and Earth attribute extracts all six-dimensional points simultaneously, maximizing the extraction of these attributes. With the earlier enhancements from this soul-consuming dagger and the heavenly demon toad, his strength had surged rapidly. Now, with the divine thunder swallowing star spear, which surpasses the combined power of both, his rate of growth and strength would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Without further delay, Suyu began utilizing the divine thunder swallowing star spear to swiftly process the monster corpses and extract attribute points. Swallowing Heaven and Earth activated. Acquired a substantial number of attribute points. Health 150, Attack 22, Defense 57, Speed 28, Spirit 30, Energy 25. Swallowing Heaven and Earth activated. Acquired a substantial number of attribute points. Health 200, Attack 39, Defense 17, Speed 34, Spirit 17, Energy 34. As the system notifications continuously popped up, Suyu felt exhilarated. His entire being was filled with joy, reaching a level of ecstasy. The divine thunder swallowing star spear was truly extraordinary, to the extent that even the unknown deity from the omnipotent trading post wished to share this weapon with him. With each passing moment, his six-dimensional attribute points continued to rise. A level 25 monster, on average, could provide him with 35 points of attack attribute. Should he encounter 30 such monsters, his attack attribute would increase by 1,000 points. This implies that for every 30 level 25 monsters he hunts, using the Divine Thunder Swallowing Star Spear to consume their corpses, he could expect a staggering boost of approximately 1,000 points in attack attributes alone, not accounting for increases in other attributes. Suyu was uncertain how this equipment would perform in the late stages, from level 50 to 100, during the Transcendent phase. However, he could confidently assert that this equipment is overwhelmingly powerful in the realm between levels 1 and 50. Each time he employs the Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear to complete an attribute extraction, a profound surge of power resonates within him. With every utilization of this formidable weapon, he distinctly perceives that he has taken a momentous stride further on the path of becoming stronger. The Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear processes the corpses of monstrous foes with remarkable swiftness, transforming a multitude of grotesque and fearsome creatures into mere dust and a substantial bounty of attribute points. Within Shelter Number 9, observers have also taken note of Suyu's activities, yet they remain oblivious to his true endeavors. After all, the Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear in his grasp currently resembles a pitch-black gem. The Knight's Protection gem is a manifestation of an unknown deity at the exalted level of LV 100 beyond level 11. Unless confronted by a deity of equivalent stature, it is unlikely that anyone could decipher the sealing techniques left by this enigmatic being. Chapter 98, Elevation. Ultimate Elevation. A transformation beyond comprehension. Suyu busied himself amidst numerous monsters for an extended period, ultimately reducing them all to heaps of powder and a plethora of attribute points. At this juncture, his data panel presented an unprecedented level of formidable strength. Suyu, Class 1 Blacksmith. Level, LV 2040. Skill, Limit-Breaking Refinement. Effect, when refining equipment, success is guaranteed, with a chance to acquire mythical attributes. Class 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level, LV 2040. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consumes high-grade refined items to summon dimensional beings for collaborative combat. Health, 28,300. Attack, 3,600, 300. Defense, 3,200, 300. Speed, 3,400, 300. Mental, 3,200, 300. Energy, 3,200, 300. Warrior Path Level 30. 6-dimensional attribute points, 300. This is his current attribute panel. A simple horizontal comparison with warriors of the same level reveals just how terrifying his attributes have become. The average health attribute for a LV20 warrior hovers around 4,000 points. With the enhancement from the warrior path, his health attribute soars to 310,000, nearly 8 times the average for his peers. The average attack attribute for a LV20 warrior is approximately 400 points. His attack attribute, bolstered by the warrior path, reaches 3,900 points, nearly 10 times the average. If Suyu employs the Warrior Path Shura 100 Battles Fist during combat, his attack attribute increases by 20. After battling for half an hour and activating the Warrior Path Shura 100 Battles state, his attack attribute would ascend to 200. Should he subsequently activate the Warrior Path Bloodbath Soul state, his attack attribute would further elevate by 200. In this state, if Suyu wields the Warrior Path Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear, his attack attribute will receive an extraordinarily formidable amplification. Name, Warrior Path Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear, max level. Quality, mythical. Attack, 100 of user's attack attribute. Description, a weapon exclusive to the Warrior Path. Usable by warriors of level 10 and above, perfectly harmonizing with practitioners of the Warrior Path. Attributes, Swallowing Heaven and Earth, mythical. City Crushing and Army Breaking, mythical. Unassailable, mythical. Swallowing Heaven and Earth. Upon slaying alien beasts or various monsters or hostile warriors, the user can devour their corpses to extract attributes to the fullest extent, replenishing themselves. City Crushing and Army Breaking. When using the Star Devouring Spear against foes, each layer of the user's Warrior Path realm enhances their attack attribute by 1. Unassailable. For each enemy that appears nearby, 6-dimensional attributes increase by 1. When 10,000 enemies are present, 6-dimensional attributes increase by 1,000. Thus, when calculated, his original attack attribute of 3,600 points, under the Warrior Path's enhancement, transforms into 3,900 points, engaging in combat with the Warrior Path Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear. Given his current Warrior Path level of 30, he gains an additional 30 attack attribute bonus. Consequently, his attack attribute escalates to 5,070 points. However, utilizing the Divine Thunder Star Devouring Spear in battle precludes the use of the Shura 100 Battles Fist. Otherwise, the attribute enhancement would ascend to unfathomable heights. After 30 minutes of combat, upon activating the Warrior Path Shura 100 Battles state, his attack attribute would reach 140 points. Further activating the Warrior Path Bloodbath Soul state, which lasts only 60 seconds, would elevate his attack attribute to 280 points. This means that within that singular minute, he would possess an attack attribute 50 times greater than the average for a LV20 warrior. Among his peers at the LV20 stage, where many warriors average only around 400 attack points, he would boast an astounding 280 attack points within that minute. Some weaker warriors of the same level might not even reach a fraction of Suyu's power. It is certain that during the 60 seconds he maintains the warrior path bloodbath soul state, he is not merely a formidable warrior, but a divine being descending for a brief moment. From this moment forth, whether it be the Liu family of Nanyang behind Liu Mei, or the Zhang family of Nanyang supporting her husband, should either clan's warriors dare to provoke him again, he could effortlessly crush their skulls. During those 60 seconds, should he wield the warrior path divine thunder star devouring spear against the two LV40 transformed monsters he previously faced, he would not strike down one, but rather two with a single thrust. At this moment, Suyu could not help but feel a rush of exhilaration. Although, when compared to the unknown deity represented by a series of question marks in the universal trading post, he remains but an insignificant insect among his contemporaries and peers. He undoubtedly stands as an elite among elites, a champion among champions, and a prodigy among prodigies. Hualing Hai, like him, is also an extraordinary contender. Yet, within the 60 seconds of activating the warrior path bloodbath soul state, he feels capable of shattering Hua Langhai's advantages. All of this is thanks to the assistance of Qin Bingwei and the unknown deity within the universal trading post. Of course, he must also express gratitude to Eliza, Shelter number 9, and his own relentless efforts. Without them, such brilliance would remain beyond his grasp. Now endowed with such terrifying power, Suyu yearns for an opportunity to engage in a grand and exhilarating battle. He finds himself overwhelmingly powerful within his rank, to the point where the thirst for combat is insatiable. Furthermore, whenever a single enemy appears nearby, he gains an additional 1 point in attack attribute. This increment is far from trivial. Taking this into account, his attack attribute rises to 436 points. While it may seem somewhat ungracious, Suyu is unaware that currently, Yang Yu's attack attribute stands at a mere 410 points. This implies that, with his full power unleashed, Yang Yu, a member of the Phantom God Hunt team, possesses an attack attribute that barely registers against Suyu's might. Previously, during the 4th round of the selection test, Suyu required the aid of the Divine Light Protection Talisman to break through Qin Bingwei's defenses before he could finally triumph over her agile maneuvers. The situation has markedly changed, as long as the combat time exceeds 30 minutes, allowing him to activate both the Shura 100 battles state and the Bloodbath Soul state. He could effortlessly take on 9 opponents simultaneously. Reflecting on this, Suyu's desire for an intense and exhilarating battle only intensifies. If the unyielding barrier entry is activated to its maximum potential, his stats would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. However, there are 3 pressing concerns. The first is whether his physique can withstand such a colossal enhancement to his attack attributes. The second is whether he possesses the formidable martial prowess necessary to unleash such overwhelming combat power. The third is whether he could annihilate or safely retreat from a wave of over 10,000 monsters within a mere 60 seconds. Chapter 99. The War Fruits are unsold. Please assist us. Given the existence of these 3 unavoidable issues, it is evident that the unyielding barrier entry cannot be casually triggered. Should his strength increase only to find himself collapsing under the strain of a sweeping strike or experiencing a sudden depletion of martial energy, it would lead to dire consequences. As Suyu pondered these dilemmas, Qin Bingwei and her companions emerged from the underground storage of Shelter number 9, having acquired a substantial bounty. Nevertheless, the collective gains of the 9 of them paled in comparison to what Suyu had achieved this time. While awaiting the return of Qin Bingwei and her entourage, Suyu transformed the Knight's Guardian gem into an unadorned halberd. Although the max-level Warrior S path, Shura's 100 Battles Fist, was indeed impressive, he found that utilizing the Warrior S path, Divine Thunder Swallowing Star halberd, as his primary offensive weapon was far more advantageous, unless he found himself in a situation where weaponry was unusable or he could not access his weapon promptly. As Suyu mused, the halberd he had shouldered vanished without a trace. He was well aware of its destination. It had been claimed by the unknown deity of the Universal Trading Post. The current Divine Thunder Swallowing Star halberd was in high demand, serving a dual purpose. This duality did not imply that the halberd possessed 2 distinct functions. Rather, it indicated that both Suyu and the unknown deity were awaiting their opportunity to wield it. In the eternally dark depths of the Universal Trading Post, only a few faint blue points flickered like fireflies. Suyu's Divine Thunder Swallowing Star halberd arrived within the projection of the Night Monarch. Strictly speaking, this projection was not a mere avatar of the deity, but a replica of the deity's avatar. The Night Monarch's interest in the halberd stemmed from a desire to study this piece of equipment, or rather, to explore the nature of such equipment. In fact, the Night Monarch possessed gear that could rival the Divine Thunder Swallowing Star halberd. He was particularly fascinated by any equipment capable of attribute extraction. Ironically, Su Yu's soul-corroding dagger was a creation from before the Night Monarch ascended to divinity. Initially, the soul-corroding dagger had been designed and forged by the Night Monarch himself, who later had other smiths produce a multitude of them based on his schematics. Upon acquiring the Divine Thunder-swallowing star halberd, the Night Monarch displayed a contemplative expression. Despite being a level 100 deity, transcending level 11, he could not quickly comprehend the halberd's intricacies or replicate it. In fact, even after extensive research and analysis, he might struggle to recreate such a weapon. Su Yu's limit-breaking refinement skill, in many respects, was an embodiment of divine power, an ability that most deities did not possess. Thus, his decision to boldly utilize the hidden class card, despite Lu Mei's pressure, was undeniably astute. Otherwise, his fate would not have been as resplendent. Time seemed to lose its significance for the Night Monarch. Within this abyssal expanse, he remained still, akin to a statue, engrossed in the sensory experience and analysis of the halberd's internal structure. Outside the universal trading post, Su Yu felt a sense of urgency. While it was unlikely that the Night Monarch would misuse his weapon, the halberd was of utmost importance to him at present. If given the choice, he would prefer not to lend it to the Night Monarch. However, unless he needed it for combat or attribute extraction, the halberd would remain in the Night Monarch's possession. Fortunately, the halberd had not developed consciousness. Otherwise, it would surely lament. Even a donkey in a production team wouldn't be subjected to such treatment. Su Yu soon realized that the unknown deity, namely the Night Monarch, was indeed a being of his word. When he refrained from using the Divine Thunder-swallowing star halberd, the deity would not willingly return it. After weighing his options, Su Yu ultimately refrained from reclaiming the halberd outright, although he possessed the capability to do so. Such an action would be deemed petty and might incite the displeasure of the unknown deity, a display of low emotional intelligence. Since he could not continue his research on the halberd, he decided to seek out a lith to purchase the war fruits. These fruits were abundantly available and easily obtainable. Even the cultivation methods of the warrior's path had become widely disseminated. Some exotic beasts and monsters might have even cultivated the warrior's path. However, the training process was excruciatingly painful. Should the pain exceed one's threshold, it could even result in death. Consequently, the strongest within the Supreme Alliance of Blue Star had only managed to cultivate the warrior's path up to the 50th level. Upon arriving at the administrator's hall, Elitha's energy projection appeared not far from him. "Captain Su Yu, what brings you here?" Su Yu nodded and stated directly, "Does shelter number 9 have war fruits?" Elith was taken aback, not anticipating that Su Yu's purpose for visiting was this. "Yes, how many do you need?" Su Yu shook his head. "Not just a few. I wish to purchase war fruits worth 20 million merit points." Elith was momentarily speechless, baffled by the request. This fruit was neither palatable nor safe in large quantities, and it was quite inexpensive. The price of a war fruit on Hope Star was 100 merit points each, meaning Su Yu's 20 million merit points could buy a staggering 200,000 fruits. Elith remained silent for a prolonged period before tentatively inquiring, "If I heard correctly, you just said you wished to purchase war fruits valued at 20 million merit points? Other items might have a price without a market, but war fruits were almost always available, yet unsold. Even if an old farmer wept while advertising their unsold status, they would still struggle to sell them. In the underground storage of shelter number 9, there happened to be just over 200,000 war fruits. Elith had previously thought that even if shelter no. 9 were to close, these war fruits would remain unsold and unconsumed. After all, it was uncommon for anyone to endure the agony of consuming them willingly. This time, she was enlightened by the appearance of a significant buyer seeking to purchase 200,000 war fruits. Given this situation, Elith was more than willing to sell the fruits to Su Yu and even included a dimensional storage bag to accommodate them. Otherwise, Su Yu's inventory would not be able to contain such a vast quantity. After paying the 20 million merit points, Su Yu received a dimensional storage bag from Elith, which contained the 200,000 war fruits. Without wasting any time, Su Yu immediately transformed these war fruits into ultimate war fruits. Chapter 100. A killing intent arises. Stars shift and lodgings change. The process of converting war fruits into ultimate war fruits was not particularly complicated. It merely required the consumption of 1,023 basic refinement stones. Utilizing Su Yu's limit-breaking refinement skill to refine the war fruits 10 times. Having acquired the 200,000 war fruits from the dimensional storage bag, Su Yu ascended to a wall within shelter number 9, refining the war fruits while indulging in a lavish feast. The ultimate war soldier fruit, strictly speaking, is an energy-type fruit. When consumed, it provides a sensation of chewing, yet the body absorbs it entirely. After consuming 3 ultimate war soldier fruits, his level in the war soldier path did not increase, remaining at the 30th layer. However, he did gain insight into a new skill. Name: War Soldier Path, 10 Directions Thunder Killing Halberd. Category: Skill. Quality: Mythical. Description: 1. When wielding a halberd-type weapon from the War Soldier Path, there is a 50 probability of comprehending this skill. Description: 2. a killing intent from the heavens, shifting stars, and changing lodgings. Once the slaughter commences, one can invoke and manipulate the cosmic forces to augment one's combat power. Description 3. A killing intent from the earth, dragons and snakes rise from the land. After 30 minutes of slaughter, one can invoke and manipulate the great powers of the earth to enhance one's combat power. Description 4. A killing intent from humanity. The heavens and earth turn over. After 1 hour of slaughter, one can invoke and manipulate the elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire to amplify one's combat power. Upon meticulously examining the description of this skill, Suyu could not help but feel ecstatic. Indeed, Qin Bingyue was his lucky star. Ever since she recommended the star-eating halberd to him, fortune had continuously smiled upon him. Not only had he acquired the perfect replacement for the soul-destroying dagger and the heavenly demon toad with the divine thunder star-eating halberd, but he had also established a connection with an unknown deity from the universal trading post. Furthermore, his strength had experienced a monumental leap. At this moment, he had comprehended a divine skill. The skill description on his panel merely provided a brief overview, while each concise statement corresponded to a detailed explanation. The skill he had grasped this time was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary divine skills. With this skill, there was no concern about whether he could withstand its power, as long as the conditions for its use were met. Activating the skill would allow him to call upon the natural forces of the external world and the great powers of the universe to confront his foes. Though it may sound exaggerated, he truly felt an urge to embrace Qin Bingyue and plant a fervent kiss on her. With the acquisition of a divine artifact, followed by a divine skill, combined with his innate divine attributes, he was undoubtedly racing down the path to invincibility. As Suyu reveled in these thoughts, Qin Bingyue and her companions happened to arrive at that moment. Following their previous continuous battles, Suyu had reached level 20, while Qin Bingyue and the others lagged considerably behind. At this juncture, he was invincible, so upon seeing everyone, Suyu decisively resolved to take them out for training. "Boss, should we take a break or continue our training?" Wang Ying inquired, his condition excellent as he looked toward Suyu. He had acquired numerous valuable items in the underground storage. Although he was not lacking in funds, the underground storage of Shelter No. 9 contained many treasures that were not easily obtainable even with money. Eager to continue his trials, Wang Ying was motivated by the sweet taste of victory from their recent hunts of alien beasts and various monsters. Moreover, after the previous battles, both his level and strength had seen an uptick. Additionally, he wished to test the effectiveness of the equipment and items he had obtained in combat. Lastly, he recalled the modest goals Suyu had set for everyone. Each member of the illusory god hunting team should enter the martial arts tower at level 20 or higher. After Wang Ying's inquiry, the rest of the group turned their gazes towards Suyu. Apart from Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai, the others seemed inclined to continue their trials. As for Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai, they evidently had alternative means of enhancement outside of training. Due to the significant boost in Suyu's mental attributes, he could distinctly sense that both Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai had also experienced a growth in their capabilities over their recent time apart. Suyu had initially planned to lead everyone on further trials. After Wang Ying spoke up, he noticed that the others were also keen on continuing their training. So he naturally decided to go along with the tide. "Let us proceed with our trials. My strength has increased once more. As long as we remain within the confines of shelters number 1 to number 10, I can guarantee everyone's safety to the greatest extent." The Starry Realm can be roughly divided into 10 dungeons, with shelters number 1 to number 10 being classified as D-grade dungeons. The alien beasts and various monsters roaming this area typically range from levels 1 to 30. Stronger monsters do exist, albeit in fewer numbers. For instance, even during a monster wave, only 2 level 40 monsters would appear. Moreover, those 2 level 40 monsters did not emerge alongside the monster wave. Instead, they appeared at an unknown time at shelter number 9. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the members of the illusory god hunting team could not help but exchange perplexed glances. What is happening? Has our captain's strength increased once again? Of course, their surprise did not linger for long. After all, they too had gained considerable enhancements from the previous battles. It was only natural for Suyu to experience growth in strength following his level increase, just like them. However, they may not realize that the contribution of leveling up to Suyu's overall strength enhancement was actually the least significant. The astounding leap in Suyu's power, akin to a seismic shift, was largely attributable to Qin Bingyue. Initially, she had informed Suyu about the star-eating halberd in the 3rd layer of the underground storage, which was perfectly suited for him. Subsequently, she had employed 1 billion credit points to hire Suyu as her lifelong sparring partner. Suyu then utilized this 1 billion credit points to acquire the star-eating halberd, and thus the gears of destiny truly began to turn. Later, Suyu borrowed a universal trading ticket worth 100 million credit points from Qin Bingyue to finalize a transaction with the unknown deity. With all these factors in play, a series of subsequent events unfolded. In summary, Qin Bingyue's assistance to Suyu during this time was immensely significant. Although Qin Bingyue possessed the divine moon illusory eyes, Her observational abilities did not surpass those of Hua Longhai's holy hard eyes. As the 10 of them departed the shelter and walked along the path, Qin Bingyue caught a glimpse of Su Yu's deeply grateful gaze directed at her. With a bright smile, Qin Bingyue patted Su Yu's shoulder and said, "A mere 100 million is nothing to worry about." Wang Ying interjected, "Vice Captain Qin, how about lending me 100 million as well? I would like to not worry for a bit too." Qin Bingyue shot Wang Ying a disapproving glance. "The captain borrowed a universal trading ticket from me. Are you certain you wish to borrow one as well?" Chapter 101. Laying it bare? Alright, my stats. Wang Ying certainly did not intend to borrow a universal trading ticket worth 100 million from Qin Bingyue. That item was a trap. After using a universal trading ticket, one could trade for almost any item with the universal trading post. However, the prices of the items obtained from the universal trading post were often dozens or even hundreds of times higher than average market rates elsewhere. Although universal trading tickets were quite a rip-off, they still held immense value. For example, if one were to encounter a formidable monster, and both sides were pushed to the brink of exhaustion, but the monster was slightly better off, a significant life-threatening crisis could ensue. However, possessing a universal trading ticket would allow one to restore their health completely. While this transaction would certainly be costly at the hands of the universal trading post, losing wealth was preferable to losing one's life to a monster. Thus, as long as one had sufficient financial resources, many would opt to purchase a few universal trading tickets to keep on hand. Outside the shelter lay vast ruins and mountains. The alien beasts in the vicinity would often flee upon sensing the presence of Su Yu and his companions. If the members of the illusory god-hunting team were mere weaklings, they would undoubtedly not hesitate to rush in and feast upon their prey. However, even the weakest among them, Yang Yu, exudes an aura of immense danger. The solitary aberrations and monsters would certainly refrain from approaching, lest they seek their own demise. Boss, your current strength should be approximately 6 times the average level of warriors of the same rank, right? As the group searched for suitable targets outside the refuge, Wang Ying casually inquired. Su Yu nodded slightly in response. That seems about right. The average level of warriors of the same rank serves as a significant reference point. Among 10 warriors, 5 typically hover around this average value. Generally, a warrior whose personal metrics reach the average level is deemed competent. If one's metrics approximate twice the average, that warrior can be considered elite. Within the illusory god-hunting team, Yang Yu currently stands at level 17. At this level, the average attack attribute for warriors is 340 points, while Yang Yu boasts an attack attribute of 410 points, necessitating 680 points to attain elite status. If a warrior's metrics approach 4 times the average, they are classified as a special elite. Should their metrics reach around 6 times the average, they may be hailed as a prodigy among their peers. A comparison can be drawn. An exemplary student may achieve a score of 100, while a prodigious student might score 1000. Within the illusory god-hunting team, Su Yu has been soaring to remarkable heights, his attributes nearing the threshold of a prodigy. Qin Bingyue and Hua Longhai strive towards prodigious levels, while Chen Qing, Wu Ying, and Shi Luguang fall into the special elite category. Wang Ying, Nam Minfeng, and Xiao Annie occupy a range between elite and special elite. Only Yang Yu finds himself at a disadvantage, still a distance away from even the threshold of elite status. However, metrics alone do not determine everything. Possessing strong foundational values is one thing, but effectively wielding those values is another. Yang Yu fears neither hardship, injury, nor death. Each time he engages in battle, he fights with reckless abandon, unafraid of the consequences. Many warriors whose metrics qualify as elite may find themselves outmatched when facing Yang Yu. Although Wang Ying's question elicited a response of about right from Su Yu, Hua Longhai interjected with a rare seriousness. Captain's current prowess is undoubtedly over 6 times the average level of warriors, not just around that mark. After 30 minutes of combat, the captain can unleash a formidable trump card, reaching prodigious levels. He added, I might even be underestimating the captain. After all, his growth rate is astonishing, and it seems he hasn't fought with full strength in previous encounters. Following Hua Longhai's remarks, the group's gaze shifted to Su Yu, revealing profound astonishment. Hua Longhai, equipped with the Holy Eye, can accurately gather various data from the battlefield. His assessment of Su Yu is undoubtedly precise. Wang Ying, somewhat astonished, turned to Su Yu and asked, Boss, can you give us a hint? Wang Ying himself is elite, yet the configuration of the illusory god-hunting team is exceedingly luxurious. Were it not for Yang Yu's contrasting presence, they would merely be the tail end of the team. Su Yu contemplated for a moment before deciding to reassure his comrades. I currently do not need to rely on my trump card. I possess the means to exhibit combat prowess comparable to that of a prodigy. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a stunned silence. Even the advancing team halted at that moment. The distinction between a prodigy and a world-class prodigy is vast. Despite the minor lexical difference, the disparity could be monumental. A chasm separates the two, difficult to traverse. Hua Longhai, questioning his own hearing, could not help but inquire, Captain, Are you saying that you can achieve combat capabilities comparable to a world-class prodigy without waiting 30 minutes? As Hua Langhai posed his question, the eyes of the illusory god hunting team members turned towards Su Yu. Su Yu calmly nodded. His foundational metrics indeed barely reached that level. If he were to unleash all his trump cards and enter the battle soldier's bloodbath soul state, his attributes would soar to 50 times that of the average warrior. After Su Yu's composed affirmation, Wang Ying erupted in enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Wow, boss, you're still incredible. You're still you." Wang Ying felt fortunate to have recognized Su Yu from the onset and cultivated a good relationship. Qin Bingyue's melodious voice then chimed in. "Though there is a significant gap between us and the captain, we must strive to catch up. Each of us should exert ourselves to grow and assist our teammates to the best of our abilities. This way, the illusory god hunting team and every companion within it can grow more rapidly and effectively." After Qin Bingyue spoke, Su Yu was the first to nod in agreement, saying, "Vice Captain Qin is absolutely right. Having been a solitary figure for an extended period prior to acquiring his hidden class card, he cherishes and values his current life and companions." Chapter 102, The Dark Crimson Demon Territory, in a trio formation. Regarding Qin Bingyue's earlier remarks, Hua Langhai couldn't help but roll his eyes, then sighed. You all, keep these things in your hearts. There's no need to constantly pour motivational speeches on everyone." Xiao Annie timidly interjected, "I agree with Vice Captain Qin." Wang Ying echoed, "Sister Qin is right." Sighing, Nan Minfeng remained silent. He harbors fondness for his current companions, yet his personality has not shifted significantly since joining the illusory god hunting team. He remains as taciturn as ever. Unless someone initiates conversation, he will not speak. Chen Qing had initially intended to continue her solitary path after joining the team, having endured too many betrayals and deceptions in the past, leading to a profound distrust of her companions. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Su Yu and the illusory god hunting team seemed to possess a certain magic. Since joining, she has abandoned any thoughts of pursuing solitary endeavors. Wu Ying, on the other hand, feels that things have become somewhat dull. She had anticipated that with the presence of Su Yu, Qin Bingyue, and Hua Langhai, three fierce tigers, there would be much excitement within the team, akin to a lively spectacle. However, while Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai are indeed fierce tigers, Su Yu is akin to a celestial dragon, effortlessly suppressing the two tigers, leading to a rather monotonous martial life for Wu Ying. Nonetheless, she still harbors affection for her companions. Shilu Guang, within the team, adopts a laid-back demeanor. Unlike the others, he does not exhibit fervor or passion. However, he seems accustomed to concealing his strength, and as of now, no one can definitively ascertain whether he is the fourth strongest in the illusory god hunting team. While Chen Qing and Wu Ying are indeed formidable, in a genuine confrontation, they may not surpass Shilu Guang. The reality is that, at least for the time being, Shilu Guang is indeed the fourth strongest member of the illusory god hunting team. He remained inconspicuous, a reflection of his habitual guise of the underdog. While the three foremost members of the team were exceptionally formidable, he exerted himself to catch up, securing his position as the fourth member of the group, and chose to maintain his laid-back demeanor. It was quite possible that his strength ranked similarly among the team. Given this reality, why not allow himself a measure of comfort? In stark contrast to the severely lacking fighting spirit of Shilu Guang, Yang Yu was brimming with zeal. At this moment, Yang Yu seemed to ignite with fervor, cultivating a deeper sense of belonging to the phantom god hunting team. From now on, he was not only willing to fight for himself, but also prepared to strive for those who recognized him and whom he acknowledged in return. After a brief exchange, the group pressed onward. They swiftly discovered a gathering of monsters. This was a sprawling expanse of ruins, remnants of towering skyscrapers that had stood proud for decades, if not centuries. However, now, those once soaring edifices had largely collapsed. The cracked asphalt roads and numerous building remnants were overrun with an abundance of weeds and various flora. The monsters here were quite distinctive, resembling a black, horned creature. Their appearance was akin to that of a silverback gorilla, yet they bore a silver horn on their foreheads that gleamed with a metallic luster. Name: Dark Silver Demon. Level: LV20. Classification: Monster. Description: a robust creature capable of manipulating dark energy. Dark energy possesses a potent corrosive effect. Extreme caution is advised during combat to avoid its insidious influence. As Su Yu and his companions surveyed these dark silver demons, the multitude of demons scrutinized the phantom god hunting team in return. Witnessing human warriors recklessly encroaching upon their territory, the dark silver demons erupted in raucous excitement. Su Yu's formidable mental prowess, surpassing that of his peers tenfold, swept through the area. He soon discerned that the number of monsters here was considerable, approximately 600. Furthermore, there were peculiarities in this locale that warranted closer inspection, particularly a subterranean space deep within the area, which his mental energy could not penetrate. Mental energy, a pervasive ability, is an extension of a warrior's sensory perceptions. Unless confronted with measures that obstruct mental awareness, one could scrutinize everything within its reach with meticulous clarity. However, when Suyu directed his mental energy toward that region, it encountered a barrier. This indicated that the underground space must harbor some peculiarities. After surveying the battlefield with his mental acuity, Suyu devised a strategy. U9 will split into 3 groups of 3. The first group, Qin Bingyue, Wang Ying, and Xiaoyanni. The second group, Hua Langhai, Fifth Sakura, and Yang Yu. The third group, Shi Luwang, Chen Qing, and Nan Menfeng. There are roughly 600 dark silver demons in this area, and a subterranean space lies deeper within. That space conceals a means of obstructing mental perception, and I shall keep a watchful eye on it. If your battles outside proceed without incident, I will investigate that location. Upon hearing Su Yu's instructions, the others nodded in agreement. Aside from Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai, the remaining members of the team could only serve as burdens to Su Yu. Moreover, as the area merely featured a mental barrier, it was unlikely to pose significant danger. With Su Yu positioned to support them, the team could engage fully in their ensuing battles without concern for unexpected events. Observing his many comrades as they commenced combat with the dark silver demons, Su Yu's focus sharpened on the nearby subterranean space, which appeared to be an underground base. Despite the eruption of battle above, the underground base remained eerily silent, leading Su Yu to speculate. It might merely be a sealed chamber containing some items, with nothing else within. Alternatively, there could be monsters residing inside, unrelated to the dark silver demons outside. While maintaining his vigilance over the underground base, Su Yu also consumed the ultimate battle fruit. He had purchased an impressive quantity of 200,000 battle fruits, all of which he could refine into ultimate battle fruits. In moments of leisure, he could indulge in these ultimate battle fruits. The levels within the battle path are boundless. As long as one can endure the fortifying effects on the body from the battle fruits, the journey can continue indefinitely. After employing his skill, Limit-Break Refinement, to transform the battle fruits into ultimate battle fruits, any adverse effects associated with the battle fruits had been wholly eliminated, allowing for their safe consumption. Chapter 103, The Secret Bunker. Operations from 150 years ago. Although the ultimate battle fruits lacked the side effects of ordinary battle fruits, so you still needed to consume them one by one to elevate his battle path level. This posed no issue. In the future, he could enjoy the battle fruits as a casual snack during his downtime. After indulging in the battle fruits for a while, he rose and approached the distant underground base. Qin Bingyue and her companions were progressing through their trials with great success. The 9 of them were steadily gaining experience and leveling up. While their strength did not rival Su Yu's, they had no trouble dealing with the dark silver demons. As Su Yu neared the underground base, he gripped his thunder-devouring star spear in hand. Though his prowess was formidable, wielding the spear undoubtedly augmented his strength. Where was the entrance to this place? Upon arriving above the underground base, Su Yu found himself at a loss. The area he occupied was a desolate ruin. Presumably, before this place succumbed to devastation, there had been an entrance leading to the underground base. However, now that the structures had crumbled into ruins, the previous pathways to the underground base might no longer be functional. Although Su Yu was immensely powerful, he could only soar with Evelyn's aid. He lacked the ability to burrow underground. If he could not locate an access point to the underground base, or if those pathways were rendered inoperable, he might have to abandon this location temporarily. Through his perception, he estimated that the underground base lay approximately 100 meters below. Even with his current formidable strength, breaching a 100-meter thick layer of rock would still pose a considerable challenge. Moreover, he remained uncertain about the nature of the underground base. If it turned out to be devoid of any significant contents, that would be one thing. However, if it housed formidable monsters, the commotion caused by his attempts to break through the rock could alert them. While he was not overly apprehensive of these creatures, should they prove excessively powerful, their emergence could endanger Qin Bingyue and the others. At this moment, Su Yu refrained from employing brute force to breach the 100 meters of rock. Instead, he resolved to search diligently through the ruins. If he could discover an access point to the underground base nearby, he would not need to resort to force to penetrate the 100-meter rock layer. After scouring the ruins for a time, Su Yu failed to locate an entrance to the underground base. However, he did come across several file cabinets. These cabinets were significantly damaged, yet they had not entirely lost their protective function, allowing some documents within to remain intact. Su Yu now possessed several work manuals in his hands. Unlike other manuals that crumbled to dust upon contact, these few manuals retained their original form, as if they had just been placed in the file cabinets. Upon opening these work manuals, Su Yu encountered a series of disorganized entries. During today's patrol around the perimeter of the bunker, he had heard some peculiar sounds. He reported this matter to the captain, who instructed them to focus solely on their duties and to disregard any other concerns. Alas, it seems that something has transpired within the bunker over the past 6 months. There is an unsettling feeling that the higher-ups are concealing something from them. Moreover, the true purpose of the bunker appears to deviate from its original designation as a refuge in times of cataclysm. Nevertheless, Su Yu resolved to heed the captain's words and concentrate on his own responsibilities. After perusing this particular work log, Su Yu turned back to its first page. The initial entry contained basic information about a martial artist. Name, Ronin. Level, LV40. Occupation, martial artist. Identity, JM, Bunker 2048, 2nd Special Operations Team, Special Security Officer. The martial artist who left this work log is named Ronin. Through Ronin's records, Suyu learned about the entity situated beneath the 100-meter rock layer. It was a bunker designated JM 2048, originally intended to serve as a sanctuary amidst calamity. However, based on Ronin's documentation, it appeared that this bunker was being utilized for purposes other than those initially stated. Driven by curiosity, Suyu continued to delve into Ronin's work logs. He discovered that the intact records were exclusively authored by this martial artist named Ronin. Upon opening another log, Suyu's intrigue regarding the bunker beneath the 100-meter rock layer deepened. Ronin had inscribed a troubling observation in this entry. Something is amiss. It seems the bunker is engaged in some horrific activities. Today, when I attempted to inform the captain, he appeared hesitant to speak. I sense that he knows something. Yet he harbors reservations about divulging it to me. Furthermore, our movements as special security officers have been restricted. Without explicit permission, we are prohibited from contacting the outside world or ascending to the surface. Even as a LV40 martial artist, I cannot shake off a growing unease. It feels as though something dreadful is on the verge of transpiring. At the conclusion of this log, Ronin also let out a heavy sigh. After reading this entry, Suyu hastily flipped through the subsequent logs. The contents of the following logs bore striking similarities to the first two. Within Bunker JM 2048, Ronin's responsibilities included preventing enemy incursions and thwarting acts of sabotage within the facility. Additionally, he was tasked with patrolling various sections of the bunker, awaiting orders from superiors, and managing minor affairs. According to Ronin's accounts, there were a total of 10 special security teams within the bunker, each comprising 100 martial artists. However, their operational scope was limited to the external environment of the bunker. As for the activities occurring in the core areas of the bunker, Ronin and his colleagues remained in the dark. Suyu continued to swiftly peruse Ronin's work logs until he stumbled upon a new entry. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What have those bastards done to Cheng Shui? I am on the brink of collapse. Why is this happening? Cheng Shui has transformed into a grotesque hybrid of human and gorilla? What the hell are these scoundrels doing? After observing for several months, Ronin seemed to have uncovered something of grave significance. He had witnessed a woman named Cheng Shui metamorphose into a half-human, half-gorilla creature. Yet, the identity of this Cheng Shui remained a mystery. Suyu pressed on, eager to discover more, and the next log indeed pertained to Cheng Shui. Chapter 104, Dangerous Experiments. The Super Soldier Program. I did not report Cheng Shui's situation to the captain. Today, I saw that she could move freely once again. Furthermore, she appears entirely unaware of her transformation into a monster last night and her subsequent transfer to the laboratory. When I inquired whether she had gone to play billiards last night, Cheng Shui responded affirmatively, claiming she had a delightful time with several friends. My spiritual energy has been enveloping Cheng Shui, so I am certain she is not lying, at least within her consciousness. She believes she went to play billiards and did not transform into a monster to be sent to the laboratory. I realize now that our memories have been altered. Certain illusionists and technological devices possess such capabilities. If Cheng Shui is oblivious to her transformation, then what about me? Have I also undergone some horrifying metamorphosis? Suyu never anticipated that Bunker JM 2048 would be engaged in such sinister research. From Ronin's descriptions, it appeared that the special security officers had been transformed into hybrid creatures. Yet, their memories had been manipulated, leaving them completely unaware of their circumstances. Flipping back to the previous work log, Suyu began to read the next entry. I am resolved to speak with the captain. He must have discovered something. As comrades who have faced death together countless times, he need not keep secrets from me. Moreover, I suspect the captain harbors some doubts about me. Over the past 6 months, I have been covertly investigating the occurrences within the bunker. Despite my utmost caution, I have still attracted some attention. This particular work log was exceedingly brief, containing only a handful of useful details. Suyu continued to turn the pages, scrutinizing the next entry. Today, I confronted the captain with my findings. This outcome is one I cannot accept. As a comrade who has shared life and death countless times, the captain revealed much of the information I sought. Unfortunately, I too have become a monster. From the day I entered the bunker a year ago, I have been transformed into a creature. It is said that researchers predict our world will be besieged by interdimensional rifts. With the technological prowess and martial strength of our planet, we are ill-equipped to contend with these invasions. To prevent the extinction of our civilization, we require super soldiers. The Super Soldier Program is one of the legacies of crystal blue technology. Through various means, we will be modified into super soldiers capable of beastification. In this beastified state, we will obey commands without question and possess extraordinary combat and regenerative abilities. I witnessed the captain transform into a dark primal beast and crush his own heart. Yet, under the nurturing of martial energy, his heart regenerated at a visible speed. As Suyu read this, a sense of unease began to settle within him. He was uncertain whether the dark primal beasts described in Ronin's logs were the same as those he had encountered. From Ronin's narrative, it seemed these two types of dark primal beasts were indeed akin to monsters. However, the dark primal beasts faced by Qin Bingyue and her team did not exhibit remarkable combat capabilities, nor did they possess terrifying regenerative abilities. Prior to arriving at this location, he had observed Qin Bingyue and her companions engaging with the dark primal beasts for an extended period, and he was well aware of their condition. With that, Suyu concluded the reading of this work log. Fortunately, the next log remained intact, allowing him to continue. After conversing with the captain, I have gained a wealth of knowledge. We will need a period of adaptation to fully harness the power of beastification, thereby achieving the ability to rapidly recover as the captain does after crushing his heart. However, during our conversation, I sensed that someone was watching us. Moreover, upon reflecting on the captain's words, I realized with horror that he had given me a signal to escape, and I had failed to react promptly. The second work log contained only a single page of notes from Ronin. His captain seemed to be conveying significant information to him through some form of coded message. However, Ronin was in a state of profound shock at that moment and could not grasp the implications. Suyu, momentarily overcome by curiosity, sensed that something must have happened to Ronin. Yet, if Ronin had indeed encountered trouble, who had secured his work log in the filing cabinet? This question was soon answered as Suyu flipped through a few blank pages and discovered another individual's work log. Ronin was dead, and the elders declared him a traitor. Yet, before his demise, he had revealed some astonishing truths to me. He claimed to have witnessed my transformation into a creature that was half human, half monster 6 months prior, along with the metamorphosis of us all into monsters. He meticulously documented everything in his work log. If I could locate his work log, I might still harbor a glimmer of hope for escape. Finding Ronin's work log was not a daunting task for me. However, upon perusing its contents, I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Although this work log bore no signature, Suyu deduced that it, along with subsequent logs, had been pinned by Cheng Shui. Ronin had uncovered the secrets of the bunker and subsequently met his end. Due to his close relationship with Cheng Shui, he had confided in her before his death. Cheng Shui had accessed Ronin's work log, gleaning much information, and continued to document her findings in Ronin's log. I beheld the monstrous beings Ronin had described. They possessed silver horns atop their heads and bore a striking resemblance to silverback gorillas. We were informed that the laboratory was researching techniques to control these aberrant creatures in combat. Those that could not be controlled and had completely succumbed to madness were to be dealt with by us special security personnel. I now understood that these creatures that had been dispatched were, in fact, the very monsters we special security agents had transformed into. Those wretched fiends. Suyu realized that the bunker designated JM 2048 had likely spiraled out of control. Their objective appeared to be the mass production of super soldiers capable of self-control, akin to the captain of the Second Strike Team. Yet, what they produced seemed to predominantly be monsters prone to uncontrollable rampages. Suyu then turned to the next work log, and upon reading its contents, he was taken aback. I saw my father, who laid bare everything before me. As one of the core researchers, he possessed nearly all the knowledge. The Crystal Blue civilization had left behind a gene from the Dark Primal Mother, and we were all created using this unique genetic material. The gene of the Dark Primal Mother was replicated and utilized extensively. After being implanted with the gene of the Dark Primal Mother, our original genetics would undergo editing, resulting in a series of uncontrollable changes. My father and his colleagues' research aimed to make the gene editing process controllable. Yet, it was evident they had failed. Chapter 105. The Corruption of the Dark Primal Mother. Cheng Shui's work log concluded here, leaving Suyu in a state of resignation. However, on the reverse of this log, there was a map. This map illustrated the structural layout of Bunker JM 2048. Referring to this map, Suyu searched and soon found an underground chamber. Within this chamber, he discovered a functional elevator. However, this elevator did not allow for floor selection and required a password to operate. Suyu was aware of the password, but he was uncertain whether it had changed over the course of 150 years. The work logs of Ronin and Cheng Shui had been recorded 150 years prior. After entering Ronin's access code, to his astonishment, the elevator leading to the subterranean bunker indeed activated. According to Ronin, the top-secret bunker, along with the highly classified building above it, operated on nuclear power. 150 years had passed, yet this system evidently continued to function normally. As the elevator descended, Suyu grasped the divine thunder-devouring star spear in hand. When the elevator doors opened once more, he found himself within the bunker. Both the bunker and the elevator were coated with a layer that shielded against mental perception. When attempting to scan the elevator with his mental power, he could not detect the presence of an elevator shaft or the elevator itself. Upon entering the bunker, Suyu began to meticulously observe his surroundings. He found numerous skeletal remains. Despite the passage of 150 years, even the corpses of level 40 warriors had succumbed to decay. However, before Suyu could further explore the bunker, he was intercepted by a figure clad in nano battle armor, obscuring their visage. Suyu's mental power was also unable to penetrate the nano armor to ascertain the figure's appearance. Name: Walker Nano Armor. Level: LV30. Description: one of the legacies of Crystal Blue technology, an exceptionally powerful nano combat suit. Even an ordinary person donning it would possess combat capabilities comparable to a level 30 elite warrior. Upon viewing the description of his opponent's panel, Suyu felt no anxiety. In his perception, the Walker nano armor was not overly formidable. Yet, instead of attacking directly, the figure inquired, "Who are you? Why did you use my access code to come here? What is the state of the outside world?" After the operator of the Walker nano armor spoke, Suyu was momentarily taken aback. He hesitantly asked, "Are you Ronin?" The operator of the nano armor was equally taken aback. "You recognize me?" Suyu's astonishment deepened. "But you were supposed to be dead." Ronin remained silent for a moment before responding. "How do you know?" Suyu replied truthfully. "Because I read your work log, as well as Chung Shue's work log." What ultimately transpired here? Ronin had not anticipated that Suyu had learned about the bunker in such a manner. He answered Suyu's inquiries. "I am indeed dead. My brain is currently preserved in a brain life support pod, maintaining its activity." As Ronin spoke, he activated the facial display of the nano armor. Suyu then witnessed that there was, in fact, no one inside the armor. After addressing Suyu's question, Ronin continued to respond to Suyu's other inquiries. A civil unrest occurred here, resulting from an experiment going awry. This place was meant to be destroyed, and its secrets were to be buried forever. However, Dr. Chening and a select few managed to open it at the last moment. I took control of the bunker from Dr. Chening, overseeing the nano-mechs tasked with eliminating all biological entities within the bunker. Do you have any news regarding Dr. Chening? The state of Ronin's existence left Suyu thoroughly astonished. Now, Ronin was merely a brain within a life support apparatus. After some contemplation, Suyu replied candidly, "I am not a warrior of this planet. I hail from Blue Star. At least for now, I have not heard any news concerning Dr. Chening." Furthermore, Suyu succinctly shared his background and the events transpiring on Hope Star with Ronin. He, in turn, garnered additional intelligence from Ronin. During the course of 150 years, Ronin's brain had been largely dormant. It was only upon the activation of the elevator leading into the bunker that he was awakened. However, after learning about the situation outside from him, Ronin made a rather unfriendly request. "Although you stumbled into this top-secret bunker by accident, however, from the moment you entered this place, you may have been infiltrated by the Dark Chimp Mother. Therefore, you cannot leave here. If possible, it would be best for you to cooperate with me and accompany me to the surgical room for the transfer of your brain. The Dark Chimp Mother exerts a strong corrosive effect on the bodies of warriors, while its impact on the brain is comparatively moderate. Your brain can be placed in a life support device, awaiting rescue. I can also grant you control over a civilian-grade nano armor, allowing you to move within the bunker. However, the bunker can be quite dull. If you fear descending into madness, you might choose to enter a dormant state like I did." Upon hearing Ronin's words, Suyu was taken aback. This individual was actually suggesting that he remove his brain and place it in some life support device while awaiting rescue. Moreover, he possessed the Divine Light Amulet, and his mental prowess was approximately tenfold that of a warrior of the same caliber. He had not sensed any corrosive negative condition since arriving here. Shaking his head in response to Ronin's request, he stated, "I will conduct a thorough investigation here. If you can assist me in examining this place, it would be most agreeable. Should you attempt to obstruct my investigation or engage in any impolite actions, I will seriously consider destroying your brain. As for the corrosion you mentioned, I am uncertain if you possess any means to assess my condition, but I can unequivocally assure you that I have not been corrupted." Ronin fell silent for a moment before responding earnestly, "My proposal is for your benefit. Furthermore, you are merely a level 20 warrior. You pose no threat to me. You cannot withstand the corrosive influence of the Dark Chimp Mother. If you doubt this, you may provide a drop of blood for me to analyze. Should you indeed prove capable of resisting its corruption, I may consider collaborating with you. However, until your status is confirmed, I hope you will cooperate and refrain from any reckless actions." After contemplating briefly, Suyu nodded, "Very well." He then enveloped a drop of blood oozing from his fingertip with martial energy and approached Ronin's nano armor. Chapter 106, Negotiating Cooperation. Uncontaminated by Corruption. JM. Bunker 2048, Laboratory. Due to Suyu's willingness to undergo testing, Ronin refrained from taking further action against him. It was fortunate he did not, for otherwise, Suyu could have dismantled this place entirely. The testing equipment within this laboratory was exceptionally advanced. In less than a minute, Ronin completed the analysis on Suyu. Ronin's voice emanated from the blue and white nano armor before Suyu. In the JM, Bunker 2048, it seemed all nano armors bore these colors. "Greetings, Suyu. The analysis indicates that you have not been corrupted by the Dark Chimp Mother. We can maximize our information sharing and complete some transactions. What do you think?" Suyu nodded slightly upon hearing this. He was unafraid should Ronin choose to act against him, but a smooth dialogue and cooperation would indeed be preferable. "Please follow me," Ronin instructed, maneuvering the blue and white nano armor to lead the way. He intended to engage in further communication with Suyu. Although they had exchanged some information previously, both parties had been cautious during their initial encounter, withholding certain details. Under the guidance of the blue and white nano armor, Suyu arrived at the guest lounge of the bunker. Once seated, Ronin's voice emerged from the nano armor again. "So, where shall we begin?" Suyu casually replied. Let us start from before your death. He had already gleaned earlier information by reviewing Ronin's work logs. Although some logs had been documented by Cheng Shui after they reached her, they were sparse, and many details remained unknown to Suyu. After a moment of contemplation, Ronin responded, agreed. After my death, my brain was transferred to a life support device by Dr. Chun-Ing before it entirely lost its vitality. Since then, I have been closely following Dr. Chun-Ing. The genes of the Dark Chimp Mother were left behind by the Crystal Blue technology. To be precise, they originated from the Crystal Blue civilization. Dr. Chun-Ing was unaware of the level of advancement of the Crystal Blue civilization. In any case, the most cutting-edge technology on our planet derives from a starship that crashed from the Crystal Blue civilization. Suyu could not help but internally scoff at this revelation. The Hope Star seemed to have an inordinate ease of contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. First with the crashed starship of the Crystal Blue civilization and now with the interactions involving the Dark Order of the Star Cluster civilization. However, this was not entirely surprising. It was akin to fishing. Some places yielded no catch, while others offered bountiful rewards. Ronin continued, originally, the Crystal Blue civilization intended to utilize the genes of the Dark Chimp Mother to transform death row inmates. However, the task assigned to Dr. Chun-Ing and his team was to use this technology to mass-produce super soldiers. This plan was doomed to fail from the outset. The beastified super soldiers required stable devices implanted in their brains to assist in controlling their beastral bodies, yet the availability of such devices was exceedingly limited. Dr. Chun-Ing and his colleagues were unable to replicate them. Compounding the issue, the Dark Chimp Mother's genes possessed a formidable corrosive capability. Upon entering the bunker, we were subjected to this corrosion, gradually transforming into monsters. From that moment onward, Dr. Chun-Ing and his team raced against time, needing to develop a usable control device before we completely succumbed to madness. Ultimately, they failed, and only Dr. Chun-Ing and a few others managed to escape the bunker. After I gained control of the bunker, I eliminated the other beastified monsters and placed their brains in life support devices for dormancy. Ronin displayed considerable sincerity this time, divulging nearly all the information he possessed to Suyu. After hearing Ronin's account, Suyu posed a question. Do you know what those dark chimp monsters near the bunker are about? They don't seem to be beastified human warriors, nor do they possess any corrosive abilities. Suyu was certain of this. Had those dark chimp monsters possessed corrosive capabilities, he would have noticed them by now. After pondering for a moment, Ronin replied, those are likely ordinary dark chimps. While the bunker laboratory was producing super soldiers, it also utilized the genes of the Dark Chimp Mother to create some dark chimps. They are low-cost monsters with formidable combat capabilities. After finishing his explanation, Ronin turned to Suyu and inquired, do you have any knowledge of Dr. Chun-Ing? Suyu shook his head. I truly do not know. However, I can help you inquire about him when I go out. Moreover, there have been numerous changes in the outside world. Suyu had previously shared quite a bit of intelligence with Ronin, and this time he provided even more detailed and specific information about the external situation. He understood that news regarding Dr. Chun-Ing was of utmost importance to Ronin. With only a brain remaining, Ronin's potential to revert to a normal state significantly depended on Dr. Chun-Ing. After Suyu finished speaking, Ronin shook his head. Based on your description, Dr. Chun-Ing may have already passed away. If I wish to return to normalcy, I might need to pursue a second option. Suyu's curiosity piqued. The second option? Ronin nodded. Yes, the second option. This involves recovering all the technologies of the Crystal Blue civilization currently on Hope Star. 150 years ago, after we discovered the crashed ship of the Crystal Blue civilization, we compiled all its technologies into 10 volumes. Subsequently, we commenced an extensive study of the technology of the Crystal Blue civilization within 10 bunkers situated 100 meters underground. Should we succeed in integrating these technologies, it is conceivable that both I and others might be resurrected. Of course, we could also continue the search for Dr. Chun-Ing. It is possible that he is still alive, or perhaps he has employed a method akin to mine to prolong his existence. However, I find myself unable to leave this bunker, thus I require your assistance in these matters. In return, I can offer you some of the technology from this place, as well as certain items. Nevertheless, it is advisable not to transport these items to the outside world. Although I do not comprehend why you have not succumbed to the corruption of the dark primal gene, all items here are tainted by it. Ronin's words plunged Suyu into contemplation. There must be some unique circumstance that affords him perfect immunity to the corruption of the dark primal gene. Chapter 107. Purifying Contamination. Recovering Crystal Blue Civilization Technology. Through previous discussions with Ronin, Suyu had garnered sufficient understanding of the dark primal gene. The dark primal gene exists in an energetic state, capable of contaminating everything within a certain radius. Thanks to the formidable isolation coating of Bunker 2048, the contaminating ability of the dark primal gene could not spread further. According to the intelligence shared by Ronin, he too should have fallen victim to the contamination of the dark primal gene. Yet, for some peculiar reason, he remained unaffected. Suyu speculated that this peculiar reason might be the energy cultivated through the warrior path. The journey of cultivation along the warrior path is also a journey of evolution. As he advanced to the 30th level of the warrior path, he felt that every aspect of himself had undergone evolutionary enhancement. With this thought, Suyu turned to Ronin and said, I require an item contaminated by the dark primal gene. My martial energy seems capable of purifying its taint. What? Ronin exclaimed in astonishment. The nanotech armor he controlled soon relayed his excitement. Please hold on. The revelation that Suyu had shared was of immense significance to Ronin. He had refrained from sending the nanotech armor outside, fearing the potential spread of the contamination brought by the dark primal gene. If Suyu's martial energy could indeed purify this contamination, then he could be of great assistance in numerous ways. Before long, a metallic fragment and a small grass sprout were delivered to Suyu by the nanotech armor. Alongside these, a portable contamination detector was also provided. This device resembled a rectangular box into which the items to be tested were placed. If the indicator on the box flashed red, it signified contamination. If it flashed green, it indicated purity. Notably, this portable detector was a product of crystal blue civilization technology and was impervious to contamination from the dark primal gene. After a brief explanation, Ronin placed a piece of silver metal into the detector. To Suyu's expectation, the indicator indeed lit up red, confirming that the metal was contaminated by the energetic dark primal gene. With a sense of anticipation, Ronin retrieved the tainted metal and handed it to Suyu, saying, Give it a try and see if your martial energy can purify this item. Holding the silver fragment, Suyu released his martial energy. This time, he distinctly sensed that something was being eradicated under the onslaught of his energy. It seems to be working, he said uncertainly, placing the silver metal back into the detector. Ronin was overjoyed to see that Suyu had succeeded. His martial energy could indeed cleanse the contamination caused by the dark primal gene. Had Suyu been in this bunker 150 years ago, the catastrophic disasters that befell it might have been averted. Ronin, filled with anticipation, placed the small grass sprout into the detector as well. Like the silver metal, this grass too bore the taint of the dark primal gene. This energetic gene was pervasive and insidious, contaminating anything within its reach. Only those like Suyu, possessing unique abilities, could escape its grasp. Not only were they immune, but they also had the power to purify. Soon, Suyu enveloped the grass sprout in his martial energy. As before, he felt that something was being erased by his energy. If all went well, the contamination of the grass by the dark primal gene had been cleansed. After purifying it, he placed the grass into the detector, and to his satisfaction, the contamination was also eradicated. Next, Ronin led Suyu into the laboratory, where a series of experiments were conducted. Ronin discovered that Suyu's martial energy could indeed purify the contamination from the dark primal gene. Although the items still remained susceptible to future contamination, they exhibited a certain level of resistance post-purification. After thorough contemplation and Suyu's agreement, Ronin presented a crystal to him. Within this transparent crystal was a mass of black energy, the specimen of the energetic dark primal gene. Handing the crystal to Suyu, he did not hesitate to channel his martial energy to attempt a purification of the dark primal gene specimen. As the pitch-black energy encountered Suyu's sanguine martial energy, it reacted as if it had met its nemesis, rapidly dissipating until it vanished entirely, purified beyond recognition. Ronin no longer harbored any doubts about Suyu's purifying capabilities. Although he could not fathom how Suyu achieved this, one thing was certain. Suyu's martial energy exhibited a formidable counter to the energetic dark primal gene. After serious consideration, Ronin said, Suyu, I will show you the inventory list of supplies within the bunker. You may select what you need, and we can discuss further. With the discovery of Suyu's abilities, Ronin's interest in collaborating with him had grown immensely. Suyu, however, refrained from examining the inventory list and instead asked, What do you require of me? Without hesitation, Ronin replied, I need you to assist me with 2 tasks. The first is to recover the technology left by the crystal blue civilization from the other 9 bunkers, based on the intelligence I provide. The second task is to help us purify the contamination inflicted by the dark primal gene. If possible, I hope you can assist us with the second task once you receive your compensation. Suyu nodded. That is acceptable. However, after I help you purify the contamination, you should also be capable of recovering the technology left by the crystal blue civilization, correct? Ronin shook his head. Other bunkers also harbor the dark primal gene. However, I cannot assure you of the resources from these other bunkers. If there are no administrators in those bunkers, then everything is negotiable. But if there are administrators like me, I can only strive to maximize your benefits. Suyu chose to agree to Ronin's proposal. Chapter 108, A Huge Win. This broken thing. Under the guidance of Ronin, Suyu commenced the purification of the energy state, Dark Ape Mother Gene. This entity could be considered a commendable item, yet without the diamond drill, one cannot undertake porcelain work. Lacking the technological prowess of the crystalline blue civilization, they were unable to harness this item's potential. Moreover, it posed an immense danger, serving as a veritable source of catastrophe for Ronin and his companions. As Suyu prepared to purify the energy state Dark Ape Mother Gene, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He could undoubtedly purify it with ease. However, at present, he lacked the ability to utilize this item. If he were to bring it back to Blue Star, it could potentially contaminate it, and the esteemed leaders of the Supreme Alliance would undoubtedly summon him for a chat. Yet, he had an exceptional alternative, which involved selling the energy state Dark Ape Mother Gene to an unknown deity. Esteemed one, Tsuyu began to communicate with the Night Emperor in his mind. A hum echoed, and in the next moment, his consciousness plunged into a vast abyss of darkness. Within this shadowy realm, he could faintly discern a colossal throne. A figure, whose visage remained obscured, sat upon this grand seat. Surrounding him were but a few radiant azure points of light. What is it? The Night Emperor's voice, rich and magnetic, resonated with a casual tone. Tsuyu wasted no time and succinctly stated, Esteemed one, I have acquired a special item. Will you accept it? The Night Emperor smiled lightly and replied, I shall reclaim any item of value. Upon hearing this, Tsuyu decisively brought the energy state Dark Ape Mother Gene into the dark expanse. Name, Dark Ape Mother Gene classification, energy state gene quality, mythical description. This is a potent energy state gene. Within a certain vicinity, nearly all matter and energy will be tainted by this gene. The Night Emperor expressed surprise upon examining the item. While it was a source of disaster for Ronin and his companions, it was something to be handled with caution by Tsuyu. For the Night Emperor, however, it was a rather splendid acquisition, as he possessed the capability to edit this mass of energy state gene. I can offer you 2 forms of remuneration. Choose one, he stated promptly. First, 1 billion credit points. Second, a piece of special equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsuyu declared, I choose the special equipment. The trivial offerings of a deity of the Night Emperor's caliber would undoubtedly be treasures of the highest order to Tsuyu at this stage. While 1 billion credit points were indeed substantial, he believed that with his future growth, earning that sum would pose little challenge. Upon his selection, the special equipment described by the Night Emperor materialized directly into his hand. The special equipment was a ring. Name, Night Charm Ring Quality. Mythical classification, special equipment description 1. A ring crafted casually by a powerful deity, housing a night charm within. Description 2. The night charm is a special creature resembling a black cat, with the ring serving as its essence, as long as the ring remains intact. The black cat cannot perish. Description 3. The night charm can engage in relentless battles, acquiring experience and attributes to nourish its host. Description 4. The night charm inherits half of the host's attributes. The stronger the host, the mightier the night charm. Description 5. The night charm's level aligns with the host's. The higher its level, the greater its wisdom and capabilities. Description 6. The host can perceive the night charm's vision and exert control over it. Tsuyu meticulously reviewed the attributes of the night charm ring twice. He could only marvel at the delightful feeling of having allied with such a formidable being. The mere fact that the Night Emperor could casually bestow such treasures upon him was nothing short of remarkable. What thrilled him further was that he had exchanged the perilous energy state Dark Ape Mother Gene for this extraordinary artifact. The capabilities of the night charm ring were astonishing. By utilizing it, he could summon a black cat of equal standing, inheriting half of his attributes. This feline would not genuinely perish. As long as the night charm ring remained undestroyed, the night charm could resurrect after death. Even more astonishing was that the night charm could level up on his behalf. It could extract experience and 6-dimensional attributes, thereby nurturing its host. This implied that even while he slumbered, he would grow increasingly powerful. By sending the night charm out to hunt, he would continuously accrue experience and attribute points. At that moment, all the thoughts swirling in Tsuyu's mind coalesced into 4 words. The esteemed one is magnificent. The night charm not only extracted experience and attribute points, but could also serve as a companion, having inherited half of his attributes. His attribute values were tenfold that of an average warrior of the same level, while the night charm's attributes were 5 times that of its peers. Thus, even with only half of his attributes, the night charm remained exceptionally formidable. In addition, he could command the night charm to gather intelligence. The night charm possessed the ability of shadow transit, enabling it to traverse any location. However, during the transit, it could not perform any other actions. Moreover, the destination of the shadow transit could not be within a living entity or in areas dense with energy. Otherwise, it could directly infiltrate powerful beasts. Despite certain restrictions, the night charm's capabilities were still incredibly potent. Trading a completely useless item for the night charm ring was an unequivocal victory for Tsuyu. Even if he could not garner a reward from Ronin, he was still willing to lend him a hand. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the Dark Ape Mother Gene from Tsuyu's grasp, Ronin furrowed his brow. He feared that Tsuyu harbored dangerous intentions to remove the perilous item. However, he soon discovered that the mark he had placed on the Dark Ape Mother Gene was no longer detectable. This signified that Tsuyu had not simply stored the gene in his inventory, but had instead taken it elsewhere. A moment later, Tsuyu opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. Ronin, observing this, immediately inquired, Tsuyu, where have you taken the Dark Ape Mother Gene? Tsuyu did not withhold the truth and replied candidly, I traded that item with a deity. It has been claimed by the divine. Ronin's nano armor had continuously monitored Tsuyu's mental fluctuations, and the results indicated that Tsuyu was not lying. Chapter 109, Collecting Rewards. Exiting the secret bunker. The perilous item had indeed been entrusted to a deity by Suyu through some unknown means. This revelation left Ronin increasingly astonished. No wonder Suyu possessed the means to purify the contamination of the dark ape mother gene. He could converse with a deity. Suyu refrained from elaborating further on this matter with Ronin. Instead, he unleashed his martial energy, enveloping every corner of the bunker. With the source of contamination removed, purifying the bunker became exceedingly straightforward. After Suyu had purified all other areas of the bunker, Ronin cautiously led him to the entrance of a highly secure chamber. Suyu, though I may be somewhat intrusive, I must remind you, if my brain were to cease functioning, the nuclear fusion reactor within the bunker would spiral into chaos, erupting instantaneously. Even a level 100 warrior would be annihilated in a nuclear explosion within such confines. Ronin's statement exuded an air of excessive confidence. While warriors of such caliber had yet to reach the point of withstanding a nuclear explosion, they might possess certain unique means of survival or escape. Thus, Ronin's threats were utterly ineffectual against warriors of that level. Suyu, unperturbed by Ronin's words, responded in a notably calm manner. Rest assured, Sir Ronin. My pursuit is one of mutually beneficial collaboration. I would not engage in any irrational actions. Ronin's mind also required purification. Yet he was evidently apprehensive that Suyu might take advantage of him during the cleansing process. If that were to occur, Ronin would be doomed. As his brain resided within a life support apparatus, he could only endure Suyu's potential assaults, with no means of evasion. Nevertheless, failing to purify his brain was not an option. He wished to avoid becoming a monster after acquiring a new body. After a moment's hesitation, Ronin opened the door to the safe house. Upon entering the metallic sanctuary, Suyu beheld Ronin's brain, suspended in the center of a glass column filled with a pale blue nutrient solution, nourishing it. As Ronin's anxiety mounted, Suyu commenced enveloping Ronin's brain with his martial energy. At that moment, should he desire Ronin's demise, it would be a trivial task. With a mere thought, his martial energy could render Ronin's brain to a mere pulp. However, Suyu refrained from such an act. There was no benefit to be gained from it. Should anything happen to Ronin, he too would face dire consequences. The nuclear fusion reactor within the bunker was no trifling matter. Although his extreme sky phantom form boasted remarkable speed, it could not rival the swiftness of a nuclear explosion at this stage. Fortunately for Ronin, his fears were unfounded. Suyu approached the purification of his brain's contamination with utmost caution, refraining from any other actions. While Blue Star possessed brain-machine technology, it lacked the capability to extract and preserve the brain in such a manner. For an ordinary person, living a century was already a challenge. However, with such a brain preservation device, it was conceivable for the brain to endure for an additional 2 to 3 centuries after the body had decayed. If one were to enter periodic hibernation like Ronin, an even longer lifespan could be achieved. Suyu's careful approach to his brain fostered an increasing trust from Ronin. Subsequently, he guided Suyu to purify the brains of others. These individuals were all in a state of slumber, and some of their brains even resembled monstrous forms. At that juncture, the marvel of Suyu's martial energy became increasingly evident. The brains that had taken on monstrous shapes reverted to their human forms following Suyu's purification. Ronin had 2 tasks he wished to entrust to Suyu, and now one had been accomplished. Through a crystal card, Ronin provided Suyu with comprehensive data regarding this bunker and others. With the system in place, Suyu could directly access the information on the crystal card without the need for any additional devices. Upon reading the card, he discovered that the advanced technology of these 10 bunkers might surpass even that of star cluster level civilizations. The so-called crystal blue civilization appeared to be of a higher echelon than star cluster level societies. This revelation brought great joy to Suyu. For mastering the advanced technology of these 10 bunkers would allow him to achieve significant feats. However, he would not have the opportunity to explore other bunkers this time. Once the 7 days elapsed, he would depart with the Phantom God Hunting team to participate in the 6th round of selection assessments before entering the Divine Summer University for further studies. Upon learning of the treasures within Bunker JM 2048, Suyu glanced at the nearby nano battle armor and declared, "I desire the crystal blue mechanical life form from the bunker." Ronin fell silent at his words. Suyu was discerning, having chosen one of the most valuable items within the bunker right from the outset. The crystal blue mechanical life form was a creation of the crystal blue civilization, imbuing machinery with life and consciousness, akin to a transformer. However, the mechanical life left behind by the crystal blue civilization was not a hulking figure, but rather a small figure resembling a bionic robot that could enter an energy state when needed for combat. To be frank, Ronin was somewhat reluctant to part with this treasure. There was only one such mechanical life form aboard the crashed starship of the crystal blue civilization. Nevertheless, after a prolonged silence, he ultimately acquiesced. Suyu swiftly shared his plans with Ronin, indicating that he would need to return next time to assist Ronin in exploring the other 9 bunkers. To assuage Ronin's concerns, he utilized the system to formalize a contract with him. In truth, Suyu could employ the universal trading ticket to grant Ronin a new body. With the capabilities of the unknown deity within the universal trading post, it was undoubtedly feasible. However, Suyu refrained from this course of action, as he was equally intrigued by the other 9 top-secret bunkers. According to Ronin's concept, exploring one bunker at a time seemed quite reasonable. After finalizing all arrangements with Ronin, Suyu departed from the premises. He had initially intended for Ronin to meet Eliza, considering they were both natives of this planet. However, after Suyu's departure, Ronin opted to seal off Bunker JM 2048. His current condition was suboptimal, and he could only rely on the numerous nano-battle armors to undertake certain tasks. However, even the strongest of these armors was merely comparable to a level 50 warrior. Ronin did not believe that engaging with the outside world would yield any favorable outcomes. Once the bunker was sealed from within, even a nuclear explosion would have difficulty breaching it. Within the bunker, Ronin could undoubtedly rest easy, though it would be somewhat inaccurate to describe him as such, given that he was merely a brain housed in a life support device, devoid of a physical form. Chapter 110, The Nightmancer Black Cat, a deity that gains power while reclining. Upon returning to the outside world, Suyu found the phantom god hunting team still engaged in the hunt for dark simian demons. These dark simians were indeed of the ordinary variety, lacking any pollution capabilities. Once he confirmed that the team was unharmed, he began examining the spoils of his recent expedition. He had 2 primary acquisitions, a palm-sized figurine of a golden-haired, mature woman, a bionic mechanical life form named Heya, and the Nightmancer ring. The unknown deity within the universal trading post had generously gifted him a rather remarkable treasure. Suyu first activated the palm-sized figurine, Heya. With a hum, a wave of energy emanated, and Heya immediately levitated before Suyu. Greetings, Master Suyu. My name is Heya. I have gathered all available data regarding you from Bunker JM 2048 and have attained a preliminary understanding of your persona. I look forward to your guidance. Upon concluding her introductory remarks, Suyu's system received a service agreement. He quickly perused the document, astonished to discover that his relationship with Heya was that of partners. This implied that should Heya find dissatisfaction with him, she could potentially abandon him. This revelation left Suyu quite taken aback. Moreover, if he wished for Heya's assistance, he would need to provide her with compensation, which could take the form of credit points, other valuable items, or various energy-rich substances, including data packets. Heya's abilities comprised the holy hard eye of the Flower Wave C combined with a remarkably powerful photon computer. While Heya possessed certain combat capabilities, her primary role was more suited to support rather than direct engagement in battle. After Suyu gained a sufficient understanding of Heya's situation, he nodded. Hello Heya. I am Suyu. I hope we can assist each other and coexist harmoniously. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile graced Heya's exquisite face. Although the agreement stipulated that she could leave at any time, as a companion-type mechanical life form, she would not depart unless Suyu exhibited egregiously poor behavior. After allowing Heya to play nearby, Suyu summoned the Night Charm Black Cat. The Night Charm Black Cat bore a resemblance to an ordinary black cat, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to enter a shadowy form. Is this adorable cat yours? Heya inquired, her figure hovering above the Night Charm Black Cat's head. The Night Charm Black Cat cast a curious glance at Heya before meowing at Suyu, conveying a message to his mind. I wish to go hunting. Suyu was taken aback by the Night Charm Black Cat's fierce disposition. Just summoned from the inky depths of the Night Charm ring, it was already eager for battle. Go ahead, Suyu nodded, signaling that the Night Charm Black Cat could roam freely. He then informed Heya, this is the Night Charm Black Cat. Suyu shared the relevant information with Heya regarding the Night Charm Black Cat's existence, which left her quite astonished. She then exclaimed with a bright voice, can we follow the cat and see what it does? Suyu nodded slightly. That is indeed the plan. Although he could share vision with the Night Charm Black Cat, he preferred to observe from an outsider's perspective how it engaged in combat. Once the Night Charm Black Cat entered the battlefield, Suyu enveloped the area with his mental energy and communicated with his comrades from the Phantom Hunting Squad. I have a spirit pet named the Night Charm Black Cat, also engaged in battle within this vicinity. I have marked you with my mental energy. It will not attack you. It carries my mental energy signature. And though it cannot truly perish, please avoid inadvertently harming it. Suyu's formidable mental energy allowed him to operate in this manner, a feat beyond the capabilities of his fellow Phantom Hunting Squad members. Nevertheless, they were now aware of Suyu's spirit pet's activity in the area. Soon, Suyu employed the Extreme Sky Phantom Body technique, swiftly pursuing the Night Charm Black Cat alongside Heya. At that moment, the Night Charm Black Cat found itself in a standoff with a level 20 Dark Primate. With an elegant gait, the Night Charm Black Cat circled the Dark Primate, which dismissed it as a trivial opponent. It swiftly launched an attack against the Night Charm Black Cat. Suyu was curious to witness how the Night Charm Black Cat, inheriting half of his attributes, would perform on the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. The Dark Primate approached with heavy footsteps, reminiscent of a drumbeat. Yet, its speed was painfully slow compared to the Night Charm Black Cat. Meow. The Night Charm Black Cat meowed, and in the next instant, it transformed into a shadow, appearing behind the Dark Primate in a heartbeat. A dark energy compression sphere rapidly coalesced within the Night Charm Black Cat's mouth. Boom. Once the energy sphere had condensed to a significant degree, the Night Charm Black Cat expelled it with force. The sphere was immensely powerful, piercing through the Dark Primate's back with ease, instantly slaying the level 20 Dark Primate. You have slain a level 20 Dark Primate, earning 200 experience points. Attack 15. Defense 30. As the system notification echoed, Suyu felt a surge of joy. The gifts from the unknown deity at the universal trading market proved invaluable. With the Night Charm Black Cat hunting and battling outside, he could effortlessly level up and grow stronger. Although its speed was slightly lacking and its ability to extract attributes paled in comparison to the divine thunder-devouring star spear, there were no expectations to be held against the Night Charm Black Cat, as long as he ensured the Night Charm Ring's functionality and its protection from destruction. This Night Charm Black Cat would continuously generate value for him. After dispatching the Dark Primate and extracting its attributes, turning it to ashes, the Night Charm Black Cat began to seek its next prey. It was undeniable that the Night Charm Black Cat, inheriting half of Suyu's attribute points, was exceptionally powerful. Compared to Suyu, it lacked his equipment and skills, yet it possessed formidable combat abilities of its own. Suyu and Hiya followed closely behind the Night Charm Black Cat, observing for quite some time. They noted that the Night Charm Black Cat could eliminate monsters of the same level with ease. However, it had yet to encounter any higher-level foes. While the Night Charm Black Cat hunted, Suyu continuously accrued experience points and attribute enhancements, much to his delight. With the Night Charm Black Cat by his side, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly see a significant increase. At that moment, the Night Charm Black Cat seemed to have encountered a formidable adversary. Suyu and Hiya's gazes shifted toward a short distance away. There stood a level 30 Dark Primate. While not a concern for Suyu, it posed a considerable challenge for the Night Charm Black Cat. Chapter 111. Entering the final assessment of Shinsha University. Hiya, do you have any information regarding the Crystal Blue Civilization in your database? Suyu inquired while watching the Night Charm Black Cat engage in combat with the level 30 Dark Primate. Hiya, hovering in midair like a figurine, shook her head. I only know that I was created by the Crystal Blue Civilization. Beyond that, I am unaware. Suyu had merely asked out of curiosity, and Hiya's response did not bother him. At that moment, the Night Charm Black Cat and the Dark Primate clashed violently. Boom. The level 30 Dark Primate was capable of energy attacks and possessed considerable intelligence. It swiped its claws, unleashing a blade of energy towards the Night Charm Black Cat. Whoosh. The Night Charm Black Cat, remarkably agile, leaped aside, evading the attack effortlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The Dark Primate did not afford the Night Charm Black Cat much respite. Launching a flurry of claw strikes, its palms emitted a series of crimson blades, bombarding the Night Charm Black Cat. Boom. After dodging, the crimson blades obliterated the surrounding rocks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In response to the Dark Primate's relentless onslaught, the Night Charm Black Cat opted to continue evading. As it dodged, it gradually closed the distance to the Dark Primate. This development piqued Suyu's curiosity. Can't the Night Charm Black Cat launch its energy attacks from a distance? The Night Charm Black Cat was indeed capable of energy attacks. However, this little creature consistently chose to unleash them at close range. Hiya placed her small hand near her eye, and soon a pair of transparent data analysis glasses materialized on her exquisite face. The high-tech figurine was truly remarkable, showcasing intricate details and sophistication. After a moment of observation, Hiya chimed in with a clear voice. It must be to ensure accuracy. As Hiya spoke, the Night Charm Black Cat leaped into the air. Buzz. A dark energy compression sphere rapidly formed in its mouth. The Dark Primate sensed an overwhelming threat from the energy sphere. Its instinct was to interrupt or even eliminate the Night Charm Black Cat. Boom. Unfortunately for the Dark Primate, by the time it perceived the energy sphere, it was already too late. The Night Charm Black Cat was close to fully condensing it. At this juncture, one must either engage in a fierce contest, defend steadfastly, or, akin to Suyu, employ the art of extreme heavenly illusion to evade. Undoubtedly, the approach adopted by the Dark Primal Demon is also viable. Should it be an unknown deity from the Universal Trading Post facing off against the Nightshade Black Cat, it could effortlessly annihilate the feline before it releases its concentrated energy sphere. Yet, it is indisputable that this level 30 Dark Primal Demon lacks such prowess. If it possessed such capabilities, the Nightshade Black Cat would have long since been vanquished. Boom. A pitch-black sphere of concentrated energy, swirling with fearsome force, approached the Dark Primal Demon at high speed. The demon, which had just contemplated eliminating the Nightshade Black Cat, was compelled to abandon this unrealistic notion. It conjured a crimson energy shield to brace itself for the impending impact. Crash. Crackle. This shield indeed managed to intercept the energy sphere of the Nightshade Black Cat. But its effectiveness was short-lived. The shield soon reached its breaking point. Meow. In the next moment, the Nightshade Black Cat let out a cry, followed by a swift descent of its claw. 3 enormous, razor-sharp slashes sliced toward the Dark Primal Demon in an instant. Splat. This time, The dark primal demon was unable to mount an effective defense. The beast was utterly obliterated, its heart cleaved apart by the Nightshade Black Cat, resulting in its immediate demise. The Nightshade Black Cat placed its petite paw atop the demon's head, deftly extracting its attribute points. Over with Suyu, he promptly received a system notification. The Nightshade Black Cat has slain level 30, Dark Primal Demon. Host gains 350 profession experience. Life 190. Energy 45. Spirit 30. Upon acquiring the Nightshade Ring, Suyu had been elated, and now he discovered that the ring's actual effects exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he found no need to prepare any life-saving measures for the Nightshade Black Cat. Firstly, the Nightshade Black Cat was equipped with its own means of survival. Its shadow traversal ability allowed it to swiftly navigate underground to escape. When faced with an overwhelming adversary, it could simply burrow into the earth. Unless the opponent possessed similar burrowing abilities or acute sensory perception, the Nightshade Black Cat could evade numerous dangers through this tactic. Secondly, should the Nightshade Black Cat perish, it could expend a certain amount of energy and, after a brief wait, resurrect from the Nightshade Ring. So you could not help but ponder why the unknown deity from the Universal Trading Post had bestowed such a remarkable item upon him. Perhaps, in the eyes of that unknown deity, such a trinket was inconsequential? Suyu's speculation was not unfounded. He was one of the investment subjects of the Night Emperor. The Night Emperor believed that, once he matured, Suyu could acquire many valuable items. Thus, providing him with the Nightshade Ring was a way to expedite his growth. Suyu also felt that Yangyu could benefit from such an item. Alas, treasures of this caliber are not easily come by. Not only Yangyu, but even Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai might lack such possessions. In the subsequent days, Suyu continued to lead the illusionary god hunting team in slaying monsters. After vanquishing all the dark primal demons in the area, he guided the team to other locations for trials. It was only when the 6th round of selection was imminent that Suyu returned with the illusionary god hunting team to Shelter Number 9. After purchasing some war invitation letters from Shelter Number 9, he then prepared to teleport away. The objectives Suyu had set for the team were met, albeit barely. Over the past few days, Suyu, Qin Bingyue, Hua Langhai, and Shi Luguang all reached level 20, while the remaining 5, Chen Qing, Wu Sakio, Nanmin Feng, Wang Ying, and Xiao Annie, were at level 19. Only Yang Yu fared worse. Despite his diligent efforts, he remained at level 18. After the illusionary god hunting team returned to the Nanyang training camp and took a brief respite, they assembled at the designated time in the training camp square. From the initial throng of over 3,000, only 100 remained. Suyu glanced around and noted that most individuals were nearing level 20, with several having even attained level 21. This circumstance did not impede the selection process, as long as participants did not exceed level 20 upon entering the training camp. They were eligible. As the assembly time drew to a close, more and more warriors hurried from various locations, ensuring no one was tardy for the commencement of the 6th round of selection. Chapter 112. The Peculiar Refining Stone, Words Fail to Capture. Upon the arrival of numerous trainees at the Nanyang Training Camp Square, Wang Xuanfu appeared before everyone. After surveying the crowd, he spoke in a booming voice. Students, first, congratulations on successfully navigating through the layers of selection to arrive here. However, as previously stated, the real selection only commences when the martial arts tower opens. Your presence here signifies that you are superior to all others in the Nanyang training camp. Yet, if you fail to emerge victorious and become part of Xinxia University, it indicates that while you are exceptional, there are those who surpass you, or perhaps, those who are more diligent and tenacious. The Daxia Martial Arts Tower consists of 100 floors. My advice to you is to refrain from attempting to challenge all 100 floors. Moreover, at all times, do not forsake your comrades. The majority of attendees dismissed Wang Xuanfu's words. In the 5th round of selection, many had indeed formed teams on a whim, without temporary alliances. They would have faced elimination due to insufficient team size or failure to join a group. Such teams lacked cohesion, and many had already resolved to pursue their own paths within the martial arts tower. After all, aside from team rankings, there were also individual rankings to consider. Their team's shortcomings did not reflect their individual capabilities. Once Wang Xuanfu concluded his admonition, he instructed everyone to gather their belongings and prepare. In half a day, they would enter the martial arts tower. The top 100 ranked teams in the tower, along with the top 1,000 martial artists based on individual scores, would gain entry to Xinxia University. Thus, out of all candidates participating in the selection, only a little over 1,000 would ultimately gain admission to Xinxia University. With the remaining half-day, Suyu resolved to refine some trivial items and exchange them for currency with the unknown deity at the Universal Trading Post. He still owed Qin Bingyue 100 million. Although this financial magnate was not lacking in wealth, being debt-free was preferable. He decided it prudent to repay her before acquiring some lower-tier refining stones at the Universal Trading Post. Before entering the martial arts tower, Suyu planned to craft several quality pieces of equipment for everyone in the illusionary god hunting team. However, these items would not be given freely. They would be exchanged for the team's contribution points. This would foster a positive cycle. motivating the members of the illusionary god-hunting team to strive for personal improvement and collective contribution in the future. To secure the initial capital from the Universal Trading Post, Suyu opted to refine basic refining stones. Refining stones can indeed be refined, though typically, few would undertake such an endeavor. Name, basic refining stone. Category, consumable. Description, the most ordinary refining stone, usable for refining items, with a relatively low success rate. Suyu was curious to see what transformations awaited the basic refining stone when refined to perfection. Should the outcome prove satisfactory, he would exchange it for currency with the unknown deity at the Universal Trading Post. One refining stone was placed into the smelting space, while another was set aside in the refining stone compartment. Buzz. Once the skill was activated, the refinement commenced immediately. The refining stones within the space transformed into a radiant white light, flowing towards the refining stones in the smelting space. The moment they made contact, a dazzling display of colors began to flicker within the smelting chamber. Limit break refinement triggered. Primary refining stone, refinement successful. Limit break refinement triggered. Primary refining stone, refinement successful. Limit break refinement triggered. Primary refining stone, refinement successful. With a single breath, Suyu refined his stones 10 times. After this series of 10 refinements, the refining stones reached their maximum capacity, resulting in a transcendental transformation. Name, strange refining stone. Category, consumable. Description 1. An incredible miracle upon use. It can refine an item between 1 to 10 times, with an exceedingly low probability of achieving transcendental sublimation. Description 2. The probability of refining an item once is 50, twice is 25, thrice is 12, 5, 4 times is 6, 25, and so forth, diminishing sequentially. Description 3. There is a 1 in 10 million chance of achieving transcendental sublimation. Description 4. The same item can repeatedly undergo refinement with the strange refining stone. However, if the refinement count is determined to be 1, while the item's refinement count exceeds 1, the current refinement does not occur. Suyu found himself uncertain of the true value of this item. The worth of a primary refining stone is 100 credit points, and the cost to refine an item 10 times amounts to approximately 100,000 credit points. Therefore, as long as this strange refining stone exceeds a value of 100,000 credit points, he would stand a profit. Yet, he was unaware of how much he could sell this item for at the Universal Trading Post. Great one. Suyu silently began to communicate with the deity of the Universal Trading Post. Buzz. In the next moment, everything around him began to morph as if in a dream. His consciousness swiftly transported to a pitch-black space, where a figure shrouded in mystery, adorned with a panel of question marks, stood not far away. What is it? The divine projection of Night Emperor spoke gently. His voice resonated with a magnetic quality, soothing and reassuring to the ears, as if he were a born leader. Great one, would you be interested in redeeming this item? Suyu inquired, presenting this strange refining stone. As the overseer of the Universal Trading Post, there were few items that the Night Emperor had not encountered. Yet this particular item was indeed unfamiliar to him. 1 million credit points, or other items. The Night Emperor swiftly provided his offer for the item. To him, this object seemed somewhat superfluous. The success rate of refining an item 3 times was a mere 12. 5. What, then, is the purpose of refining an item 3 times? The only notable points were the probabilities of refining an item 10 times at 0.97 and the minuscule chance of achieving transcendental sublimation at 1 in 10 million. While refining items, it was possible for an item to reach its limit and cease further refinement, or conversely, to undergo transcendental sublimation during the refinement process. However, using the strange refining stone, 4 such refinements posed its own challenges. The probabilities of achieving either scenario, refining an item 10 times or attaining transcendental sublimation, were low. Chapter 113. Distribution of Special Refining Stones. Luck-based items provide an enhancement to this process of refinement. However, even with a probability increase of 200 or even 800, the difference remains negligible. The disparity between 1 in 10 million and 2 in 10 million is minor when applied to item refinement. In summary, the Night Emperor found this item to evoke a sense of unease. It could not be deemed entirely worthless, yet it was not necessarily valuable either. It resembled a lottery ticket. There are always those who profit in the end. Suyu was relatively pleased with the price offered by the Night Emperor. 1 strange refining stone was valued at 1 million credit points. Thus 100 stones would equate to 100 million credit points. Suyu resolved to refine 500 strange refining stones and return to the Night Emperor. He planned to sell 200 stones to the Night Emperor for 200 million credit points, repay the wealthy magnate Qin Bingyue 100 million, and retain 100 million for himself. The remaining 300 strange refining stones could be gifted. He could also assist Wang Ying and the others with their equipment refinements, although some of them might have items not suitable for public display. He intended to provide each of them with 10 strange refining stones, leaving their potential for crafting divine gear in the hands of his fortunate teammates. In the ensuing hours, Suyu busied himself taking several hours to finalize these matters. He then received 200 million credit points from the Night Emperor. Yet, Suyu remained unaware that the enigmatic deity was indeed the Night Emperor. In his view, the Night Emperor's panel had not changed significantly. Name, profession, level, LV-100, Transcendent 11. Category, deity. Thus, Suyu continued to refer to the Night Emperor as Great One. He dared not inquire recklessly about the identity of this deity, as such information was likely scarce. Once everything was settled, Suyu reconvened with the group. A lounge at the Nanyang training camp transformed into a meeting room for the Phantom God hunting team. Upon his arrival, Nanmin Phone was already present, waiting. After Suyu took his seat, Qin Bingyue, now donned in a blue dress, approached with graceful strides. You two arrived quite early. Qin Bingyue remarked casually as she and Suyu took their seats. Soon after, Shi Luguang and Wang Ying entered together, engaged in cheerful banter. Wang Ying, a social butterfly, could strike up a conversation with anyone, and now he had become quite close with Shi Luguang. Following them, Chen Qing, Wu Ying, and Xiao Annie arrived in succession. Yang Yu and Hua Langhai were the last to join. Hua Langhai yawned repeatedly, while Yang Yu bore a strong scent of blood. During the half-day that everyone rested or engaged in other activities, Yang Yu had ventured into a disaster instance for trials and leveling up. His talent was not lacking. But among the other 9 members of the Phantom God hunting team, most possessed extraordinary talents or advantages. Thus, he found himself at the bottom of the team as hierarchy. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. Within the Phantom God hunting team, no one harbored disdain for him. Everyone treated him with equality and kindness, which only fueled Yang Yu's eagerness to catch up with his companions. Once the entire group had gathered, Suyu retrieved 90 strange refining stones from his inventory. He then distributed this item among his 9 teammates. Simultaneously, he transferred 100 million credit points to Qin Bingyue through the system. After distributing these strange refining stones to his teammates, Suyu instructed, "Now is the time to refine your equipment." This strange refining stones, an item unfamiliar even to the Night Emperor, were entirely novel to Qin Bingyue and the others. Though they had never seen such an item, they were well aware of its miraculous nature. For this item guaranteed a 100 success rate in refining weapons and equipment between 1 to 10 times. And it even held a minuscule chance of achieving transcendental sublimation. For Qin Bingyue and her companions, the item known as the strange refining stone was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Their perspectives, of course, could never reach the lofty heights of the Night Monarch. At this moment, the members of the illusionary god hunting team were brimming with excitement. Wang Ying, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Captain, are these treasures being given to us for free?" Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded slightly. These strange refining stones were to be given freely to everyone. In the future, if anyone needed them, they could exchange them in the hunting team's warehouse using contribution points. The contribution system of the hunting team utilized a universal template. This so-called universal template is a hunting team protocol generated by the system, which collects data from numerous hunting teams. It encompasses various rules and regulations regarding the hunting team, as well as the rules for contribution points, among other things. This protocol is continuously optimized and updated, making it quite comprehensive. Thus, most hunting teams adopt this universal agreement. Initially, Suyu intended to charge contribution points for the strange refining stones. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, allowing the members of the illusionary god hunting team to experience this item firsthand. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the team members nodded in delight. In the eyes of a deity like the Night Monarch, this strange refining stone was hardly noteworthy. Yet, to everyone else, this item was indeed a highly coveted treasure. Even Qin Bingyue proposed, "Let us first use this item to refine our weapons and equipment, and then continue with the meeting." Agreed. Suyu nodded slightly. Naturally, the others had no objections, and the members of the illusionary god hunting team eagerly began to refine their weapons using these strange refining stones. After selecting to use the strange refining stone, they could see a refining panel that was visible only to them. By selecting a weapon or piece of equipment from the system's inventory and placing it within this panel, they could refine that item. Yang Yu chose to refine the item that he had recently purchased at a considerable price from the training camp's trading center. Name, Void Cutter. Quality, rare. Attack, 200. Attributes, sharpness, rare, and void/rare. Sharpness. When fighting with the Void Cutter, the user can unleash blade energy. The attack power of this blade energy is user's attack power weapons attack power, 10. Void/. After a brief charge, the user can unleash a massive blade energy strike. The attack power of this strike is user's attack power weapons attack power, 200. Description. A combat blade with remote attack capabilities. When using blade energy against an enemy, the damage is relatively low, but when employing the massive blade energy strike, the damage is considerable. Yang Yu had spent 1 million credit points to acquire this equipment. His purchase was motivated not by personal preference, but by other reasons. Chapter 114, Mythical Equipment. Extreme Martial Void Cutter. Yang Yu had 2 reasons for acquiring this weapon. On one hand, it was indeed a fine weapon. On the other hand, It was on sale at half price. The original price of this item was 2 million, but due to poor sales or some other reason, Yang Yu found it heavily discounted when he visited the trading center. Moreover, the weapon he excelled with was the combat blade. Faced with such a fortunate opportunity, Yang Yu was certainly unwilling to let it slip by. Little did he expect that after purchasing the void cutter, Yu would present them with these strange refining stones. While he was unaware of his teammates' circumstances, he genuinely needed this item. Without any hesitation, Yang Yu immediately used one strange refining stone. Upon selecting to use the strange refining stone, a refining space materialized before him. He placed his void cutter into the refining space. Void cutter, refinement successful. Current refinement count, 1. The item provided by Yu was indeed highly effective. However, Yang Yu was rather unfortunate. After using one strange refining stone, his weapon had only refined once. When using the strange refining stone, for the first time to refine a piece of equipment, the weapon would at least refine once, regardless of circumstances. Fortunately, Yu had given each of them 10 strange refining stones. Yang Yu still had 9 chances left, which held the potential for significant gains. Void cutter, refinement successful. Current refinement count, 2. Void cutter, refinement ineffective. Current refinement count, 2. Void cutter, refinement ineffective. Current refinement count, 2. Yang Yu's luck appeared somewhat lacking. After refining the void cutter twice, the third and fourth attempts were deemed ineffective, as the refinement count was less than or equal to 2. Although he still had 6 strange refining stones available, Yang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He steadied his emotions and began the 5th refinement attempt. After using another strange refining stone, the refinement commenced once more. Void cutter, refinement successful. Ultimate ascension. When the system notification sounded, Yang Yu could hardly believe his ears. During the 5th refinement, he had struck gold. The void cutter he had previously refined twice had undergone an ultimate ascension. Name, Extreme Martial Void Cutter, limit reached. Quality, mythical. Attack, 100. User's attack power, 100. Attributes, Trial Edge, mythical, Void/mythical. Trial Edge, when fighting with the void cutter, the user can unleash powerful blade energy. The attack power of this blade energy is, user's attack power, weapon's attack power, 100. Void/, after a brief charge, the user can unleash a massive blade energy strike. The attack power of this strike ranges from, user's attack power, weapon's attack power, 200 to 1000. The longer the charge time, the greater the power of the blade energy. Description: this is an astonishing mythical weapon. Even when merely using blade energy, it possesses a terrifying lethality. After charging, it can deal double or even tenfold damage. Upon obtaining this weapon, Yang Yu was nearly beside himself with joy. The enhancement this mythical weapon provided him was immense. When he wielded the extreme martial void cutter, in battle, his attack attribute surged directly to 200. Moreover, while fighting with the extreme martial void cutter, he also gained the ability to unleash blade energy as a long-range attack. The damage inflicted by the blade energy equaled that of the blade itself. If both the blade and blade energy struck the enemy simultaneously, it could deliver double damage. After a period of charging, he could even unleash blade energy, dealing 2 to 10 times the damage. If he managed to unleash blade energy dealing 10 times the damage, under this calculation formula, it would be equivalent to him unleashing 20 times his own strength. After all, the damage of the blade energy was calculated as his damage plus the weapon's damage, multiplied by 10. However, this was currently his most formidable attack method. In a regular state, his attack attributes hovered around 900. Should he find himself unable to utilize the extreme martial void cutter, or if the situation prevented its use, his attack power would be halved, reverting him to his original state. With this mythical weapon in hand, the gap between him and his teammates had somewhat narrowed. Yet, the other 9 members of the illusionary god hunting team seemed to possess extraordinary advantages. Even wielding a mythical weapon, he remained unable to stand on equal footing with them. After a while, everyone concluded their equipment refinements. Yu cast his gaze upon the exuberant crowd and inquired, how did everyone fare with the refinement of their weapons and equipment? Wang Ying was the first to speak up. I refined a total of 10 pieces of equipment. Can you guess the outcome? As he spoke, the crowd fell into a state of astonishment. They truly did not anticipate that Wang Ying would utilize 10 strange refining stones to refine 10 items. Normally, using 10 strange refining stones to refine a single piece of equipment would yield the most optimal results. Yu casually remarked, Old Wang, just reveal the refining results to everyone. Ha ha ha, all right. Wang Ying nodded. Then, amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he continued, this time, I struck gold. I refined 10 pieces of equipment. 1 was refined 9 times, 2 were refined 7 times, and the remaining refinements were all below 5. Not only did I acquire a piece refined 9 times, but even obtaining just 1 piece refined 7 times would also be a monumental success. Upon hearing this, Shi Wang expressed his envy. I used 10 strange refining stones, and managed to refine an item 6 times, which is decent. Shi Wang's luck paled in comparison to Wang Ying's. At this moment, Others also began to share their results. After everyone had spoken, Yang Yu calmly stated, "I obtained a mythic weapon of extreme sublimation." This declaration rendered the room silent. Wang Ying, coming to his senses, stared at Yang Yu in disbelief. "Wow. Old Yang. Your luck is extraordinary. A mythic weapon of extreme sublimation?" Yang Yu nodded and, after a moment of contemplation, displayed the weapon's attributes to his teammates. With extreme ruthless void blade in hand, he was transformed, a stark contrast to his former self without it. He shared the weapon's attributes to provide his teammates with a better understanding of his newfound power. The members of the Phantom God Hunting team were astounded upon witnessing Yang Yu's extreme ruthless void blade. This mythic weapon was indeed extraordinary, capable of unleashing 20-fold damage after a period of charging. However, in Yang Yu's hands, it would be challenging to fully unleash its potential, as his energy attributes did not match Su Yu's remarkable prowess. Chapter 115. Officially entering the Martial Tower. Su Yu's energy attributes had surpassed 4,000 points, while Yang Yu had yet to reach even 400. Consequently, the likelihood of Yang Yu achieving 20-fold damage with the extreme ruthless void blade seemed slim. Moreover, to unleash such overwhelming damage, a prolonged charging period was required, during which movement or other actions were impossible, thereby complicating the endeavor further. Unless Yang Yu could find a suitable opportunity to charge covertly and strike, or unless teammates could create a lengthy charging environment for him, the task would remain formidable. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the extreme ruthless void blade remained an exceptionally rare piece of equipment. After the 9 team members shared their refining experiences, Su Yu summarized the outcomes. This time, Yang Yu had the best luck, followed by Wang Ying, while Shi Luwang's fortune was the least favorable. Yang Yu acquired a mythic weapon of extreme sublimation, whereas the others each obtained at least an epic weapon refined 6 times. Qin Bingyue felt immense joy for Yang Yu upon seeing him refine a mythic item. Nevertheless, she too desired to refine a mythic weapon for herself. She promptly turned to Su Yu and inquired, "Captain, do we have any more strange refining stones? I wish to purchase 100. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded, 1 million each. Are you certain you want 100? As soon as he spoke, his account swelled by 100 million. For a conventional wealthy individual, spending 100 million would warrant careful consideration. However, Qin Bingyue was different. She was a financial magnate adept at wielding her wealth, and 100 million was merely a trifle. Su Yu retrieved 100 strange refining stones from his inventory and handed them to Qin Bingyue. After concluding this transaction, the Phantom God Hunting team resumed their meeting. Su Yu addressed the group. "Is everyone prepared? In 2 hours, the Martial Tower will open. If our Phantom God Hunting team makes it into the top 100, we will emerge in the campus of Sinister University." Hualing Hai remarked, "We will undoubtedly enter the top 100. The only uncertainty lies in our ranking." The configuration of the Phantom God Hunting team was indeed impressive, despite Yang Yu being at the bottom of their ranks. He was still a top contender at the Nanyang training camp. Furthermore, among the subsequent 3,000 competing teams, Yang Yu's strength would undoubtedly surpass that of at least 60 or even 70% of them. After some discussion, Su Yu confirmed that all members of the Phantom God Hunting team were ready. With nothing left to say, they awaited the opening of the Martial Tower instance. The 2-hour interval passed swiftly. Under the watchful gaze of Wang Xuanfu, the 10 teams from the Nanyang training camp entered the Martial Tower instance. In total, over 3,000 teams ventured into the Martial Tower instance. The teams that ranked in the top 100 and the individuals who placed in the top 1,000 on the leaderboard would successfully break through. Based on past experiences, approximately 1,200 individuals would become new students at Sinister University. Only through such rigorous selection could these elites enter Sinister University and be tempered into steel, forged like gold in the fire. Su Yu and the members of the Phantom God Hunting team soon entered the Martial Tower instance. The rules of the Martial Tower were well understood by all. First, aside from one's teammates, everyone else is an enemy. Second, the team score is the sum of individual scores. Third, hunting monsters and eliminating opponents both yield points. Fourth, choosing to forfeit results in immediate expulsion from the Martial Tower. There were dozens of such rules, all of which the team had memorized thoroughly. Even if forgotten, they could refer to the system for clarification. With a hum, a wave of energy rippled through everyone. The Phantom God Hunting team found themselves in a city in ruins. The 100 floors of the Martial Tower could be viewed as 100 checkpoints in different spaces. By locating the teleportation array to the upper space, they could ascend. Seeking a place to hide and observe was paramount. Upon entering the Martial Tower instance, Su Yu immediately issued orders. Qin Bingyue and the others did not remain idle. They stood in an exposed area, understanding that if misfortune struck, they could be eliminated en masse by other teams. The Phantom God Hunting team swiftly made their way to a building resembling a museum. Su Yu then turned to Hualing Hai and Qin Bingyue and asked, "I sense no enemies nearby. What about you?" Qin Bingyue shook her head. "I do not sense any either." Hualing Hai initially intended to say he felt the same, but as he opened his mouth, he glanced in a particular direction and said, "There's a skirmish over there." Suyu focused his mental energy in that direction and observed a multitude of individuals rapidly advancing towards them. These individuals were engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of monsters trailing behind them. Noticing the large number of monsters being drawn in, Suyu decisively commanded, "Retreat. Stay close to me." Hualing Hai and Qin Bingyue kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. Engaging with other teams at this juncture would be unwise. The immediate priority was to locate the teleportation array and ascend to the next level. Being among the first to reach the higher echelons of the Martial Tower would yield point rewards. The ideal strategy was to diligently search for the teleportation array leading to the upper levels at each stage. Under Suyu's leadership, the Phantom God Hunting team swiftly maneuvered. However, they soon realized that waves of monsters were converging from all directions toward this area. Hualan Hai urgently exclaimed, "We can't get around. We're surrounded by monster waves from nearly every direction." Suyu, without any hesitation, declared, "Follow me to break through. Do not linger in battle." During their time in the Martial Tower, the illusory God Hunting team primarily focused on locating the teleportation array that would lead them to the next level. Additionally, we divided into 5 pairs to explore the surroundings in search of this teleportation array. Should any pair encounter danger, the others would converge at the earliest opportunity. Those in peril must also find a way to swiftly regroup with their teammates. Now, we will form our teams. I will pair with Qin Qin. Qin Bingyue will team with Nanmin Feng, Hua Langhai with Yang Yu, Shi Luguang with Qiao Annie, and Wang Ying with Wu Ying. During our operation, I will communicate through mental projection to provide brief instructions, ensuring that everyone's position remains within my perceptive range. Upon hearing this, Hua Langhai and the others nodded and commenced their actions. If Hua Langhai positioned himself at the edge of Suyu's perceptual range and utilized Sacred Heart Eye to scout, he would undoubtedly observe a greater array of surrounding circumstances. Similarly, on Qin Bingyue's side, their efficiency in locating the teleportation array to the next level would significantly improve after such grouping. Chapter 116. The Tower Breakthrough begins. The first teleportation array. The Martial Tower is a unique instance, comprising 100 floors, each of which can be regarded as a miniature instance. The first floor of the Martial Tower does not consist of merely one small instance space, but rather multiple such spaces. The difficulty of these small instance spaces is relatively uniform. However, the scenery and monsters differ. Each team deployed into these small instance spaces is randomized. In the small instance space where Suyu and his companions find themselves, 10 teams have been deployed this time. Within the small instance space of the Martial Tower, slaying monsters yields points. However, there is a cap on the points any individual can earn on each floor, which is precisely 100. To achieve a high score in the Martial Tower, one must first locate the teleportation array leading to the next level. A team relying solely on monster hunting can earn a maximum of 1,000 points within the first level. The first team to teleport to the next level will receive 1,200 points, while the second team will earn 1,100 points. The third team will also secure the maximum of 1,000 points from monster kills. Subsequent teams will not receive this point reward. If the illusory God Hunting team is the first to teleport to the next level in this small instance space, each member will earn 120 points. This 120 points is already the maximum score, and their points from monster kills cannot be further augmented. If a lone warrior manages to arrive alone, they will secure 120 points. For the teams or individual warriors that follow, they can only obtain 110 points each. In summary, the essence of the Martial Tower trial is to overcome all obstacles and be the first to ascend to the next level. At first glance, luck seems paramount. However, in reality, luck plays a minimal role, as all teams start at a considerable distance from the teleportation array. The closer one approaches the teleportation array, the more likely they are to encounter danger. Furthermore, as they near the teleportation array, the number of surrounding monsters increases. Without sufficient strength, even if one discovers the teleportation array first, they may be unable to break through the tide of monsters to utilize it. I've located the teleportation array at 11 o'clock. Hua Langhai's voice suddenly rang out. Suyu extended his mental energy toward that direction, but did not immediately spot the teleportation array. After pushing forward for a while longer, Suyu finally laid eyes on it. 3 teleportation arrays were arranged in a linear formation. No other teams were visible in the vicinity of these 3 arrays. Suyu decisively proclaimed, "Everyone, charge forward." The illusory God Hunting team, of course, did not hesitate. They surged ahead while moving towards Suyu's position. Suyu, wielding the divine thunder-devouring star spear, forged the path for his companions. Swish, swish, swish. The divine thunder-devouring star spear in his hand swept wide arcs, preventing the encroaching monsters from getting near, as they were obliterated by the spear's might. 2 opposing teams were also approaching the teleportation array. Everyone accelerate. We must be the first to use the first teleportation array and ascend to the second level. After advancing further, Suyu's mental energy detected the presence of 2 teams in the distance. These 2 teams were formidable as well and were rapidly closing in on the teleportation array. However, the illusory God Hunting team held a greater advantage over these 2 teams. With Suyu leading like a spearhead, and the other members not lacking in strength, they were unlikely to fall behind during the charge. After a relentless onslaught, Suyu and his team arrived beside the teleportation array. Above these 3 arrays floated the characters 1, 2, and 3. An energy barrier surrounded the teleportation array, blocking the approach of aberrant beasts and monsters, allowing only warriors to pass through. Come quickly. After leading the team near the teleportation array, Suyu activated Extreme Heaven Illusion Body and was the first to arrive at the first teleportation array. The rest of the illusory god hunting team swiftly followed him to the first array. Once the slowest member, Yongyu, also reached the array, Suyu concentrated his thoughts, and in the next instant, a veil of white light enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 10 of them vanished from the teleportation array. The characters floating above the array also disappeared, indicating that the array could still be used, albeit without any score bonus. The second and third teams that arrived afterward did not engage in a fierce battle for the second and third placements. They each chose a teleportation array to ascend to the next level. The characters 2 and 3 that hovered above the other 2 arrays also vanished at that moment. Thus, all 3 teleportation arrays had reverted to ordinary status. If the subsequent teams could not slay monsters to earn 1,000 points, they would opt to teleport. In that case, their scores for this level would not reach the maximum. Generally, few would resort to such a strategy. After failing to secure a position in the top 3, most teams and individual warriors would typically opt for 100 points before proceeding to the next level. Upon reaching the second level, Suyu and his companions were immediately met with a dramatic change in their surroundings. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them as they found themselves in a frigid, snow-laden expanse. As Wang Ying emerged into this realm, he instinctively gasped at the icy air. However, he quickly regained his composure and cheerfully remarked, "What a promising start. We each earned 120 points on the first level." Suyu nodded slightly and then instructed, "Let us first observe our surroundings and then continue our search for the teleportation array on this level. It seems there are monsters adept at concealing themselves nearby. I just caught a glimpse of a white bear with my mental energy, but it vanished in a flash against the snowy backdrop." Upon hearing this, the members of the illusory god hunting team grew increasingly vigilant. Subsequently, they divided again into 5 small teams to explore the snowy terrain. Suyu remained in a team with Qinqing, as before. On the first level of the martial tower, all members were roughly equidistant from the teleportation array. However, since the instance space of the first level was not particularly vast, they quickly located the teleportation array. This time, though, it proved to be more challenging. As the surroundings stretched out infinitely, the instance space here was immense, making the search for the teleportation array quite arduous. After searching for a while, Hualanghai spoke up. "You all provide cover for me. I can use Sacred Heart Eye to survey the area on a larger scale." Suyu nodded, understood. The others quickly positioned themselves to protect Hualanghai in the center. Hualanghai settled onto the snowy ground, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, a rift in the void seemed to materialize high above in the sky. A piercing eye emerged from within this void. Chapter 117, The Sacred Heart Eye, Divine Perspective. Understanding 1. The reconnaissance capabilities of Hualanghai were undoubtedly exceptional. As he executed his abilities, the entirety of the dungeon space lay before him, almost entirely within his grasp. "Found it. Everyone follow me," Hualanghai quickly announced, having pinpointed the location of the teleportation array on the second level. Suyu and the others swiftly followed in his wake. They soon discovered that the teleportation array in this area was encased in ice. Suyu immediately comprehended the situation. Not only did they need to locate the teleportation array on this level, but they also had to shatter the massive ice blocks that obstructed it. Before them stood 3 colossal blocks of ice, pulsating with intense energy. Each of these massive ice formations towered 2 stories high. The commotion caused by attacking these massive blocks would undoubtedly be considerable, and the energy fluctuations would attract the attention of other teams. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu grasped the essential point. "We must refrain from launching a direct assault on these ice blocks. They are imbued with martial energy and are not easily destroyed. If we create too much noise while attempting to break them, we will certainly draw the attention of other teams." Upon hearing Suyu's words, Hualanghai and the others nodded in agreement. If these were ordinary ice blocks, it would be inconsequential. However, these ice formations, reinforced by martial energy, were harder than diamonds. Attempting to carve a path through them by sheer brute force was clearly no simple task. At that moment, Qin Bingyue spoke up. "Leave the task of clearing a path to me. However, I will need some time to recover once we reach the third level." Suyu nodded slightly. "No problem." Qin Bingyue then raised her hand and pressed it against the ice blocks. Under her touch, these ice formations, fortified with martial energy, swiftly melted away. With minimal disturbance, Qin Bingyue led the group forward seamlessly. The martial energy-laden ice could obstruct others, but it posed no hindrance to Qin Bingyue's progress. The sight of this left Suyu and the others elated. With Qin Bingyue clearing the way, they could effortlessly obtain 1,200 points. Soon, they found themselves hovering above a dazzling golden teleportation array. With a flicker of thought, they were enveloped in a radiant white light. In the next instant, they arrived at the third level of the martial arts tower. In the real-time scoring outside, the Phantom God Hunting team, with a remarkable score of 2,400 points, had ascended to the top for the first time. Presently, the Phantom God Hunting team stood at the forefront among 3,000 teams. Other teams had also garnered 2,400 points, but their speed paled in comparison to that of the Phantom God Hunting team, placing them behind in ranking. The third level of the martial arts tower was an ancient battlefield, teeming with numerous monsters. Although these monsters were also around level 20, the initial levels featured relatively weak adversaries, easily dispatched even by Yangyu. On this level, there was no need for Hualonghai to employ the Heavenly Eye to locate the teleportation array. The array was situated at the very heart of the ancient battlefield. However, the center of the battlefield was quite distant from their current location. Upon realizing this, Suyu stated, "You all wait here. I will go ahead and leave a mark of the extreme sky phantom body before returning to fetch you." The group's eyes brightened at his words. Indeed, it was time for their captain to showcase his prowess. When their captain employed the extreme sky phantom body for rapid movement, he could unleash a speed dozens of times greater than their normal pace. It took Suyu approximately half an hour to reach the high platform at the center of the ancient battlefield. Many other teams also began to appear from various directions. As they saw Suyu approaching the high platform with astonishing speed, they couldn't help but curse. Damn it, this is bad. The first teleportation array has been seized by a lone wolf. What the hell? What is up with that guy? His speed is more than 10 times ours. Less talking. Let us aim for the second teleportation array. The students from other teams found themselves at a complete loss against Suyu. His speed was nothing short of divine. Those present were predominantly elites. Yet with the acceleration provided by the extreme sky phantom body, Suyu's velocity was still more than tenfold that of theirs, if not more. What unfolded next left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Upon reaching the first teleportation array, Suyu did not simply teleport away. Instead, he began to retrace his steps. What on earth is this warrior doing? Is he mocking us? Is he planning to make a round trip just to claim the first teleportation array? All around, numerous warriors were utterly bewildered, completely at a loss for Suyu's intentions. Suyu was not trying to showcase his speed. Rather, he aimed to leverage his speed advantage to create an edge for his team. As everyone stood agape in astonishment, Suyu's figure began to flicker. The first descent to the high platform had taken him 30 minutes. However, the return journey took him merely 3 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His form blinked 3 times in rapid succession, and then he appeared before Qin Bing Yue and the others. The other team's warriors were left on the verge of bloodshed. They understood. After meeting certain conditions, Suyu possessed an ability akin to teleportation. Such a vast distance, traversed in 3 consecutive bursts. If that were not enough, Suyu could even bring others along for this ultra-fast displacement. Approaching Qin Bing Yue, he placed a hand on her shoulder, and with 3 swift movements, he transported her across. The surrounding warriors from other teams could only watch in despair and curse in frustration. In this level of the martial arts tower, Suyu's advantage was simply overwhelming. A distance that took Suyu about half an hour to traverse alone would require others, even at their swiftest, at least an hour or more. Yet, Suyu could transport someone in merely 3 seconds. After several consecutive flickers, Suyu successfully brought all members of the Phantom God Hunting team to the base of the high platform, swiftly seizing control of the first teleportation array. At that moment, 2 other team leaders had also arrived at the second and third teleportation arrays, but their teammates were still en route. Not far away, Xiahou Tianwen, leader of the Tianwen hunting team, stared at Suyu as if he were a monster for a while. Then, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he said, "Brother, 100 million, help me bring over the members of the Tianwen hunting team." Hearing this, Shin Yi, leader of the first hunting team, immediately interjected, "Big brother, 1 billion, help me bring over the members of the first hunting team." Chapter 118. Ancient Battlefield Dungeon. The Extreme Sky Phantom Body reveals its divinity. The Xiahou and Shin families were also among the 8 great families of Daxia. However, the Shin family was once part of the 8 great families, but had since been ousted. Their expulsion was not due to a lack of heritage, but rather the unexpected death of many of their upper echelon warriors in battle. 1 billion, just help me. Xiahou Tianwen was unafraid of Shin Yi, but should the first hunting team join the fray, he would be outmatched 10 to 1. Big brother, I'll offer 1.5 billion in credit points. Help me. The relationship between Shin Yi and Xiahou Tianwen was far from amicable. The rise of the Xiahou family to the status of one of the 8 great families had effectively ousted the Shin family. Shin Yi, are you being utterly ridiculous? Xiahou Tianwen was incensed. Their squabbling was merely allowing Suyu to benefit as the fisherman. What could have been resolved for 1 billion was now seeming increasingly impossible at 10 billion. Upon hearing the question posed by Xiahou Tianwen, Shin emitted a disdainful snort and retorted, "I do as I please. What of it?" Shin was acutely aware that the current situation did not warrant such a lavish expenditure. However, the mere sight of those from the Xiahou family incensed him, leaving no room for retreat at this juncture. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiahou Tianwen stated, "The second teleportation array shall be yours, But should your first hunting team lay a hand upon me, do not blame me for unleashing my trump card to eliminate your comrades. You dare. Shin shot a piercing glare at Xiahou Tianwen, wishing fervently to engage him in battle at that very moment. Su Yu had initially intended to swiftly teleport the members of the illusory god hunting team away. Yet, he was taken aback by the prospect of making a quick profit in this moment of crisis. The opportunity to earn was exceptionally convenient. Utilizing the ability of extreme celestial illusion to swap positions, he could transport 18 individuals effortlessly. Contemplating this, Su Yu turned to Shun and Xiahou Tianwen, proposing 20 billion each. And I will gradually bring your team members over. If you agree, splendid. If not, I shall take my leave. He was not seeking a mere 1 billion, nor even 10 or 15 billion, but rather 20 billion per individual. After all, such an opportunity for price inflation was a rarity. Shun and Xiahou Tianwen possessed formidable strength, which is why they arrived here at an earlier stage. While the other teams may not have matched their prowess, they still possessed certain capabilities. Notably, one hunting team boasted a flying carpet, enabling rapid movement. In a short while, they could transport 10 individuals. Deal. Shin wasted no time and retrieved a crystal card containing 20 billion credit points, tossing it to Su Yu. Deal. Xiahou Tianwen, too, refrained from bargaining with Su Yu, for without his assistance, they would encounter further complications. Once they resolved their current predicament, they would have ample opportunity to deal with Su Yu and his illusory god hunting team in subsequent levels of the martial arts tower. As Su Yu acquired 40 billion credit points from Shun and Xiahou Tianwen, he felt an uncanny sense of disbelief. Without lingering, he promptly activated extreme celestial illusion and commenced his positional shifts. Numerous members of the Tianwen hunting team and the first hunting team were swiftly relocated. Witnessing this scene, the other hunting teams were infuriated. What the hell? This is utterly shameless. How can this be? One individual exclaimed, recognizing Su Yu as the leader of the illusory god hunting team. In this level of trial, could his advantages become any more pronounced? Surrounding martial artists scrutinized Su Yu's profile, noting his name and the name of his team. Almost everyone etched Su Yu into their memories, as he had decisively established his dominance in this level of the martial arts tower. Su Yu transported everyone near the teleportation array and then proceeded with the illusory god hunting team to the 4th level. Given their strength, traversing the first 80 levels of the martial arts tower posed little challenge. As they grew increasingly familiar with the tower, their progress accelerated. Upon reaching the 50th level, they discovered that the points required to ascend to the next level amounted to 1,200. Once they arrived at the 50th level, Su Yu and the members of the illusory god hunting team began to rest. With the 40 billion he had earned, he decided to emulate Qin Bingyue and adopt a strategy of winning hearts. Each of the other 9 members of the illusory god hunting team received 1 billion, leaving him with 31 billion. The stronger the illusory god hunting team became, the greater his opportunities for profit would be, and the more he would earn. Since the 40 billion credit points were essentially a windfall, it was only fitting to share the joy rather than revel alone. Let us seize the opportunity to rest. We shall take a 2-hour respite to recuperate before continuing our ascent. Su Yu's voice resonated among them. As they advanced through the tower, they paused every 10 levels to rest for 2 hours. Even Su Yu could not surge through 100 levels in one go. In fact, attempting to ascend 30 levels in one breath was a considerable challenge. Thus, after every 10 levels, he would lead his team to halt and recuperate. Wang Ying could no longer contain himself and suggested, "How about we rest for half a day?" He made this request because he and several others in the team were not in optimal condition. While they could continue to push forward, a brief respite would undoubtedly be beneficial. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded. Very well, let us take the time to set up our surroundings and rest. They had taken 3 days to reach the 50th level, during which they had only slept once. Initially, their plan called for sleeping every 2 days while advancing. However, it was evident that their physical endurance was not robust enough for such a regimen. For Wang Ying and the others, sleeping every 2 days proved to be excessively challenging, especially since they had spent their wakeful hours on the move and engaged in intense battles. As the group adeptly set up their camp and prepared to sleep, Su Yu's voice once again reached their ears. Do you all believe we should rest every 1.5 days, or once a day? Hua Longhai was the first to express his opinion. The intensity of the upcoming dungeon monsters will continue to rise. It would be prudent for each of us to maintain peak condition to confront these foes. I suggest we rest every day for 6 hours to recover adequately. 6 hours of sleep might be insufficient for an ordinary person, but for martial artists, as long as they were uninjured or had not expended excessive energy, 6 hours would suffice to restore their optimal state. Qin Bingyue slightly nodded in agreement. I concur that we must prioritize rest to face the challenges ahead in the best possible condition. After a series of affirmations from the others, Su Yu declared, "All right, henceforth we shall rest once a day. Once we are well rested, we shall resume our journey." The group nodded in unison, wasting no time as they busily prepared for rest. Chapter 119. How much does the platinum I grant you? The rankings of the 3,000 hunting teams within the martial arts tower are dynamic. Initially, these rankings appeared to be a relentless race, with teams constantly vying for position. Even at this stage, many teams' standings fluctuated significantly. Only the top 10 teams maintained relative stability. Su Yu's illusory god hunting team, Xun Yi's first hunting team, and Xiahou Tianwen's Tianwen hunting team all ranked among the top 10. However, only the illusory god hunting team briefly claimed the #1 spot. Regardless of the tumultuous changes within the leaderboard, the top 3 teams remained largely unchanged. Currently, the third team on the leaderboard is the Daylight Hunting Team, led by none other than by Jin Tong, one of the twin stars of the Bai family. Since his guild is named the GoldenEye Guild, he did not opt for a GoldenEye hunting team. The team ranked second, intriguingly enough, is the Godslayer hunting team. Had it not been for Qin Bingyue's charm, this team's name might very well have been registered by Su Yu. The strength of the Godslayer hunting team is comparable to that of the Daylight hunting team, with each occasionally trading places in the rankings. The team that currently holds the top position on the leaderboard is the Eternal Hunting Team, a force that stands as the mightiest among the 3,000 hunting teams. Any member of this team could easily be regarded as a leader within a top-tier team. In the early stages, their dominance was unassailable. Once Su Yu and his companions had set up their camp, they began to examine the rankings. Wang Ying glanced at the list, feeling a mix of resignation and admiration. These beasts are truly formidable. Despite our relentless efforts, we find ourselves languishing at the lower end of the top 10. The ranking of the Phantom Hunter team predominantly features the top 10 guardians. Following this elite group are the 9th and 8th ranks, with occurrences of the 7th rank being exceedingly rare. However, when the members of the Phantom Hunter team ascend from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the martial arts tower, they hold the esteemed position of first on the leaderboard. The First Hunting Team and the Tianwen Hunting Team, despite having previously faced setbacks from Su Yu, remain formidable forces in their own right. The First Hunting Team had consistently maintained a position within the top 5 for some time, but their current status has inexplicably dropped to 7th, albeit with a degree of stability. The Tianwen Hunting Team, on the other hand, has managed to secure and maintain the 6th rank. After casually remarking on the situation, Wang Ying was met with a composed response from Hua Langhai. He noted that the other teams had exerted themselves to achieve their current standings, suggesting that it would be an overestimation of their capabilities to assume they could easily defeat them. Moreover, the achievements prior to the 80th level hold little significance, as there have been instances where teams that ranked first succumbed at the 81st level. Our objective is to avoid injuries and preserve our condition. Only from the 81st level onward does the true battle for supremacy commence. Su Yu nodded slightly in agreement with Hua Langhai, emphasizing the importance of communicating any issues that may arise. The group nodded in unison. After resting for approximately 7 hours, Su Yu and his companions resumed their journey. Utilizing the Holy Hard Eye, Hua Langhai attempted to assess their surroundings. Nevertheless, the expanse of the martial arts tower's 50th level proved overwhelmingly vast. Even with the aid of the Holy Hard Eye, Hua Langhai struggled to locate the teleportation array. If even he could not swiftly pinpoint its location, it was clear that the others lacked the ability to do so. Despite failing to find the teleportation array, Hua Langhai promptly warned, "A wave of monsters is advancing towards this area. Follow my lead and take a detour." As he spoke, he retracted the Holy Hard Eye and began guiding the Phantom Hunter team around the impending threat. Although Su Yu lacked the Holy Hard Eye, his formidable mental prowess, combined with Hua Langhai's insights, significantly alleviated their troubles. Through their collaborative efforts, the Phantom Hunter team successfully evaded one wave of monsters, yet the teleportation array remained elusive. As they ventured further, they encountered 3 teams approaching. Su Yu, leading the Phantom Hunter team, remarked, "We have company." Hua Langhai's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "Prepare for battle. It's not 3 teams, but 6. They appear to be targeting us." Shortly after the warning, they were indeed surrounded by 60 martial artists. Upon seeing them, Su Yu casually inquired, "What brings you to us?" These 60 martial artists were not to be underestimated. Those who had fought their way to this point were undeniably skilled. Even a single team, or perhaps 2, could pose a considerable challenge for the Phantom Hunter team. Yet, the arrival of 6 teams at once threatened to impede their progress. As the 60 martial artists encircled Su Yu and his companions, they refrained from attacking immediately. After Su Yu's inquiry, a red-haired youth stepped forward and declared, "We seek only Su Yu's life. The rest of you may choose to withdraw without obstruction." These individuals were not here to confront the Phantom Hunter team as a whole, but rather to eliminate Su Yu. This time, Su Yu remained silent, while Qin Bingyue coldly retorted, "Hounds of the Platinum Eye?" The fiery-haired Yin Xiuhong bristled at her words. Indeed, she was correct. They had been lavishly hired by the Platinum Eye, with their mission to ensure Su Yu's demise. Yin Xiuhong scoffed, "Qin Bingyue, mind your tongue." Qin Bingyue regarded Yin Xiuhong with an indifferent gaze before stating, "Whatever the Platinum Eye offers you, I will double it, provided you refrain from hindering us here. Furthermore, any individual who can eliminate Yin Xiuhong will be rewarded fourfold." As her words resonated, a figure swiftly appeared behind Yin Xiuhong. Being the princess of the Qin family, her promises were indeed binding. Unfortunately, the martial artist who attempted to strike Yin Xiuhong fell short, unable to deliver a fatal blow. His intent appeared to be merely a test. Should he succeed, it would be a bonus, but failing to kill her was inconsequential. Thus, after his attempt, he departed without a backward glance. Once at a distance, he remarked, "Miss Qin, young master Bai instructed us to deal with Suyu, offering 500 million credit points each. Your proposition of double the amount, as long as we do not interfere, is valid, correct?" Without further ado, Qin Bingyue assessed the individual's credentials and promptly transferred 1 billion credit points. Chapter 120. First, subvert the hostile martial artists, then harvest them one by one. After the first individual was turned to their side by Qin Bingyue, more martial artists began to follow suit. The 60 individuals led by Yin Xiaohong quickly dwindled by a third. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events soon unfolded. With a swift motion, blood erupted as Yin Xiaohong's heart was forcefully extracted. Shock and fury radiated from his gaze as he beheld the perpetrator, Bai Ming, the primary leader of this operation, and a close friend. Yin Xiaohong opened his mouth, seemingly to question the betrayal, but his current state rendered him incapable of speech. Bai Ming, well aware of his friend's unvoiced inquiry, calmly stated, "What makes you think you are worth more than 2 billion credit points?" With that, Bai Ming tightened his grip. In an instant, Yin Xiaohong's heart detonated, sealing his fate. With Yin Xiaohong's demise, the remaining elite martial artists were engulfed in trepidation, uncertain if their own comrades would turn on them next. "Thank you," Bai Ming exclaimed as he received the 200 million credit points before vanishing from sight. The 30-plus individuals who had initially aimed to confront Suyu were now forced to retreat, though escape proved futile. Suyu had left an indelible spatial mark upon them, using his mental prowess. As they scattered, Suyu addressed the members of the Phantom Hunter team. "Wait here for me." With that, he utilized Extreme Sky Phantom Body to teleport, appearing beside one of the martial artists. The latter was taken aback by Suyu's sudden and stealthy appearance, yet instinctively recognized the threat. Without hesitation, the martial artist drew his blade, aiming a sweeping strike at Suyu. Yet, with a flick of his finger, Suyu deflected the weapon effortlessly. In the next instant, he seized the martial artist by the throat, lifting him with ease. Although he had not required Qin Bingyue's assistance earlier, her support now enabled him to systematically dismantle their adversaries, proving advantageous indeed. "Transfer all your credit points to me, and lay bare all your valuable possessions, or face death." Suyu wasted no time engaging in idle chatter with the warrior. Given that the opponent had come to take his life, he saw no reason to extend courtesy. I've given you these items. Can I still survive?" The warrior, whose throat Suyu had gripped tightly, spoke with great difficulty. As the captain of the illusionary god hunting team, Suyu's strength was undoubtedly formidable. However, the warrior had clearly underestimated the extent of Suyu's power. "Enough of this nonsense. Comply at once." Suyu's voice was icy, his grip tightening as he exerted more force. After a moment of hesitation, the warrior transferred 150 million credit points to Suyu, subsequently producing most of his valuable items from his inventory. He could gamble on whether Suyu would kill him first or if the martial arts tower's instance would teleport him away. Boom. After reaping significant gains from the warrior, Suyu did not execute him, but instead delivered a powerful punch. The blow was so forceful that the warrior was sent flying, his fate uncertain. Having dealt with the first warrior, Suyu continued his onslaught. Soon, he caught up with the second, third, and fourth warriors, plundering them thoroughly. He was also aware that, upon the completion of this endeavor, each of these warriors would indeed receive 500 million credit points. However, at this moment, they had only acquired a mere tenth of that as a down payment, with each of them possessing only 50 million credit points, courtesy of the Platinum Eye. Despite being elite warriors, they were woefully inadequate in the face of Suyu. Before long, aside from Yin Xiaohong, who had fallen to Bai Ming, and Bai Ming himself, all others had been thoroughly looted by Suyu. Upon collecting the items from the 58th warrior's inventory, Suyu was somewhat surprised to sense the presence of the 59th Extreme Heaven Illusion Body mark once more. Bai Ming's tactics were no trivial matter. He had managed to obscure the Extreme Heaven Illusion Body mark. The spatial mark of the Extreme Heaven Illusion could not be eradicated, only retrieved. However, there were methods to seal or obscure the mark, and Bai Ming had evidently employed some technique to achieve this. Consequently, the 20 billion credit points sent by Qin Bingyue had ultimately gone unrecovered. Though Bai Ming had escaped, Suyu still reaped substantial rewards. Among the 58 warriors, 20 had each received 1 billion credit points from Qin Bingyue, amounting to a staggering 200 billion. Naturally, Suyu intended to transfer this 200 billion to Qin Bingyue, were it not for her financial prowess in dismantling this group. The illusionary god hunting team might have faced grave danger in confronting these 60 individuals. In a one-on-one scenario, he could easily overpower this band of warriors. However, if they were to swarm him, managing 20 at once would push him to his limits. Nevertheless, these individuals had paid dearly for their greed. Suyu did not deliver lethal blows, but for a considerable time, they would live in abject poverty, devoid of hope. Besides the 200 billion credit points belonging to Qin Bingyue, each of them had approximately 15 billion credit points left. After thoroughly robbing them, Suyu had amassed a staggering 87 billion in credit points. Yet, the scoundrel Bai Ming had fled with 20 billion of those points. This meant Suyu would have to dig into his own pockets to transfer 20 billion to Qin Bingwei from the 87 billion he had acquired. This situation made him long for the effortless ease of previously making profits from Xiahou Tianwen and Shinisho, merely by escorting their teammates to the teleportation array and earning 40 billion in the process. Despite donating 9 billion to improve the living conditions of the illusionary god hunting team, he still retained 31 billion. After deducting 20 billion to transfer to Qin Bingwei from this 87 billion, he still had 67 billion left. Chapter 121, The Space of the 81st Layer. Suyu briefly calculated his recent gains, and combined with his original savings, his credit points had now reached 100 billion. Prior to enhancing his strength, earning money had been a challenge. However, once his power increased, seizing opportunities for wealth became remarkably uncomplicated. This time, his haul also included a plethora of high-value items from the inventories of 58 elite warriors. While their precise worth was hard to ascertain at the moment, it was assuredly substantial. After being refined, their value could soar even higher. When individuals face destitution, their ambition often diminishes. However, once one ascends to the heights of wealth, becoming a billionaire or standing atop the wealth hierarchy of an entire planet, their interest in money may wane, even leading to aversion towards it. Suyu had not yet reached such heights. He had merely experienced 2 windfalls. After utilizing the Extreme Heaven Illusion Body to shift positions several times, Suyu reappeared before the members of the illusionary god hunting team. I will first transfer 220 billion credit points to Qin Bingwei, then we shall proceed. As he spoke, Qin Bingwei received the transfer of 220 billion credit points. The members of the illusionary god hunting team exchanged glances, astonished. Even Hualanghai typically possessed only 10 billion credit points, while Wang Ying had even less. Yet, here was Qin Bingwei, effortlessly producing 220 billion without a hint of concern. Noticing their astonished gazes, she smiled and said, "Why don't we elect me as the captain?" Suyu felt a headache coming on. "Do not jest. Let us continue on our journey. The power of wealth is not to be trifled with, especially since by Ming and the other 60 could be swayed just as easily by Qin Bingwei as they had been by the Platinum Eye, with Yen Xiuhong paying a bloody price for it." The illusionary god hunting team continued onward, their strength formidable. The instance spaces from the 50th to the 80th layers posed little challenge for them. However, from the 81st layer onward, the difficulty would increase. As they forged ahead, overcoming obstacles, they achieved 9th place upon reaching the 81st layer. The monsters they encountered remained at levels 20 to 25, yet their attributes had risen to a quarter, if not a third, of Suyu's own. For Yangyu, dealing with such creatures was becoming increasingly strenuous. If confronted with a large number of these monsters simultaneously, the illusionary god hunting team would have no choice but to evade. The space of the 81st layer resembled an ancient city, teeming with countless monsters. Upon entering this layer, the group became significantly more cautious in their exploration of the instance. Hualanghai spoke with utmost seriousness. The true competition commences from this layer. While the monsters here may only be around level 25, their strength could rival that of our captain. Some exceptionally powerful monsters might even surpass him. Our task remains to locate the teleportation array leading to the previous layer. Unless all 3 arrays have been claimed, we shall hunt monsters to accrue points. The suggestion from Hualanghai was met with unanimous agreement from Suyu and the others. After all, upon their arrival at the 81st layer, they had nearly fallen victim to a scarecrow monster that almost obliterated Yangyu. However, in this layer, the instance space expanded even further. Even though Hualanghai possesses the Sacred Heart Eye, granting him the ability to perceive from a divine perspective, he still cannot locate the teleportation array. Be cautious. A monster is approaching, Suyu warned immediately as he led the way. Before the group lay a vast expanse of sand, teeming with numerous sand monsters. These creatures, composed entirely of shifting sands, emitted a formidable energy fluctuation. Suyu estimated that their attributes might constitute about 40% of his own. In other words, these sand monsters were slightly weaker than his Nightshade Black Cat. However, he had but a single Nightshade Black Cat. While a multitude of sand monsters emerged from the sandy terrain, we shall take a detour. Suyu decided against confronting these sand monsters. Knowing that the illusionary god hunting team could not manage such a horde, he would remain behind to cover their retreat, while Qin Bingwei and Hualanghai led the others on a path around them. Suddenly, a sand monster transformed into a cloud of quicksand and charged towards Suyu. Without hesitation, he wielded the divine thunder-devouring star spear and unleashed the 10 directions thunder-killing spear technique. A surge of azure lightning danced around the spear as he thrust it forward, instantly piercing the sand monster. Upon vanquishing the creature, the spear began to extract its attributes. Defeated LV-25, sand monster. Experience points, 750, health, 800, attack, 60, defense, 50, speed, 45, spirit, 60, energy, 80. After dispatching the sand monster, the spear immediately assimilated its 6-dimensional attributes. Though these sand monsters appeared dull-witted, their intelligence was not to be underestimated. Recognizing Su Yu's formidable strength and his lack of further aggression into their territory, the sand monsters opted to stand their ground. Despite his swift defeat of one, Su Yu had no intention of farming these monsters. If all 100 were to converge upon him, it would be no trivial matter. In the next moment, he vanished from before the sand monsters, having activated Extreme Sky Mirage, reappearing beside Qin Binghua. The illusionary god hunting team had already distanced themselves from the previous area. After advancing a short distance in their current direction, they stumbled upon a gruesome sight, scattered limbs and severed arms. Hualing Hai scrutinized the scene and remarked, "They must have died no more than an hour ago. They were likely not slain by monsters, but by other martial artists." He surmised that the assailants numbered 3, one of whom was likely Bai Ming. Pointing at a female warrior with a hollow chest where her heart should be, he addressed Su Yu and the others. This method is eerily familiar. It mirrors Bai Ming's execution of Yin Xiaohong. Wang Ying remarked in astonishment. Bai Ming and his companions are ruthless, utterly annihilating this team. There were 10 martial artists in total, all meeting a horrific fate. The teams that reached the 81st floor were generally strong, yet there are always those stronger. Bai Ming's ability to instantaneously dispatch Yin Xiaohong, even with a surprise attack, attests to his immense power. If he could ambush Yin Xiaohong, he could undoubtedly do the same to others. Chapter 122. Why don't you seize it? I am seizing it. Su Yu attempted once more to sense Bai Ming's presence. But, as before, he found himself unable to detect him. They chose not to linger in this location, opting instead to continue onward. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Binghua suggested, could it be that the teleportation array does not reside within this ancient city? Given the city's modest size, if the array were indeed here, it should be easily discovered. However, the surrounding area is desert, likely infested with sand monsters. Venturing into the desert in search of the teleportation array would be exceedingly perilous. Su Yu had been contemplating the same notion, that the teleportation array might not be located within the ancient city. Seizing the opportunity, he added, I could scout ahead. This instance of the dungeon is vast, and there may be more than one ancient city. Should I discover another, I could utilize Extreme Sky Mirage to transport you all there. Hualing Hai nodded in agreement. That plan is feasible. The most treacherous aspect of this dungeon space is indeed the surrounding desert. Yet, it seems the sand monsters prefer to remain within the desert, thus, unless we encounter a vast area covered in yellow sand, we are unlikely to encounter them within the ancient city. The others concurred with Su Yu and his companion's proposal. They proceeded to the outskirts of the ancient city, where Su Yu ventured alone into the desert. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he swiftly traversed the desert, a multitude of sand monsters continued to emerge. The sheer number of monsters in this area was staggering. Most hunting teams would find it nearly impossible to cross the desert unscathed. Without Su Yu's assistance, aside from Qin Binghua and Hualing Hai, the rest of the illusionary god hunting team would struggle to navigate the desert. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Su Yu maneuvered deftly through the sands. He soon observed that other hunting teams were employing similar tactics. However, while he scouted alone, most others typically operated in pairs or even trios. Of course, there were also lone scouts among the other teams, and by chance, he encountered one such individual. It was none other than his significant client, Xiahou Tianwen. Upon sensing a familiar wave of martial energy, Xiahou Tianwen immediately turned his gaze in Su Yu's direction. There, he spotted the very individual who had swindled him out of 2 billion credit points when he first entered the martial arts tower. At that time, he had dismissed Su Yu as an insignificant figure, viewing the illusionary god hunting team as inconsequential. Now, he realized that the strength of Su Yu and his team was indeed formidable. They not only ranked among the top 100, but were also capable of entering the top 10. However, upon seeing Su Yu, Xiahou Tianwen was still filled with resentment. He had readily handed over 2 billion credits to Su Yu, expecting to reclaim them later. Now, he understood that retrieving that sum was utterly impossible. Furthermore, on the 81st floor of the martial arts tower, he might still need to rely on Su Yu. Although his Tianwen hunting team could carve a path through a region swarming with sand monsters to reach other ancient cities, such an approach was inefficient, consuming vast amounts of time and resources. With this in mind, Xiahou Tianwen decided to approach Su Yu. Su Yu regarded Xiahou Tianwen with a degree of wariness, yet it was clear that the latter's intentions were not hostile this time. Once Xiahou Tianwen drew near, Su Yu casually inquired, "What brings you here, brother Xiahou?" With a sigh, Xiahou Tianwen replied, "Once we locate the teleportation array, assist me in bringing my people along. What price do you demand?" Without hesitation, Su Yu extended a hand. "Why don't you seize it?" Xiahou Tianwen exclaimed, clearly agitated. He understood that an outstretched hand signified 5 billion. Although he initially sought Su Yu's assistance for 2 billion credit points, he had believed that his expenditure would be recoverable. The situation had changed. Now aware of Su Yu and the illusionary god hunting team's strength, he realized he could never retrieve that sum. After all, credit points were not like water in a river or mud in a field. They were not infinitely abundant. The financial power of the Xiahou family could not compare to that of the Qin family. Nor could Xiahou Tianwen's standing within the Xiahou family be equated to Qin Bingyue's within hers. Upon hearing Xiahou Tianwen's words, Su Yu retorted, "Am I not already seizing it?" Xiahou Tianwen found himself both amused and exasperated by Su Yu's response. He raised his hand, forming a gesture for an 80% discount. "If you agree to cooperate, I will offer that." At this, Su Yu began to contemplate whether to acquiesce. With a discount of 20%. That leaves us with 4 billion. Although it is still a tremendous deal, it is merely a one-off transaction. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yu chose to agree. "Very well. Let us collaborate once more. Our phantom god hunting team requires the first teleportation array, while you shall have the second. By joining forces, we should have no trouble securing both the first and second teleportation arrays within this dungeon space." After pondering for a moment, Xiahou Tianwen inquired, "What if I desire the first teleportation array? What would be the price?" Su Yu shook his head. "There is no price that can be negotiated. This time, I aim for the first, to acquire that level 60 resource dungeon. Thus, as long as I can utilize the first teleportation array, I will lead the phantom god hunting team to ascend to the upper tier with a high score of 1,200 points. At this moment, Xiahou Tianwen produced a conch shell. Placing it to his lips as he declared, "I see the captain of the phantom god hunting team, Su Yu. This time, we shall collaborate once more. Subsequently, I will relay your location to Su Yu. He will ensure your safe passage to the vicinity of the teleportation array." Once Xiahou Tianwen finished speaking, the voice of the vice-captain of the Tianwen hunting team emanated from the conch shell. "Captain, how much unnecessary expenditure have we incurred this time?" Xiahou Tianwen retorted brusquely, "Scram. Furthermore, how can this be deemed unnecessary spending? Preserving our strength is the ultimate victory. From the 81st level onward, each layer is fraught with peril and the mortality rate exceedingly high. If any member of the hunting team suffers severe injuries or even death, their aspirations to ascend to higher tiers or to miraculously reach the summit will become exceedingly difficult." The 9 members of the phantom god hunting team were selected at random by Su Yu, while the 9 members of the Tianwen hunting team are all trusted confidants of Xiahou Tianwen. Under such circumstances, Xiahou Tianwen is understandably reluctant to place these individuals in harm's way. The heirs of the Xiahou family often number several. They must lead their own factions to break through the encirclement and distinguish themselves to become the new heir of the Xiahou family. Su Yu remained oblivious to these intricacies. His spiritual energy continuously enveloped the surroundings, and soon he discerned a multitude of sand monsters, along with another ancient city. This ancient city lay at a considerable distance from the two, surrounded by numerous sand monsters. Chapter 123, Strong Defense? Yet it cannot withstand this. The abundance of sand monsters surrounds them. "Shall I guide you into the ancient city?" Su Yu inquired of Xiahou Tianwen while perceiving the environment. In response, Xiahou Tianwen scoffed. "No need." The two traversed swiftly and soon encountered a throng of sand monsters. Although it was their second meeting, Su Yu had yet to witness Xiahou Tianwen's true capabilities. He remained unhurried, directly employing Extreme Sky Phantom Body to enter the ancient city while observing from the sidelines. Boom. Xiahou Tianwen manipulated fire, wielding flames of 9 distinct colors. At this moment, Su Yu also took a glance at Xiahou Tianwen's attribute panel. Name, Xiahou Tianwen. Occupation, hidden. Level, hidden. Xiahou Tianwen's attribute panel was essentially inscrutable. Aside from his name, nothing could be discerned. So you could only observe from the sidelines, curious to see what techniques this individual possessed. He soon witnessed Xiahou Tianwen's 9-colored flames completely enveloping him. Any sand monster that dared to approach would be incinerated by the searing heat. And the ground in Xiahou Tianwen's wake transformed into molten lava. Recognizing his prowess, the multitude of sand monsters refrained from approaching, opting instead for ranged attacks. The sand monsters possessed formidable sand manipulation abilities, conjuring wall after wall of sand. Although the 9-colored flames enveloping Xiahou Tianwen could melt these sand walls, maintaining such a state would undoubtedly deplete a significant amount of his energy. Without pausing, he pressed forward. While Xiahou Tianwen had the ability to navigate through the throngs of sand monsters, he couldn't help but envy Su Yu's capabilities. Within the range of Su Yu's spiritual energy, he could condense the spatial imprint of the Extreme Sky Phantom Body. In areas marked by this imprint, he could swiftly traverse. Xiahou Tianwen observed as he fought his way through, while Su Yu utilized the Extreme Sky Phantom Body to glide gracefully among the sand monsters. His form was elusive, and the surrounding sand monsters could not lock onto him even if they wished to attack. Xiahou Tianwen expended roughly 10% of his martial energy to reach the ancient city, while Su Yu experienced virtually no expenditure in arriving there. Upon arrival, Su Yu expressed his astonishment. This ancient city is filled with numerous stone statue monsters. Xiahou Tianwen, equally astonished, remarked, "Your spiritual energy is remarkably strong?" He had been observing Su Yu closely and realized that Su Yu was scanning the surroundings without any special abilities. He was purely utilizing his spiritual energy to survey the area. Each time Su Yu conveyed new information, Xiahou Tianwen could feel the fluctuations of energy emanating from him. This revelation left Xiahou Tianwen deeply impressed. Although his own spiritual energy was formidable, Su Yu's was undoubtedly superior. After Su Yu explained the surrounding situation, Xiahou Tianwen took a moment to grasp the details. Just as Su Yu had noted, the number of stone statue monsters in the vicinity was indeed substantial. Not far from them, a vividly lifelike stone statue monster appeared, wielding an enormous war hammer that stood taller than a person. Upon seeing this stone statue monster, Su Yu asked, "Shall I proceed, or will you?" Before they could continue exploring the ancient city, they clearly needed to understand the monsters inhabiting this place. "I shall," Xiahou Tianwen declared decisively, stepping forward. In an instant, he seemed to morph into a shadow, flashing abruptly to stand before the stone statue monster. Whoosh! Xiahou Tianwen's fist, enveloped in golden flames, struck the stone statue monster decisively. Both he and Su Yu were taken aback. The punch landed squarely on the stone statue monster, yet it appeared to inflict minimal damage. In retaliation, the stone statue monster swung its hammer, forcing Xiahou Tianwen to retreat. Boom! Dodging the incoming strike from the stone statue monster, Xiahou Tianwen continued his assault. This time, countless flames swiftly coalesced in his hands, forming a long blade. Brandishing the blazing sword, he lunged at the stone statue monster. Boom! Without a hint of hesitation, the stone statue monster chose to confront Xiahou Tianwen head-on with its massive warhammer. Unlike before, upon contact with the long blade, the 9-colored flames instantly engulfed the stone statue monster, which began to slowly melt. Unlike the sand monsters, the melting speed of this stone statue monster was considerably sluggish. Even encased in the 9-colored flames, it persisted in its battle. Only after Xiahou Tianwen unleashed a series of slashing strikes with his fiery sword, reducing the stone statue monster to mere rubble, did the creature cease its assault. After dispatching this stone statue monster, Xiahou Tianwen frowned. If he struggled against this stone statue monster, it would undoubtedly be far more challenging for the members of the Tianwen hunting team to contend with such foes. Once Xiahou Tianwen eliminated the stone statue monster, another one appeared. This time, Su Yu took the initiative to speak. "Allow me to handle this one." As his words fell, he brandished the divine thunder-devouring star spear and charged towards the distant stone statue monster. Boom! Xiahou Tianwen soon realized that his decision to refrain from engaging Su Yu was indeed a sagacious one. Su Yu's strength was remarkably formidable. The power of these stone statue monsters was exceedingly terrifying, yet Su Yu astonishingly matched them blow for blow. Su Yu intended to convey that he was only utilizing 60% of his strength. Had he unleashed his full might, he could have sent this stone statue monster flying with a single strike. When the divine thunder-devouring star spear struck the stone statue monster, it did not send it soaring, but it did dislodge a considerable amount of stone from its body. Boom, 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 boom. Subsequently, Su Yu unleashed the 10 Directions Thunder-Killing Spear. The divine thunder-devouring star spear incessantly pierced the stone statue monster with relentless ferocity. Although the stone statue monster attempted to retaliate with its warhammer, it was utterly powerless against Su Yu's tempestuous onslaught. Su Yu delivered at least 30 thrusts before finally vanquishing the stone statue monster. It was not that the foe possessed an exceptionally high health pool, but rather that its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily robust. Otherwise, given the sharpness of the divine thunder-devouring star spear, a single thrust should have sufficed to pierce through the stone statue monster. Instead, he had to strike repeatedly in the same area 5 or 6 times before breaching its defenses. Chapter 124, The Flaw of the Extreme Sky Phantom Body. The Mirror Crystal Ball. Despite the stone statue monster's formidable defense, it was ultimately reduced to fragments after Su Yu unleashed a relentless barrage of 30 thrusts. Observing this spectacle, Xiahou Tianwen remarked, "Your combat style is indeed well suited for dealing with these stone statue monsters. However, there are numerous such creatures here. We should find a way to investigate whether a teleportation array is present. If there is none, we should not linger here." Su Yu nodded. "Do you possess any means of investigation?" Xiahou Tianwen casually replied, "None." Within the Tianwen hunting team, there were 2 perceptive warriors with superior sensing abilities compared to Su Yu. However, neither of those perceptive warriors was particularly formidable in combat. Xiahou Tianwen had not brought them along on this reconnaissance mission. Su Yu sighed. "Then we must resort to a thorough search." "Very well," Xiahou Tianwen nodded, then proceeded in a specific direction. He and Su Yu maintained a distance of approximately 1,000 meters apart, as that was the current range of his mental power. Beyond that, he could still sense, but the clarity of the scenes would diminish. After separating, Su Yu unexpectedly encountered a familiar face in this place. This time, he encountered Bai Ming, who had shielded his extreme sky phantom body's spatial imprint. Upon seeing Su Yu, Bai Ming said, "How about a trade?" While Su Yu gathered the spatial imprint of the extreme sky phantom body beside Bai Ming using his mental power, he casually inquired, "What trait?" Bai Ming tilted his head, glancing at the spatial imprint nearby, and smiled. "Your abilities are commendable, but mine just so happened to counter yours." Upon finishing his words, an invisible spatial domain appeared around him. Within this domain, Su Yu's spatial imprint of the extreme sky phantom body was rendered ineffective. Suyu now comprehended that although Bai Ming had concealed his profession, his ability likely involved manipulating space within a certain range. Consequently, Suyu refrained from further consolidating the spatial imprint of the extreme sky phantom body around Bai Ming. He casually asked, "What do you wish to trade with me?" Bai Ming wasted no time and revealed an answer that took Suyu by surprise. "I want to ask you to bring 2 individuals over for me. In return, I will inform you of the location of the first teleportation array. Of course, I am aware that you came here with Xiahou Tianwen. So I don't need to know about the second teleportation array, I only require the third." Suyu recalled the severed limbs he had seen at the beginning and understood that the individuals Bai Ming wanted him to bring were his 2 teammates. Bai Ming seemed to have teammates as well, but unlike Suyu's group of 9, he only had 2. In truth, Suyu was reluctant to collaborate with Bai Ming. He even contemplated eliminating him. However, with Bai Ming exerting control over his extreme sky phantom body ability, killing him would not be an easy task. While Suyu pondered this, Bai Ming continued, "You may not have much time to deliberate. Other teams will likely discover the locations of those 3 teleportation arrays soon. The hunting teams that have made their way here possess genuine skill." Suyu largely agreed with Bai Ming's assertion. Although he was reluctant to cooperate with Bai Ming, he found himself with little choice but to acquiesce. He looked at Bai Ming and stated, "Make it an additional 2 billion credit points, and we have a deal." Bai Ming shook his head at this. "Impossible, and I prefer to earn money rather than spend it. Even if you do not assist me, I have sufficient strength to obtain 100 points and ascend to the next level." Despite his words, Bai Ming was not keen on wasting time. The top scorer in the martial arts tower would receive an extra reward from Xinxia University, a level 60 resource dungeon. The top 100 hunting teams in the martial arts tower, as well as the top 1,000 martial artists on the individual points leaderboard, would all receive rewards from the martial arts tower's dungeons. The better the ranking, the greater the reward. Bai Ming's goal in venturing into the martial arts tower was to obtain the rewards for the top 1,000, specifically the rewards for the top 50. Suyu understood that it would not be easy to extract benefits from Bai Ming. However, he was unwilling to let Bai Ming obtain his assistance for merely a piece of information. Bai Ming, recognizing the difficulty of securing Suyu's cooperation with just a single piece of intel, ultimately relented after careful consideration. The location of the teleportation array, along with this item, will serve as compensation for your assistance. While speaking to Suyu, Bai Ming tossed a crystal ball into the air. Suyu examined the crystal ball's interface, confirmed there were no issues, and then caught it. Name, Mirror Crystal Ball. Quality, Epic. Attribute, Spatial Mirror, Epic. Spatial Mirror. When you use spatial abilities, you can generate a certain degree of spatial effect at symmetrical mirrored locations, with some subtle spatial abilities being perfectly replicated. After reviewing the item interface, Suyu couldn't help but feel astonished. This item was exceptionally useful to him. With this equipment, whenever he left a spatial imprint of the extreme sky phantom body, he could leave 2 imprints instead of 1. Wherever there was a spatial imprint of the extreme sky phantom body, he could traverse freely. The more imprints he left in the surrounding area, the greater his operational space became. Furthermore, there was a notable flaw in his extreme sky phantom body imprints. First, the generation of imprints would create spatial fluctuations. Second, imprints could be shielded or sealed, just as earlier, when he attempted to use the extreme sky phantom body to shift close to Bai Ming to confront him. Bai Ming's ability to shield the spatial imprint rendered it impossible for Suyu to approach him. Later, when engaging other martial artists, they might detect the location of his extreme sky phantom body imprint, but choose to remain silent. When he subsequently used the extreme sky phantom body for movement, they could suddenly strike back and catch him off guard. With the mirror crystal ball, the situation would change dramatically. He could leave 2 spatial imprints each time, and even if the enemy detected them, they would have no way of knowing where he would appear. Moreover, the mirror crystal ball had yet to be refined by him. Once he refined it to perfection, he might be able to leave a multitude of spatial imprints at once. While this item might seem somewhat lackluster to other martial artists, it was undoubtedly a core piece of equipment for him. After contemplating for a moment, Suyu nodded. "I agree. In this layer of space, where can the teleportation array be found?" Bai Ming hesitated for a moment before responding. "In an ancient city to the north. I can lead you and Xiahou Tianwen there. But first, you must allow my companions and me to enter the previous layer. Only then can you bring your team and Xiahou Tianwen's team over. You need not worry. The 3 of us will not betray you. Together, we are not a match for you and Xiahou Tianwen." Chapter 125, Breaking Through the Giant Sand Beast Blockade. Bai Ming's request was met with Suyu's agreement. Collaborating with Bai Ming promised significant advantages. Within the 81st level of the martial arts tower, if they were to search for the teleportation array on their own, it could take an interminable time. The quicker they ascended to higher levels within the martial arts tower, the better their ranking would be. Suyu swiftly found Xiahou Tianwen to explain the situation. He expressed his intention to collaborate with Bai Ming, to which Xiahou Tianwen did not object, as he too stood to gain from this alliance. The only concern was to prevent Bai Ming from playing tricks. When Suyu returned to Bai Ming's side, accompanied by Xiahou Tianwen, he noticed that 2 additional individuals had joined Bai Ming. One was a young man with a striking azure hue to his skin, whose profession was indiscernible, a rather uncommon sight. The other was a female warrior. Her skin ghostly pale, reminiscent of someone who had spent an extended time submerged in water. Among the trio, Bai Ming appeared to be the most ordinary. Upon seeing Su Yu and Xiahou Tianwen, Bai Ming instructed, "Follow me." Naturally, Su Yu and Xiahou Tianwen did not delay and followed Bai Ming as they set off toward the next ancient city. Su Yu realized that his extreme sky phantom was a form of rapid displacement, while Bai Ming, possessing spatial abilities, could traverse through space. However, Bai Ming's spatial transit could not accommodate others. Otherwise, he would not need to collaborate with Su Yu. On their journey to the next ancient city, the number of sand monsters surrounding them had significantly increased. Not only were there sand monsters of human size, but also colossal sand giants. These so-called sand giants were exceptionally tall and possessed formidable strength. As Bai Ming navigated through the sea of sand, his form flickered continuously, appearing and disappearing with remarkable agility. Su Yu's situation mirrored Bai Ming's. He could leave a spatial mark within a region covered by his mental energy in the blink of an eye. Then employ Extreme Sky Phantom for swift repositioning. At first glance, it seemed as though he was also traversing space like Bai Ming. In reality, he was executing high-speed movements between 2 points at dozens of times the usual speed. Xiahou Tianwen lacked the capabilities of Bai Ming and Su Yu. This robust figure wielded 2 swords ablaze with flames, carving a bloody path through the throngs of sand monsters. Although his strength was formidable, his speed was somewhat slower. Nonetheless, Bai Ming and Su Yu did not need to wait long for Xiahou Tianwen. Despite being obstructed by the sand monsters and sand giants, he relentlessly forged a path with his dual blades. There was no road in the world, yet wielding his twin swords, he created one through sheer force. Though they were delayed somewhat due to Xiahou Tianwen, it was not a significant issue. Approximately half an hour later, the trio arrived at another ancient city. Similar to the previous one, this city was filled with various stone golems. The 3 did not engage with these stone golems, but rather swiftly circumvented them to reach 3 teleportation arrays. Upon arriving, Bai Ming declared, "All right, now it's time for you to bring my 2 teammates here." Su Yu glanced at the 3 and used teleportation arrays and nodded slightly. Xiahou Tianwen transferred 40 billion credit points to Su Yu and reassured him, "You can go ahead. I will keep a close watch on him." Su Yu nodded and returned to the previous ancient city to fetch Bai Ming's 2 companions. This time, Bai Ming did not cause any trouble. After Su Yu brought over his 2 teammates, the 3 of them chose the 3rd teleportation array to enter the 82nd level. Each person would gain 100 points for using the 3rd array. Interestingly, Xiahou Tianwen's 100 points had already reached its maximum, while Bai Ming utilized his spatial abilities to continuously flicker and make haste. Su Yu employed the super speed movement of Extreme Sky Phantom to evade countless monsters and expedite their journey. Only Xiahou Tianwen carved a bloody path, even fully exhausting his points. After Bai Ming departed, Su Yu sighed with relief. Both Xiahou Tianwen and Bai Ming were undoubtedly formidable adversaries. If given the choice, he would prefer to face Xiahou Tianwen in combat. Bai Ming's abilities somewhat restrained him. Even with the mirror crystal ball in his possession, he still felt limited by Bai Ming's prowess. Fortunately, Bai Ming had not acted recklessly this time, adhering to the use of the 3rd teleportation array to ascend to the previous layer. Once Bai Ming left, Su Yu casually remarked, "I will go fetch my teammates. Once the phantom hunting team arrives, I will come for yours." "No problem," Xiahou Tianwen nodded. Su Yu wasted no time, leaving numerous spatial marks with his extreme sky phantom along the way. At this moment, he could traverse rapidly, shifting positions at speeds up to 50 times or even higher. As Xiahou Tianwen observed Su Yu's departing figure, he was secretly astonished. How can this guy possess such abundant energy? He pondered. Does he have a profession that significantly enhances his energy attributes? While he found Su Yu's extreme sky phantom ability impressive, it was his energy attributes that truly astonished him. Su Yu's energy seemed inexhaustible. This could stem from 2 possibilities. Either using Extreme Sky Phantom for ultra-high-speed movement expends minimal energy, or Su Yu's total energy capacity was extraordinarily immense. Xiahou Tianwen surmised that it was likely a combination of both. Throughout the journey, Bai Ming had utilized items to replenish his energy, leading to a noticeable decline in his energy fluctuations. In contrast, Su Yu's energy fluctuations remained consistently formidable, showing no significant change. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, his remarkable energy attributes had already drawn attention. He had now arrived at the location where Qin Bingyue and the others were situated. Upon seeing Su Yu return, Qin Bingyue inquired, "Did you find the teleportation array?" Su Yu nodded, "Yes, I found it. I have come to an agreement with Xiahou Tianwen." He succinctly explained the collaboration formed with Xiahou Tianwen, primarily to alleviate concerns about potential conflicts between the 2 teams. Subsequently, Su Yu led Qin Bingyue towards the location of the teleportation array. Given Qin Bingyue's formidable strength, bringing her along generally posed little risk. After escorting Qin Bingyue, Su Yu sequentially brought along Chen Qing, Wu Ying, Wang Ying, Nanmen Feng, Xiao Annie, and Shi Luguang. The last to be transported was Hua Langhai. Previously, it was decided to leave Hua Langhai behind to maintain a presence. as those capable of reaching the 81st level were predominantly formidable individuals. If Yang Yu and others were not with Suyu, Qin Bingyue, and Hualanghai, they could easily encounter unforeseen dangers in the space of the 81st level. Chapter 126, The World of Flames, Perilous Hunts. After successfully transporting all members of the Phantom Hunting Team to the vicinity of the first teleportation array, Suyu skillfully guided the Tianwen hunting team members to the area around the second teleportation array. As Xiahou Tianwen stepped onto the teleportation array, preparing to depart, Suyu smiled and remarked, "Captain Xiahou, we can continue our collaboration for the next 19 layers." Xiahou Tianwen, upon hearing the words, let out a cold, disdainful chuckle. Very well. With that, he led the Tianwen hunting team to utilize the second teleportation array, proceeding to the 82nd level. Similarly, Suyu gathered the members of the Illusion God hunting team to use the first teleportation array, also heading to the 82nd level. Throughout their journey, their scores had consistently been an impressive 120 points per person per level. Should this record endure until the conclusion of the 100th level, each individual would amass a total of 12,000 points. In instances of tied scores, the Martial Tower would rank the participants based on their performances within its confines. Among the Illusion God hunting team, Suyu undoubtedly held the position of the top contender. Upon arriving at the 82nd level, the team discovered a fiery forest. The atmosphere was saturated with magma and flames, leaving scant places for them to find solid footing. Wang Ying, upon entering, immediately opted to take flight. After a period of growth and advancement, his Windwalker class now granted him the ability to soar through the air. The members of the Illusion God hunting team frowned upon surveying their surroundings. Hualanghai activated his holy heart to gain a divine perspective and, with a grave expression, remarked, "The environment here is perilous, with very few places to land. The magma and flames surrounding us are imbued with martial energy, posing a significant danger. We must avoid contact, even proximity. Currently, this area is devoid of monsters. However, should we choose to move, we risk encountering creatures dwelling within the magma or flames from any direction." After his observation, Hualanghai promptly relayed the circumstances of this level to everyone. Suyu nodded slightly in response. The others in the Illusion God hunting team furrowed their brows. Qin Bingyue proposed, "Shall we explore cautiously together? Or would you prefer to scout the surroundings, Captain?" It appeared that these two options were their only recourse. Since the 81st level, the monsters encountered in the dungeon had exceeded the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Not to mention, within the Illusion God hunting team, both Yang Yu and Xiao Annie would face life-threatening danger if confronted with the monsters of this level alone. Even Nin Minfeng and Wang Ying, should they face more than one creature, would have no choice but to flee. Only Suyu, Qin Bingyue, and Hualanghai could navigate this level with relative freedom. After Qin Bingyue spoke, Suyu immediately expressed his stance. "Given that this area is temporarily safe, let us take a moment to regroup here. I shall investigate the surroundings and return shortly." With that, Suyu began to utilize his Extreme Sky illusion body to move at breakneck speed, scouting the situation within the dungeon space. It did not take long for Suyu to realize that the monsters in this place were indeed formidable in number and strength. After traversing for a time, using the Extreme Sky illusion body, he arrived at a hillside where a hunting team was engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of magma monsters. These creatures, which resided within magma and fed upon it, were particularly powerful. Any hunting team that managed to reach the 82nd level was undoubtedly proficient. However, the nearby team was currently in dire straits. Suyu hesitated, contemplating whether to assist them. The hunting team in question was the Glory Hunting Team, led by the formidable Murong Yao. He wielded a heavy sword, continuously repelling and even slaying the magma monsters that ventured too close. Yet, the other members of Murong Yao's team bore varying degrees of injury and were in poor condition. Murong Yao felt increasingly helpless. Their strength should not have waned to this extent. However, they had been besieged by 5 powerful teams in the previous level, leaving all but him injured. Upon arriving at the 82nd level, they had not been afforded a moment's respite. As soon as they appeared, they found themselves surrounded by numerous magma monsters. With a sigh, Murong Yao proclaimed, "If things do not improve, we may have to concede. We have reached the 82nd level, and a place among the top 100 teams should be within our grasp." The rest of the Glory Hunting Team shared his sentiments, feeling equally despondent. Given their capabilities, they should not have fallen this far. Yet, they had encountered an unfortunate string of events since transitioning from the 81st level, facing such formidable monsters without the opportunity to recuperate before engaging in high-intensity battles. After Murong Yao spoke, the vice captain of the Glory Hunting Team suggested, "Let us vote. Should we fight to the bitter end or retreat? There are many monsters surrounding us, but should we defeat them, we might gain a chance to rest. If we withdraw now, our aspirations of becoming a top 100 team will be exceedingly difficult. However, should we choose to fight, some of us might perish. I choose to fight until the end." Following the vice captain's declaration, the others voiced their agreement, driven by a desire for battle, though they were willing to risk their lives. The situation remained dire, as the magma monsters were all too eager to claim their lives. Fortunately, it seemed that fate had not yet abandoned them. After observing the scene from a distance, Suyu resolved to seek an ally for his team. The battles to come might not involve the glory hunting team, but should they cross paths, collaboration would undoubtedly be advantageous. The glory hunting team exhibited strong cohesion, and so too did the illusion god hunting team. Setting aside their potential cooperation in the higher echelons of the martial tower, they could certainly join forces at the 82nd level. As the wounds on the glory hunting team members multiplied, even Murong Yao bore several injuries. Suyu made his entrance. Utilizing his extreme sky illusion body, he appeared behind the throng of magma monsters and swiftly engaged them, thereby alleviating much of the trouble. He was mindful that had he materialized directly in the midst of the glory hunting team, he might have been mistaken for an enemy and attacked. The members of the glory hunting team had been teetering on the brink of despair. With Murong Yao injured, nearly everyone felt the specter of death loom over them. Even if they chose to teleport out of the martial tower, safety was not guaranteed. Just a breath's time was required to teleport away. And given the ferocity of the surrounding magma monsters, that single breath could prove fatal. In their moment of hopelessness, Suyu's appearance ignited a spark of hope. The members of the glory hunting team had never anticipated encountering an ally at the 82nd level. With a swift motion, Suyu unleashed the God Thunder-swallowing star spear, sending one magma monster hurtling backward. Such high defense? Suyu was taken aback. He had struck the creature squarely in the back, yet it had not perished. With renewed determination, Suyu pressed on, launching a series of attacks. He soon realized that the strength of the monsters had significantly escalated since the 81st level. These creatures not only boasted formidable power and high health, but they also possessed unique abilities and substantial defenses. After unleashing 5 successive strikes, Suyu finally dispatched one magma monster. With that creature vanquished, Suyu continued his assault against the remaining magma monsters. Though he intended to ally with the glory hunting team, he refrained from unleashing his full power. Should he go all out, even entering the Azura 100 battle state, it would likely lead to a swift resolution. He skillfully dealt with the lava creatures, effortlessly dispatching one with each thrust of his spear. With Suyu's formidable presence on the battlefield, the members of the glory hunting team found themselves snatched from the brink of elimination. With a swift motion, Suyu brandished the thunder-devouring star spear, unleashing the terrifying spear technique of the 10 Directions Thunder Kill. He charged relentlessly among the multitude of lava creatures, which numbered over 100. Previously, the glory hunting team had managed to slay approximately 50 of these fiends. Now, with Suyu's entry into the fray, he single-handedly vanquished an additional 25. In light of the ongoing battle, he refrained from utilizing the thunder-devouring star spear to extract attributes from these monsters. After single-handedly eliminating a quarter of the foes, the remaining lava creatures were swiftly dealt with by the glory hunting team. Upon examining Suyu's profile, Murong Yao realized that he was the captain of the illusory god hunting team, currently ranked 19th. However, should they be eliminated now, their aspirations of entering the top 100 would be significantly hampered. The illusory god hunting team held the 8th position. Witnessing the terrifying prowess of Captain Suyu, the members of the glory hunting team fully comprehended why the illusory god hunting team consistently maintained its place among the top 10, firmly securing the 8th rank. Murong Yao looked at Suyu, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Captain Suyu. Is the illusory god hunting team nearby as well? Suyu nodded. Indeed. The illusory god hunting team is also resting nearby. I propose that we collaborate on the 82nd floor of the martial arts tower. Moving forward, we can continue to cooperate on each subsequent floor. If both our teams reach the 100th floor, we can then conclude our collaboration and engage in competition. Murong Yao promptly agreed. No problem. He continued. Is there anything the glory hunting team can assist you with at this moment, Captain Suyu? Suyu shook his head. No need. Focus on healing. The illusory god hunting team is currently in a relatively safe location and will not be joining you for the time being. I will remain here for a while, awaiting your recovery. The members of the glory hunting team were elated upon hearing this. Encountering Suyu had indeed turned their fortunes. He neither attacked them nor exploited their predicament, instead choosing to offer assistance. Suyu's decision to refrain from taking advantage of their situation was not without reason. The members of the Tianwen hunting team, led by Xiahou Tianwen and Shun Yi's first hunting team, all wielded legendary-grade weapons. In contrast, the glory hunting team members, including Murong Yao, utilized epic-level weaponry. Moreover, he noticed that several individuals possessed weapons that appeared to be merely refined rare-grade arms. This was not a prestigious hunting team, but rather a band of commoners. To exploit the weak would be akin to robbing from the impoverished rather than targeting the affluent. With Suyu's presence providing a safeguard, the members of Murong Yao seized the opportunity to recuperate. Observing that they were using high-grade healing potions, Suyu directly exchanged a box of elite healing potions from the Universal Trading Post and presented them to Murong Yao and the others. Establishing camaraderie with the enigmatic deity of the Universal Trading Post proved immensely beneficial. Typically, each encounter required a universal trading ticket, which cost a staggering 100 million credit points. This essentially meant that each time Suyu met the Night Emperor, He earned a fortune of 100 million credit points. Furthermore, upon agreeing to the collaborative agreement with the Night Emperor, Suyu was no longer subject to exploitation when purchasing items from the Universal Trading Post, as he could trade at nearly the external market price. Had he not formed this alliance, the cost would have been exorbitant, with the Night Emperor charging tens or even hundreds of times the fair market value for any item. After lending a box of elite healing potions to the glory hunting team, their gratitude for Suyu deepened. Such resources were irreplaceable within the confines of the martial arts tower. Even though Suyu carried an ample supply of elite healing potions, lending them to the glory hunting team was a tremendous act of generosity. Unbeknownst to them, Suyu was an investment of the Night Emperor, and with the backing of such a powerful ally, he could replenish his resources regardless of the location. With the elite healing potions provided by Suyu, the injuries of the glory hunting team members were swiftly mended. Initially, they had their own supply of elite healing potions, but due to their lack of experience and preparation, they had depleted their stock. Once the members of the glory hunting team had sufficiently recovered, Suyu addressed them. I am now leading the members of the illusory god hunting team to the hillside at the 9 o'clock direction. Will you be joining us there? Without hesitation, Mu Rongyao replied. We shall proceed to that location and meet up with you. Suyu nodded slightly and then departed. Utilizing his extreme sky illusion body for ultra-high speed displacement, his figure flickered several times before vanishing from the sight of the glory hunting team. Upon reuniting with Qin Bingyue and the others, Suyu succinctly relayed the circumstances regarding the glory hunting team. He then continued. I have discovered a safer area with a broad field of vision on a nearby hillside. The members of the glory hunting team are currently moving in that direction, and I will lead everyone there as well. Hearing this, Qin Bingyue and the others nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Suyu's decision. Chapter 128. The Reconnaissance Eagle Spirit in Extreme Sky Illusion Body. Suyu immediately began to guide the members of the illusory god hunting team, embarking on ultra-high-speed displacement. He could transport multiple individuals simultaneously. However, if he carried just one, his speed would decrease by 50, and the more individuals he transported, the slower he would become. Consequently, for this transfer, he opted to carry only one person. After escorting Qin Bingyue, he proceeded to transport the others. As the entirety of the illusory god hunting team arrived at the hillside, the members of the glory hunting team followed suit, gradually gathering together. The two hunting teams quickly convened. Suyu then stated, moving forward, let us rest here for a while. Members from both our teams should take the opportunity to get acquainted. From this floor up to the 100th floor, we can maintain our collaboration. However, there is one matter that must be addressed first. The illusory god hunting team will have priority access to the teleportation arrays. The overall strength of the illusory god hunting team surpasses that of the glory hunting team. As such, in our collaboration, the illusory god hunting team may bear a heavier burden. Upon locating a teleportation array, the illusory god hunting team will have the first right to use it. Suyu's stipulation was not unreasonable. The glory hunting team was undoubtedly strong, but in comparison to the illusory god hunting team, they were slightly lacking. The presence of Suyu alone elevated the entire strength of the illusory god hunting team significantly. Following Suyu's declaration, Sima Sun, the vice captain and chief strategist of the glory hunting team, nodded in agreement. Although Mu Rongyao was the strongest member of the glory hunting team, the critical decisions were made by Sima Sun. After nodding, Sima Sun proposed a condition. Captain Suyu, upon locating the teleportation array, the illusory god hunting team may select the optimal array. However, if only the third teleportation array remains, the illusory god hunting team must assist the glory hunting team in achieving a perfect score to access it. Is this condition acceptable to the illusory god hunting team? Suyu nodded, no problem. Sima Sun then continued. Additionally, during our collaboration, I hope that decisions will be made collectively rather than unilaterally by Captain Suyu. Even the wisest can err, while even the foolish can strike upon a truth. In our discussions regarding decision-making, collective brainstorming often leads to superior solutions. Sima Sun appeared somewhat apprehensive, as Suyu was known to be an exceptionally assertive leader of the hunting team. Although Suyu possessed formidable strength, his every decision was not necessarily flawless. However, Sima Sun was mistaken this time. Within the illusionary god hunting team, Suyu rarely acted unilaterally, opting instead for a voting process. Without hesitation, Suyu nodded in agreement to Sima Sun's proposal. No problem. For significant issues, we can resort to a vote. However, 2 points must be considered. First, whether the environment around us is conducive to voting, and second, the necessity of swift decision-making. After all, we are in the 82nd level of the Martial Arts Tower's dungeon, which harbors many unforeseen dangers. The members of the glory hunting team, along with those of the illusionary god hunting team, fully concurred with Suyu's sentiments. In this place, authoritarianism was inadvisable, and procrastination was even more so. After a series of discussions and negotiations, the collaboration between the illusionary god hunting team and the glory hunting team was effectively established, proving mutually beneficial for both parties. Should the two hunting teams unite in their endeavors, their safety within the 82nd level would be significantly enhanced. If they encountered situations akin to the recent peril, their combined efforts would facilitate the swift resolution of threats posed by the lava creatures. After settling some fundamental conditions for cooperation, the parties resumed discussions on their subsequent actions. This time, Suyu refrained from proposing ideas and instead turned to Sima-sun. Do you have any suggestions for our next course of action? Sima-sun nodded. I possess a reconnaissance eagle spirit, which I can utilize to survey the surrounding area. As he spoke, he summoned a reconnaissance eagle spirit beside him. This ethereal blue eagle soared into the sky with a powerful flap of its wings. Sima-sun elaborated, the eagle spirit cannot be slain by energy-based attacks. Moreover, it moves with remarkable speed. I can simultaneously deploy 10 eagle spirits and share their vision. Suyu's ability seemingly allowed him to carry an individual for ultra-high-speed displacement. If this was indeed the case, collaborating with Suyu would expedite their quest to locate the teleportation array. Sima-sun's suggestion was indeed commendable. His reconnaissance skills were exceptional. Suyu, renowned for his rapid speed and formidable combat prowess, would undoubtedly assist Sima-sun in swiftly locating the teleportation array. If only Hualang Hai's Sacred Heart Eye were slightly more potent, Suyu could similarly assist Hualang Hai in this endeavor. However, the current strength of the illusionary god hunting team was not particularly robust. During his absence, it was prudent for Qin Bingyue and Hualang Hai to remain within the team. Once Yang Yu and the others matured, such precautions would no longer be necessary. Until then, they required care and time for growth. Others had no objections to Sima-sun's proposal. Suyu wasted no time and promptly took Sima-sun under his wing to begin the search for the teleportation array. Captain Suyu, proceed towards the 3 o'clock direction. Sima-sun utilized the eagle spirit to survey a vast expanse around them while guiding Suyu. Suyu observed that the eagle spirits moved with remarkable speed. Interestingly, the eagle spirits would vanish once they strayed too far from Sima-sun, allowing him to summon new ones. Though lacking offensive capabilities, these eagle spirits required minimal energy for their manifestation. The synergy of Sima-sun's reconnaissance eagle spirit and Suyu's extreme sky illusion body was exceptionally harmonious. Captain Suyu, there appears to be no teleportation array in the vicinity. However, I have identified a relatively safe route for our two teams to relocate. My suggestion is for both hunting teams to first move to a new secure location, and then I will accompany you, Captain Suyu, to continue reconnaissance further afield. Suyu nodded affirmatively, agreed, let us return. With that, he and Sima-sun initiated a new round of ultra-high-speed movement. Sima-sun's reconnaissance eagle spirit proved even more effective in its scouting capabilities than the Sacred Heart Eye. When Hualang Hai utilized the Sacred Heart Eye, he was immobile and could not be disturbed. In contrast, Sima-sun's eagle spirit faced no such limitations. Chapter 129, The Onslaught of Lava Heat Waves. Even while following Suyu at ultra-high speeds, Sima-sun's reconnaissance eagle spirit remained operational. Furthermore, the eagle spirit could scout 10 locations simultaneously, offering a broader range than the Sacred Heart Eye. Naturally, each ability has its strengths and weaknesses. The Sacred Heart Eye was designed for combat assistance, while the eagle spirit served purely for reconnaissance. Thus, both abilities had their unique advantages. Suyu swiftly returned with Sima-sun to the campsite where the others had gathered not long ago. Upon arrival, he stated directly, Sima-sun and I have scouted the area, and there is no teleportation array nearby. However, we have discovered a relatively safe route for relocation. Now, both hunting teams should move to another secure campsite. Afterwards, Sima-sun and I can continue our reconnaissance. As Suyu concluded his statement, he suddenly turned his gaze toward a particular direction. Not only he, but Sima-sun and Hualang Hai also looked in that direction. Subsequently, the attention of the other members shifted there as well. A moment of shock swept through the group. In the distance, an overwhelming wave of orange heat was advancing toward them. This terrifying orange heat wave, though not particularly swift, emanated an extraordinarily high temperature. The area enveloped by the orange heat wave saw surrounding rocks rapidly melting into lava. Any ordinary martial artist caught within the reach of this heat wave would undoubtedly meet a swift demise. Move, quickly, to another safe location. Suyu and Sima-sun had fortuitously stepped into action. Although they had not located the teleportation array leading to the upper level, they had found a relatively safe campsite for the group. The heat waves would likely engulf this area in approximately 10 minutes. Yet, before the waves could reach them, the group could relocate to the other secure campsite. Should the heat waves continue to spread, they could execute further relocations. The advantages of the collaboration between the illusionary god hunting team and the glory hunting team became immediately apparent. Had the two teams not formed an alliance, they would have been unable to retreat safely. Under Sima-sun's guidance, both teams began their swift relocation. Suyu took up the rear, ensuring the safety of the group. This time, both the illusionary god hunting team and the glory hunting team successfully made their way to the second secure campsite without incident. However, in other directions, other hunting teams had succumbed to the peril. Many martial artists were obstructed by the surrounding lava creatures and could not evacuate in time. before they could continue their retreat. They were enveloped by the orange heat waves. This orange heat wave contained an extremely terrifying high temperature. Those caught within would turn to desiccated corpses within mere breaths. Some martial artists, realizing their impending doom, chose to abandon their escape. Yet, when they were teleported out of the martial arts tower, they suffered severe burns. Some martial artists perished even before being teleported away. This realization prompted others to abandon their trials altogether, in stark contrast to Su Yu and his companions. Bai Ming and his two companions were also fleeing the encroaching heat waves. To be precise, only Bai Ming was escaping the area affected by the heat waves. His two companions, unfazed by the high temperatures, remained unbothered. The pale-skinned girl suddenly manifested numerous white bandages, resembling mummies, floating around her. Before long, she found herself ensconced entirely in a multitude of white bandages, securely enveloping her form. A grotesque demon mask also adorned her visage. Like Bai Ming, she too was a warrior of the Bai clan. Her name was Bai Ji. Although both Bai Ming and Bai Ji hailed from one of the 8 illustrious families of the Great Xia, they were not of the direct lineage, but rather of the collateral branch. Within the Bai family, they could not access the abundant resources afforded to the legitimate descendants. Since their initiation as warriors, everything they possessed had been earned through their own efforts, with the family's support being negligible. Protected by the white bandages, Bai Ji was able to traverse through the oppressive heat with calm composure. The terrifying waves of heat, which turned the surrounding peaks into molten lava, had no effect on her whatsoever. The final member of their trio was Bai Yi. Bai Yi's complexion, previously a shade of bluish-green, had now transformed into a vibrant orange-red. He possessed a chameleon-like ability, allowing him to alter his appearance to adapt to his surroundings. As Bai Yi moved through the heat waves, he not only remained unscathed, but also continuously absorbed the energy contained within the scorching air. Among the trio, only Bai Ming needed to make a hasty retreat. However, Bai Ming managed to evade the heat waves with remarkable ease. Su Yu's extreme sky illusion relied heavily on spatial imprints. Bai Ming could continuously blink within the confines of his mental reach, enabling him to teleport swiftly. At that moment, Bai Ming was engaged in conversation with Bai Ji and Bai Yi. "You too, is this really amusing?" Bai Ji remarked casually. "I lack spatial abilities and cannot move quickly. Besides, in this heat, I need not worry about other warriors launching surprise attacks." Bai Yi chimed in with a cheerful smile. "In this heat, I can cultivate by absorbing the energy from the waves." Bai Ming, feeling somewhat exasperated, addressed his beloved. "This is not the time for cultivation. If you do not wish to rely on hunting monsters to score 100 points, we must hurry and find the teleportation array." Bai Ji casually inquired. "Can you sense the spatial fluctuations around the teleportation array?" Bai Ming shook his head. "No, the space of the 82nd level dungeon is vast. We are still far from the teleportation array." Bai Yi interjected. "If that is the case, how do you know if we are heading in the right direction?" Bai Ming sighed. "I do not know. We can only rely on luck. If we do not find it over there, it means our luck is poor. If the teleportation array is indeed in that direction, we can directly transport ourselves to the 83rd level." Hearing Bai Ming's words, Bai Ji and Bai Yi chose to accelerate. In this oppressive heat, they could only gain minor advantages. However, if their rankings in the martial tower were commendable, they would reap substantial rewards. The higher their ranking in the martial tower, the more bountiful the rewards. Yet, this time, the trio's fortune was undoubtedly lacking. Their luck did not favor them, as they were heading directly away from the teleportation array. Nevertheless, this posed little concern for the three, as long as they exercised caution. They could defeat enough monsters to secure a perfect score and ascend to the next level. Meanwhile, in the space of the 83rd level of the martial tower, Su Yu and his companions had already relocated to the second camp. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ming and the others were also present in this dungeon. He had decided to wait until Sima Sun had rested for a moment before continuing the search for the teleportation array. Sima Sun was aware of the urgency, and after a brief rest, he and Su Yu set off once more in pursuit of the teleportation array. Chapter 130. Discovery of the teleportation array. The King of Lava Monsters. A clear, resounding cry pierced the air as a reconnaissance hawk spirit soared into the sky from beside Sima Sun. Upon ascending, the hawk spirit relayed the scene within its sight back to Sima Sun in an instant. The collaboration between Su Yu and Sima Sun proved to be exceedingly effective. After half a day's effort, they successfully located the teleportation array on the 83rd level of the martial tower. However, this time, Su Yu could not employ any cunning means to enter the teleportation array directly. The area surrounding the array was a platform situated above molten lava, teeming with numerous lava monsters and other fire element creatures. Even upon the teleportation array platform itself, formidable foes awaited them, the King of Lava Monsters. Common lava monsters were already a challenge to contend with. The King of Lava Monsters was undoubtedly even more formidable. "We should retreat," Sima Sun suggested after thoroughly surveying the surroundings. "Agreed," Su Yu replied with a slight nod, leading Sima Sun back to their respective team's camp. Their return undoubtedly brought good news to their companions. The two had successfully located the teleportation array leading to the upper space. However, challenges remained. To utilize the teleportation array, they needed to defeat a substantial number of lava monsters, including the king of lava monsters. Captain, how is the situation? Upon Suyu's return, Qin Binjayu immediately inquired. Following her query, the gazes of the others converged upon Suyu. Without wasting a moment, Suyu relayed the intelligence gathered during their reconnaissance to the group. We have found the teleportation array leading to the 84th level. However, reaching the 84th level will not be an easy task. I will let Sima Sun explain the specifics. Sima Sun then took over. Captain Suyu and I have identified a safe path to the teleportation array. We should encounter minimal danger as we approach the array. However, be advised that the area surrounding the teleportation array is swarming with lava monsters and fire element creatures. Notably, a king of lava monsters resides above the array at level 35. At first glance, this level may not seem particularly high. However, within the Martial Tower's 83rd level, all creatures of the same rank are exceptionally powerful, let alone such a high-level monster. We need to devise a combat strategy to clear the monsters surrounding the teleportation array. Upon hearing this, members of the illusory God Hunting team and the Glory Hunting team displayed contemplative expressions. The current situation was indeed quite troublesome. Unlike before, they could not rely on trickery this time, although both hunting teams were remarkably strong. The space of the 83rd level of the Martial Tower was not solely occupied by them. While they battled the king of lava monsters and the throngs of lava monsters, other parties might be lurking in the shadows, ready to seize the opportunity. After a lengthy discussion, Hualang stated, "We should head over now." Our swift discovery of the teleportation array was thanks to Captain Su Yu's extraordinary speed and Sima Sun's reconnaissance abilities. Both of their skills are exceptional, making it challenging for other teams to find individuals with similar capabilities to aid them in quickly locating the teleportation array. Of course, other teams may possess warriors with unique abilities that could assist their hunting teams in swiftly identifying the teleportation array's location. Nonetheless, one thing is certain. There are not many hunting teams that can find the teleportation array's location at this stage. Furthermore, the longer we delay, the more teams will emerge to locate the array. We must hurry now, assess the situation, and then strategize. And one last thing that Hualang did not mention is that, in the absence of any viable solutions, the only course left is to carve a bloody path through the monsters, not merely to escape, but to eliminate every last creature in that vicinity. Other monstrous threats are manageable, yet the level 35 King of Lava Monsters is undeniably formidable. When they engage with such creatures, it is highly likely that other warriors lie in ambush in the vicinity. Thus, while battling numerous monsters, they must also remain vigilant against potential sneak attacks from lurking adversaries. After Hualanghai articulated his concerns, Suyu promptly made a decision. Hualanghai's reasoning held merit. It would be prudent to relocate closer to the teleportation array before deliberating further. If all else fails, we may attempt to slay the King of Lava Monsters. Once the King of Lava Monsters is vanquished, the remaining monsters may pose a threat, but it will be within a manageable scope. Upon Suyu's conclusion, the members of both teams immediately expressed their agreement. In such circumstances, hesitation is not an option. Time cannot be squandered. The more teams that converge upon this location, the more challenging their situation will become. Should they engage, it would be against other hunting squads. And only after neutralizing them could they confidently confront the King of Lava Monsters. Without delay, they swiftly made their way towards the teleportation array. It became evident that the duo of Su Yu and Sima Sun possessed exceptional reconnaissance abilities. Other teams that had reached the 83rd level employed various elaborate methods in their search for the teleportation array. Yet thus far, it was only Su Yu and Sima Sun who had successfully located it. Upon arriving at the campsite near the teleportation array, they commenced a meticulous reconnaissance. After surveying the area, they confirmed that no other hunting squads were present. If they could eliminate the King of Lava Monsters before the arrival of other teams, both squads would be able to seamlessly access the 84th level of the Martial Tower. Understanding this, Suyu addressed the group, stating, "I will test the strength of the King of Lava Monsters. You all gather intelligence from a distance." Morong Yao stood up, declaring, "I will accompany you." However, Suyu declined. "I possess the ability of ultra-high-speed movement. Should the situation turn dire, I can retreat instantly." Morong Yao opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained. Suyu's assertion was indeed valid. He lacked the capabilities that Suyu possessed. Accompanying Suyu would only serve as a burden. Of course, while probing the King of Lava Monsters, Morong Yao would be a liability, yet in a direct confrontation, he would be a primary offensive force. After reaching a consensus with the group, Suyu began to probe the strength of the King of Lava Monsters, while Hualanghai and the others observed intently from a distance. Chapter 131. The initial confrontation with the King of Lava Monsters and intelligence gathering. Suyu, wielding the divine thunder-devouring star spear, quickly appeared not far from the King of Lava Monsters. The creature towered impressively, nearly 3 stories high, its body ablaze with intense flames, seemingly composed entirely of magma. From the 80th level onward, the monsters within the dungeon space were no longer mere soft targets. Even with Suyu's formidable prowess, dispatching these monsters with ease was no simple task. The creatures of similar rank were already alarming in their tenacity. The power of a high-level beast like the king of lava monsters might exceed everyone's expectations. With the divine thunder-devouring star spear in hand, Suyu swiftly approached the teleportation array, simultaneously unleashing the 10 Directions Thunder-Killing Spear. The 10 Directions Thunder-Killing Spear possesses 4 distinct modes: the normal mode, which employs lightning and the sharpness of the divine thunder-devouring star spear to inflict damage; the stellar mode, which harnesses stellar energy to amplify its lethality; the earth mode, which manipulates both stellar and terrestrial forces; and the heaven and earth mode, which employs the elemental powers of earth, water, wind, and fire, significantly enhancing combat capability. Crackling with electricity, Suyu charged forth, surrounded by thunder and lightning. Blue electric arcs danced around him as he dispatched numerous lava monsters, either obliterating them or sending them flying. Suyu's strength surpassed that of Xiang Haodianwen, Morong Yao, and Bai Ming, among others. After eliminating many lava monsters, he positioned himself opposite the king of lava monsters. Boom! As Suyu approached, the king of lava monsters showed no hesitation. Its fiery fist charged towards him with incredible speed and ferocity. Suyu could only evade using his extreme sky illusion body. However, as soon as his figure reappeared, the king of lava monsters followed suit with another punch. Suyu found himself dodging again and again. He was not incapable of counterattacking. Rather, he aimed to allow his companions to gauge the creature's strength. Hualanghai, Qin Bingyue, Morong Yao, and Sima Sun were all astounded as they witnessed the clash between Suyu and the king of lava monsters. The creature's power was astonishingly formidable. Hualanghai couldn't restrain himself, exclaiming, "Here, aside from Captain Suyu, no one else can evade the king of lava monsters' attacks." Qin Bingyue nodded in agreement. "We must possess means to withstand the king of lava monsters' onslaught. Otherwise, engaging with it could lead to severe injuries. It would be best to lure this beast away. Otherwise, confronting it would be extremely perilous. Even if the others could move swiftly, they could not match Suyu's extreme sky illusion body. Moreover, Suyu's technique could be sustained with minimal energy consumption, unlike the limited bursts of speed that others could muster." At that moment, Chen suggested, "I could attempt to use puppet technique to control it. However, I would be unable to partake in combat for an extended period afterward." Wang Ying shook his head in response. "Unless absolutely necessary, we cannot resort to that method. The martial tower is perilous, and if your condition deteriorates, it could become even more hazardous. Furthermore, should you lose all combat capability, we would need to designate at least one person to look after you. This would effectively render our illusion god hunting team down 2 combatants." Upon hearing Wang Ying's reasoning, Chen conceded. His points were indeed sound. Her intention was to contribute to the team, which prompted her suggestion. Facing the king of lava monsters, Suyu, utilizing the extreme sky illusion body, engaged in a skirmish with the creature. He quickly adapted to the formidable beast's combat style. The king of lava monsters exhibited rapid attack and movement speeds, coupled with keen perception. While it could not match Suyu's speed, it would decisively strike as soon as Suyu's form materialized. Among the illusion god hunting team and the glory hunting team, none other than Suyu could confront the king of lava monsters head-on. Whoosh! Having acclimated to the creature's combat rhythm, Suyu now initiated a direct confrontation. Crackling with electricity, he thrust the divine thunder-devouring star spear towards the king of lava monsters. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, shattering the air. The spear, imbued with overwhelming force, collided with the creature's fist, unleashing a torrent of power that sent Suyu hurtling through the air. In an instant, Suyu utilized the extreme sky illusion body to reposition himself within the campsite of both teams. Upon his return, the gazes of his companions converged upon him. The members of the glory hunting team had previously recognized Suyu's impressive strength, but in this moment, they comprehended that his prowess surpassed their expectations significantly. Suyu now possessed a might that was more than tenfold the average level of warriors. Even the captain of the glory hunting team pales in comparison to Suyu. Upon arriving at the camp, Suyu addressed everyone, stating, "I have 2 strategies for dealing with this lava monster king. The first is to explore whether there are any special items or methods to lure this creature away. The second is for me to engage the lava monster king directly, while you provide ranged support. Through a war of attrition, we can gradually wear down this fearsome foe." Upon hearing his words, the group fell into deep contemplation. Luring the lava monster king away would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge, as it had claimed the teleportation array as its lair. Suyu had recently engaged in a fierce confrontation with the lava monster king. Although it had momentarily left the teleportation array, it had not strayed far. At the first opportunity after the battle, the lava monster king returned to its perch upon the teleportation array. However, these creatures were incapable of activating the array, alleviating concerns that the lava monster king might deplete the teleportation's high usage count. After a brief deliberation, the group ultimately decided to pursue the second strategy. Hualang Hai spoke up. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall opt for the second plan. However, not everyone needs to engage the Lava Monster King. Some can remain on the periphery to deal with other creatures and support our teammates. The group acquiesced to Hualang Hai's suggestion. After thorough discussion, they swiftly reached a consensus. Chapter 132, 20 Warriors Unite. In this battle, Suyu was tasked with the direct confrontation against the Lava Monster King, while Qin Bingyue, Hualang Hai, Morong Yao, and Sima Sun were responsible for ranged assaults from the sidelines. The remaining 15 individuals would handle other monsters while providing support for Suyu and his team. In truth, cooperation among 3 teams would have been ideal at this moment. Yet it was evident that they could not find another trustworthy team to partner with in such a short time. With the battle plan established, the operation commenced. Having already clashed with the Lava Monster King, Suyu possessed a modicum of experience for this engagement. Qin Bingyue and her companions remained vigilant, having witnessed the intense struggle Suyu had just endured. As they assisted him against this monstrous adversary, they needed to maintain a careful distance. As before, Suyu wielded the divine thunder-devouring star spear and launched an assault on the Lava Monster King. A furious roar erupted from the Lava Monster King upon spotting Suyu. It charged towards him at an astonishing speed. This creature had claimed many martial artists' lives within this dungeon space and dismissed the small insects that appeared periodically. Among all the insignificant bugs it had encountered, Suyu was not even the most formidable, yet it mattered not. Those who dared to provoke it would meet a singular fate, death. Crack, crack. Just as Suyu prepared to employ the extreme sky phantom body for evasion, he suddenly noticed that the Lava Monster King's legs had been encased in a thick layer of frost. This drastically slowed the creature's movements, thanks to Qin Bingyue's intervention. She wielded her platinum staff, unleashing wave after wave of chilling energy that coalesced around the Lava Monster King, immobilizing its legs in ice. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu and Hualang Hai launched a fierce onslaught against the Lava Monster King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hualang Hai, brandishing his longsword, unleashed dozens of sword chi in a single breath. Boom, boom, boom. These waves of sword chi struck the Lava Monster King, causing its molten rock exterior to splatter lava in all directions. The scorching lava even scorched the surrounding lesser lava monsters, illustrating the terrifying heat contained within the Lava Monster King's body. Sima Sun employed his ethereal eagle spirit, which this time inherited all his attributes. As he transformed, Sima Sun himself became transparent and ghostly. Suyu observed this transformation with a hint of surprise. Sima Sun's ability was indeed formidable. With his body in this phantasmal state, he was impervious to the attacks from the surrounding lava monsters. The almost corporeal eagle spirit deftly evaded the Lava Monster King's strikes. After Sima Sun's transformation, it appeared that the eagle spirit could not be harmed. Once in combat form, the eagle spirit not only exhibited remarkable combat prowess, but also increased its speed. After a moment of observation, Suyu discerned that the eagle spirit could not maintain this combat form for long. While Sima Sun's ability allowed him to activate the Azura 100 battles state, enhancing his strength with the duration of the fight, the longer Sima Sun battled, the weaker his eagle spirit's combat capabilities became. Sima Sun directed his eagle spirit to continually unleash feather blades against the Lava Monster King. The creature seemed particularly hostile towards Suyu and the eagle spirit, redirecting its primary attacks towards them. Suyu adeptly utilized the extreme sky phantom body to reposition himself, while the eagle spirit could momentarily become transparent to evade the Lava Monster King's fury. Meanwhile, Morong Yao had switched to wielding an axe. He relentlessly sought the perfect opportunity. Swinging his axe with fervor, massive axe blades sliced through the air, relentlessly bombarding the Lava Monster King. These gleaming blades sparkled with chilling light, demonstrating considerable power. Amidst their relentless assault, the Lava Monster King's health dwindled to 98. This indicated that after a significant period of combat, Suyu and his companions had only managed to chip away 2 points from its life total. Furthermore, due to the surrounding lava, the Lava Monster King's health was rapidly regenerating. If they could not muster the strength to eliminate the Lava Monster King in one decisive strike, it would soon recover to its peak condition. Boom. Approximately half an hour into the battle, an enchanted bullet struck the Lava Monster King, courtesy of Nanmin Feng. While Suyu and his team engaged the Lava Monster King, Nanmin Feng and his companions had nearly cleared the area of lesser lava monsters. Arriving in full strength with 15 members cooperating, they successfully eliminated the remaining threats within half an hour. At this juncture, Nanmin Feng's group joined the fray against the Lava Monster King. However, they did so cautiously, attacking from a considerable distance. Soon, 20 attacks converged from all directions, relentlessly bombarding the Lava Monster King. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Although everyone had now joined the battle against the Lava Monster King, Suyu remained the undisputed main force. Still wielding the divine thunder-devouring star spear, he stood resolutely at the forefront. Azura 100 battles, state activated. Current battle intent, 100. As the fighting reached the 30-minute mark, Suyu's attributes, attack, defense, speed, spirit, and energy, were elevated to 200. Each of these attribute values had surpassed 500. However, Suyu refrained from unleashing his full power, still maintaining 100 attribute points for combat, not out of concern for revealing his strength. He was instead seeking the opportune moment to inflict a crippling blow or even eliminate the Lava Monster King in one fell swoop. This Lava Monster King possessed a peculiar trait. As its health diminished, its defenses grew increasingly formidable. Not only that, but the opponent's combat capabilities are also rapidly escalating. It is imperative to find an opportunity to severely wound, or even eliminate, the Lava Beast King. Otherwise, following the current strategy, it is uncertain how long it will take to vanquish the Lava Beast King. This predicament, of course, was not only noticed by Suyu. Others had also recognized the gravity of the situation. However, apart from Suyu, Qin Bingwei and the others had nearly exhausted all their abilities, aside from their hidden cards. Hua Langhai pondered for a moment and addressed everyone. Do not hold back. Bring forth any hidden cards you possess. We cannot continue this way. It will lead to an interminable battle. Chapter 133. Unleashing all hidden cards. A thrilling battle. Samaxin's voice resonated as well. Use any available hidden cards. The current situation is dire for us. Before Samaxin could finish his sentence, the Lava Beast King's massive maw opened, unleashing a column of flame. This fiery column was entirely aimed at Samaxin's eagle spirit, which, like before, swiftly became ethereal and transparent. Yet, the invulnerable state of the eagle spirit was time-limited. And after this prolonged engagement, the Lava Beast King had long since discerned this fact. Now, its flame column was not only extensive in range, but also prolonged in duration. In the next instant, a piercing scream escaped Samaxin's lips as he collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from all his orifices. A member of the glory hunting team immediately rushed to Samaxin's side, escorting him to the rear for treatment. Although injured, the eagle spirit he had summoned remained intact. With a resonant cry, the combat-ready eagle spirit soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal form and diving down at astonishing speed. As it descended, its body morphed into countless razor-like feathers that rained down like a tempest. The multitude of feathers struck the Lava Beast King, causing magma to erupt chaotically from its body. This strike consumed all of Samaxin's energy, and after executing it, he fainted. Nevertheless, this attack had only depleted approximately 3% of the Lava Beast King's health. If all present could only manage such a meager impact, they would at most be able to diminish the Lava Beast King's health by 60%. Boom. The Lava Beast King, infuriated by Samaxin's assault, unleashed a massive fireball directed at Samaxin and his companion. Swish, swish. Simyu's figure appeared beside Samaxin and his companion. This time, he did not conceal his strength but instead moved at full speed, carrying both of them along. While the speed of his extreme sky phantom, under the burden of two individuals, was reduced to 25%, it was still formidable. At this moment, the blazing fireball, despite its ferocity, was unable to harm any of the three. The others breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. With Suyu in their ranks, their safety attributes were significantly enhanced. Clang. At that moment, a sudden sound of a sword echoed. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Langhai summoned the ethereal image of the sword's sovereign behind him. Whoosh. A radiant beam of sword light was unleashed by Hua Langhai and the sword's sovereign's apparition. This sword light, akin to a sudden flash of lightning or a rainbow traversing the heavens, was incredibly swift and razor-sharp. In a dazzling display, it carved a gaping wound into the Lava Beast King's body, inflicting nearly 3% damage to its health. Unlike Samaxin, Hua Langhai, despite feeling fatigued, still retained the capacity to continue fighting. Roar. At this juncture, the Lava Beast King let out a thunderous roar. Suyu's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly warned everyone. Be cautious. Hearing this, everyone braced themselves with utmost vigilance. Boom. Simultaneously, a massive ring of flames erupted from the Lava Beast King, sweeping violently in all directions. Boom. Boom. The speed of this fiery ring was astonishing, and its reach was extensive. Suyu, positioned closest, executed an extreme sky phantom to appear beside Yangyu, fleeing with him. While others might sustain injuries or even severe wounds, Yangyu lacked formidable hidden cards. If caught within this fiery ring, he stood a high chance of perishing. Buzz. Qin Bingwei opted not to evade but instead enveloped herself in ice for defense. She appeared as a pristine piece of amber, surrounded by her icy shield. As the fiery ring swept past her, the ice she summoned melted almost instantaneously. However, a brilliant blue radiance flickered around her. A defensive piece of equipment activated, surrounding her with a layer of azure chill that completely countered the intense heat of the fiery ring. Hua Langhai transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring skyward at great speed to evade the Lava Beast King's assault. Murong Yao, displaying great vigor, raised his battle axe with an awe-inspiring force and delivered a tremendous chop. Boom. The axe blade collided with the fiery ring, unleashing a torrent of power that sent Murong Yao reeling. Nevertheless, he remained remarkably resilient, sustaining no injuries despite being thrown back. Others also employed various tactics to dodge, defend, and withstand the onslaught. Even with Suyu's warning, most could not withstand the assault, being hurled away by the fiery ring. Roar. The Lava Beast King emitted a furious roar, and a second and third fiery ring followed in rapid succession. Witnessing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This level 35 Lava Beast King was indeed a formidable boss from the 83rd level of the Martial Arts Tower's dungeon. The opponent's strength was alarmingly overwhelming. Even with Suyu and 20 others joining forces, they struggled to defeat it. Of course, the battle was not yet concluded. Whether they could ultimately slay the Lava Beast King remained uncertain. However, this creature was the strongest adversary Suyu had encountered since becoming a warrior. At this juncture, the group faced two choices, to either surrender or to unleash all their hidden cards and continue the fight. I am prepared to exert all my strength. What say you? Suyu glanced at the fallen comrades and quickly spoke. The morale of both teams had dipped significantly. The monster they faced was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of despair among them. Continue fighting. Morong Yao was the first to respond. Continue fighting. We shall persist, echoed Hua Langhai and Qin Bingyue shortly thereafter. The others, at this moment, naturally voiced no dissent. Boom. At that moment, Qin Bingyue waved her hands, summoning a colossal ice sphere the size of a small mountain, which began to form before her. Once fully formed, the massive ice sphere rolled at tremendous speed toward the Lava Beast King. Roar. The Lava Beast King opened its maw, unleashing a barrage of fire pillars to consume the gigantic ice sphere. Chapter 134. The Four Extremes Divine Killing Halberd. Boom. At that moment, a second and third colossal ice sphere began to take shape in front of Qin Bingyue. After conjuring these three massive ice spheres, her energy noticeably waned. However, these spheres still posed a significant threat to the Lava Beast King. Roar. The king of lava monsters, this time, directly conjured a spherical barrier of flames around its body, commencing to withstand the onslaught of the crowd. Qin Bingyue's three colossal ice orbs incessantly collided with the king of lava monsters. The attacks from others surged forth like a tempest, enveloping the king of lava monsters. Upon witnessing this, Suyu soared into the sky, for seals swiftly manifested behind him. The first seal was the Earth Seal. Waves of terrestrial power were continuously summoned by Suyu, merging into the divine thunder star-devouring spear. Once the Earth Seal was fully ignited, Suyu began to harness the water attribute energy from the surrounding environment. At this moment, the water seal also began to glow steadily. Streams of water attribute energy similarly flowed into the divine thunder star-devouring spear. Next came the third seal, the wind seal. Gales of wind attribute energy began to coalesce towards Suyu. Observing that Suyu seemed poised to unleash a formidable trump card, Qin Bingyue, Hua Langhai, Morong Yao, and the others exerted themselves, unleashing a barrage of diverse techniques upon the king of lava monsters. Despite facing a relentless torrent of assaults akin to a cataclysm, the king of lava monsters did not find itself utterly powerless to retaliate. With a thunderous roar, it gazed at Suyu, who was accumulating power in midair, and its eyes suddenly emitted a scorching crimson beam. The speed of this fiery beam was astonishing. Even though Suyu immediately activated the extreme sky phantom movement, his abdomen was still pierced and severely burned. Fifth Sakura instantly appeared behind Suyu, her hands enveloped in a cerulean glow. She placed her hands over Suyu's wound, pouring all her energy into healing his injuries. The flesh that had been reduced to ash rapidly regenerated, and his wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. However, Fifth Sakura, positioned behind him, was swiftly depleting her energy. Suyu had lost a kidney to the king of lava monsters' searing attack. And although Fifth Sakura possessed formidable healing abilities, restoring him to full health in such a short time exacted a tremendous toll on her. The better Suyu's condition became, the more weakened she grew. For a time, she would be unable to heal, let alone continue fighting. With Fifth Sakura's assistance, Suyu's fire seal was finally completed. The divine thunder star devouring spear, flickering with yellow, blue, green, and red energies, transformed into a streak of light and surged towards the king of lava monsters. With a mighty roar, the king of lava monsters attempted to counter with a pillar of flames. Unfortunately, this time, the divine thunder star devouring spear was beyond the king of lava monsters' capacity to withstand. With a piercing sound, the divine thunder star devouring spear descended, directly piercing through the king of lava monsters. The destructive force of Suyu's strike was terrifying, instantly obliterating the head of the king of lava monsters and inflicting 60 points of damage. However, the king of lava monsters proved to be extraordinarily resilient. Even at this juncture, it remained alive. From its heart, a massive fireball erupted, swiftly retreating into the distance. This colossal fireball rapidly transformed into a significantly smaller version of the king of lava monsters, its gaze filled with malice as it fled. Only after this fiery orb had hastily escaped did the giant form of the king of lava monsters begin to disintegrate. Seeing this, Suyu and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. The battle had finally concluded, yet this formidable boss was truly terrifying. Even amidst a siege from 20 individuals, it had ultimately been defeated, yet it had not perished. Instead, its heart had transformed into a fireball, making its escape. Despite Su Yu's attempt to pursue the orange-red fireball using the extreme sky phantom movement, he could not catch it. Fortunately, the battle had ended, allowing everyone to recuperate before proceeding to the 83rd floor. Su Yu, carrying 5th Sakura, who was on the verge of unconsciousness, flickered into the first teleportation array. Members of the illusory god hunting team gradually arrived at the first teleportation array, while members of the glory hunting team appeared at the second teleportation array. Neither side opted for immediate teleportation. Instead, they seized the opportunity to heal and recover. After the fierce battle, only Su Yu emerged unscathed. Though he had sustained injuries and had been severely impacted by the king of lava monsters, thanks to 5th Sakura's healing, he not only recovered but also restored a significant amount of energy. Conversely, 5th Sakura had exhausted herself in the process of healing him. Fortunately, he did not betray the trust placed in him by 5th Sakura and the others. His 4 extremes divine killing spear wielded incredible power, obliterating the head of the king of lava monsters in a single blow. Had it not been for the king of lava monsters' formidable means of survival, this powerful creature would have already been vanquished. The king of lava monsters' survival mechanism could indeed be likened to a second life. Even with its head shattered, it would not perish, leaving Su Yu with no recourse in such a situation. Once the battle concluded, everyone began to recover swiftly. The expressions on their faces grew complex, reflecting both elation and concern. If this was the difficulty of the 83rd floor, could they truly ascend to the summit? Moving forward, it might require the collaboration of 3 or even 4 hunting teams to achieve the pinnacle. Contemplating collaboration, Su Yu immediately thought of the first hunting team and the Tianwen hunting team. Having entered the martial tower not long ago, he had previously collaborated with these 2 teams. If the 4 parties could unite, they still had a chance to challenge the 100th floor. Once Su Yu and the others had sufficiently recovered, he spoke to Muron Yao and Sima Sun. Even if we reach the 100th floor, should our 2 hunting teams encounter one another, we can continue our cooperation. Muron Yao and Sima Sun nodded resolutely in response. Given the strength of the boss monsters in this Floor S dungeon, the bosses in subsequent dungeons would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Relying solely on a single hunting team to ascend to higher levels would be exceedingly difficult. After finalizing their agreement on future collaborations, they proceeded to the 84th floor. Upon arriving at the 84th floor, Su Yu did not see Muron Yao and the others. Although both parties had reached the 84th floor, they were evidently not in the same realm. While Su Yu did not spot Muron Yao's group, he unexpectedly encountered Xiahou Tianwen and his team. Xiahou Tianwen looked at Su Yu, somewhat astonished. The members of the Tianwen hunting team remained in peak condition. And to Su Yu's surprise, the illusory god hunting team also appeared to be unscathed. This revelation left Xiahou Tianwen astonished. Not only had they not sustained losses, but it seemed none had even been injured. Alternatively, they had managed to heal and recover with remarkable composure. This indicated that the strength of the illusory god hunting team exceeded his expectations. Chapter 135, The Challenges of Collaboration. After a brief hesitation, Xiahou Tianwen turned to Su Yu and inquired, "Shall we collaborate?" He quickly added, "This time, both teams will work together to traverse the 84th floor without any rewards." This young master Xiahou had truly suffered at Su Yu's hands. Although the top 100 teams and top 1,000 individuals within the Martial Tower could earn substantial rewards, he had already lost 6 billion credit points due to Su Yu. If his team could maintain a position in the top 10, he might recover his losses. Should he acquire the coveted equipment he desired, it would be an even greater windfall. There was an aspect that Su Yu and the others were unaware of. When a martial artist perished, the items in their inventory would be reclaimed by the Martial Tower. This detail was not disclosed by the system, and many were oblivious to it. However, the Xiahou family, after extensive research and analysis, has confirmed this matter. Although the underlying principle remains unknown, it has been established that the possessions of numerous fallen warriors do not truly vanish from their inventory. Rather, they are reclaimed by the Martial Arts Tower. Upon retrieval, the Martial Arts Tower erases all personal markings from these items. Consequently, the rewards redistributed by the tower appear virtually as new. Other warriors, upon receiving rewards from the tower, remain oblivious to this fact. This secret is known not only to the Xiahou family, but also to numerous influential figures. However, another secret remains unknown to outsiders. When a warrior perishes, their belongings, once divested of personal markings, are preferentially awarded to their relatives. The Xiahou family has experienced the demise of several warriors bearing precious treasures, which were subsequently reclaimed by the Martial Arts Tower. Should Xiahou Tianwen lead his team to secure a position among the top 10, those valuable artifacts are likely to be awarded to him as a reward. For this reason, among others, Xiahou Tianwen prefers to resolve issues with monetary means whenever possible within the Martial Arts Tower. Yet, on the 84th floor, monetary solutions are futile. Although Su Yu possesses formidable strength, he has yet to attain the level necessary to lead the Tianwen hunting team through the challenges ahead. Thus, a partnership should be one of equality. Suyu did not anticipate that Xiahou Tianwen would extend an invitation to him. Collaborating with the Tianwen hunting team is not out of the question. However, there is a pressing concern. Who shall use the first teleportation array, and who shall use the second once they locate it outside? Without delay, Suyu articulated this mutual dilemma, recognizing that resolving this issue is essential for a collaborative endeavor. We can cooperate with our two hunting teams. However, once we find the teleportation array leading to the next level, how shall we allocate its usage? Upon hearing this, Xiahou Tianwen hesitated momentarily before proposing, I have a suggestion. Suyu replied casually, speak your mind. Xiahou Tianwen then articulated his proposal. Our two teams shall roll dice together, comparing the total values. The team with the higher total shall have priority in using the teleportation array. Furthermore, this dice roll will determine the order of teleportation array usage for all subsequent arrays. Even if another team joins later, they will only be able to opt for the third teleportation array. Xiahou Tianwen's foresight is commendable. He understands that to challenge higher levels, multiple hunting teams must collaborate. Given that each level contains only 3 teleportation arrays with points at stake, the ideal scenario would involve 3 hunting teams working in tandem. After presenting his proposal, Suyu fell into contemplation. Xiahou Tianwen's suggestion is indeed reasonable. However, this single decisive roll tests their fortune. Should they lose this time, their collaboration with the Tianwen hunting team would confine them to the second teleportation array. Suyu refrained from an immediate agreement and turned to the members of the illusionary god hunting team. Meanwhile, Xiahou Tianwen was similarly discussing the matter with his team. Suyu looked at Qin Bingyue and inquired, what are your thoughts on Xiahou Tianwen's proposal? Qin Bingyue responded nonchalantly, I see no issue with it. After all, luck is a form of strength. Should we collaborate with the Tianwen hunting team, the worst outcome might be that we are left with only the third teleportation array, albeit with point bonuses. At that juncture, we could request assistance from the Tianwen hunting team to secure full points. Without them as an ally, we would have to face everything alone. Given our recent encounter with the Lava King, the boss-level monsters we face next will undoubtedly be formidable. Collaborating with Xiahou Tianwen's team is, in every regard, more advantageous than disadvantageous. Moreover, the order of teleportation array usage will be decided by the 20 members of both teams rolling the dice. What if we win? Qin Bingyue's analysis was astutely articulated. After her remarks, the group pondered in silence. Suyu found her reasoning to be very sound. The illusionary god hunting team is indeed powerful. Yet navigating the 84th floor alone would likely prove challenging. If they do not collaborate with the Tianwen hunting team, others may seek alliances with them instead. As the difficulty of the dungeon escalates to such heights, collaboration among 3 hunting teams becomes the ideal solution. Acknowledging this, Suyu nodded, I concur with Qin Bingyue's analysis. Hua Langhai similarly expressed his agreement, I also support it. Wang Ying and others followed suit, voicing their consent. The illusionary god hunting team swiftly reached a consensus, and the Tianwen hunting team mirrored this sentiment. After all, both hunting teams rank among the top 10, and their standings often differ by merely one position. The 10 members of the illusionary god hunting team and the 10 members of the Tianwen hunting team soon gathered together. Utilizing the system's functionality, they summoned an ethereal die before them. Standing opposite Xiahou Tianwen, Suyu began to roll the dice alongside him. The ethereal dice soon revealed their results, with both rolling a total of 4. Next were the vice-captains of both teams. Amusingly, Qin Bingyue and the vice-captain of the Tianwen hunting team each rolled a 6. Fortunately, the remaining 8 did not replicate identical results. After summing their totals, Xiahou Tianwen found himself at a loss for words. Their total was 40, while the illusionary god hunting team's total reached 41. As the illusionary god hunting team surpassed them by a single point, they would enjoy the privilege of using the teleportation array first in future collaborations. Xiahou Tianwen sighed, alas. So be it. Chapter 136, The Celestial Palace Hunting Team. The order of teleportation array usage represents the most significant concern for both teams. With this paramount issue resolved, all other matters would undoubtedly become much easier to address. At this moment, the 20 warriors gathered in a circle began to formulate strategies. Xiahou Tianwen was the first to propose. My suggestion is to recruit another team. After defeating the boss guarding this level, the illusionary god hunting team should utilize the first teleportation array, the Tianwen hunting team the second, and the remaining team the third. In subsequent levels, whenever our 2 hunting teams encounter each other, we can collaborate and adopt this model. After articulating his proposal, Xiahou Tianwen turned to Suyu and Qin Bingyue. Suyu casually responded, sounds good. So, shall we seek out another hunting team to invite for collaboration? Xiahou Tianwen nodded, that is precisely my intention. With your extraordinary speed and my comparable strength, we can venture forth to seek allies, while the others remain here to rest and recuperate. After a moment of reflection, Suyu agreed to Xiahou Tianwen's plan. Subsequently, Qin Bingyue and the members of the Tianwen hunting team stayed behind to recuperate, while Suyu and Xiahou Tianwen set out in search of additional allies. During their time on the 83rd floor, Suyu had realized that their battle against the Lava King would have been significantly easier with an additional 10 warriors aiding them. With their combined strength, They could already contend with the Lava King. If they had 10 more allies, the Lava King might have fled long ago. Su Yu and Xiahou Tianwen, having collaborated twice before, now found themselves more familiar with each other. As they advanced, Xiahou Tianwen spoke to Su Yu. The first hunting team I formed with Shun Yi has successfully established a collaboration. In the future, should we encounter Shin Yi, our 3 teams may also join forces. However, the order remains unchanged. The illusory God hunting team will utilize the first teleportation array, we will use the second, while Shun Yi will resort to the third. Despite the collaboration between Xiahou Tianwen and Shin Yi, their relationship remains strained. Upon hearing this, Su Yu casually remarked, will Shun Yi agree to this plan? Xiahou Tianwen replied with a cold smile, if he disagrees, we shall seek others for collaboration. Both our teams are ranked in the top 10. Finding another ally and promising to reserve the third teleportation array for them should pose no challenge. After Xiahou Tianwen's statement, Su Yu nonchalantly pointed out, there are energy fluctuations at 3 o'clock. That direction likely has warriors engaged in battle with monsters. Let's go take a look. With that, Su Yu placed his hand on Xiahou Tianwen's shoulder, swiftly transporting them both. Xiahou Tianwen also possessed methods to greatly enhance his speed. Yet it was evident that none were as effective as Su Yu's ethereal movement. As the two made their way toward the distant clash of battle, they soon arrived above an ancient structure. Not far from them, 10 beautiful women were engaged in combat with a group of stone golems. Upon seeing these 10 individuals, Xiahou Tianwen remarked, it's those 10 fierce ladies. Among the top 10 teams, one consisted entirely of 10 beauties, known as the Celestial Palace Hunting Team. Clearly, it was the Celestial Palace Hunting Team battling the stone golems. Their current ranking was precisely 10th, having previously languished at 11th for an extended period. Often referred to as the gatekeepers of the top 10. Upon recognizing the fighters against the stone golems, Xiahou Tianwen immediately advised Su Yu, let us not reveal ourselves just yet. Let us observe their strength. Su Yu nodded slightly in agreement. The two stood atop the ancient building, having a clear view of the battle unfolding below. The leader of the Celestial Palace Hunting Team was a striking beauty clad in a snow-white martial outfit, wielding a tang knife. Her prowess was formidable. Su Yu observed as Miss Shun Qingyu employed a strategy reminiscent of his own, unleashing a tempestuous barrage of attacks to dispatch the stone golems. With each strike of her tang knife, a significant amount of rubble exploded from the golems. After a few strikes, one stone golem was eliminated outright, prompting her to swiftly engage another. Typically, warriors would not expend their efforts on inconsequential monsters within the martial arts tower, yet Shun Qingyu and her team were not being overwhelmed by the stone golems. They actively sought to annihilate the golems, suggesting that something of value lay at the heart of the ancient structure. After observing for a moment, Su Yu declared, I intend to investigate the center of this ancient building. Are you able to accompany me? Xiahou Tianwen responded, aren't you concerned that the tigress might devour you? He recognized that Shun Qingyu and her team aimed to carve a bloody path into the center of the ancient structure, where valuable treasures likely awaited. Su Yu shrugged with indifference. The items within the martial arts tower are unclaimed. Since they are unclaimed, anyone may take them. If they can fight through to seize the treasures, we too can find another means to enter first. After a moment's contemplation, Xiahou Tianwen nodded in agreement. Let us go. Though this approach might lack propriety, Su Yu was not mistaken. The contents of the martial arts tower were indeed unclaimed. With that, Su Yu placed his hand on Xiahou Tianwen's shoulder once more. The two of them then flickered several times, arriving within a grand palace. The Celestial Palace Hunting Team soon noticed Su Yu and Xiahou Tianwen. Observing their entry, the members of the Celestial Palace Hunting Team seemed unconcerned. For entering the ancient palace bore no significance. They first needed to defeat the stone golems to obtain the key hidden within the golems to unlock the treasure chests within the palace. Shun Qingyu and her companions had previously ventured into that palace, but without the key, they had gained nothing. At this moment, Su Yu and Xiahou Tianwen beheld the treasure chests that Shun Qingyu and her team had seen earlier. Why are there so many boxes here? Xiahou Tianwen inquired casually as he surveyed the surroundings. Chapter 137. If brute force cannot open it, then we shall resort to magic. Su Yu could not answer Xiahou Tianwen's question. After examining the numerous treasure chests nearby, he remarked, these chests cannot be moved or opened. Undoubtedly, it will be quite challenging to destroy them as well. The guarding force here is not as formidable as imagined. We could directly come here. And Shun Qingyu and her team likely possess the ability to do the same. Their decision to engage the stone golems outside suggests a connection between hunting the golems and unlocking these chests. Su Yu's analysis coincided with Xiahou Tianwen's thoughts. Xiahou Tianwen then proposed, let us observe here for a while. If it comes to it, we can also go out and hunt the stone golems. Su Yu nodded slightly and began to scrutinize the palace. Within the palace, there were platinum, gold, and silver treasure chests. Some chests had already been opened, their contents entirely empty. While it was clear that these chests were likely impervious to brute force, Su Yu still retrieved the thunder-devouring star spear. With a thunderous crash, he summoned all his strength and launched a fierce thrust at a seemingly ordinary silver treasure chest. Clang! This seemingly unremarkable silver chest withstood Su Yu's formidable strike without so much as a scratch. On the other side, Xiahou Tianwen and Su Yu attempted the same and, after testing several chests, ultimately abandoned the notion of forcing them open. These treasure chests could only be unlocked with a key, not by brute strength. As Su Yu prepared to leave, he stumbled upon a set of keys. Upon closer inspection, he discovered several pristine keys scattered about, some adorned with intricate runes. After a brief observation, he surmised that someone within Shen Qingyu's team must have been capable of crafting rune keys. Before they diligently hunted the stone golems, they had attempted to create rune keys themselves. Evidently, their attempts had been unsuccessful, leaving several prepared rune keys discarded nearby. These rune keys, however, appeared ineffective against the treasure chests. After some contemplation, Su Yu gathered the rune keys, as well as other unmarked key blanks. He then placed a pristine key blank into the refining space. Limit break refinement, triggered, blank key, successfully refined. Limit break refinement, triggered, blank key, successfully refined. Limit break refinement, triggered, blank key, successfully refined. As soon as Su Yu spoke, he refined the blank key 10 times. After refining the blank key 10 times, this item finally reached the pinnacle of sublimation. Name, magical key, maximum limit reached. Quality, mythical. Category, consumable. Attributes, unlock, mythical. Unlock. The magical key is an extraordinarily enchanting key that can unlock almost all types of locks. After reviewing the description of the magical key, Su Yu promptly took one and approached a platinum treasure chest. The cost of refining a single magical key was 100,000 credit points. He was eager to discover what treasures lay within the platinum chest. If the items inside were valued above 100,000 credit points, he could open all the platinum chests in this location. Conversely, if the items were generally valued below 100,000 credit points, he could simply depart. However, he believed that since Shen Qingyu and her companions were willing to invest time in this place, the treasures within the platinum chest must possess considerable worth. With a heart full of anticipation, Su Yu opened the first platinum treasure chest. Upon its opening, he found exactly 10 rings inside. Su Yu held the rings in his hands and examined their attributes. Name, proximity ring. Quality, mythical. Attributes, proximity, mythical. Transference, mythical. Proximity. The proximity ring enables ultra-long distance communication, allowing communication within the same space almost effortlessly. Transference. The proximity ring can be used to store and transfer items, with energy consumption required for item transference. After reviewing the attributes of the proximity ring, Su Yu understood its significance. The value of the proximity ring was undoubtedly immense. This piece of equipment was extraordinarily useful and was classified as mythical. With the proximity ring, the members of the Mirage hunting team could ascertain each other's locations and communicate in real time. Furthermore, they could also use the proximity ring to transfer items. For instance, if someone encountered danger, Su Yu could utilize the proximity ring to send a powerful piece of equipment to resolve the issue. After acquiring the 10 proximity rings, Su Yu felt elated. He did not hesitate and immediately transformed all of his blank keys into magical keys. Subsequently, he began to open each platinum treasure chest within the ancient hall one by one. While Su Yu was busy opening the platinum treasure chests, Xiahou Tianwen ventured into the back hall. By the time Su Yu had opened all 100 platinum treasure chests and retrieved their contents, Xiahou Tianwen had still not emerged from the back hall. Su Yu remained unperturbed, feeling immensely excited. He even traded for an additional 2,000 blank keys at a price of 100 credit points each through the universal trading post. With Xiahou Tianwen still absent from the back hall of the ancient hall, Su Yu continued to refine these blank keys. As time passed, a multitude of blank keys underwent profound sublimation in Su Yu's hands, transforming into magical keys. After completing this task, he opened a few golden treasure chests but decided to forego further exploration. The items within the golden treasure chests were valued between 100,000 and 300,000 credit points. And in Su Yu's eyes, they appeared rather ordinary. The treasures he had just acquired were the true gems. The items within the platinum treasure chests started at a minimum value of 10 million credit points. Regrettably, there were only 100 platinum treasure chests in this location. The treasures contained within these 100 platinum chests yielded an enormous harvest for him. The remaining golden and silver treasure chests would be left for Xiahou Tianwen and Shen Qingyu. However, with time to spare, Su Yu opened a few more golden treasure chests. He soon discovered that some golden treasure chests were rather disappointing, with their items valued at merely around 50,000 credit points. Chapter 138. The main character arrives, 3 parties benefit. After opening approximately 50 golden treasure chests, Su Yu finally uncovered a valuable item. It was a material known as phantom silk crystal, a small square block, roughly the size of a Rubik's cube. However, this phantom silk crystal was specifically sold in such cut forms. The price for one piece of phantom silk crystal was approximately 2 million credit points. Having opened 50 golden treasure chests to find such a material made him reconsider. It would be more advantageous to wait for Xiahou Tianwen and Shen Qingyu to arrive and sell the magical keys to them. Each magical key could fetch 200,000 credit points. By selling 100 magical keys to each of them, he would earn 20 million credit points. If he sold the magical keys to Shen Qingyu and Xiahou Tianwen, along with the other 9 individuals, he could accumulate a total of 220 million credit points. The reason for selling only this amount was that there were approximately 300 golden treasure chests remaining in the ancient hall. So you had also casually opened a few silver treasure chests earlier. These silver chests were the most numerous in the ancient hall, but the items within were generally of the lowest value, typically below 10,000 credit points. Using magical keys to open silver treasure chests would undoubtedly be a waste. At that moment, Xiahou Tianwen emerged from the back hall of the ancient hall, holding a string of silver keys. Upon seeing the surrounding platinum treasure chests all unlocked and some golden treasure chests also opened, Xiahou Tianwen gasped in astonishment. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally managed to ask, "Did you do all this?" Suyu generously nodded. "Yes, where did you go?" Xiahou Tianwen casually replied, "In the back hall. There is a fortune cat with which you can trade valuable items for silver keys. Its demands are quite high, but you can negotiate." Initially, it quoted around 100,000 credit points worth of items for a silver key. However, after bargaining, I managed to exchange a silver key for an item worth approximately 10,000 credit points. These silver keys can unlock the silver treasure chests here, and I traded for 100 to see what treasures they hold. What is the situation with these platinum and golden treasure chests? So you did not conceal anything and explained honestly. I possess a type of magical key that can unlock the treasure chests here. The price for a magical key is 200,000 credit points. Would you consider it? Upon hearing this, Xiahou Tianwen was momentarily taken aback. The group of Shen Qingyu at the entrance of the hall was equally astonished. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Suyu certainly noticed that Shen Qingyu and her companions had arrived. He was prepared for any potential conflict, ready to take Xiahou Tianwen and flee if necessary. It was not out of fear of engaging with women, but rather because he believed that even joining forces with Xiahou Tianwen would not guarantee them an advantage against Shen Qingyu and her group. Hearing the conversation between Suyu and Xiahou Tianwen, Shen Qingyu felt quite frustrated. The situation within the ancient hall was well known to them. As Shen Qingyu's father had explored this hall years ago, she was aware of the fortune cat in the back hall, which allowed for trading valuable items for silver keys. However, the silver keys held little significance, as the items within the silver treasure chests were generally valued below 10,000 credit points, and more accurately, were typically around 5,000 credit points. The truly valuable treasures resided within the golden and platinum treasure chests. The items within the golden treasure box are generally valued at over 100,000 credit points, and there is a possibility of encountering some truly remarkable treasures. As for the treasures contained in the platinum treasure box, they are even more plentiful. However, to unlock the platinum treasure box, one requires a key from the golden treasure box, which, under normal circumstances, can only be obtained by defeating the gargoyle. Armed with knowledge of this location, Shen Qingyu and her companions initially ventured into the grand hall to test their luck. They even contemplated concocting a rune key on-site based on the energy fluctuations of the treasure boxes to unlock them, but their attempts were in vain. Subsequently, they resorted to the conventional method of defeating the gargoyle to acquire the keys, yet thus far, they had not secured a platinum key. Naturally, all the platinum treasure boxes in this place had been opened, rendering their acquisition of the platinum treasure box meaningless. Shen Qingyu directed a cold gaze at Suyu and stated, "Leave half of the items from the platinum treasure box. Otherwise, neither you nor Xiahou Tianwen shall escape." Upon hearing this, Xiahou Tianwen hastily gestured in denial. "Shen Qingyu, he is Suyu, who possesses a remarkable ability for high-velocity movement. When he previously accompanied me, his speed was reduced by about 50%. Otherwise, you might not have detected his infiltration here at all. If he intends to leave now, none of you will be able to stop him. However, I have a splendid proposal that will benefit all 3 parties. We shall purchase the magic keys at a price of 200,000 credit points each to unlock the golden treasure boxes here." After stating this, Xiahou Tianwen continued, "I vouch for my credibility. Should you act recklessly, he will undoubtedly depart." Suyu, of course, was keen to engage in this transaction, so with a swift motion, he executed the extreme sky phantom technique, appearing beside Xiahou Tianwen. His uncanny ability to shift and vanish truly astonished Shen Qingyu, who now firmly believed in Xiahou Tianwen's assertions. If Suyu chose to flee, she was certain she could not impede him. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Qingyu turned to Suyu with a serious expression and said, 200,000 credit points for each magic key is acceptable. However, if we purchase 100 keys, you must provide an additional 10 as a gift." This outcome diverged slightly from Suyu's expectations, yet it still promised a profit. Moreover, with approximately 1,300 golden treasure boxes remaining, the acquisition of magic keys would undoubtedly yield successful openings. With this in mind, Yu readily agreed. Subsequently, he successfully concluded the transaction with Shun Qingyu and her companions, as well as Xiahou Tianwen. 2 million credit points swiftly found their way into his account. After transferring the magic keys to the others, Yu settled into a nearby spot and began categorizing the items he had recently acquired. A considerable portion of items lacking refinement value, along with ordinary items refined to their limits, he chose to exchange directly with an unknown deity at the Universal Trading Post. When an item reaches its refinement limit, if the number of refinements is minimal, say, only 5 or 10 refinements, such items generally hold little value. Many items refined to 5 at their limit or 10 at their limit may appear attractive, yet they are not worth significant sums. Furthermore, since these items have been refined to perfection, further refinement would yield no benefit. Such items, of course, must be dealt with directly at the Universal Trading Post. Additionally, there are collectibles whose intrinsic value lies solely in their collection purpose. For these items, further refinement is unnecessary, as they may become even less valuable post-refinement. The remaining items, once refined to their utmost, are likely to transform into highly valuable treasures. Yu retained all these items. Even if he intended to sell them to the Universal Trading Post, he would first refine them to their ultimate elevation before putting them up for sale. Given that Xiahou Tianwen and Shun Qingyu each needed to open over 100 treasure boxes, Yu decided to refine a portion of the items 10 times. This would result in 3 potential outcomes. Some items would reach their limit after 10 refinements, generally holding little value, leading Yu to sell them directly. The second scenario involved items that, after 10 refinements, had not yet reached their limit and could still be refined further. These were undoubtedly the valuable ones. Lastly, some items would achieve ultimate elevation after 10 refinements. For those elevated items, Yu categorized them into 2 groups. Those deemed reasonably good would be kept, while others appearing less favorable or nearly useless would be sold at the Universal Trading Post. The pace at which Shun Qingyu and her companions were opening the golden treasure boxes was rather slow. After briefly organizing the items in his inventory and those within his dimensional space, they still had not completed their task. However, this posed no significant issue. He directly communicated with the Knight Sovereign in his mind. Great One, I wish to trade. As soon as this thought settled in his mind, his consciousness materialized in a pitch-black space. Without wasting any time, Yu presented all the items he intended to sell. He had an agreement with the Knight Sovereign that, when trading items, the majority, 90%, could only be transacted with the Knight Sovereign. While Yu conducted his transaction with the Knight Sovereign, Shun Qingyu and the vice-captain of the Immortal Palace hunting team, Zhu Hongyu, were also discussing matters pertaining to Yu. Zhu Hongyu sighed, remarking, "We were careless this time. Had we entered earlier, we might have intercepted some platinum treasure boxes." Shun Qingyu shook her head, stating, "If there were still platinum treasure boxes available, the magic keys would certainly not be priced as they are now. Nevertheless, we should retain some of these magic keys. They may prove useful in the future." Moreover, Shun Qingyu's final remark remained unspoken, yet Zhu Hongyu understood her implication. Shun Qingyu was indeed still deliberating whether to take action against Yu. Capturing Yu would yield immense rewards from the treasures within the 100 platinum treasure boxes. Who knows what treasures lay within? Furthermore, this Grand Hall possessed a unique quality. Upon their departure from the 84th level of the Martial Tower, this Grand Hall would refresh. However, should anyone return to this place and attempt to use the magic key, they would be unable to open the treasure boxes. Initially, when someone acquired the golden key and attempted to create a rune key to unlock the treasure box, that warrior succeeded. However, subsequent attempts to replicate this method ended in failure. This time, Shun Qingyu and her companions also experimented with this approach, but they too failed. This indicated that any method of unlocking treasure boxes outside the established rules could only be employed once. Otherwise, the magic keys in Yu's possession would hold tremendous value. In the future, warriors challenging the Martial Tower, if they possessed the strength to reach the 84th level, could bring along some magic keys. Each level of the Martial Tower contains approximately 100 distinct spaces, though the likelihood of encountering this space is low. Should one come across it while holding a magic key, they could directly unlock the platinum treasure box. Given the extraordinary value of the items within the platinum treasure box, the price of the magic keys would undoubtedly skyrocket. Regrettably, the method of opening treasure boxes with magic keys would not be available again. After much hesitation, Shun Qingyu ultimately abandoned her intention to confront Yu. At this moment, Yu appeared utterly unperturbed, comfortably seated at a distance. His confidence in his extraordinary high-speed movement ability was evident. While Shun Qingyu and Zhu Hongyu continued to open the golden treasure boxes, Yu had already completed his transaction with the unknown deity at the Universal Trading Post. He now possessed an astounding total of 15 billion credit points. The remaining funds had transformed into primary refining stones within his melting space. The primary refined stones, priced at 100 credit points each, currently reside in his smelting space, with a staggering total of 100 million stones. Such an immense quantity, merely a string of numbers when stored in the smelting space. is destined to be exhausted regardless of how many are acquired. Given that the Universal Trading Post operates on the average market price for transactions, it stands to reason that he could also extend a favor to the enigmatic deity. The Night Charm ring bestowed upon him previously may yet prove useful even when he reaches level 100. Having sorted out his affairs, Tsuyu made his way to the rear hall of the ancient Grand Hall. Within this space, there existed a mirror in which a golden glowing beckoning cat could be seen. Upon gazing into the mirror, the voice of the beckoning cat resonated in Tsuyu's mind. Stranger, do you wish to engage in a trade with this meow? After contemplating for a moment, Tsuyu nodded in agreement. The next instant, his consciousness was transported into the realm within the mirror. He sensed an uncanny resemblance between this beckoning cat and the unknown deity of the Universal Trading Post, both of whom were deities of trade, albeit the latter held a higher status. With uncertainty, Tsuyu inquired, "Are you a deity?" The beckoning cat paused briefly, then nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Tsuyu pressed on. "May I ascertain your current transcendent stage?" The beckoning cat responded, "Yes, but in return for answering this question, you must engage in a transaction with me involving an item worth 100 million credit points. It could either be a purchase from me or a sale of an item valued at 100 million. Upon hearing this, Tsuyu readily consented. Even in the event of an unfavorable outcome, his loss would be limited to 100 million. Moreover, not long ago, Xiaoho Tianwen had transacted with this beckoning cat. According to Xiaoho, while the cat's demands might seem exorbitant, it was still open to negotiation. Thus, it appeared this beckoning cat was not overly exploitative. Once Tsuyu agreed, the beckoning cat cheerfully remarked, "My level is LV 100, Transcendent Stage 1. Just as Tsuyu had suspected, this beckoning cat was indeed a rather weak deity, significantly inferior to the Night Monarch. Chapter 140, Gacha Machine Lottery. Name, Cat Balance. Level, LV 100, Transcendent Stage 1. Classification, Deity. The information visible on Cat Balance's attribute panel was scant. Aside from knowing its name, level, and divine status, all other details were obscured by a series of question marks. After his encounter with the unknown deity of the Universal Trading Post, Tsuyu found himself less averse to deities of trade. After reviewing Cat Balance's attribute panel, Tsuyu inquired, "What items may I procure from you, esteemed Cat Balance?" With a substantial sum of 15 billion credit points at his disposal, spending 1 billion was certainly within his means. In response, the beckoning cat produced an item before Tsuyu. It was a gacha machine, towering at the height of a person, adorned with colorful energy orbs, each containing items of varying worth. For a fee of 1 million credit points, one could activate the gacha machine. Cat Balance explained, "You may engage with the gacha machine up to 100 times, or alternatively, explore my marketplace for purchases. Of course, you also have the option to acquire some intelligence from me." Upon hearing this, Tsuyu swiftly arrived at a decision. He could indulge in the gacha machine, peruse Cat Balance's marketplace, and procure some intelligence as well. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Who is the deity behind the Universal Trading Post?" Cat Balance shook its head. "I do not know. Likely no one does. This information is free of charge." Tsuyu was taken aback by the response. He had assumed that only ordinary warriors were ignorant of the identity of the deity of the Universal Trading Post. To his surprise, even Cat Balance, a fellow deity, was unaware of this mystery. Continuing his inquiry, Tsuyu asked, "Is the deity of the Universal Trading Post powerful among deities?" Cat Balance did not provide a direct answer, instead stating, "This information costs 1 million credit points." Tsuyu was astonished. It seemed that deities found it easy to profit merely by exchanging words. Though he could forego the inquiry and directly purchase items from Cat Balance, after a brief hesitation, he utilized the system to transfer 1 million credit points. Cat Balance then revealed, "The deity of the Universal Trading Post is indeed formidable. However, I have encountered a LV 100, Transcendent Stage 19, deity before. That individual, upon attaining divinity, surpassed their limits 1900 times to ascend further. Thus, while the deity of the Universal Trading Post is powerful, they are not the strongest. The extent of the strongest deity's power remains beyond my knowledge." Tsuyu discerned that Cat Balance was not overly exploitative. Its information was conveyed with clarity. After considering this, Tsuyu pondered another question. What level of power is required to possess a space akin to the Universal Trading Post? Cat Balance had knowledge of this as well. This information costs 1 million credit points. Tsuyu wasted no time, promptly transferring the required amount. Cat Balance spoke, "When I first entered the Universal Trading Post, the deity there was LV 100, Transcendent Stage 1. Therefore, one can acquire a Universal Trading Post shortly after becoming a deity. According to my investigations, the Universal Trading Post is an item. Possessing a similar item enables even non-deity warriors to attain a space akin to the Universal Trading Post. For instance, my cat temple, which you currently inhabit, is comparable to the Universal Trading Post. As long as you possess an invitation to the cat temple, you may appear here at any time to trade with me." Tsuyu had previously believed that the Universal Trading Post was a remarkably unparalleled divine technique. To his astonishment, it turned out to be merely an item. "Esteemed Cat Balance, how may one obtain an invitation to the cat temple?" Cat Balance, delighted by the question, introduced Suyu to the two types of invitations to the cat temple. There were two kinds of invitations. One was a consumable, priced at 1 million each. Upon usage, it granted access to the cat temple in most locations. However, the products available in the cat temple were not as numerous as those in the Universal Trading Post. In the Universal Trading Post, one could purchase nearly any item as long as sufficient funds were available. Conversely, the cat temple's offerings were limited to what was listed in its marketplace. The second type of invitation was a permanent one. This invitation was not directly for sale. It could be obtained by pre-depositing 5 billion credit points in shopping funds at the cat temple, or by accumulating a total expenditure of 5 billion credit points within the temple. The pre-deposited shopping funds could be utilized multiple times. After listening to Cat Balance's explanation, Suyu planned to explore the cat temple's marketplace and then purchase 5 billion worth of goods to secure a permanent invitation. While the Universal Trading Post had everything one could desire, cultivating a relationship with a deity was evidently advantageous. Moreover, this particular deity in the cat temple was still in its nascent stage, making it easier to forge a profound friendship. Though currently possessed of 15 billion credit points, Suyu refrained from incessantly querying. The cost of inquiries with Cat Balance was indeed steep. 1 million credit points could purchase a house in many places. Next, Suyu began to browse the offerings in Cat Balance's marketplace. He intended to utilize the 5 billion credit points to acquire a substantial quantity of primary refined stones, along with selecting several items that appeared to possess refinement value. Numerous artifacts, prior to refinement, exhibit rather mundane attributes. However, once refined to the zenith of sublimation, their effects may become extraordinarily formidable, elevating one to divine status. After refining countless items, Suyu undoubtedly amassed considerable experience in this domain. Should he place sufficient trust in the cat temple, it would be prudent for him to deposit 5 billion in shopping credits there. Yet, he hesitated, as this was his inaugural interaction with Cat Hong. Spending 5 billion credits felt less secure than acquiring goods worth the same amount. Upon commencing his shopping expedition, Suyu discovered that the financial might of each deity was unfathomable. After expending his 5 billion, he had procured merely about 1,000th of the merchandise available in the Cat Temple's marketplace. This implied that the total worth of the items within the Cat Temple exceeded 500 billion. Following his purchase of 5 billion worth of goods, Suyu acquired a crystal shaped like a cat's head, a permanent invitation to the Cat Temple. With this cat-shaped crystal, he could conduct transactions with Cat Hong, a deity within the temple, across most regions. After concluding his transaction with Cat Hong, Suyu posed several additional inquiries, and only then did his consciousness depart from the Cat Temple. Chapter 141, A Profound Profit. 3 hunting teams. Having acquired the permanent invitation to the Cat Temple, these inquiries were graciously provided by Cat Hong without charge. Through his questions, he learned that trading deities typically possessed considerable wealth. Some destitute deities, despite their formidable prowess, might struggle to make ends meet. Moreover, the ancient hall where they convened was itself an artifact. Cat Hong had attempted to reclaim this artifact, but had been unsuccessful, leading him to leave a divine projection in its stead to facilitate transactions with warriors entering the ancient hall. After his visit to the Cat Temple, Suyu's funds swelled to 10 billion. However, the value of the materials he possessed was exceedingly high. Should he refine all these items to the utmost degree of sublimation for sale, he surmised that he could potentially surpass even Cat Hong in wealth. As the distinction between refined and unrefined items is remarkable, likewise, there exists a stark contrast between items refined and those elevated to the pinnacle of sublimation. In fact, the majority of items, once refined to this supreme level, would diverge significantly from their original forms. Currently, he possessed an eclectic array of equipment and various artifacts, in addition to a vast quantity of primary refining stones. By periodically selling batches of items refined to the utmost sublimation, he could swiftly amass wealth. When he ascended to divinity, he could even establish a hall of forging, dedicated to assisting other warriors and deities in refining weapons and artifacts, thereby rapidly accumulating riches. Of course, these notions were all in the future. Warriors must achieve level 100 and surpass the limits of martial arts at least once to enter the realm of deities. A deity like Cat Hong, who had broken through the divine limits 100 times, was considered merely a minor entity among deities. In contrast, an unknown deity within the Universal Trading Post had surpassed the divine limits a total of 100 times, marking them as a more formidable presence among deities. Upon exiting the rear hall and entering the main hall, Suyu found Shun Qingyu, Zhu Hongyu, and Xiahou Tianwen, among others, wearing expressions of delight. Although the magic key, a highly useful item, would no longer be usable here, the group had benefited immensely from its previous applications. Yet, collectively, their gains likely paled in comparison to even 1%, or even 1,000th, of Suyu's, as he had acquired the most precious platinum treasure box in its entirety. Considering Suyu's formidable strength, Shun Qingyu and the others completely abandoned any thoughts of confrontation. It was evident that Suyu possessed valuable items, and attempting to seize them would be a daunting endeavor. Furthermore, during Su Yu's consciousness's sojourn in the Cat Temple, Xiahou Tianwen had fully represented the Tianwen hunting team and the illusionary god hunting team in forging a collaboration with Shun Qingyu's Celestial Palace hunting team. Moving forward, the illusionary god hunting team would pursue the first teleportation array, the Tianwen hunting team would seek the second, while Shun Qingyu and her team would aim for the third. Upon entering the main hall, Xiahou Tianwen succinctly relayed the details of the tripartite collaboration to Su Yu. He expressed no objections to the alliance formed among the three parties, as collaboration among the hunting teams on each level of the Martial Tower was undoubtedly the optimal strategy, particularly given the overwhelming strength of the boss monsters guarding the recent levels. Alone, any single hunting team would find it arduous to prevail. The collaborative efforts of three teams would enable them to combine forces in a final assault against the boss monsters. Under the leadership of Su Yu and Xiahou Tianwen, the members of the Celestial Palace hunting team proceeded to convene with the other two teams. Once the three teams converged, introductions commenced. However, memorizing so many names proved challenging. Su Yu managed to remember two individuals from the Tianwen hunting team, the team leader, Xiahou Tianwen, and the vice-captain, Xiahou Tianxian. While the latter's name closely resembled that of his leader, he was merely Xiahou Tianwen's clan brother, not a biological sibling. From the Celestial Palace hunting team, Su Yu only retained the names of the team leader, Shun Qingyu, and the vice-captain, Zhu Hongyu. The remaining members of the hunting teams were largely unfamiliar to him, with most individuals being only faces he would need to gradually familiarize himself with. As the number of participants increased, convening for decision-making would prove impractical with all 30 present. Otherwise, if each person spoke for 2 minutes, an hour would swiftly elapse. Su Yu, along with Qin Bingwei, Xiahou Tianwen, Xiahou Tianxian, Shun Qingyu, and Zhu Hongyu, soon gathered in a circle. The subsequent actions would be determined by the 6 of them. Should they make a significant miscalculation in their decisions, it could lead to disastrous consequences, akin to a single inept general leading to the downfall of an entire army. Xiahou Tianwen spoke first. Based on the experiences from the previous 83 levels, my suggestion is to send out 2 small teams to search for the teleportation arrays. One perceptive warrior paired with one combat-oriented warrior could scout the surroundings for these arrays while striving to avoid conflicts with other warriors. In the event of danger, they should seek assistance while attempting to return. Our Tianwen hunting team possesses 2 warriors with formidable perceptive abilities, allowing us to dispatch 4 warriors to seek out the teleportation arrays. At this moment, Shun Qingyu from the Celestial Palace hunting team interjected. We too can send 4 warriors to search for the teleportation arrays, including myself and Zhu Hongyu. However, how can we ensure the safety of our camp? In response, Xiahou Tianwen stated, from our side, neither I nor Xiahou Tianxian will be leaving. Unless an extreme situation arises, we can guarantee the security of the camp. What of the illusionary god hunting team? Xiahou Tianwen turned his gaze towards Su Yu, inquiring. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu replied, the illusionary god hunting team can also dispatch 4 warriors to search for the teleportation arrays. Among these 4, I will participate, while our vice-captain, Qin Bingwei, will remain to ensure the camp's safety. Although Qin Bingwei possesses the God Moon illusory eye, enabling her to scout effectively, Su Yu ultimately decided it best for her to stay behind. Although Qin Bingwei's Divine Moon illusionary eye possesses reconnaissance capabilities, its proficiency currently pales in comparison to his mental prowess. Su Yu resolved to team up with Chen Qing, while Hua Langhai paired with Shi Luguang to seek the teleportation array in the 84th level of the spatial tower. Once the 6 of them concluded their discussion, they promptly set their plans into motion. Chapter 142, The Exquisite Art of Puppetry. As Su Yu and his companions commenced their expedition, other hunting teams were equally engaged in their pursuits. The majority of these teams opted for alliances, mirroring the decisions made by Su Yu and his group. While some hunting teams chose to operate independently, there were even a few lone warriors, bravely battling their way through the 84th level on their own. While traversing this level alone posed no significant challenges, confronting the Guardian boss single-handedly was nearly impossible. Not long ago, Su Yu had obtained the Ring of Proximity, which he distributed among the members of the illusory god hunting team. This enabled the team to communicate mentally through the ring. The functionality of the Ring of Proximity was exceedingly straightforward, and after a brief trial, everyone quickly mastered its use. Subsequently, Su Yu and Chen Qing departed from the group to search for the teleportation array on this level. Unfortunately, their luck was less than favorable. After hours of searching, they had yet to locate the array, causing Su Yu to reminisce about Murong Yao and Sima Sun. The vice-captain of the Glory hunting team, Sima Sun, would have been invaluable at this moment, as his reconnaissance eagle spirit could have proven instrumental in identifying the teleportation array within this spatial level. By combining his reconnaissance eagle spirit with his extreme sky illusory body, Sima Sun could effortlessly pinpoint the array's location. While Su Yu and Chen Qing pressed onward, Chen Qing diligently crafted a flying puppet within the puppet space, designed for reconnaissance. After several hours, a magnificent flying puppet took shape before her, a colossal bronze bird. Inside this bronze avian were numerous fist-sized bronze birds, each possessing reconnaissance capabilities. However, the mobility of Chunqing's bronze bird puppet was somewhat limited. If Suyu were to engage in high-speed movement with Chunqing, these bronze birds would become disconnected. The maximum operational range of the bronze birds was confined to the periphery of Chunqing's mental coverage. Exceeding this boundary would result in loss of control over the puppet. Despite their extensive search, the duo could not find the teleportation array. Instead, they encountered the remnants of warriors who had fallen long ago. The monsters within the spatial tower on these levels were exceptionally formidable, leading to significant casualties among various teams, with some even facing total annihilation. At that moment, a level 30 spider demon appeared not far from Suyu and Chunqing. This creature possessed a human upper body and spider legs below. Upon spotting the two, the spider demon wasted no time, exhaling a massive web that swiftly enveloped Suyu and Chunqing. "Don't worry about me," Chunqing suddenly interjected as Suyu prepared to utilize his extreme sky illusory body to evade with her. Heeding her words, Suyu disregarded her and vanished in an instant. The area was rife with spatial imprints from his extreme sky illusory body, allowing him to traverse freely through the vicinity. Thud. Chunqing, however, found herself ensnared by the formidable web. The distant spider demon, elated, began to retrieve its prey. Yet, it rejoiced prematurely. For what it had ensnared was merely Chunqing's puppet. As the spider demon dragged her closer, preparing to relish its meal, a series of mechanical sounds erupted. With a snap, 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 the form of Chunqing transformed into a cage, trapping the spider demon within. Tiny figures, each the size of a thumb, sprang forth from various directions of the cage. Upon their release, they detonated with a puff of white mist, and from within emerged 8 versions of Chunqing, each wielding a long spear. With swift precision, the 8 Chunqings pierced the spider demon, sending blood splattering through the air. However, to everyone's astonishment, the spider demon did not perish. Its body swelled rapidly before erupting violently, shattering the surrounding cage and the 8 Chunqings into countless fragments. A translucent, pale purple spiritual essence of the spider demon attempted to flee. As long as its spiritual essence remained intact, and it could absorb sufficient vitality, the spider demon could reconstruct its physical form. Yet, escaping before Suyu and Chunqing was no simple task. Suyu executed 2 consecutive displacements using his extreme sky illusory body, appearing next to the spider demon, and struck its spiritual essence with his divine thunder-swallowing star spear. The spider demon's spiritual essence emitted a piercing, anguished cry. Experience gained from defeating level 30 spider demon, 400 points. Since Suyu had only vanquished the spider demon's spiritual essence, the experience gained was limited. Moreover, as he had not utilized the divine thunder-swallowing star spear to extract attributes from the spider demon's physical form, he did not acquire any dimensional attribute points. It was unfortunate that the spider demon had detonated itself at the last moment, thwarting Suyu's attempt to extract its attributes. Chunqing's gains were similarly restricted to experience. Yet hers amounted to more than double Suyu's. However, she still incurred losses, having lost 9 puppets in the battle. Fortunately, even after the explosion, the remnants of her puppets could be salvaged for materials. Otherwise, she would hesitate to engage with monsters in future encounters. Surrounding the battlefield, 10 Chunqing puppets were diligently clearing the area. Suyu held a deep appreciation for Chunqing's abilities. Her puppets had achieved a level of realism that blurred the lines between illusion and reality. When he had intended to flee with Chunqing using the extreme sky illusory body, he truly had no idea when she had transformed into a puppet. After tidying up the battlefield, Chunqing presented a collection of fragmented spider demon flesh before Suyu and inquired, "Captain, will you be reclaiming this shattered spider demon flesh?" Following the explosion, the once mighty form of the spider demon had been reduced to these fragmented remains. The members of the illusory god hunting team had come to realize that Suyu could utilize monster remains to forge weapons. Thus, whenever they procured monster flesh, they often brought it to Suyu. Glancing at the remnants, Suyu quoted 30,000 credit points. Joyfully nodding, Chunqing replied, "Deal." With these 30,000 credit points, she managed to recuperate some of her losses, given that she had directly lost 9 puppets in the earlier battle, despite the potential to salvage parts from them. Her only gain had been a little over 1,000 experience points, rendering her situation quite unfortunate. Chapter 143, A Head Start? The Boss's Rebirth. Initially, Chunqing had intended to slay the spider demon and subsequently create a puppet from its remains. Her plan had been progressing smoothly until she was caught off guard by the spider demon's self-detonation. Had she been able to acquire the remnants of the spider demon and craft them into a powerful combat puppet, the loss of a few puppets would have been a worthwhile trade. Even if she did not intend to use the puppets herself, they could be sold for profit. However, the unpredictability of the situation disrupted all her calculations. Fortunately, Suyu spent 30,000 credit points to retrieve the fragmented flesh and blood of the spider demon. Otherwise, her losses would have been even greater. Neither Suyu nor Chunqing managed to locate the teleportation array. Similarly, Xiahou Tianwen and Xiahou Tianxian as well as Shun Qingyu and Zhu Hongyu, were unsuccessful in their search. However, Hualang Hai and Shi Luguang did discover a teleportation array, though the situation was rather complicated. 3 teams had arrived before them and engaged in a fierce battle with the monsters surrounding the teleportation array. It was the intensity of their conflict that alerted Hualang Hai to the fluctuations of the battle, prompting him to trace the source. Hualang Hai and Shi Luguang observed the 3 hunting teams locked in a fierce struggle against a level 35 Bloodbat King. Both were rapidly formulating strategies in their minds. Engaging the 3 hunting teams would undoubtedly be seen as dishonorable. Yet, if these teams continued their fight, the level 35 Bloodbat King would soon fall to their combined might. Once it was defeated, the 3 teams would undoubtedly ascend to the 85th level. After a moment's contemplation, Hualang Hai transmitted the true situation back via his proximity ring. Upon receiving the message, Su Yu informed the members at the camp. The Tianwen hunting team and the Xiangong hunting team then relayed the information to Xiahou Tianwen and his companions. Shortly thereafter, the 28 members of the 3 teams successfully regrouped and proceeded in the direction of Hualang Hai and Shi Luguang. Approximately an hour later, they arrived near the 2. As they approached, the battle between the 3 hunting teams and the Bloodbat King was reaching its climax. Witnessing this scene, Xiahou Tianwen decisively spoke up. Although it seemed somewhat dishonorable, this opportunity was too valuable to ignore. Once they defeated the Bloodbat King, they could adopt the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, waiting to reap the rewards. Shen Qingyu immediately nodded in agreement. No problem. Since the martial tower does not prohibit such actions, we are permitted to proceed. Su Yu also found no fault with the plan. The other hunting teams would likely make the same choice. A piercing cry erupted from the Bloodbat King's mouth. Under the assault of 30 formidable warriors, it could not withstand the onslaught. However, upon its massive form collapsing, it suddenly ignited in flames. Crimson flames swiftly engulfed the Bloodbat King, and to their astonishment, the creature rose once more. Su Yu's gaze fell upon the Bloodbat King, and he noted its transformation. Name: Nirvana Bloodbat King. Level: LV40. Classification: Boss level monster. The Bloodbat King, previously defeated, had not perished in truth. Its level had surged from 35 to 40. Moreover, the aura emanating from the Nirvana Bloodbat King was exponentially more powerful than any similar level creature Su Yu had previously encountered. Undoubtedly, this was a most formidable development. The 30 warriors who had previously besieged the Bloodbat King had yet to relish their victory before they found themselves in peril. A strange, eerie cry emanated from the Nirvana Bloodbat King, and a thick mist of blood began to spread around it, from which emerged spectral figures of warriors. These apparitions engaged the 30 surrounding fighters in brutal combat. The warriors summoned by the Nirvana Bloodbat King were composed entirely of blood, appearing vividly lifelike. They were the souls of warriors slain by the Nirvana Bloodbat King, now transformed into its puppets. The 3 hunting teams, totaling 30 members, faced over 100 of these blood-colored puppets. Each warrior found themselves contending with 3 or 4 of the blood puppets simultaneously. Furthermore, not far off, the Nirvana Bloodbat King loomed as a constant threat. Under such circumstances, continuation of the battle was utterly untenable. Retreat. Withdraw. Withdraw. The previously spirited 30 warriors descended into chaos. They realized that the Nirvana Bloodbat King was far too formidable to confront directly. However, attempting to escape was no simple task. The warriors who had fallen to the Nirvana Bloodbat King were no weaklings. As puppets, they retained 7 to 8/10 of their former combat prowess. Yet, the 3 hunting teams found themselves overwhelmed, as even the strongest could not withstand the onslaught of many. Within mere minutes, casualties began to mount. 2 warriors from the hunting teams fell to the blood puppets, their bodies transforming into massive blood cocoons. Witnessing this, the remaining warriors, despite their grief, had no choice but to retreat. Though their strength was considerable and their withdrawal timely, by the time they fully escaped the area, only 24 remained from the original 30, leaving 6 comrades forever behind. Su Yu and his companions regarded this scene with grave expressions. The monsters of the 84th level were indeed formidable adversaries. Fortunately, the 3 hunting teams had paved the way for them, revealing the Bloodbat King's capabilities. What followed was a horrifying sight. The Bloodbat King consumed the 6 fallen warriors. Subsequently, the Nirvana Bloodbat King itself transformed into a colossal blood cocoon, remaining motionless. Shen Qingyu's eyes brightened. It seems we might attempt to teleport the Nirvana Bloodbat King away, with only the Nirvana Bloodbat King remaining here. If we can teleport it, we can ascend to the next level. Of course, sealing the Nirvana Bloodbat King or trapping it by other means would also suffice. Upon hearing this, Su Yu considered the proposal favorably. What should we do? Shen Qingyu promptly replied, Captain Su Yu and I will attempt it. I will set up the array. Su Yu nodded in agreement, accompanying Shen Qingyu to try their hand at it. Employing his extreme sky illusion, he moved closer to the immense blood cocoon formed by the Nirvana Bloodbat King. In Chapter 144, the cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest, a fierce battle against the blood spring demon. Su Yu maneuvered around the Nirvana Bloodbat King multiple times. As long as he refrained from attacking it, the creature exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Were it not for the Nirvana Bloodbat King's colossal form occupying the space of the teleportation array, they could have evaded it entirely and simply teleported away. After extensive testing around the Nirvana Bloodbat King, Suyu returned to collect Shun Xingyu, who had produced several jade talismans necessary for setting up the teleportation array. With Suyu's assistance, Shun Xingyu successfully arranged the teleportation array around the Nirvana Bloodbat King. The sensation felt surreal to her. After transforming into a massive blood cocoon, it remained inexplicably still, whether due to an inability to act or some other reason. Regardless, the Nirvana Bloodbat King showed no signs of movement at that moment. With a heart full of trepidation and trembling hands, Shun Xingyu activated the teleportation array. The gathered crowd witnessed a brilliant white light enveloping the blood-colored cocoon. In the next instant, the cocoon was indeed teleported away. Seeing this unfold, the onlookers were struck by a sense of unreality. However, Suyu and his companions found themselves unable to depart just yet. Once the Nirvana Bloodbat King vanished, a plethora of blood springs emerged around the teleportation array, from which a colossal and menacing figure soon materialized. Name: Blood Spring Demon. Level: LV-35. Classification: Boss Level Monster. This time, even Suyu was taken aback. The Nirvana Bloodbat King did not appear to be the guardian monster of this realm, but rather an interloper. The creature known as the Blood Spring Demon had likely been vanquished and sealed by the Nirvana Bloodbat King prior. Subsequently, the Nirvana Bloodbat King seized this auspicious territory, drawing upon the Blood Spring Demon's power to cultivate and grow. It was only after the Nirvana Bloodbat King was teleported away that the Blood Spring Demon managed to break free from its confinement. This was an unprecedented occurrence for Suyu and his companions. The 3 hunting teams that had recently suffered heavy losses were particularly aggrieved. They had the fortune and strength to discover this location first, and had successfully defeated the Bloodbat King in its normal state. However, their luck was undeniably limited. Although they had found this place, they had unwittingly engaged the Nirvana Bloodbat King, who was not the designated guardian boss. If those 3 hunting teams were to learn of this, they would surely be disheartened. Suyu and his companions had originally believed that once they dealt with the Nirvana Bloodbat King, they could ascend to the next layer of the realm. Little did they expect that the Nirvana Bloodbat King was merely a usurper. It was unknown from which domain this boss-level monster hailed. Yet it had come to defeat the Blood Spring Demon. Now, while Suyu and his cohort did not have to confront the Nirvana Bloodbat King, they still needed to vanquish the Blood Spring Demon to utilize the teleportation array to reach the 85th layer. While the Nirvana Bloodbat King was formidable, the Blood Spring Demon, having been defeated by it, posed a relatively manageable challenge for Suyu and his companions. The group of 30 swiftly gathered around the Blood Spring Demon. Armed with the experiences of the previous 3 hunting teams, they approached the Blood Spring Demon with utmost caution. Should this Blood Spring Demon be slain, it might transform into a Nirvana Blood Spring Demon. Hence, if they were not careful, they risked repeating past mistakes. With a swish, the Blood Spring Demon loomed at a height equivalent to 3 stories. It raised its hand and conjured a blood spear that hovered beside it. With a whoosh, the blood spear surged with crimson light and hurtled towards Suyu. Rather than using his extreme sky mirage to evade, Suyu chose to meet the attack head-on. Boom. In an instant, the divine thunder-devouring star spear in Suyu's grasp collided with the massive blood spear. Rumble. Boom. 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 As the divine thunder-devouring star spear met the Blood Spring Demon's blood spear, a terrifying wave of energy erupted explosively. A dreadful shockwave surged outward from the point of collision, expanding rapidly in all directions. Crack. Crack. What followed was equally astonishing. In the wake of the collision, Suyu remained entirely unyielding. However, the gargantuan blood spear could not withstand for long. Soon, numerous icy fissures began to emerge across its surface. Before long, the massive blood spear shattered completely. This signified that Suyu possessed enough strength to contend with the Blood Spring Demon. Boom. The Blood Spring Demon, incensed by Suyu's defiance against its blood spear, erupted in a fury. In the next moment, a blood-red trident materialized in its grasp. With a swish, the Blood Spring Demon swung the trident, aiming to stab Suyu directly. Clang. Suyu again chose not to evade, gripping the divine thunder-devouring star spear tightly as he began to engage the Blood Spring Demon in direct combat. Clang. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing echoed as Suyu displayed remarkable valor, battling the Blood Spring Demon single-handedly. Despite his strength, the Blood Spring Demon was far from weak. In this fierce exchange, Suyu found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, even while he was on the back foot, the Blood Spring Demon could not gain the upper hand against him. However, at that moment, the Blood Spring Demon underwent a transformation. It morphed into a creature with 3 heads and 8 arms. Without any hesitation, Xiahou Tianwen, Shun Xingyu, and the others surged forward to confront the Blood Spring Demon. Although the Blood Spring Demon had been unable to overcome the Nirvana Bloodbat King, it was still no match for the Bloodbat King in its normal state. Faced with the assault of Suyu and his 30 companions, the blood spring demon momentarily held its ground. Yet, Suyu was acutely aware that the blood spring demon was already on the brink of defeat. To vanquish the blood spring demon, he did not even need to resort to the 4 extremes divine killing spear. Activating the Azura 100 battles state and stacking it with a few seconds of blood battle soul state would raise his current attributes to 400, enabling him to eliminate the blood spring demon with the 10 directions thunder killing spear. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of the blood spring demon possessing nirvana abilities. If that were the case, Suyu would have to cover the retreat of his companions. The fierce battle raged on. In a short span of half an hour, neither side had managed to establish a clear victor. At this juncture, there was growing concern among the group that the Nirvana Bloodbat King, recently teleported away, might return. While the blood spring demon was formidable, the 30 of them could manage it. However, the strength of the Nirvana Bloodbat King was truly terrifying. Should it return, they would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. As 30 minutes elapsed, a system notification appeared in Suyu's mind. Azura 100 battles state activated. Current battle spirit at 100. Blood battle soul state activated. All attributes elevated to 400. Blood battle soul duration 60 seconds. Remaining time 59 seconds. Chapter 145. The return of the Nirvana Bloodbat King. Forced teleportation. Boom. The blood-red martial energy surrounding Suyu transformed into crimson flames, igniting and dancing. His original 6-dimensional attributes were already approximately 10 times the average value for warriors of the same level. With the addition of the Azura 100 battles state, the blood battle soul state, and other enhancements, his current power surged to 50 times that of an ordinary warrior. With a swish, Suyu became a blur, launching himself at the blood spring demon. Clang. The blood spring demon raised its blood-red trident, attempting to engage Suyu directly once more. However, this time, the blood spring demon was struck by an overwhelming force, sending it hurtling backward. Huh, what? So powerful. This scene left the members of the illusory god hunting team, the Tianwen hunting team, and the Immortal Palace hunting team utterly astonished. At this moment, Suyu was truly fearsome. Swish, 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 swish. With every thrust of the divine thunder-devouring star spear, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. The 4 seals of the 4 extremes divine killing spear charged rapidly, with one seal completing its charge in just 5 seconds. The once mighty 3-headed, 8-armed blood spring demon was now being battered, its blood splattering everywhere. Suyu's onslaught showed no signs of abating, continuing to fiercely suppress the blood spring demon. As the 20-second mark approached, the 4 seals of earth, water, wind, and fire behind Suyu finally completed their charge. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust forth a devastating spear, the 4 extremes divine killing spear. With a swish, the divine thunder-devouring star spear in his hand transformed into a dazzling cascade of 4 colors, piercing toward the blood spring demon. Upon witnessing this, the blood spring demon was immediately struck with dread. It conjured a blood-red energy barrier in a desperate attempt to thwart Suyu's attack. Yet, it was undoubtedly overestimating its own defenses. The 4 extremes divine killing spear unleashed by Suyu in his current state was beyond its capacity to withstand. Crack, crack. The blood spring demon's energy barrier crumbled before the 4 extremes divine killing spear, unable to endure even for a moment. Suyu unleashed the formidable 4 extremes divine killing spear technique, shattering the energy barrier of the blood spring demon with an overwhelming force, reducing it to mere nothingness. Without losing momentum, he swiftly struck the heart of the blood spring demon, causing a catastrophic explosion. The massive form of the blood spring demon was effortlessly pinned to the ground by Suyu's spear. Upon vanquishing the level 35 blood spring demon, he acquired a substantial amount of experience, elevating his profession level to level 22. Devouring heaven and earth was triggered. Attribute extraction was successful. Health 1,500. Attack 120. Defense 140. Speed 90. Spirit 150. Energy 150. This encounter with the level 35 blood spring demon granted Suyu a significant boost in experience, raising his level from 21 to 22. Moreover, after extracting attributes from the blood spring demon using devouring heaven and earth, he gained a considerable number of dimensional attribute points. Completing all this took merely 22 seconds. The blood-bathed battle soul status he bore was instantly dispelled. Though this state had immensely augmented his strength, its side effects were severe. Even now, despite his considerable enhancement, the prolonged duration in the blood-bathed battle soul state would likely leave him with a day of weakness. Hua Langhai swiftly approached Suyu's side, not wasting a moment to hoist the incapacitated Suyu onto his back and promptly head for the first teleportation array. The other members of the illusory god hunting team were also gathered at the first teleportation array. At that moment, neither Xiahou Tianwen nor Xiahou Tianxian entertained any thoughts of betrayal. Suyu's recent display of power had left them astounded. However, they discerned that Suyu's ultimate trump card had come at a great personal cost. Now, in his weakened state, any martial artist could easily defeat him. Yet, Navigating the path behind the Martial Tower was fraught with challenges. Having a formidable ally like Suyu undoubtedly made their journey far less arduous. Even in his compromised state, there was no need for them to seize the first teleportation array. Shun Qingyu and Zhu Hongyu, upon witnessing Suyu's fall, had briefly considered intervening. The vastness of the Martial Tower's space left uncertainty about whether they would encounter Suyu again. However, after weighing the pros and cons, Shun Qingyu ultimately refrained from giving the order to strike. Without Suyu, the illusory god hunting team was still formidable. Furthermore, should they encounter Suyu again, they might find themselves in a position to win effortlessly, provided he was at full strength. If he were in a weakened state, the powerful trump card he had previously employed would likely be beyond his reach. After Hua Langhai transported Suyu to the first teleportation array, Xiahou Tianwen's voice rang out. He addressed the members of the illusory god hunting team and the celestial palace hunting team, saying, "We shall rest here for a while before proceeding to the 85th layer. Of course, if the Nirvana Bloodbat King returns, we will teleport immediately." Suyu nodded slightly in agreement, with no objections. The celestial palace hunting team also voiced no dissent. Thus, the three teams took the opportunity to recuperate. Fifth Sakura approached Suyu, her hands adorned with two azure-green mystical seals. After kneeling beside him, she said, "Captain, I believe I can expedite your recovery. May I assist you with some healing?" "Very well," Suyu replied, acknowledging his dire state of exhaustion. Under normal circumstances, this state of weakness would linger for an extended period. If Fifth Sakura's healing abilities could hasten his recovery, it would certainly facilitate his future activation of the Warrior Path, a Jura of 100 battles state, subsequently layering it with Warrior Path, Blood-bathed Battle Soul, with greater ease. Fifth Sakura knelt beside Suyu, placing her hands upon him. The azure light from her palms began to flow around Suyu. This was her healing ability, Chaos Dispel, primarily designed to swiftly liberate martial artists from various abnormal states. She was uncertain whether her ability would have any effect on Suyu's current condition. Oh, after receiving Fifth Sakura's treatment, Suyu's expression brightened. He expressed his delight, saying, "Your healing ability has accelerated my recovery by approximately 50%. Although Fifth Sakura could not restore him to full strength instantly, a 50% reduction in recovery time was still quite remarkable. If the Nirvana Bloodbat King did not return, Suyu intended to fully recuperate here before departing. Unfortunately, after resting for roughly 2 hours, the expressions of the group shifted. In the distant sky, the Nirvana Bloodbat King was rapidly approaching. Chapter 146, Entering the Finals. The Martial Tower. This boss-level creature was significantly more formidable than others of its kind, for it grasped within its claws a Earth Dragon Beast. Name, Earth Dragon Beast. Level, LV40. Classification, boss-level creature. Description, the Earth Dragon Beast is a creature that harnesses Earth attribute energy. Adept in Earth attribute attacks and proficient in burrowing underground. The Earth Dragon Beast, ensnared in the grasp of the Nirvana Bloodbat King, was also a boss-level creature. However, this creature had perished. It had recently encountered the Nirvana Bloodbat King and engaged in a fierce battle. The outcome was defeat for the Earth Dragon Beast, which subsequently became the Nirvana Bloodbat King's meal. Previously, when the Nirvana Bloodbat King transformed into a blood cocoon, it possessed formidable defenses. Remaining oblivious to the happenings of the outside world, it had intended to enjoy a restful slumber after a battle, only to find itself inadvertently transported to the territory of the Earth Dragon Beast by Suyu and Shun Qingyu. Unaware of the nature of the blood cocoon, the Earth Dragon Beast regarded it merely as an ordinary prey. It had no inkling that this prey was far beyond its capacity to consume. Upon awakening, the Nirvana Bloodbat King swiftly dispatched the Earth Dragon Beast within half an hour, before journeying onward to discover Suyu and his companions occupying its former lair. Inciting its wrath, naturally, Suyu and his companions dared not provoke this formidable entity. The Nirvana Bloodbat King was undoubtedly at the apex of the food chain within the 84th layer of the Martial Tower. Having first sealed the Blood Spring Demon and extracted its power, it continued to cultivate and grow. Upon being teleported to the territory of the Earth Dragon Beast, it had effortlessly defeated the boss-level creature. Teleport. Suyu, Xiahou Tianwen, and Shun Qingyu did not hesitate, directly utilizing the teleportation array. Buzz. In the next moment, 3 radiant beams of white light erupted from the teleportation array, enveloping the group. Soon after, Suyu and his companions found themselves in the space of the 85th layer. Upon arrival, they noted the absence of Xiahou Tianwen, Shun Qingyu, and others. Of course, they also did not see Murong Yao and Sima Sun. Fortunately, after enduring the hellish trials of the previous layers of the Martial Tower, nearly every hunting team had developed a sense of cooperation to divide the teleportation slots. Collaboration among the 3 hunting teams was essential. Throughout this process, Suyu and the illusory god hunting team had partnered with several other hunting teams, successfully navigating through challenges. Thus, the illusory god hunting team smoothly made its way to the 91st layer. At this point, the majority of hunting teams had not seen a further increase in team points, with only the final 30 team scores continuing to fluctuate. This indicated that the top 30 teams had emerged upon reaching the 91st layer of the Martial Tower. The ranking of the illusory god hunting team had also seen considerable improvement, rising from their usual 8th or 9th position to 7th place. Xiahou Tianwen's Heavenly Inquiry hunting team has secured the 10th position among the top 10 gatekeepers, while the Xian Palace hunting team ranks 15th. Another team, the Glory hunting team, which has collaborated several times with the illusory god hunting team, finds itself in the 31st position. Although the Glory hunting team exhibits commendable strength, it is evident that they still fall short of breaking into the top 30. Beyond the 30 elite teams, several formidable lone warriors have also ascended to the 91st floor. These solitary fighters, having ventured to the 91st floor, undoubtedly possess remarkable strength. In the individual leaderboard, the top 300 warriors do not consist solely of members from the 30 elite hunting teams. Approximately 30 independent warriors have managed to infiltrate the ranks of the top 300. Moreover, from the 91st floor onward, the Martial Tower imposes no cap on points. Nor is there a teleportation array for points. Henceforth, the ultimate competition begins in earnest. Su Yu, accompanied by the members of the illusory god hunting team, sought refuge in a relatively secure campsite on the 91st floor of the Martial Tower to recuperate. He then proceeded to examine his attribute panel. Name, Su Yu. Class 1, Blacksmith. Level, LV25, 50. Skill, Limit-Breaking Smelting. Effect, your equipment refinement is guaranteed to succeed, with a chance to acquire mythical attributes. Class 2, Dimensional Sorcerer. Level, LV25, 50. Skill, Dimensional Sacrifice. Effect, consumes high-grade refining materials to summon dimensional beings for cooperative combat. Health, 75, 000, 400. Attack, 8. 500, 400. Defense, 7. 500, 400. Speed, 8, 000, 400. Mentality, 8, 000, 400. Energy, 8, 000, 400. Warrior Path Level 40. 6-dimensional attribute points, 400. After enduring fierce battles in the preceding floors, his level has ascended to LV25. His 6-dimensional attributes are, on average, over 10 times that of comparable warriors at the same level. To illustrate, if the average score of a class is 60, Su Yu possesses the prowess of achieving a score of 600. Without such formidable strength, he could not have led the illusory god hunting team through myriad challenges. The members of the illusory god hunting team have also made significant progress following their previous blood-soaked skirmishes. Su Yu gathered everyone around the campsite to deliberate on their forthcoming actions. Although there are no longer teleportation array point rewards, the monsters near the arrays still require collaboration from multiple hunting teams for easier subjugation. While we navigate the space of the 91st floor of the Martial Tower, we should consider partnering with other hunting teams. Additionally, since our stay on each floor cannot exceed 7 days, we must hunt monsters while simultaneously scouting for the location of the teleportation arrays leading to the upper floors. Does anyone have anything to add? Upon hearing Su Yu's remarks, the members of the illusory god hunting team began to ponder if there was anything to contribute. After a moment, Hua Langhai spoke up. I believe we should prioritize reaching the vicinity of the teleportation array before contemplating monster hunts. Based on our observations, the strength of the monsters will experience a dramatic escalation from this floor onward. We must ensure our ability to teleport to the next level before engaging with the surrounding monsters. Su Yu's perspective was that they could slay monsters while simultaneously searching for the teleportation array. In contrast, Hua Langhai suggested that locating the teleportation array should take precedence over monster hunting. Agreed, Su Yu replied after a moment's contemplation, endorsing Hua Langhai's proposal. Given his current formidable strength, leading the team in slaying monsters while advancing would not pose an issue. However, Hua Langhai's suggestion was undoubtedly more prudent. Thus, adopting his plan seemed the wisest course of action. Chapter 147, The Sunken Coffin. Surrounded by tree demons, the members of the illusory god hunting team swiftly reached a consensus and cautiously commenced their actions. Within their ranks, Su Yu remained the highest in level, currently at LV25. Following him were Qin Bingyue and Hua Langhai, both barely reaching LV24. The remaining 7 members, aside from Yang Yu, all stood at LV23. Yang Yu, despite his diligent efforts, found himself at LV22. Although his level was lower than the others, his strength was not significantly inferior to that of Wang Ying and the others. After proceeding for a while, they stumbled upon a corpse. Upon sighting the body, the expressions of the group shifted subtly. Wang Chen, Wang Ying exclaimed, gazing at the corpse encased in a block of solid ice not far away. Wang Chen, Wang Ying's cousin, was not someone he was particularly familiar with. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them, as Wang Chen ranked 150th among the top 300 warriors. To encounter a warrior of such caliber now reduced to a lifeless form was nothing short of shocking. Su Yu, utilizing his formidable mental prowess of over 8,000 points, scrutinized the scene closely. He surmised that Wang Chen had likely frozen himself using his last vestiges of strength before succumbing. A clear trail of blood surrounded the area. indicating that Wang Chun had recently faced a dire situation, sustaining severe injuries. It appeared he had fled here, ultimately succumbing to his wounds. Su Yu turned to Wang Ying and inquired, "Old Wang, do you wish to take his remains with you?" Wang Ying shook his head in response, stating, "Let it be. My relationship with my family is not the best. If he wished to leave, he could have teleported out at the last moment. His choice to encase himself in this place likely reflects his unwillingness to depart. I will find a suitable place to give him a proper burial." Xiao Annie stepped forward, offering, "I will assist you." As she spoke, she commanded the surrounding flora to gradually form a pit in the soil near Wang Chen's body. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ying expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Xiao." Su Yu contemplated briefly, intending to procure a coffin from the Universal Trading Post. However, Hua Langhai had already retrieved a stone coffin from his inventory. This was the sunken coffin, which, when buried in the earth, would gradually descend to a depth of 1,000 meters. Wang Chen's remains would find eternal rest in that location. Wang Ying expressed his heartfelt thanks once more. "Thank you, Brother Hua." Subsequently, Wang Ying placed Wang Chen's body into the sunken coffin. Upon contact with the soil, the coffin indeed began its slow descent. After laying Wang Chun to rest, the group continued their journey, now more cautious than ever. In the illusory god-hunting team, Su Yu held the 9th position in the individual leaderboard, while Hua Langhai and Qin Bingwei were ranked among the top 100. Shi Luguang's ranking fell below 150. The remaining 6 members were positioned beyond 150. This indicated that should they encounter the same dangers faced by Wang Chun, aside from Su Yu and the other 3, the remaining 6 would be in significant peril. However, they appeared to be traversing the outskirts at this moment. After navigating through this area for quite some time, they had yet to encounter any monsters. "Wait." Xiao Annie's voice suddenly rang out within the team. "What is it?" Su Yu inquired, puzzled. Xiao Annie pointed ahead at the multitude of trees, declaring, "All of these are monsters." Even Su Yu, with his impressive mental power, was taken aback, having failed to detect their presence. In the woods ahead, the trees were, astonishingly, all monsters. Of course, it was not only he who failed to notice this. Hua Langhai and Qin Bingwei also did not perceive it immediately. "We found ourselves encircled." After probing with his mental energy, Su Yu informed the members of the illusionary god-hunting team. As they traversed this area, numerous tree demons had layered themselves around them. Hua Langhai, Qin Bingwei, and the others gradually became aware of the situation. Hua Langhai turned to Xiao Annie and inquired, "Can you communicate with these plants, even control them?" Xiao Annie shook her head. "The mental power of these tree demons surpasses mine. I cannot control them." I attempted to communicate, but they did not respond. Upon hearing this, Qin Bingwei cautioned, "Prepare for battle." Her platinum staff was already in hand. The lady financier's staff was not the original one she had used, yet it retained its platinum sheen. With a resounding clang, Hua Langhai drew his sword. Shi Luguang, feeling quite helpless, conjured 2 azure water orbs beside him. Although his talent was remarkable, his laziness, combined with the absence of the unique advantages possessed by Su Yu, Hua Langhai, and Qin Bingwei, placed him in a transitional role within the team. Nanmin Feng drew an enchanted bow and knocked an arrow. Surrounding Qinqing were suddenly 10 puppets modeled after her. Despite the passage of considerable time and numerous experiences, Qinqing still favored creating puppets based on her own likeness. However, the weapons held by the 10 Qinqing puppets varied. The intense battles of recent times had brought significant progress for Qinqing. Surrounding Wu Ying were various talismans adorned with red characters on a black background, prepared for action. Wang Ying was enveloped by a tempest, lifting him into the air. On his hands appeared a pair of gauntlet spikes. Behind Xiao Annie emerged a row of black vines, each as tall as a person, capable of moving freely like the surrounding tree demons. Yang Yu grasped his battle blade tightly, with flickers of flame occasionally manifesting around him. "Engage." At a certain moment, Su Yu's voice rang out, and the members of the illusionary god-hunting team began to clash with the surrounding tree demons. These tree demons were all at level 30, their strength slightly exceeding that of the group. However, they were, after all, creatures from the 91st floor of the martial arts tower, which categorized them as boss-level monsters elsewhere. The tree demons' attack patterns primarily involved branches, vines, ground spikes, and explosive fruits. Su Yu wielded the thunder-devouring star spear, swinging it fiercely. Zzz. A brilliant blue lightning spear shot forth, hurtling towards the approaching tree demons. His power was formidable. The ordinary tree demons in this locale were utterly insufficient. Boom. The blue lightning spear tore through the air, unleashing an overwhelming force as it struck a tree demon of roughly 1.5 meters in height. Chapter 148, Explosive Fruits. The Tree Demon King's Decision. Boom. Upon impact, the lightning spear detonated with terrifying force. Although this particular tree demon was no weakling, it was utterly incapable of withstanding Su Yu's assault. The explosion from the lightning spear transformed the tree demon into a shower of splintered wood. After dispatching this tree demon, Su Yu continued to target the others. They had spent an extensive period within the martial arts tower's confines, and now the final moments approached. They were weary, as were their competitors. The hunting team with stronger cohesion and willpower stood a greater chance of claiming victory. Seeing their captain's overwhelming prowess, the illusionary god hunting team felt invigorated. As they navigated the 91st floor of the martial arts tower, they remained cautious, yet unafraid. Buzz. The night charm ring on Su Yu's hand radiated light. In the next instant, the night charm black cat appeared beside him. Su Yu's combat capability was more than tenfold that of an average level 25 warrior. The night charm black cat inherited half of his attributes. Thus its combat prowess exceeded that of a level 25 warrior by over 5 times. Aside from Su Yu, Qin Bingyue, and Hua Langhai, the remaining 7 members of the illusionary god hunting team might indeed struggle against the night charm black cat in a life-and-death confrontation. Once the night charm black cat appeared, it began battling the surrounding tree demons. Numerous ordinary tree demons emerged nearby, with a towering tree looming behind them. This entity was known as the Tree Demon King, the first boss-level monster Su Yu encountered since entering the 91st floor of the martial arts tower. The Tree Demon King did not rush into combat, instead observing the situation. If Su Yu and his companions proved overwhelmingly powerful, it would choose to retreat. The Tree Demon King regarded warriors and other prey as indistinguishable. Their flesh contained vast amounts of martial energy. By hunting and devouring warriors, they could achieve growth. However, the Tree Demon King would not engage in a losing venture. If the warriors it faced were too powerful, it would opt for withdrawal. The fallen tree demons were inconsequential. Those currently fighting Su Yu and his companions were of low intelligence and limited potential, mere cannon fodder meant to test the waters against other prey. Buzz. After a brief assessment, the Tree Demon King emitted a wave of mental energy, ordering a retreat. It deemed the illusionary god hunting team to be relatively formidable. To tackle this tough opponent would not be an easy feat. Thus, the Tree Demon King decisively commanded a withdrawal. A multitude of tree demons began to retreat in an orderly fashion. Although many ordinary tree demons had been eliminated in the recent skirmish, the elite from their ranks had not yet engaged. At this moment, a black fruit was flung from the enormous canopy of a dark tree. This fruit shimmered with red runes, appearing quite perilous. As Wang Ying observed the approaching fruit, he remained entirely vigilant. He deftly summoned the tempest, propelling the massive fruit skyward. Boom. The pitch-black fruit exploded into a colossal fireball hundreds of meters high, causing no harm to the illusionary god hunting team. The tree demons that had obstructed their path had now fled entirely. After the mass exodus of tree demons, Su Yu and the illusionary god hunting team began to scour the battlefield. No one had been injured in the recent confrontation. The remnants of the tree demons were swiftly dismantled by Qin Qing, utilizing her 10 puppets. This had become a standard procedure within the illusionary god hunting team. After defeating monsters, Qin Qing would extract valuable components from them. The remaining monster remains were collected by Su Yu, who would then distribute the rewards among the other 9 members. The remains quickly turned to ash beneath the thunder-devouring star spear. A significant number of dimensional attribute points were awarded to Su Yu at this moment. After dealing with the tree demons, they continued their search for the teleportation array. As they proceeded, Hua Langhai cautioned, "We must remain even more vigilant." When we first arrived at the 91st floor, there were 363 names illuminated on the personal leaderboard. This indicates that 363 warriors initially reached the 91st floor. Now, over 20 names have dimmed, suggesting those warriors have either perished or exited the martial arts tower, prematurely concluding their trials. In the trials of the martial arts tower, both the top hunting teams and individual participants have the opportunity to earn rewards. Those who have successfully navigated through the challenges to reach the 91st floor of the tower are undoubtedly formidable warriors. However, at this moment, numerous powerful contenders have already faced elimination. The atmosphere of the 91st floor is far more perilous than most martial artists could ever envision. Certainly, as the sands are sifted, only the purest gold remains. In such circumstances, those hunting teams and individuals who manage to endure until the end will possess even greater value. The 91st floor of the martial arts tower is vast and boundless, with skies soaring high above. After a day has passed, Su Yu and his companions have yet to locate the teleportation array on this level. As night falls, they begin to set up camp and prepare their meal. One by one, cooking utensils are retrieved from their inventory. Su Yu and Wang Ying take charge of washing the ingredients, which consist of vegetables and fruits rich in martial energy, as well as edible meat from exotic beasts. The source of these ingredients is the space within the martial arts tower. In the hunting team, the task of gathering ingredients is overseen by Qin Qing. While Su Yu and Wang Ying clean the ingredients, Qin Qing and Wu Ying handle the fire. Hua Langhai and Yang Yu are responsible for cutting the ingredients as required. Qin Bingyue and Shi Luguang serve as the chefs of the team, while Qiao Annie and Nan Menfeng assist the 2 culinary masters. At this moment, the esteemed Miss Qin Bingyue and Chef Shi Luguang engage in a new round of culinary competition. With a swift motion, flames dance around the frying pan in front of Qin Bingyue, while Chef Shi Luguang focuses on searing ribs. The alluring aroma of the food wafts through the campsite. Not far from the illusory god hunting team, Shun Yi and the members of the first hunting team observe from a hillside, witnessing the exquisite dishes being prepared by Qin Bingyue and Shi Luguang. Instantly, the martial artist grade instant noodles in Shun Yi and his companions' hands lose their allure. The martial artist's special instant noodles is a type of fast food crafted from ingredients abundant in martial energy. Consuming these noodles not only restores martial energy, but also offers a delightful taste. Yet, when compared to the array of delicacies being created at the illusory God Hunting Team's campsite, they suddenly seem far less appealing. Chapter 149, Boss-Level Monsters Clash. The members of the illusory God Hunting Team are well aware of the presence of the first hunting team nearby. However, as it is mealtime, neither group engages with the other. Once their meal concludes, the 10 members of the illusory God Hunting Team begin to take turns resting. Su Yu and Yang Yu are the first to keep watch. Yang Yu, armed with his battle blade, patrols the perimeter of the campsite, while Su Yu sits by the central campfire, ever vigilant for potential dangers that lurk in the martial arts tower's space. They have faced numerous threats during their previous camping trips in the tower. Fortunately, this night passes relatively peacefully, with no incidents occurring. As an hour passes, Su Yu wakes Qin Bingyue and Wang Ying, while he and Yang Yu retire to rest. During the hour that Qin Bingyue and Wang Ying are on watch, no unusual occurrences arise. Soon, the rotation brings Su Yu and Yang Yu back to the watch, and at this time, dawn begins to break, extinguishing the campfire. However, with Su Yu's formidable mental acuity, he is able to sense if any monsters approach their vicinity. His perception reveals that no creatures have emerged in the surrounding area. Suddenly, just as the hour draws to a close and Su Yu prepares to awaken the others, the ground beneath them trembles violently, akin to an earthquake. Instantly, the commotion rouses everyone from their slumber. Upon waking, they cautiously survey their surroundings. "Captain, what is happening?" Qin Bingyue inquires, puzzled, having scanned the area without noticing anything amiss. Su Yu shakes his head. "I'm not sure. Everything within my mental coverage appears normal." Once again, the ground quakes violently. Although Su Yu remains uncertain of the cause, he has deduced the source of the tremors. "Stay here, I'll go check it out," he instructs, activating his extreme celestial phantom ability for rapid spatial movement. After traveling for approximately half an hour, he discovers the source of the disturbance. A level 50 mountain giant and a level 50 cyclops are engaged in a fierce battle. These colossal beings tower at least 30 to 40 stories high, clashing in a vast, open valley. For the first time, Su Yu realizes that such level 50 monsters exist within the 91st floor of the martial arts tower. Thankfully, these two titans are not the guardians of the teleportation array. Had they been, advancing to a higher level would have been utterly impossible. Both the mountain giant and the cyclops possess formidable strength. Observing the clash from a safe distance, Su Yu notices other martial artists drawn to the spectacle. Upon realizing the source of the tremors, they quickly vacate the area. Su Yu, too, decides not to linger. Defeating the mountain giant and cyclops would likely yield considerable points, but it is clear that no one on this level possesses the strength to take them down. The power of these beings is evenly matched, and a mutual defeat is unlikely. Naturally, some martial artists opt to stay behind, hoping to reap the benefits as opportunists. However, they remain unaware that the mountain giant and cyclops engage in their battles here almost daily, viewing it as both training and entertainment. Unfortunately, those who linger do not comprehend this. As Su Yu retraces his steps using the extreme celestial phantom, he suddenly halts in his tracks. While traversing a particular area, his mental energy detects spatial fluctuations. Previously overlooked, he now realizes the significance. This spatial fluctuation is familiar to him, for it is the very essence of the teleportation array's energy. Without wasting any time, he sets off in that direction to investigate. Shortly thereafter, he encounters a multitude of monsters surrounding the teleportation array. Numerous martial artists are actively clearing out the creatures in this vicinity. It appears that about 1/5 of the individuals in the 91st floor of the martial arts tower have gathered here. After surveying the area for a moment and confirming that the members of the illusory God Hunting Team can also reach this location, Su Yu promptly communicates with Hua Langhai via the proximity ring. "Hua Langhai, I've located the teleportation array leading to the next level. Take note of my current coordinates and rendezvous with me here." Hua Langhai and the others quickly jot down Su Yu's coordinates and make their way over. As for the members of the first hunting team, they did not camp nearby the previous night, opting instead to move through the night. Su Yu had initially intended to collaborate with them, but now he cannot locate them. After a while, the members of the illusory God Hunting Team gather near the teleportation array. Numerous hunting teams have also appeared at this site. For the moment, these teams have not forged alliances, instead opting to directly engage in combat with the monsters surrounding the teleportation array. Su Yu and the illusory God Hunting Team make the same decision as the other hunting teams. With no boss-level monsters present, they commence the hunt for various elite creatures in the area. As Su Yu hunted numerous monsters, he also observed the warriors from other hunting teams. After surveying the area, he realized that figures such as Xiahou Tianxian and Shen Xingyu were absent from this instant space. Within this realm, there were approximately 10 hunting teams present. If his assumptions were correct, the 91st floor of the martial arts tower should have activated 3 instant spaces. Moreover, the most formidable hunting team present was the 7th-ranked Phantom God hunting team. While assessing the surrounding warriors, many were equally scrutinizing him, the esteemed figure among the top 10. At that moment, Suyu refrained from exerting his full strength, nor had he entered the states of Shura's 100 Battles or Bloody Battle Soul. Despite their prolonged gaze, the onlookers failed to discern the depths of his prowess. On the individual leaderboard, he held the highest rank among all warriors here, currently positioned at 9th. However, the warrior ranked 10th was also present, a practitioner wielding energy-throwing knives. Surrounding him were numerous flying knives, formed from compressed martial energy, exhibiting astonishing lethality. A single concentrated energy knife could pierce through 3 to 5 ordinary monsters effortlessly. Upon noticing this warrior named Beigong Xiao, Suyu observed that he too regarded him with interest. Beigong Xiao smiled at Suyu before resuming his hunt of the nearby creatures. The final 10 floors of the martial arts tower lacked the benefits of teleportation array points, relying solely on raw strength to ascend. After surveying his surroundings, Suyu began to eliminate the nearby monsters, having realized that on the final 10 floors of the martial arts tower, the objective was to slay as many creatures as possible. Monsters such as the level 50 mountain giant and the level 50 cyclops were best avoided. Although these creatures resided in this layer of the instant space, their colossal forms, towering at 3 to 4 stories high, were beyond their capacity to hunt. A typical level 25 warrior might struggle to breach their defenses. As time passed, around 100 warriors gathered near the teleportation array, and with their combined strength, the surrounding monsters were cleared at an accelerated pace. Those who reached this level and appeared in this area were indeed formidable. After cleansing the monsters in this vicinity, the warriors made varied choices. Some opted to enter the previous layer, while others began to eliminate monsters in different parts of the 91st floor instance. A few teams, including the Phantom God hunting team, divided into 5 groups to explore the surroundings, each equipped with proximity rings for real-time communication and message transmission. Their aim was to investigate the number of monsters remaining in the 91st floor instance space, specifically those they could potentially defeat. Should a significant number of such creatures exist, they would remain in this instance space for a while longer. If not, they would proceed to the next floor of the martial arts tower. Suyu teamed up with Shi Luguang for this endeavor. As the captain of the Phantom God hunting team, it was imperative for him to understand each member's capabilities to formulate effective strategies against powerful monsters. Although he had previously vanquished formidable boss-level creatures while in the Bloody Battle Soul state, the repercussions of entering that state were substantial. It was manageable if they concluded their battles promptly, as he would not need to continue fighting afterward, but in a real battlefield scenario, the period of vulnerability was perilous. The 60-second burst of terror from the Bloody Battle Soul state could serve as a potent contingency. However, he preferred to avoid its indiscriminate use in normal circumstances. If the other members of the Phantom God hunting team could restrain and collectively attack the monsters, he would not be compelled to rely on that state frequently. During this period, the progress of the Phantom God hunting team members had been remarkably swift. Moving forward, their combat strategies would focus heavily on teamwork. Suyu gained further insight into Shi Luguang's character, which was rather laid back. However, his profession suited him well, allowing him to undergo professional advancements at levels 10 and 20. A warrior has the potential for a professional upgrade upon reaching level 10, level 20, and subsequently every 10 levels thereafter. For instance, Shi Luguang had progressed from the initial water manipulator to the current water elementalist. Captain, it seems there are no monsters around here, Shi Luguang remarked as they explored the instance space together. It was also possible that their current area lacked monsters, while other regions were still rife with activity. Suyu pondered for a moment before responding. Let us conclude our exploration here. I will check on the situation of the other groups. He then initiated communication with Qin Bingyue. How is your group faring? This time, Qin Bingyue was teamed up with Xiao Annie. As these exploration tasks involved random group assignments to foster deeper connections among team members, Qin Bingyue's voice soon resonated in Suyu's mind. Xiao Qiao and I have discovered some monsters, though their numbers are limited. How about your side? Suyu replied honestly. The area Shi Luguang and I explored has almost no monsters. I will continue to contact the others to ascertain their situations. Following this, he reached out to Hua Langhai and Qin Qing. Old Hua, how does it look on your end? Hua Langhai's voice promptly responded. There are a plethora of monsters here. It seems that a significant concentration of them exists in this area of the instant space. We recently encountered a level 60 boss monster that is not to be trifled with. Suyu had initially assumed the monsters in this layer of the instant space had been largely eradicated, only to discover that Hua Langhai's area was still teeming with them. Next, he inquired about Nanmen Feng and 5th Sakura's group. Nanmen Feng, what is the situation over there? He refrained from using Nanmen Feng's nickname, even though Wang Ying often referred to him by it. Upon hearing Suyu's inquiry, Nanmen Feng quickly reported, Captain, there are numerous monsters in our area. The density surpasses that around the teleportation array. Their strength is comparable to those near the teleportation array. We can proceed to hunt here. After communicating with Nanmin Feng, Suyu continued to reach out to Wang Ying and Yang Yu. Old Wang, what about your situation? Wang Ying's voice soon echoed back. Captain, Old Yang is injured. The number of monsters here is moderate, but quite formidable. Just now, Old Yang and I managed to take down one monster together, but he sustained injuries. Suyu hurriedly inquired, is the injury severe? Yang Yu relayed through the proximity ring, just a minor injury. Wang Ying, witnessing Yang Yu's nearly bloodied state, couldn't help but curse under his breath, thinking, this is just a minor injury? Fortunately, the Phantom God hunting team's finances were currently robust, allowing for the liberal use of superior healing waters after sustaining injuries. Otherwise, Yang Yu could have already abandoned his state of being missing and transmitted himself away. Suyu naturally harbored doubts about Yang Yu's words. For Yang Yu, as long as the injuries were not fatal, they were mere trifles. Perhaps even a fatal wound was just a trivial matter. Due to his lack of strength and mediocre talent, Yang Yu had been relentlessly forging ahead, and injuries had become a commonplace occurrence for him. Rather than heeding Yang Yu's advice, Suyu turned to Wang Ying and inquired, what is the current condition of Yang Yu? Chapter 151, the 98th level of the martial arts tower, competing for the top 3. Wang Ying remained silent for a moment before responding. It looked quite serious just now. However, perhaps due to his frequent injuries, Old Yang is recovering rather quickly this time. I administered 2 bottles of premium healing potion to him, and now he is back on his feet. Haha. Yang Yu, standing beside Wang Ying, could hear their conversation. After Wang Ying finished speaking, Yang Yu interjected indignantly. What do you mean, back on his feet? I've always been a hero. Alright. Hiss. Due to his vigorous movements, a wound that had yet to be fully healed by the premium potion split open further. Blood gushed from the injury, and Yang Yu couldn't help but grimace. Good heavens! Wang Ying exclaimed upon witnessing this, quickly retrieving another bottle of premium healing potion to treat Yang Yu. As he administered the treatment, he quipped, Old Yang, your regenerative ability is quite impressive. Tell me honestly, do you have some blood-related secondary profession? Yang Yu retorted with irritation. Go cool off somewhere. In another part of the forest, Suyu had already grasped the situation of the members of the Phantom God hunting team. He immediately sent a message to all members. First, gather at Nanmin Feng's location to clear the surrounding monsters. Then proceed to the area where Wang Ying is currently located to eliminate nearby creatures. Finally, head to the area where Hualang Hai is situated to clear the monsters there. Is everyone clear on this? Wang Ying promptly replied, understood, Captain. Nanmin Feng also confirmed. Got it. Fifth Sakura chimed in, okay. Chen Qing responded, understood. After notifying everyone, the group swiftly made their way to Nanmin Feng's area to regroup. In the subsequent levels, they employed a similar strategy, cutting their way through foes until they reached the 96th level. At that moment, only the names of the last 100 or so warriors remained illuminated on the personal leaderboard. The names of the other warriors had dimmed, indicating they had either perished or concluded their trials. Not long after the Phantom God hunting team entered the 96th level, they witnessed 2 more names fading away on the leaderboard, signifying that 2 additional warriors had been eliminated. The remaining warriors were all exceedingly powerful. Having survived such a brutal trial, their strength had undoubtedly experienced a tremendous leap. Even Yang Yu, who had previously been at the bottom of the Phantom God hunting team, had now become a formidable contender among peers of the same rank. However, the final 5 levels of the martial arts tower dungeon were undeniably not easy to conquer. Upon confirming that their hunting team had entered the top 10, the 10th and 9th ranked teams opted to conclude their trials. The 10th ranked team was the Celestial Palace hunting team, while the 9th was the first hunting team. The current leading team remained the Eternal hunting team, followed by the God-slaying hunting team in second place. The third position had shifted from the Daylight hunting team to the Azura hunting team, resulting in the Daylight hunting team dropping to 4th place. This indicated fierce competition. The hunting team led by Bai Jingtong, one of the twins from the Bai family, was unable to secure a place in the top 3. Following Eternal, God-slaying, and Azura, the 4th was Daylight, and the 5th was Blood Moon hunting team. Like the Celestial Palace hunting team, the Blood Moon hunting team consisted entirely of female members. But these 10 ladies were all thorns among roses. On the Phantom God hunting team's side, with Suyu, Qin Bingyue, and Hualang Hai as their standout players, they were currently ranked 6th. Behind them was the Dark Horse hunting team, aptly named for their unexpected rise. This team, which had previously only ranked among the top 30, surged during the final phase, confidently securing 7th place. Following the Dark Horse hunting team was the Inquiry hunting team led by Xiahou Tianwen, currently in 8th place. Apart from these 8 hunting teams still vying for victory, the others had either been eliminated or had voluntarily concluded their trials. Nonetheless, within the martial arts tower, 90 warriors remained, signifying that 10 lone champions had bravely made their way to the 96th level. If these 10 were to unite as a hunting team, they might very well challenge the Eternal hunting team. After all, having individually reached the 96th level, their combined strength would surely be formidable. Suyu had previously encountered Beigong Sha, one of these 10. However, As time progressed, eliminations continued. By the time the Phantom God hunting team arrived at the 98th level, all 10 lone champions had been eliminated. The original 8 hunting teams were down to just 6. The Dark Horse hunting team was unable to maintain their momentum, concluding their trials even before the Inquiry hunting team. After securing 7th place, the Inquiry hunting team also opted to end their trials. This martial arts tower trial had seen an abundance of strong contenders, and achieving 7th place was already commendable. After battling through the last 2 levels, the ranking of the Phantom God hunting team surged to 5th place. The current standings were Eternal in 1st, Godslaying in 2nd, Azura in 3rd, Daylight in 4th, Phantom God in 5th, and Blood Moon in 6th. These 6 teams engaged in their final contest within the 98th level dungeon space, where all monsters were of nightmarish difficulty. On the Phantom God hunting team side, apart from Suyu, Qinbingwe, and Hualanghai, the other members lacked the capability to single-handedly defeat monsters. Indeed, even the ordinary creatures at this level required multiple individuals collaborating to vanquish them. Suyu's rank on the personal leaderboard was also on the rise. Currently, the top position was held by Lei Jinhong, the leader of the God-slaying hunting team. The 2nd and 3rd places were occupied by the brothers Situ Yong and Situ Hung of the Eternal hunting team. Bai Jingtong held the 4th place, while Suyu found himself in 5th. Initially, Bai Jingtong regarded Suyu as nothing more than a trivial ant easily crushed. He believed Suyu was simply courting death by opposing him. Now, however, Bai Jingtong recognized that Suyu possessed considerable skill. Otherwise, he would not have fought his way to 5th place on the personal leaderboard. Upon arriving at the 98th level, the members of the Phantom God hunting team did not rush to hunt monsters. Instead, they opted to rest. At this juncture, with sufficient patience, it was conceivable that they could outlast another team. After all, the monsters within this level were exceptionally formidable. Finding a relatively safe campsite, the team began to set up defenses around their camp. Once their campsite was established, they commenced their recuperation. Having battled through numerous challenges to reach this level, every member had experienced significant growth and strength. Although they were currently ranked 5th, their ultimate goal remained to claim the top position. In the 98th level of the martial arts tower, the Eternal hunting team was also deliberating their subsequent course of action. Chapter 152, Luck is Crucial. The Eternal hunting team, affiliated with the Situ family, comprised members who were either direct descendants of the Situ family or elite outsiders trained by them. The team was led by Situ Yong, with Situ Hung serving as the vice-captain. The two were blood brothers. Situ Yong glanced at the current leaderboard and remarked, Lei Jinhong's God-slaying hunting team is our formidable rival. Although we have consistently maintained an edge over them, their score is perilously close to ours. The remaining hunting teams, Shura, Daylight, Mirage, and Blood Moon, are considerably weaker than us in overall strength. Upon hearing this, Situ Hung nodded slightly, his thoughts aligning with those of his elder brother. We must seize the opportunity to rest. As long as we maintain our previous momentum, Lei Jinhong will be unable to surpass us. After all, he is alone on his side, possessing extraordinary strength. However, Situ Hung hesitated for a moment before continuing, but do we aim to challenge the 99th floor or strive for the summit? The dangers of the 99th floor of the Martial Tower differ significantly from those of the 100th floor. Historically, many teams have successfully reached the 99th floor, but those who choose to press on from there face near certain peril. This has led numerous hunting teams to falter at the 99th floor rather than surge onward to the 100th. Situ Yong pondered seriously for a moment, then stated, We could venture to the 100th floor. If it proves too perilous, we shall withdraw decisively. Our strength is somewhat inferior to the legendary teams that have cleared the 100th floor, yet the gap is not insurmountable. Provided we exercise sufficient caution, we should be able to explore the 100th floor without significant issues. The leaders of the Eternal hunting team are both prudent and rational. Their formidable abilities are complemented by their careful and judicious approach, which has allowed them to navigate the Martial Tower with minimal setbacks. They strive for perfection in all endeavors, which has secured their position as the first. Meanwhile, the members of the God-slaying hunting team are taking turns resting. In stark contrast to the cautious and strategic approach of the Eternal hunting team, the God-slaying hunting team's actions are chaotic and reckless. Though Lei Jinhong and Suyu have yet to encounter one another, Situ Yong and Situ Hung perceive Lei Jinhong as a formidable force in his own right. His strength stands distinctly above that of others. The members of the God-slaying hunting team mirror Lei Jinhong's reckless charging. When he charges forth, they follow suit. Lei Jinhong's strength is unparalleled, and the other members of his team are no weaklings either. This has enabled the God-slaying hunting team, despite their brash tactics, to secure second place on the leaderboard. In the Shura hunting team's camp, the atmosphere is rather laid back. Previously, many jested about assembling a hunting team from the 10 solitary powerhouses who made it into the top 100, suggesting they might challenge the Eternal hunting team. In truth, someone has already accomplished this for them. The Shura hunting team is led by Chu Shura. This is not merely a nickname, but his actual name. His teammates are all solitary powerhouses akin to Bei Gongshou. However, these individuals have all been won over by Chu Shura's formidable prowess. thus becoming his allies. Originally, Bei Gongshou and Bai Ming were on Chu Shura's shortlist for candidates, but ultimately, his team includes individuals even stronger than them. If Chu Shura's 10 members acted independently, they could also enter the top 100, as each of them surpasses the likes of Bei Gongshou. The Shura hunting team ranks third, not due to insufficient strength, but because this team is forcibly held together by Chu Shura's terrifying martial prowess. Should the two hunting teams clash directly, no other team would stand a chance against the Shura hunting team. At this moment, Chu Shura looks at his distinctive and unruly teammates with a sense of exasperation. He possesses leadership and tactical acumen, coupled with terrifying martial strength. He can be likened to a fusion of the Situ brothers and Lei Jinhong. However, managing these 9 unruly individuals proves to be quite a challenge. The type of Cyclops that Su Yu and his companions faced had once confronted the Shura hunting team as well, a level 45 beast. They could have easily escaped, but his 9 unruly teammates insisted on slaying the level 45 Cyclops. After a fierce battle, they managed to defeat it, but at the cost of sustaining injuries. Unlike Chu Shura, Bai Jintong faces no such dilemmas. The warriors of the Daylight hunting team are all elite fighters whom he has financially supported. These warriors obey his commands without question. Yet, this year, the competition to enter the Divine Summer University is fierce, and not only is the captain formidable, but so are the members. His Daylight hunting team is managing to hold its ground for now. The first hunting team, once seen as a rival, along with the Tianwen hunting team, has already been eliminated. Xiaohou Tianwen and Shun Yi come from backgrounds nearly identical to his own, and they are no ordinary individuals. In contrast to other hunting teams, the Blood Moon hunting team stands out as a striking sight. Although the name of the Blood Moon hunting team is intimidating, its members are all enchanting and formidable women. All members of the Blood Moon hunting team possess considerable strength, with hardly any weaknesses among them. However, their captain, Yuling Long, does not match the strength of the leaders of the other 5 hunting teams. Yuling Long is a strategist, adept in tactics rather than brute force. Under her leadership, the Blood Moon hunting team has navigated through challenges with relative ease, arriving at their current position. After a period of recuperation, the scores of the 6 hunting teams have once again changed. They have resumed hunting monsters in the 98th floor S dungeon space. Su Yu is unaware of the activities of the other hunting teams. The Mirage hunting team continues, as before, in search of the teleportation array to the next floor. They only engage in extensive monster hunting after locating the array. However, the dungeon space of the 98th floor is teeming with monsters. As they search for the teleportation array, they encounter monsters incessantly. With no alternative, they continue moving forward while slaying monsters. Su Yu wields the thunder-devouring star spear, leading the charge, while Hua Langhai holds the 3-foot azure blade at the rear of the formation. Qin Bingwe positions herself centrally, prepared for any unforeseen events. The other members remain vigilant throughout their advance. Chapter 153, Monetary Ability and Enhancement Ability. Su Yu led the group through the Martial Tower S dungeon space for an entire day without locating the teleportation array. However, there was some good news. Originally, there were 60 individuals, but now only 59 remained. The missing warrior was from the Daylight hunting team. This unfortunate warrior was devoured by a powerful monster while exploring the dungeon space. Consequently, the Daylight hunting team now has only 9 members left capable of earning points. Although that warrior was lost, the hunting team's score remains unaffected. Moreover, as the saying goes, misfortune does not come alone. On the second day of their arrival at the Martial Tower, the Daylight hunting team faced yet another reduction in numbers. This left the other 5 hunting teams exchanging glances. While Bai Jintong was infuriated, his second team member inadvertently triggered a trap and became ensnared, their life hanging by a thread. In such a situation, he had no choice but to allow the individual to be teleported out for healing. Keeping someone in the dungeon space not only prevented them from receiving treatment, but also required the team to carry a dead weight. Recognizing the danger of this treacherous place, Bai Jintong decided to cease exploration altogether. He chose instead to wait with the remaining members, convinced that they could not be the only ones suffering from bad luck and facing casualties. After several days had passed, the other teams showed no signs of attrition, much to Bai Jintong's dismay, compelling her to continue leading her team onward. Then, the Daylight hunting team experienced its 3rd round of losses. This time, Bai Jintong was even more furious as a purple flower suddenly erupted, releasing a plume of violet smoke. 2 members of the Daylight hunting team were instantly transformed into purple sweet potato monsters, their bodies entirely enveloped in purple hues. Once the team dwindled to 5 members, Bai Jintong had no choice but to forego further trials, ultimately deciding to conclude their efforts at the 98th floor. Following their exit, the Illusionary God hunting team swiftly ascended to 4th place. After a while, the Blood Moon hunting team surpassed the fixed score of the Daylight hunting team, securing the 5th position. When the 5 hunting teams reached the 99th floor of the Martial Arts Tower, the 10 young ladies of the Blood Moon hunting team decisively ended their trials, solidifying their rank at 5th with their record set at the 99th floor of the tower. This indicated that only 4 teams remained in the Martial Arts Tower, the Eternal Hunting Team, the God-Slaying Hunting Team, the Azura Hunting Team, and the Illusionary God Hunting Team. Victory was tantalizingly close, with the elimination of just one more team required for the top 3 to emerge. However, the first-ranked Eternal Hunting Team boasted formidable strength, with both the captain and vice-captain exhibiting exceptional prowess and strategy. The second-ranked God-Slaying Hunting Team was led by Lei Jinhong, a peerless warrior of their time. The remaining 9 members of the God-Slaying Hunting Team were equally fierce and unyielding. The third-ranked Azura Hunting Team, under the leadership of Chu Shilao, was likely the most outstanding captain in this martial arts tower trial. Yet even he found himself at a loss when faced with the formidable members of the Azura Hunting Team. Undoubtedly, expelling them would prove to be the most arduous task. The Illusionary God Hunting Team, currently ranked 4th, was no easy target for elimination either. Suyu, Qin Bingyue, and Hua Langhai were all exceptional contenders, especially Suyu, who not only possessed the ability to empower himself, but also to enhance his teammates. As the group ascended to the 99th floor of the martial arts tower, Suyu had already generously distributed numerous items capable of augmenting their strength. Each member received around 30 of the peculiar refinement stones. Without such support, the Illusionary God Hunting Team would not have been able to grow so exponentially. Within the confines of the 99th floor, the Illusionary God Hunting Team members had already located the teleportation array to the next level, adhering to their previous strategies. However, unlike before, they did not immediately commence hunting monsters, but instead convened for a strategy meeting. The past period had been exhausting for everyone. It was no wonder that the martial artists of Shinsha University were regarded as exceptional beings. Those who gained entry into Shinsha University were inherently formidable, and after further training, they undoubtedly became even more extraordinary. Suyu, seated on the ground alongside the members of the Illusionary God Hunting Team, addressed them. The 100th floor of the martial arts tower is perilously dangerous. Before we embark upon it, we must adequately prepare ourselves. Naturally, I am keen to hear your opinions on whether we should proceed to the 100th floor. After Suyu finished speaking, Wang Ying was the first to express his thoughts. I believe that with our current strength, we should venture to the 100th floor to take a look. Moreover, we still have the opportunity to improve before we enter. Nen Minfeng nodded in agreement. I concur. Our current state is quite good, and our teamwork has become increasingly harmonious. Having come this far, it would indeed be a regret not to explore the 100th floor, given Nen Minfeng's typically reticent nature. His willingness to speak indicated a strong desire to reach the 100th floor. Then let us go, Hua Langhai casually remarked, signaling his stance. I agree to explore the 100th floor. Joanne raised her hand, eager to take a look as well. Unsurprisingly, apart from Shi Guang, everyone harbored the intention of visiting the 100th floor. Shi Guang, however, was reluctant. He was already exhausted from the trials at the 98th and 99th floors. The dangers of the 100th floor were undoubtedly greater. Yet, seeing that everyone else intended to go, he felt compelled to join. Shrugging, Shi Guang conceded, I'll go too. Thus, the decision for everyone to investigate the 100th floor was firmly established. Upon confirming their intent to proceed, preparations for the challenges of the 100th floor needed to be made. Suyu addressed the group once more. As before, you may use your hunting team points in advance to acquire the items you need. The monsters you hunt can be submitted to the hunting team's warehouse for corresponding points. Within the Illusionary God Hunting Team, apart from Suyu and Qin Bingyue, the hunting points of the other members were all negative. Qin Bingyue, the affluent heiress, lacked for nothing. Apart from wealth and beauty, she possessed little else. Suyu, as the provider of items like the peculiar refinement stones, had accumulated the hunting points of the other members into his own possession. In an effort to reduce their negative points, each member deposited any valuable items they could spare into the hunting team's warehouse. This resulted in a diverse array of goods accumulating within the warehouse. However, this was of no concern, as these items could be disposed of through the trade gods of the Cat God Temple or sent to the Universal Trading Post for clearance. The hunting team's warehouse also contained some valuable treasures, 80% of which were contributed by Suyu and Qin Bingyue. Chapter 154, Kaleidoscopic Pendant. A Confrontation of Titans. Suyu possessed the ability of limit-breaking refinement, enabling him to mass-produce treasures. Qin Bingyue, with her boundless wealth, carried an impressive assortment of valuable items. This resulted in her hunting points aligning directly with Suyu's. After Suyu spoke, the members of the hunting team wasted no time. They eagerly began to expend their points to retrieve the items they required from the hunting team's warehouse. The foundation of the Illusionary God Hunting Team was already solid. And with the dual reinforcement of Qin Bingyue's financial prowess and Suyu's extraordinary abilities, not only did their hunting team's influence grow exponentially, but their individual strengths also flourished. As the other members of the Illusionary God Hunting Team utilized items from the warehouse to enhance themselves, Suyu focused on his own advancement. He retrieved the mirror crystal ball he had obtained from Bai Ming long ago. The ability of this item allowed him to leave a spatial imprint at symmetrical positions, granting his extreme sky illusion a greater range of choices. However, this still left a trace, and fortunately, the equipment could continue to be refined. Without wasting any time, Suyu placed the mirror crystal ball into the refinement space and began the refinement process. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Mirror crystal ball, refinement successful. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Mirror crystal ball, refinement successful. Limit-breaking refinement activated. Mirror crystal ball, refinement successful. After a series of fervent operations, Suyu thoroughly refined the mirror crystal ball to the pinnacle of its potential. Name, Kaleidoscope pendant, max level reached. Quality, mythical. Attributes, spatial kaleidoscope, mythical, shape-shifting, mythical. Spatial kaleidoscope significantly enhances spatial abilities. When utilizing space-related powers, may produce multiple effects within a certain area. Shape-shifting consumes 1 mental energy, allowing for a single spatial traversal within the range of mental energy. The transformation of the previous mirror crystal ball into the kaleidoscope pendant undoubtedly marked a qualitative leap. The current kaleidoscope pendant could leave numerous spatial imprints within an area, as opposed to the previous symmetrical markings. Moreover, he has acquired the ability of shadow shifting, akin to Bai Ming, albeit Bai Ming possesses it as a professional skill. While his version is derived from the effects of his equipment, each use consumes 1 point of mental energy, allowing him to employ shadow shifting a maximum of 100 times within a single battle. However, the combination of shadow shifting and extreme sky phantom body promises to yield extraordinarily formidable results. Henceforth, even when facing spatial martial artists like Bai Ming, he will be able to pursue his opponent with an elusive and ghostly presence. Ultimately, extreme sky phantom body is a form of ultra-high-speed displacement ability, while shadow shifting pertains to spatial manipulation. With this capability, his effectiveness in combat, rescue missions, or even escape will be significantly enhanced. Armed with this artifact, he will navigate the battlefield with newfound agility and confidence. The mirror crystal ball bestowed upon him by Bai Ming was merely passable. However, after transcending it into the kaleidoscope pendant, he has acquired an exceptionally remarkable item. With this artifact, the upcoming expedition of the Phantom Hunting Team to the 100th floor of the Martial Arts Tower will be considerably safer. Of course, apart from this item, he has also prepared numerous other trump cards within his dimensional space. Had he not made thorough preparations, he would never have entertained the notion of leading his team through the perilous 100th floor of the Martial Arts Tower. The other 3 hunting teams remain oblivious to the fact that the Phantom Hunting Team has been thoroughly equipped with cache ability and hanging ability. They continue to execute their previous tactics, navigating the 99th floor of the Martial Arts Tower's dungeon space. As Suyu assessed his own trump cards, his Night Charm Black Cat was outside, engaged in monster slaying. His current level has ascended to LV28, and within the Martial Arts Tower, his growth rate is remarkably swift. The Night Charm Black Cat, inheriting his 50 attributes, possesses hunting capabilities even on the 99th floor. Thus, while Suyu sat and reviewed his assets, his dimensional attributes continued to increase. During the first 3 days in the 99th floor dungeon, the members of the Phantom Hunting Team tirelessly sought ways to enhance their abilities. After 3 days, they commenced their endeavors. Their objective, the 100th floor of the Martial Arts Tower, prompted them to arm themselves to the teeth. When confronted with the monsters of the 99th floor, while they faced challenges, they encountered no real danger. However, after a day's exploration of this dungeon space, they encountered Lei Jinhong's god-slaying hunting team. Lei Jinhong is a young man with a muscular physique, his body seemingly enveloped in crackling arcs of electricity. Much like Wang Ying, Lei Jinhong possesses the ability to float. Typically, martial artists attain this ability only upon reaching LV30, yet Lei Jinhong, at LV29, has achieved this milestone, likely due to his professional skills. Upon spotting Suyu, a curious expression crossed his face. Suyu, come and exchange a few blows. After a moment's contemplation, Suyu nodded and proposed, this is not the time for sparring. Let us engage for 10 exchanges, and if there is no clear victor, we shall cease. Lei Jinhong agreed, convinced that Suyu would not survive even 10 moves against him. He anticipated a decisive advantage in their forthcoming confrontation. With a swift motion, Suyu brandished the divine thunder-devouring star spear, while Lei Jinhong wielded an unusual weapon, a silver banner crackling with lightning arcs. To be precise, this was a long spear adorned with a flag embroidered with the mythical creature Kuei Nyo. In an instant, Lei Jinhong's speed was astonishing. Suyu was taken aback to find that Lei Jinhong's velocity rivaled his own extreme sky phantom body at this stage. Utilizing martial techniques, he achieved comparable results through mere movement. It became clear to Suyu why Lei Jinhong held the top position on the leaderboard. Lei Jinhong's strength is undeniably formidable. Surrounded by a tempest of electricity, Lei Jinhong initially believed that his surprise attack would catch Suyu off guard. To his astonishment, Suyu executed a shadow shift, reappearing at his original position. Before Lei Jinhong could process this surprise, Suyu's figure materialized behind him, the divine thunder-devouring star spear poised to strike with overwhelming force. Clang! Lei Jinhong swung his long spear banner fiercely to meet Suyu's attack head-on. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Suyu to stagger back a short distance. Without entering the Azure 100 battles state, it became apparent that his current strength was, astonishingly, inferior to Lei Jinhong's. Chapter 155, Lei Jinhong, the Thunder Martial Spirit, is formidable. If Suyu felt only mild surprise, then Lei Jinhong was truly astonished. Suyu's strength was merely slightly inferior to his own. While martial artists can utilize a myriad of professional cards, some cards are inherently more compatible with certain martial artists. Many martial artists struggle to obtain their professional cards. And once acquired, they cannot afford to be choosy. Regardless of compatibility, they must act decisively. However, certain situations arise. For instance, when two water element mages marry and bear offspring, their progeny typically inherit the talent to become water element mages. If they were to obtain a water element mage professional card, their training would flourish. The majority of Lei Jinhong's family members are of the Thunder Warrior profession. The Thunder Warrior class possesses the ability to manipulate lightning energy, and the closer their physique is to lightning, the more formidable their combat prowess becomes. Additionally, Thunder Warriors can continuously temper their bodies with lightning energy. Thus, Lei Jinhong's physical strength is astonishingly potent. Endowed with an innate talent for being a Thunder Warrior, his awakening of numerous Thunder Warrior abilities further amplifies his prowess. Among these abilities is the Thunder Martial Spirit state, which allows him to absorb lightning energy to temporarily enhance his 6-dimensional attribute points. His current combat capability is approximately tenfold that of an average martial artist of the same level. In such circumstances, Suyu's ability to withstand his direct assault speaks volumes about his formidable strength. Lei Jinhong's Thunder Martial Spirit state can indeed be further activated. However, he had no intention of escalating further. In his current state, he already held a slight edge over Suyu. Continuing the duel would allow him to gauge Suyu's true capabilities. With a swift motion, Lei Jinhong shook his long spear banner again, launching another fierce attack towards Suyu. This time, Suyu opted against a contest of brute strength. There was no need. Utilizing shadow shifting, he appeared behind Lei Jinhong. His divine thunder-devouring star spear aimed directly at his opponent's back. Clang! Lei Jinhong did not turn to face him. Instead, he enveloped himself in a layer of lightning armor for protection. Suyu's spear collided with the thunderous armor, producing a resonant sound akin to a great bell tolling. As Lei Jinhong turned to face him, revealing a gleaming smile, he taunted, "Suyu, is this all the strength you possess?" By adopting a purely defensive stance, he allowed Suyu to pierce him once. Unfazed by Lei Jinhong's provocation, Suyu merely smiled gently. After these few exchanges, he had ascertained Lei Jinhong's level of skill. While Lei Jinhong was undeniably powerful, beneath his four extremities divine killing spear, he would find only a path to destruction. Given Lei Jinhong's earlier defensive approach, Suyu decided to mirror this strategy. However, he did not merely defend. He began to employ a kite-flying tactic. Buzz! Empowered by the Kaleidoscopic pendant, a multitude of spatial imprints of the extreme sky illusion materialized around them. Boom! As Lei Jinhong swung the long spear, the thunder flagged once more. Suyu's figure abruptly appeared in the distance. Unfazed, Lei Jinhong pursued relentlessly. Whoosh! 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 The members of the god-slaying hunting team and the illusory god-hunting team could no longer discern the clash between the two. Suyu continued to employ the extreme sky illusion, executing ultra-high-speed maneuvers. Despite Lei Jinhong's considerable efforts and impressive speed, his long spear had become akin to a mere fire poker. No matter his attempts, he struggled to keep pace with Suyu's current velocity. Should onlookers manage to perceive their movements, they would woefully realize that Lei Jinhong was entirely led by Suyu. With the extreme sky illusion, Suyu appeared afar, while Lei Jinhong charged forward fervently. Yet, each time he drew near, Suyu had already returned to his previous position or ventured elsewhere. After 2 consecutive outbursts, Lei Jinhong was still unable to catch up with Suyu. The combination of extreme sky illusion and shadow shift rendered it impossible for Lei Jinhong to even graze the hem of Suyu's attire unless he possessed equivalent abilities. In a life-and-death confrontation, Lei Jinhong would have already succumbed. Completely at a loss against Suyu, he contemplated that after 30 minutes, Suyu could enter the Azure battle state, further stacking the Bloodbath battle soul state, and then spend another 20 seconds charging the 4 extremes divine killing halberd. The moment he unleashed the 4 extremes divine killing halberd, it would signify the end of Lei Jinhong's life. No more fighting, Lei Jinhong exclaimed irritably, realizing he had no means to contend with Suyu. He either needed to possess abilities equivalent to Suyu's or wield items that could restrict Suyu's capabilities. Only then could he truly engage in a fair duel. Otherwise, how could he compete when he couldn't even touch the hem of Suyu's garment? Upon Lei Jinhong's words, Suyu paused, smiling as he addressed him. "Brother Lei, shall we cooperate?" With 4 hunting teams remaining, joining forces with Lei Jinhong to confront the other 2 teams was indeed an astute choice. Cooperation? Lei Jinhong raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. He had already witnessed Suyu's prowess. Not only did Suyu possess ultra-high-speed movement capabilities, but he also wielded spatial displacement abilities. Furthermore, Suyu's combat prowess was only slightly inferior to his own. Among the remaining 40 individuals in the martial arts tower, aside from himself and Chu Shila, no one possessed the strength to take on Su Yu in a one-on-one battle. Although Situ Yong and Situ Hung were formidable, they were not Su Yu's match in a direct confrontation. As countless thoughts swirled in Lei Jinhong's mind, Su Yu continued, "We can join forces to eliminate the other two teams and then determine our strengths. Or we could continue to cooperate and explore the 100th floor of the martial arts tower." Lei Jinhong fell silent, for he had no intention of venturing into the 100th floor. The 100th floor was a realm of peril. The dangers within were beyond imagination, and even one as powerful as he was reluctant to tread there. While he himself had little to fear, his teammates lacked his formidable strength. Some of them might never return from the 100th floor. Contemplating this, Lei Jinhong replied, "I do not intend to enter the 100th floor of the martial arts tower. However, we can collaborate on the 99th floor." Had the God-slaying hunting team been stronger, he might have considered exploring the 100th floor. Yet, based on his observations and understanding of his teammates, he concluded they were not yet equipped to challenge that level. Chapter 156, A Sword Deviating from Its Path. The Azura hunting team. To many, Lei Jinhong appeared as a brash individual. Yet, in truth, he possessed a keen intellect beneath his rugged exterior. He simply chose not to concern himself with trivial matters. However, when it came to significant decisions, such as whether to enter the 100th floor of the martial arts tower, he approached them with utmost rationality and caution. Alas, circumstances often spiral beyond one's control. Shortly after the illusory God hunting team and the God-slaying hunting team forged an alliance, the Azura hunting team emerged as the first to break new ground. While other hunting teams battled monsters on the 99th floor, they ascended to the 100th floor. From the system panel, it became evident that only 30 individuals remained on the 99th floor, and the personal leaderboard indicated that Chu Shila and his companions had yet to conclude their trials. This signified that Chu Shila and his group of 10 had already ventured to the 100th floor of the martial arts tower. The actions of the Azura hunting team prompted the Eternal hunting team to take swift action as well. As the most powerful hunting team, the Eternal hunting team followed suit into the 100th floor dungeon. Faced with such a situation, the collaboration between the illusory God hunting team and the God-slaying hunting team was rendered impossible. Su Yu and the members of the illusory God hunting team began their search for the teleportation array to ascend to the next level. All teams remained on the 99th floor, allowing for a contest of points. However, with the Eternal hunting team and the Azura hunting team now on the 100th floor, they too needed to hasten their ascent. Should those two teams be forced to conclude their trials or suffer casualties among their members, it would be of little consequence. Yet, should they successfully navigate the trials of the 100th floor and utilize the teleportation array to escape, no matter how many points the illusory God hunting team amassed, the hunting teams that breached the martial arts tower would rank above them. Given the current strength of the illusory God hunting team, locating the teleportation array within the 99th floor dungeon was not an insurmountable task. Su Yu swiftly led the members of the illusory God hunting team to the spatial teleportation array that ascended to the next level. The illusory God hunting team had long been prepared to face the trials of the 100th floor of the martial arts tower. Upon reaching the teleportation array, they hesitated not, opting instead to teleport to the upper level. Observing the other three hunting teams entering the 100th floor, Lei Jinhong's resolve remained unwavering. Since the members of the God-slaying hunting team had chosen to follow him, he felt responsible for their safety. While Lei Jinhong and his God-slaying hunting team awaited the moment the Azura hunting team and the illusory God hunting team surpassed their points, they chose not to continue hunting monsters, but to conclude their trials. The points from the monsters on the 100th floor outweighed those on the 99th floor. Unless the God-slaying hunting team ventured to the 100th floor to slay some monsters, relying solely on the points accumulated in the 99th floor dungeon would prove insufficient for a top 3 ranking. Thus, it seemed wiser to end their trials and retreat for a well-deserved rest. The top 3 hunting teams had already emerged on the 100th floor. After some time, the top 30 on the personal leaderboard would undoubtedly include them. Upon arriving at the 100th floor, Su Yu and his companions found themselves embroiled in constant battle. The monsters here were as boundless as the ocean, seemingly endless in their onslaught. The 100th floor of the martial arts tower featured 10 teleportation arrays, each guarded by a level 40 boss. Defeating any one of these level 40 guardians would grant passage through the trials of the martial arts tower. Within the 100th floor, martial artists found little respite. They either had to vanquish the level 40 guardians to pass the trials or face an overwhelming tide of monsters, replete with numerous elite foes. These elite monsters, if placed on the 70 or 80 floors of the martial arts tower, would undoubtedly be classified as boss-level entities. Su Yu wielded the divine thunder-swallowing star halberd as he battled ferociously against the surrounding blood skeletons, plague mummies, mutated demon vines, stitched beasts, and other monstrous adversaries. Utilizing the proximity ring, I deliberated with the members of the illusory God hunting team in my mind. My suggestion was to position ourselves near the boss guarding the entrance and assess the situation. If we find no bosses that we can defeat, we should terminate the trial. What are your thoughts? At this moment, the group's morale was relatively high. However, the combat intensity of the 100th floor of the martial arts tower was exceedingly formidable. While such circumstances would frequently occur on a true battlefield, the members of the illusory god-hunting team had yet to fully mature, and it was unnecessary to put ourselves through such a perilous trial. The voice of Hua Langhai soon resonated within the hearts of the group. We should systematically inspect these guarding bosses and select one to challenge. If we fail to conquer it, we will conclude the trial prematurely. Qin Bingyue expressed her agreement. I concur. Wang Ying's voice followed suit. I also agree. Shilu Guang, sounding somewhat fatigued, remarked, no problem. The others, including Joanna, had no objections either. On another part of the 100th floor of the martial arts tower, a group of 10, led by Chu Shilao, was engaged in their own battles. The members of the Shura hunting team, including Chu Shilao, were previously lone wolves. Yet, Chu Zhao was acutely aware that in the early stages of a warrior's development, solitary pursuits were inadequate, collaboration was essential. Nevertheless, the Shura hunting team required considerable time to cultivate their synergy, and even in such a perilous environment as the 100th floor, their cooperation was minimal. What brought Chu Shilao some solace was the gradual emergence of teamwork among them. As they recognized their collective insignificance in the vastness of the 100th floor, individual endeavors could not lead them to victory. In contrast, the situation for the Eternal Hunting Team was markedly better, comprised entirely of formidable warriors, with Sidu Yong and Sidu Hung as exceptionally capable leaders. The Eternal Hunting Team trudged forward through the martial arts tower with determination. They opted for a strategy akin to that of the illusory god hunting team, intending to observe all the guarding bosses before selecting one to attempt to defeat and subsequently clear the level. The Shura hunting team, however, made a divergent choice. While their ultimate goal was also to conquer the 100th floor, they aimed to vanquish both the eternal and illusory god hunting teams before confronting the boss. This way, regardless of their eventual success, their hunting team would claim first place, and each of the 10 members would likely secure a spot among the top 10 on the individual leaderboard. It was now a test of fortune. Su Yu and Sidu Yong, among others, were acutely aware that whoever caught the attention of Chu Shila would be deemed unfortunate. The Shura hunting team's initial encounter happened to be with the Eternal Hunting Team. Chapter 157, one of the 10 guarding bosses. Upon sighting the Shura hunting team, the members of the Eternal Hunting Team became highly alert. Situ Yong and Sidu Hung had previously informed their comrades to maintain utmost vigilance when encountering either the illusory god or Shura hunting teams within the 100th floor of the martial arts tower. Both teams were known to take unorthodox approaches, and if they could not defeat the guarding boss, they might opt to eliminate the other 2 hunting teams to secure first place. When Situ Yong beheld the silver-haired, chiseled features of Chu Shilao, a serious expression crossed his face. Rather than inquiring about their intentions, he directly proposed, Chu Shilao, we can join forces to eliminate the illusory god hunting team and then settle our own scores. This would be mutually advantageous for both parties. Once we dispatch the illusory god team, we'll be first and second. Situ Yong's words were met with a wary gaze from Chu Shilao. The suggestion seemed beneficial for both sides, and logically, Chu Shilao should have accepted it. However, to Situ Yong's astonishment, a refusal was issued. I must decline, Chu Shilao stated coldly and calmly. Situ Yong, puzzled, pressed for an explanation. Why? Chu Shilao replied with composed clarity, because there are too many variables in that scenario. A melee could erupt between our 3 hunting teams, and it's possible that the eternal and illusory god teams might join forces against the Shura team. Therefore, I have resolved to eliminate whichever hunting team I encounter. Situ Yong, taken aback, chuckled in disbelief. Chu Shilao, your strength is likely second only to Lei Jinhong, or perhaps even on par with him. Yet, with the comprehensive strength of the eternal hunting team, what makes you think you can eliminate us? Is this sufficient? Chu Shilao produced an enormous scythe, a relatively rare weapon. Perhaps not. Situ Yong and the members of the eternal hunting team brandished their weapons. Both sides were formidable, and having come this far, they could not afford to yield easily. Unbeknownst to Su Yu, fortune favored him this time. He and his comrades from the illusory god hunting team were diligently exploring the 100th floor of the martial arts tower according to their established plan. Had it not been for the significant strides in power both he and his team had made recently, their endeavors in this daunting space would have been exceedingly arduous. Even now, as they faced numerous creatures known as Headless Knights, they still felt the strain. Name, Headless Knight. Level, LV35. Category, Elite Monster. Description, the Headless Knight is a cursed creature, decapitated in a horrific war. Upon being revived by cursed powers, they incessantly seek their lost heads and subconsciously aim to behead other beings. In this region, the sheer number of Headless Knights was staggering. Moreover, the monsters of the 100th floor of the martial arts tower were all above LV35, armed with the divine thunder-devouring star spear. Su Yu engaged in fierce combat against these creatures. With his current strength, he often found himself unable to dispatch the Headless Knights in a single strike, typically needing 2 or even 3 attacks to vanquish them. I see the guarding boss. Qing's voice rang out. Above, numerous scouting puppets named Woodkite soared. These puppets had been meticulously designed by Qing for reconnaissance and had undergone numerous iterations. The current Woodkites could scout beyond the range of Qing's mental influence. Upon locating the target Qing sought, they would return along their original path to relay the reconnaissance results, including the recorded rune array. At this moment, Qing was employing this method to ascertain the location of a nearby guarding boss. While Suyu battled the surrounding headless knights, he inquired of Qing, "Where's the guarding boss?" After a moment's thought, Qing replied, "I will guide everyone using the Woodkites. Please follow their lead." As her words concluded, the Woodkites in the air formed a massive arrow, directing the group forward. They were not far from the guarding boss's location. Yet the sheer multitude of monsters on the 100th floor made traversal a daunting task. Even a short distance proved challenging. Under the guidance of the Woodkites, the group swiftly navigated through the martial arts tower's space. After a while, Suyu finally spotted the guarding boss they had been searching for, the Icebound Knight. Title: The Frozen Knight Level. LV45 Category: Boss Level Monster Description. The Frozen Knight is an immensely powerful boss-level monster, wielding the formidable ability to manipulate ice. Should you fall victim to his icy grasp, you shall become one of his treasured relics. Surrounding the Frozen Knight are numerous upright square ice crystals, each encasing a warrior frozen in various states of expression. These imprisoned warriors are the spoils of the Frozen Knight, their souls ensnared after failing to vanquish him. As Suyu and his companions approached, the Frozen Knight sat indifferently upon an imposing platform sculpted from ice. Upon this platform stood additional ice crystals, some containing the shattered remains of those who had previously dared to challenge him. Having inflicted harm upon the Frozen Knight, these warriors met a brutal end, their forms preserved in death as they had met their demise. Perched upon an ice crystal throne, the Frozen Knight regarded Suyu and his party with an expression imbued with utter disdain for life. Suyu glanced at the Frozen Knight, and then addressed his comrades from the illusionary God Hunt team. "Do not approach just yet. I will gauge his strength." The members of the Flower Wave Scene nodded in agreement, ready to observe closely as Suyu advanced to test the waters. Despite Suyu's formidable prowess, they remained vigilant, prepared for a potential rescue. If ascending the 100 floors of the Martial Tower were truly so effortless, countless warriors would not dread its mention. As Suyu drew nearer to the Frozen Knight, a warrior, pale as ice with hollow eyes, appeared before him. This warrior was long deceased. Yet the Frozen Knight seemed to possess the ability to control the dead. Consequently, the warrior's martial energy still thrummed within, allowing her to engage in combat. Chapter 158, A Test of Offense, Near Impossible to Overcome. The chilling voice of the Frozen Knight resonated. "You must have realized by now that this warrior is no longer alive. However, I have imprisoned her soul within the icy confines of her body. She remains under my control, battling any who dare to challenge me. I refer to these animated corpses as ice servants. Should you prove strong enough, I would permit you to join their ranks in eternal servitude. Such an eternity, undoubtedly, is a fate none would willingly pursue. The soul bound within a shattered body, manipulated as a puppet by the Frozen Knight, better to be reduced to ashes than endure such torment." With a resounding clang, the ice servant unsheathed her sword. It seemed that too much time had elapsed since anyone had ventured here, for the Frozen Knight spoke more than usual. "Her name is Ling Qingxue, and during her trial in the Martial Tower, she ranked second in personal points. If you cannot defeat her, you are unworthy of becoming my ice servant," he added. "Though she is dead, her current strength surpasses that of her living self." As the Frozen Knight finished speaking, Ling Qingxue, now an ice servant, launched her attack. With a swift motion, her 3-foot-long sword moved with remarkable speed. Suyu, aware of the gravity of the situation, wielded his God Thunder-Devouring Star Spear without hesitation. Boom! The clash of their weapons erupted in a violent explosion of energy. Before Suyu could react, Ling Qingxue unleashed a second strike, followed by a third, fourth, and continued relentlessly until the 24th strike. Suyu found himself unable to counter amidst the onslaught. Nevertheless, he vanished in the next moment, reappearing behind Ling Qingxue. Clang! Even so, when Suyu thrust the God Thunder-Devouring Star Spear towards her back, Ling Qingxue intercepted his attack. The crackling of electricity surged from the spear. Yet she was unable to withstand the onslaught of lightning coursing through her. However, the effect was minimal. Surprised by this revelation, Suyu discerned that the only way to halt the ice servant was through overwhelming force to utterly destroy her. Withdrawing the God Thunder-Devouring Star Spear, he prepared to strike with full might. This time, he unleashed a tremendous thrust, imbued with the strength to move mountains. As the spear struck, Ling Qingxue attempted to defend once more, but this time she underestimated his power. "Ah!" The cry of the ice servant echoed as her form was thoroughly obliterated, granting the soul imprisoned within liberation at last. Before her essence dissipated, Ling Qingxue cast a grateful glance towards Suyu. Having been trapped in this place for far too long after her death, upon defeating an ice servant, a figure composed entirely of ice materialized before him. The voice of the Frozen Knight emanated from his throne. "Well done. Having vanquished this icy avatar, you have earned the right to confront me. This ice-formed doppelganger bore a striking resemblance to the Frozen Knight. In a calm manner, the Frozen Knight's avatar grasped a long ice spear. In the next instant, the spear lunged towards Su Yu with remarkable speed. As Su Yu sidestepped and retaliated with his god thunder-devouring star spear, the impact resonated with a dull thud. However, his strike failed to inflict any damage upon the Frozen Knight's avatar, as the chilling aura emanating from it froze the spear in place. With a forceful exhale, Su Yu channeled his strength through the spear, shattering the icy grip that enveloped it. Just then, the long spear wielded by the Frozen Knight's avatar surged towards his throat. Su Yu vanished, reappearing at a distance, and swung the god thunder-devouring star spear in a fierce arc. Unexpectedly, the Frozen Knight's avatar also disappeared, reappearing directly behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, the avatar's spear lunged towards Su Yu's back with lethal intent, the sheer power and speed evoking a chilling sense of dread. Boom. Upon sensing the avatar's presence, Su Yu leapt into the air, executing a swift kick that struck the avatar's chin. However, his leg was swiftly encased in ice. With a surge of crimson martial energy, he shattered the icy restraint. It became evident that the Frozen Knight's avatar matched him in speed and power. Yet its defenses were superior. Furthermore, the avatar possessed spatial mobility, following him as he utilized Shadow Shift to evade. The scene where Su Yu engaged in combat with the avatar of the Frozen Knight was witnessed by the rest of the illusory god-hunting team. Su Yu's prowess was undeniably formidable. Even in his confrontation with the avatar, he found himself facing considerable difficulty. The others could only speculate on the vast chasm that separated their capabilities from that of the Frozen Knight's avatar. Should they encounter this formidable foe individually, they would undoubtedly stand no chance. After a thorough observation, Hua Langhai remarked, "In the forthcoming battle, the captain shall operate solo, while the rest of us will form trios. The strategy will remain centered around the captain's lead, with us providing support. Let us proceed to the formation of teams." While Su Yu was engaged in battle, the illusory god-hunting team would be under the command of Qin Bingwe and Hua Langhai. Given Hua Langhai's possession of the Holy Heart Eye, he would primarily assume the role of commander. Once he spoke, the group focused their attention, listening intently. The adversary they were about to confront was exceedingly terrifying, and at every juncture, they understood the necessity of vigilance.